On April 1st, 2030, two supergiant planets collided violently less than 100 million kilometers away from the blue planet, causing a devastating shock wave that swept across the starry sky. This catastrophic astronomical phenomenon caused a sudden change in the climate of the blue planet. The daytime temperature soared to over 60 degrees Celsius, and in some tropical areas even exceeded 80 degrees Celsius. This blazing hell lasted for 30 days. The rivers dried up, the earth cracked, the vegetation withered, the animals died. More than half of the world's human population eventually died on this scorched earth due to the unbearable heat, lack of water, and food. Worse still, the extreme heat caused social collapse. Factories shut down, power grids collapsed, power stations could not operate, and cities fell into endless darkness. Short circuits and explosions occurred frequently. Fires engulfed countless buildings, and order completely collapsed. However, the real disaster has not yet come. The two planets, carrying unknown viruses, drifted to the blue star with the aftermath of the collision. One of them is called zombie virus. The infected quickly lost their minds and turned into bloodthirsty monsters. They had no sense of pain, no fear, only biting and killing. Humanity, having finally survived the extreme heat, has once again fallen into the abyss of destruction amid the crazy zombie tide. Less than 1/10 of humanity remains. The other type is called evolution virus, which allows organisms to break through their limits and stimulate unknown potential. Some people gain extraordinary powers, some control the laws of elements, and the distinction between ordinary people and the strong becomes clear from then on. In my previous life, I was infected with an evolutionary virus and gained extremely rare spatial abilities. However, this ability is too mysterious, and I only learned the most basic storage functions. Before he had the chance to fully develop, he was plotted against and murdered by his wife's family and died tragically in their hands. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back in time to 10 days before the end of the world. This time, I will not be soft-hearted. I will plan ahead, control resources, and become a hoarding maniac in the apocalypse. Build ultra-low temperature cold storage and stockpile billions of supplies. Empty the entire city's warehouses and seize the initiative for survival. As for my wife's family, I'll send you to Southeast Asia to experience the real tropical purgatory. At this moment, in the room, I sat up from the bed, walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and saw several bottles of iced Pepsi lying there quietly. In an instant, my eyes, which were dry and mouthful, showed a light of desire. I reached out and grabbed a bottle, unscrewed the lid, and took a big gulp. Awesome! The cold liquid slid down my throat, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction swept over my body, and even my soul seemed to be sublimated. In the hot 30 days of the end of the world, water is more precious than gold. Not to mention ice cola. Even urine can attract people. Don't think it's an exaggeration. At that time, being able to drink a sip of water was a luxury. Even if you wanted to drink urine, you couldn't drink it, because those who could urinate had already drunk it themselves, and most people couldn't even squeeze out urine. And now, in the end times, a bottle of happy water that costs $3 can probably be exchanged for the body of a female celebrity. Thinking of this, I drank 2 more bottles in a row, stretched my body completely, and almost hummed with satisfaction. Fuck, so cool. Coming to my senses, I picked up my phone and saw the date clearly displayed on the screen. March 21st. There were still 10 days until the apocalypse. I didn't want to repeat the mistakes I made in my last life. This time, I had to stock up on supplies and make all preparations in advance. But the problem is that even if you stockpile food, it will be useless. The first stage of the apocalypse is 30 days of extremely high temperatures. In that environment, most food will spoil and stink within 3 days. Thinking back to my last life, when I was forced to eat rotten food in order to survive, I felt a strong sense of disgust as my stomach churned and I vomited until there was nothing left to vomit. I never want to eat spoiled food again. Just when I was racking my brain over how to store supplies, a huge black hole suddenly appeared before my eyes. My spatial power? Ha ha. I laughed out loud, shaking with excitement. I didn't expect that after Rebirth, I would still have my spatial ability. This time, not only can I stock up on large quantities of supplies, but I don't have to worry about them expiring or going bad. After calming down, I began to take stock of my current situation. My parents passed away, but left behind a 3-bedroom house and 2 million yuan in compensation. I have a stable job and a balance of more than 2 million yuan in my card. This money alone is enough to stock up a large amount of supplies. It was also because of this money that the beautiful Su Qingqing kept me hanging and refused to let go. But none of this matters anymore. I need more money. I can mortgage my house. I can get a loan from the bank. I can even borrow money at high interest rates on underground lending platforms. After all, who cares about paying back the money when the end of the world comes? Thinking of this, I immediately took out my phone and started downloading various loan apps. A quick search brought up dozens of platforms. 369, JD.com, Jiba, Chotwan. My eyes sparkled. My credit score has always been high, and I can borrow tens of thousands of yuan on each platform. After a series of operations, in just a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of cash appeared in my account. As for the interest, who cares? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Just as I was immersed in the preparations, my stomach suddenly growled. I licked my lips and thought back to my previous life. After the apocalypse broke out, I never had a full meal for a single day, and I gave all the supplies I found to Su Qingqing's family, but in return I got their betrayal. Thinking of this, I sneered in my heart. I deserved to live such a miserable life in my last life. This time, I won't be a licking dog. The most important thing now is to have a good meal first and satisfy my long-lost appetite. To the Los Angeles hotel. I got a taxi and just told the destination. The driver looked at me through the rearview mirror and said with a bit of surprise, "Wow, that's a 5-star hotel. Are you going to work there, young man?" "No, eat." The driver was slightly stunned. "Rich man, of course. If you don't enjoy your rebirth, why wait for the end of the world to drink urine?" Just as I was thinking about it, my cell phone suddenly vibrated and a familiar name flashed on the screen, Su Qingqing. My smile instantly turned cold. Oh, this bitch again. Without any hesitation, I hung up the phone. I was so sincere to her. But what did I get in return? It was her family who took over my supplies with a clear conscience, treated me like a dog, and finally kicked me out, leaving me to starve to death outside. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in my chest, and I wanted to rush over right now and slap her in the face. But she persisted and kept calling. I picked up the phone impatiently and was about to start scolding her when I heard her delicate voice. "Brother Fong Luo, how did you know my mother was sick?" She paused, her voice carrying a hint of pity. "My mother just came out of the hospital, and I was going to take her to the Los Angeles hotel for dinner. She said she knew you had been taking care of me, and she wanted to see you to thank you." "Thank me?" I couldn't help but sneer when I heard Su Qingqing hint that she would take me to meet her parents. At this moment, memories flooded my mind, as if I had returned to my previous life. At that time, I foolishly believed her and rushed to the Los Angeles hotel with great expectations to meet her mother. I fully expected that Su Qingqing's mother would praise me, thank me, and then announce her willingness to marry her daughter to me. For this meeting, I specially prepared many exquisite gifts, and I was fantasizing about gaining their approval. But what was the result? Except for the small talk when ordering food, Su Qingqing's family almost never mentioned my relationship with her. Whenever I wanted to bring it up, they always cleverly changed the subject. It was not until the check was paid that they finally loosened their grip and began to compliment me on my promising young age and how much success I had, saying that whoever married me would be very happy. At that time, I was so happy that I almost flew, thinking that they finally agreed to our marriage, so I paid the bill without hesitation. But afterwards, I found out that Su Qingqing had no intention of marrying me, and she just wanted me to pay the bill on purpose. I vaguely remember that there were 18 people in her house that day, and I was cheated out of spending more than 100,000 yuan. Even the most expensive food I have ever eaten is not more expensive than this. Still want to trick me? Thinking of this, I was so angry that I almost wanted to hang up the phone immediately. However, I thought about it again. In my last life, they pushed me to the edge and even killed me. How could I just let go? They were trying to trick me, weren't they? Wait, no problem. I'll be there right away. I pretended to be excited, but in my heart I was thinking about how to make them pay the price. At the Los Angeles hotel, Su Qingqing's smug look made me recognize her at a glance. Although she was still pretty with her brown curly hair and the new LV bag on her back, she now made me feel disgusted. Around her, a few ordinary-looking relatives were looking at the hotel curiously, making exclamations, attracting a lot of attention from bystanders. Their family has always lived an ordinary life. They didn't expect to be able to come to a 5-star hotel today. The pride in their hearts was beyond words. "Qingqing, how is it?" Is there anyone who wants to treat us? Don't worry, he will be here soon, Su Qingqing said confidently. Wow, I didn't expect Qingqing's boyfriend to be so awesome. We really benefited from you today. He's not a boyfriend, he's just a suitor. He's only worth a few million. I need to test him more. Su Qingqing lifted her hair and squinted her eyes, looking very proud. She has always wanted to marry a rich second-generation man and live the life of the upper class like in TV dramas. Unfortunately, her actual conditions make it impossible for her to meet a real rich second-generation man, so she can only consider people like me. Yes, Qingqing is so beautiful. How can we not test him? Su Qingqing's motherly Dongmei said, looking proudly at the relatives. You can order whatever you want. If he can't even afford this little money, then don't even think about marrying my daughter. Don't worry, Annie. We will definitely test him well. Yes, if you want to marry Qingqing, you have to serve us well first. He's here. Just then I walked into the hotel. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, but still had a great temperament, and one could feel his extraordinariness at a glance. Brother Fong Luo here, Su Qingqing called out sweetly, as if she had used up all her tenderness, even pretending to be shy and lifting her hair. In my previous life, I might have been moved and praised her as a good girl. But now, I only feel angry. Well, Qingqing, you are really the same as before. I also pretended to be normal and forced a smile. Brother Fong Luo, what did you say? Nothing. I just said you are really attractive. Brother Fong Luo is really good at praising people. Is this Xiaofeng? I always hear Qingqing mention you. Thank you so much, Annie. Li Dongmei walked towards me with a smile. Her kind look made me feel disgusted. All this is hypocritical because I am still useful at this moment, and in their eyes, money is the most important thing. I will take care of you in the future. I responded with a smile, but I had murderous intent in my heart. When the time is right, I will make you pay for what you have done. We have a large group, so let's choose a large private room. Su Qingqing and her family happily entered the private room with a minimum consumption of 100,000 yuan. They exchanged pleasantries and pretended to care about me. Their purpose was self-evident. They wanted me to pay the bill. I won't order. You order what you like. I responded with a sneer and continued chatting with Su Qingqing, mentioning, by the way, Qingqing, I heard that red wine has the effect of nourishing the skin, and the more expensive it is, the better the effect. Really? Beauty? Su Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately had a new idea. She felt that she was not beautiful enough, and it turned out to be because she did not drink red wine. I will definitely drink it often in the future, and I will definitely marry a rich second-generation man. Her inner thoughts were exposed, but on the surface she still praised me sweetly. Brother Fong Luo, you are really knowledgeable. I admire you so much. Fong Luo is really young and promising. Anyone who can marry Fong Luo is truly blessed in their previous life. What are you waiting for? Come on, give everyone a bottle of red wine, and let's all beautify our skin together. Li Dongmei immediately took out the menu and instructed the waiter with anticipation on her face. They ordered 18 bottles of red wine, which cost tens of thousands of yuan each. They obviously didn't mind spending money at all. They even thought that the money was not enough and wanted to drink more expensive wine, fearing that the beauty effect would not be enough to remove the small blemishes on their faces. The total cost of food and drinks for this meal was 500,000, which was several times more expensive than the last time I came. They ate voraciously and drank like guzzlers. How greedy! I couldn't help feeling disgusted. I deliberately didn't order any food, but instead started a conversation. Qingqing, when are you going to tell me? Fong Luo, why aren't you eating? Eat quickly. Li Dongmei interrupted me before I could finish my words. She deliberately avoided the topic and was obviously avoiding mentioning marriage. Her method was exactly the same as in her previous life. Even if they spent 500,000, it would not shake their greed. I'm not hungry. You guys eat more. I sneered, having already decided in my heart that I would not be the sucker again. This time, I won't be fooled by them again. I need to go to the bathroom. When I was almost done eating, I stood up, used the excuse of going to the bathroom, and left the hotel directly. 500,000. Let's see how they settle the bill. After leaving that restaurant, I went to another upscale restaurant and enjoyed the food alone. The taste of the food was more intoxicating than before, and I enjoyed every bite. Soon, the phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was Su Qingqing. I guess that she probably realized that I was gone when she was paying the bill. I couldn't help laughing when I thought about the expressions on their faces when they saw the 500,000 yuan bill. I guess they were all so scared that their faces turned pale. Thinking of this, my appetite instantly increased, and all the food seemed to become extra delicious. So delicious. The phone kept ringing, but I chose not to answer it, letting it become a symphony in my ears. The more urgent the phone, the more I ate. At the same time, in the private room of Los Angeles Hotel, Su Qingqing was pacing anxiously and repeatedly calling me. Fong Luo went to the bathroom and hasn't come back yet. The waiter said it was time to settle the bill. She looked panicked, seeing the 540,000 yuan on the bill, with the decimals already erased. Li Dongmei asked angrily, "How's it going? Did you get through?" No one answered. Su Qingqing's face turned pale, and she became even more nervous. Could he have run away? Li Dongmei was extremely anxious and said viciously, "This bastard, if he doesn't have money, he shouldn't treat us. He actually cheated us. I thought he would pay, but who knew he actually disappeared?" They just ordered 18 bottles of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan. And now when the bill came, the amount of 540,000 yuan almost made them collapse. Li Dongmei never expected that the feast she had eaten in one go would be so expensive. Li Dongmei wanted to call the police angrily, but when she looked at the bill, her heart tightened. She understood that she had not even eaten a bite of my food since I entered the private room, and the police had no reason to ask me to pay. The person has run away, so who is going to pay the bill? More than 500,000. Su Qingqing's relatives also began to change their faces at this time, and began to feel fearful. Are we going to pay the bill? The waiter remained calm. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he silently signaled the security guard to get ready. Su Qingqing's face was pale. She answered call after call, but hung up every time. When she tried to contact other suitors, they hung up the phone without hesitation when they heard the bill was 500,000. Li Dongmei had nowhere to go and didn't even have a penny in savings. They didn't dare to run away at this time. The other party might not be a small figure like Los Angeles. Facing a truly rich person, they didn't even have the courage to run away. "Don't go!" Li Dongmei shouted nervously. "You guys ate too. You should at least pay for your share, right?" Su Qingqing's relatives were instantly furious. "Why? You said someone was treating us, so we came. It was you who interrupted Fong Luo's confession, and now that he's gone, why should we pay?" The relatives angrily blamed Li Dongmei, who was filled with regret, but regret was of no use. She threatened the relatives in a low voice. "You guys eat them too. Don't let them run away." However, the relatives were in a state of excitement, and a conflict suddenly broke out, with a melee quickly engulfing the entire private room. At this point, I was full and walked out of the restaurant, feeling satisfied. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw the police car whizzing over and the pedestrians around talking. "The police car is here. What's going on?" I heard that some people were having dinner at the Los Angeles hotel, but the host ran away and the bill couldn't be paid, so everyone started fighting. I raised my eyebrows slightly, imagining that it might be Su Qingqing's family making a scene. Unexpectedly, this dog-eat-dog situation was so exciting. I wonder if anyone was injured. I felt extremely happy. After eating and drinking, I not only taught my enemy a lesson, but also felt more relaxed and happy. Next, I have to start preparing for the end of the world. I originally had 2 million yuan and later borrowed more than 500,000 yuan from a lending platform. Now the funds in my card have exceeded 2.6 million yuan. I decided to use this money to lay a foundation for my future survival. First of all, we need an environment suitable for survival. I was thinking about how to use the money reasonably. The arrival of the end of the world will first be extremely hot weather, with temperatures possibly lasting 30 days and exceeding 60 degrees Celsius. At that time, reinforced concrete buildings will become steamers or even collapse. I almost died in that environment last time, and this time I must avoid that kind of pain. So I decided to rent a factory to create a suitable living space. The factory area is more than 300 square meters. The rent is 20,000, and it is much more suitable for handling extreme high temperatures than cold storage. Next, I contacted a refrigeration equipment company. I need a top-notch cold storage with refrigeration equipment that is twice the normal capacity. "Sir, our latest refrigeration equipment can reach a minimum temperature of -50 degrees Celsius. The company's head said in a firm tone. Now I breathed a sigh of relief. -50 degrees Celsius. Even if the end of the world comes, the indoor temperature can be maintained at a comfortable 30 degrees Celsius. Great, it can be done in 3 days, I said without hesitation. Sir, time is a bit tight. More money. I found a cold storage equipment company, and they originally said it would take at least 15 days to complete the installation of a top-grade cold storage. But after I offered to pay more, they actually shortened the installation time to 3 days. Naturally, the price increased several times to $20,000 per square meter. The total price of the entire 300 square meter cold storage exceeded $6 million, which was far beyond my budget. Fortunately, this type of project does not require full payment. I only need to pay 1/3 of the down payment, which is 2 million yuan, and the remaining 4 million yuan will be settled within a month. If I breach the contract, they can take back the equipment, and I will have to pay liquidated damages. However, with the end of the world approaching, who would care about liquidated damages? I agreed to the contract terms without hesitation. Afterwards, we met in a cafe to sign the contract. The person who came was the manager of the company, Wang Chong, a tall and thin man in his 30s. Mr. Fong is really a young and promising man. I wonder what kind of business you are engaged in that requires such a high-standard cold storage. He asked with a smile, obviously full of curiosity about a customer like me. In order to complete the construction of the cold storage ahead of schedule, I increased the price 3 times, and the specifications were far beyond those of ordinary cold storage. Wang Chong must have been wondering if I was going to hide some precious supplies. You don't need to know, I answered calmly, but I knew in my heart that I couldn't easily reveal my plan. After the contract was signed, they started working overnight with amazing efficiency. But when I saw the balance in my account, I couldn't help but feel distressed. 2.6 million. Only 600,000 was left in a blink of an eye. The subsequent food, water, and daily necessities will require additional expenses, and the electricity problem is even more of a headache for me. The cold storage requires electricity to maintain refrigeration, but Los Angeles's power system collapsed on the 3rd day after the end of the previous life. Therefore, I have to find a way to raise money to buy a high-power generator to maintain the normal operation of the cold storage. This cost is not small. It seems that I can only mortgage my property tomorrow and find a way to borrow some private loan sharks. Can men get naked loans? I walked and thought, how much can I borrow today? However, before I reached the restaurant, I heard a few cats screaming. Following the sound, I saw a big-headed kid of 7 or 8 years old cruelly torturing a tabby cat. He grabbed the cat's tail and kept throwing it. The cat's screams of pain were endless, and its fallen hair was all over the ground. Not only did the child not stop, but he became even more proud and laughed even louder. This scene made me frown. A child living in a peaceful era could be so cruel. No wonder there are so many cold-blooded killers after the end of the world. Just as I was about to walk around them and enter the restaurant, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a pattern on the tabby cat's tail that looked like lightning. My heart suddenly shook. Mother of lightning? My eyes widened instantly. In the previous life, there was a well-known tabby cat in Los Angeles. Because it was infected with an evolutionary virus, it gained electrical powers, and everyone called it Electric Mother. But it is not only famous for its electricity, but also for its cruel methods. It likes to attack and kill lone humans, especially their eyes, which it digs out almost every time. People are both in awe and fear of it. The lightning-like pattern on the tail of this tabby cat is clearly the symbol of Lightning Mother. My heart tightened, and I immediately rushed over, pushed away the child who was abusing Lightning Mother, and carefully picked up the cat. Sure enough, it was a female, and its eyes were intact. I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. This is a cat that will awaken electrical powers in the future. Its power can solve electricity problems. It is simply a living generator. Just when I was overjoyed, a middle-aged woman with a greasy face rushed over in a rage, pointed at my nose, and yelled at me. "You push my son." Her tone was aggressive. I calmly retorted, "Don't you see your child is abusing the cat? So what if he saw it? He's just a kid who likes to play. He just kicked it a few times. He didn't kill it." She put her hands on her hips, looking very confident. "I'm telling you, my son is injured. You can't leave without compensation today." I just pushed him away. I didn't even fall. How could I be hurt? I couldn't help but laugh. I have never seen such a shameless person. She actually wanted to blackmail me. "You little hooligans, you are bullying my son. There is really no law." She continued to yell and even called people around her. "Mom, it hurts." The child actually started to pretend to be injured and acted in pain. I couldn't help but laugh. If this wasn't a peaceful time, I would really like to deal with this mother and son directly. But now is not the time. It is better to avoid trouble as much as possible. Fatty, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'm going to smash your mouth. I glared at her coldly, stretched out my hand to push the 200-pound fat woman so hard that she stumbled a few steps, then turned around and walked away. When the end of the world comes, who cares whether you are alive or dead? I even wondered if she would be roasted like a pig in the 60 degrees Celsius temperature. You, how dare you push me? Just wait for me. The fat woman was obviously a bully who only feared the strong and bullied the weak. Seeing that I did not back down at all, although she kept pestering me, she did not dare to stop me anymore. I'm too lazy to pay attention to her. What's the big deal about an insignificant fat woman? Could it be that she is going to find a man to take revenge on me? Anyway, I have no interest in wasting time eating here anymore. I carried Dienmu back home, ordered takeout on the way, and bought some cat food. As soon as I sat on the sofa, I looked carefully at the cat in my arms. She weighed almost 10 kilograms and was very heavy to hold. Her fur was brown and black, and the most special thing was that there was a white lightning-shaped pattern at the end of her tail, which was exactly the same as the legendary Lightning Mother. Thinking about the end of the world approaching and owning a cat with the power to control electricity, I couldn't help but feel excited. However, this cat is not simple, with a very ferocious character, and will take revenge for any slight. I have to tame her first before I can make her my partner. From now on, I am your master, understand? Meow. The cat meowed softly, but its tail immediately wrapped around its private parts, as if to remind me, I'm a female cat. It's really impolite for you to stare at me like this, isn't it? I didn't understand at all, and excitedly took out the cat food. Eat this meal, and you will work with me from now on. When she saw the cat food, Diemu reacted immediately and jumped towards the cat food while meowing. Whatever, there was cat food anyway, and she had no room to resist. That was how we reached our little agreement. The next day, I left Diemu at home and went to the bank to apply for a loan to prepare for the coming doomsday. My house is about 130 square meters, and according to the housing prices in Los Angeles, it is worth about $4 million. The bank can lend me $3 million, but because it requires quick release of funds, the interest rate is a bit higher, but I don't care at all. The end of the world is near. Who cares about whether to lend money or not? After getting the bank loan, I went to inquire about private lending. There are 3 large private lending institutions in Los Angeles and several small ones. The interest rates of private lending are ridiculously high, at least 200% per year, which is simply a huge profit. What's worse is that their debt collection methods are extremely violent. They are not afraid of not paying back the money owed, but their main concern is not paying back the money borrowed. When I went to one of the loan companies, I saw a man who had been beaten to a bloody pulp because he had not repaid his debt. You won't pay me back. The creditors glanced at me, as if telling me that this is the consequence of not paying back the debt. But I'm not worried at all. The end of the world is coming, and it's already a problem for them to survive, let alone want to cause trouble for me. When the time comes, the Thunder Goddess will call and electrocute them to death. I went to all the private lending institutions in Los Angeles, but when I asked them if they could provide naked loans, everyone rolled their eyes and ignored me. In the end, I borrowed more than $6 million, plus the $3 million bank loan and my original $600,000. The total was almost $10 million. I hope this is enough, I thought to myself. After borrowing the money, 3 days had almost passed. Ding Ling. I haven't been to work for a long time. Chow Fong, the company's department manager, called me. Fong Luo, you're not going to work today. Do you want to work? Come to my office right away. Chow Fong is my boss, who's in her 40s. She often makes inappropriate suggestions to me. She usually asks me to serve tea and water, and she calls me in her office whenever she wants and asks me to give her a massage, implying that if I agree, she will give me a promotion and a raise. I've had enough. Go to work? I'll go to work only after you send my daughter over. The end of the world is coming. Who would still want to go to work? I hung up the phone. Chow Fong was stunned. When did Fong Luo become so tough? Didn't he usually just swallow his anger? She was so angry that she continued to call, only to find that I had blocked her. She was so angry that she criticized me in the work group, and a pretty boy who wanted to please her also echoed her. Fong Luo, you don't have to come. The position of team leader is now given to Sun Jie. I almost laughed out loud when I saw this message. Why should I care about the position of a team leader? I left the group chat directly. In the next few days, I finally lay comfortably on the sofa, holding Jianmu in my arms, ready to welcome the arrival of the end of the world. Ding ling ling. After a while, the phone rang again. It turns out that the cold storage has been completed. I was delighted and went to inspect it immediately. This 300 square meter cold storage has an unconventional configuration of equipment and provides first-class cooling effects. Boss, what kind of goods are you going to store? I have experience and can help you debug the equipment. Wang Chong seemed to be inquiring intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to know what exactly I was going to store. I glanced at him and said, "Do you know why dogs don't catch mice? Because dogs don't eat mice?" Wang Chong was puzzled. I ignored him. Only after I walked away did he realize that I was hinting at him to mind his own business. If you don't tell me, I wouldn't know." Wang Chong sneered as he watched me leave. The cold storage is finally completed. Next, I have to start preparing supplies and strengthening the protection of the cold storage. The zombies of the end of the world are extremely destructive, and ordinary houses cannot withstand their attacks at all. Although I have spatial abilities, I have not yet learned how to attack. So, I contacted a security company, hoping that they could design a set of protective facilities for my cold storage and help me isolate several spaces as bathrooms, living rooms, etc. Qin Hao, the head of the security company, immediately conducted an investigation. "Mr. Fong, there is no problem with the bathroom, but your cold storage has safety hazards and is prone to theft," he said. He didn't ask me why I wanted to build these facilities. As professional security personnel, they would only focus on their work and not inquire about the client's purpose. "What do you mean?" I suddenly became serious, with a sense of uneasiness rising in my heart. Qin Hao pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the cold storage without hesitation and explained, "Look, there is a hidden iron door here, which is usually not easy to detect. This door can be opened from the outside at any time. In addition, there are special buckles under the equipment, which can be easily moved with specific wheels. At that time, people outside can easily enter the cold storage without your presence." Every word Qin Hao said hit me like a hammer. As a former Special Forces soldier, he has extensive experience in reconnaissance and security. His discovery made me sober up instantly. Fortunately, I have already found a professional security company to reinforce the cold storage. Otherwise, once this loophole is exploited by others, not only will the safety of the cold storage be worrying, but also the chance of survival when the end of the world comes will be greatly weakened. The chill in my heart spread instantly. I had felt that something was wrong with Wang Chong from the refrigeration equipment company. He seemed to have sensed my intention to hoard valuable materials and was trying to find an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. A strong desire to kill rose in my heart. "Thank you, Qin Hao. We'll continue construction tomorrow." I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. "No problem, Mr. Fong, but time is a bit tight, and the project must be completed within 3 days." Qin Hao seemed very professional. "No problem. I'll pay more." I agreed immediately. "By the way, give me some more weapons." I gave the security company $5 million and asked them to complete the cold storage reinforcement task within 3 days. The tighter the time, the greater the pressure. After all, there are only 6 days left before the end of the world, and I have to prepare more supplies. Before the end of the world, the biggest challenge will be the high temperature that lasts for 30 days. Without enough water, almost no one can survive the heat. In the previous life, a large number of people died of thirst. I had already made sufficient preparations and directly spent $10 million to buy mineral water. The quantity was amazing, a total of 20 million bottles, 50 cents a bottle. Due to the large purchase volume, the price was greatly discounted. I paid a deposit of $3 million, and the rest of the money will be paid later. I was not careless about food. I purchased chickens, ducks, fish, pork, cattle, sheep, rice, flour, and various seasonal vegetables. I purchased a total of 5 million yuan, which I paid to 3 wholesalers. After the 2 million yuan deposit was paid, the rest will be settled as soon as possible. Every expense came like a flood. Despite this, I still felt nervous because there were still many supplies that I had not purchased. I have to find a way to make money. I thought to myself, the wholesalers deliver goods very quickly, especially for mineral water. There is a large mineral water company in Los Angeles. The goods are delivered to the cold storage in the evening. Several heavy trucks are lined up in a long queue, which is very impressive. "Boss Fong, the goods have arrived. Please sign." The lead driver, Wang Dezhuang, walked towards me with a cigarette in his mouth. "Okay, help me deliver the goods to the warehouse." I nodded. "We are only responsible for delivery, not unloading." Wang Dezhuang responded coldly. "But I clearly told your boss that unloading is free." I frowned, feeling a little unhappy. "Your boss doesn't count." Wang Dezhuang curled his lips, obviously ready to make some extra money from me. "If you want to unload the goods, you have to pay extra. Their fleet is used to this method, and when they see people who are in urgent need of goods, they will find an opportunity to charge extra fees. Most people are eager to get the goods, so they can only swallow their anger and pay. How much does it cost? I asked, suppressing my dissatisfaction. 10,000. Wang Dezhuang looked at me. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and his tone was full of confidence. Feng Luo's eyes turned cold, and he cursed these scoundrels in his heart. Do you think you can make a fortune easily? Boss Feng is so generous. Seeing me transfer the money, Wang Dezhuang showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then he started unloading the goods with his porters. After everything was completed successfully, I did not leave in a hurry, but stayed quietly in the cold storage, waiting for what might happen next. Sure enough, in the early hours of the morning, there was a rustling sound outside the cold storage. I stared at the door vigilantly and saw that the loophole that Qin Hao had pointed out began to appear, and the equipment in the cold storage was quietly moving. Hey, what good stuff was delivered today? It must be precious supplies. Let's move them out quickly. The whispers of several people came from outside. Wang Chang passed through the secret entrance he had set up in advance and entered the cold storage, followed by 3 burly men. Wang Chang, habitual criminal, once took advantage of the opportunity to build a warehouse for others, secretly tampered with the cold storage, and then sneaked in to steal valuable items. He knew the surveillance routes very well, and the entrances he set up were extremely clever. He has never failed so far and has made a lot of money. He had originally planned to retire, but due to some unusual behavior of mine, he was once again driven by curiosity and greed and decided to target my cold storage again. That day, Wang Chang sent people to keep watch and found that there were a large amount of supplies piled up in my warehouse, so he immediately brought people over. Take a closer look to see what's in the box. Wang Chang coldly ordered the strong men, and then began to rummage through the boxes. Boss, it's all mineral water. Mineral water? Wang Chang frowned. How is it possible? That guy spent millions to build a cold storage just to store mineral water? His head must have been caught in the door. Look again. Several people began to search again. At this time, a strong man walked behind a row of boxes. Suddenly, he felt a cold feeling on his neck. A dagger was instantly placed on his neck. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. A trace of a plea for survival flashed in his eyes. However, the dagger ruthlessly slashed across his throat, and he fell heavily to the ground without even a scream. My eyes were as cold as ice. This cold storage was specially built by me to deal with the end of the world, but these people had set up a hidden entrance in advance, which almost became a fatal threat. After my rebirth, I will never show mercy to anyone who might threaten my life. My eyes were full of murderous intent, and I glanced coldly at the remaining 3 strong men. It was obviously impossible to defeat them head-on, so I decided to wait patiently and defeat them one by one. Sure enough, the opportunity came soon. I quickly dealt with the remaining 2. Finally, Wang Chang was alone and realized that something was wrong. The 3 companions he brought with him disappeared one after another, and the entire cold storage fell into a deathly silence. Huzi, Scott. Wang Chang shouted angrily, but got no response. Suddenly, he felt a cold touch on his back, as if a dagger was pressed tightly against his waist. Stop shouting, they're all dead. The cold voice sounded in Wang Chang's ears. He was shocked and turned around to see a bloody dagger that was dripping blood. In the silent cold storage, the ticking sound seemed like a death knell. It's you! Wang Chang's eyes widened. He could hardly believe his eyes. The young man in front of him, who looked harmless during the day, was actually the murderer who killed his 3 companions. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and Wang Chang's mind was in a mess. Why are you here? My cold storage. Why can't I be here? I sneered. Watching him tremble all over, my tone was cold. But you dared to set up a hidden entrance to my cold storage. Tell me, should I stab you to death directly, or slowly cut you into pieces? Mercy, mercy! Wang Chang knelt down in fear. When he saw the bloody blade of the dagger, he had completely lost the strength to resist. Normally, he just stole some things. He had never seen a demon like me who didn't blink an eye. He regretted it a lot. He obviously didn't need money. Why did he provoke such a vicious person? Don't kill me. I can compensate you for your loss. 100,000? 200,000? Wang Chang hurriedly took out his bank card and tried to use money to exchange for his life. Do I need this little money from you? I sneered with a cold look in my eyes. No, 1 million. I will return the deposit to you. Wang Chang continued to raise the price. Seeing that death was getting closer, He dared not hesitate any longer. I looked at him with a little surprise. You were just a manager. How do you have so much money? When I signed a contract with Wang Chong before, I learned that he was just a manager of the refrigeration company, not the boss. These were all stolen in the past. Wang Chong smiled awkwardly and told the story of how he once teamed up with a construction team to set up a hidden entrance in another warehouse and took the opportunity to steal. When I heard this, my eyes lit up. It turned out that the warehouses that Wang Chong was involved in were all over Los Angeles, including well-known companies such as Huiyong Supermarket, Los Angeles Hotel, Luoshui Mineral Water Factory, etc. He even had detailed construction drawings of these places and was able to avoid all surveillance. The supplies hidden in these warehouses are absolutely priceless. If I can steal them one by one, I will never have to worry about supplies for my whole life in the end times, even enough for 10 lifetimes. Tell me the layout of these warehouses and the locations of the hidden entrances. My eyes flashed, and I immediately pressed the issue. Wang Chong was afraid of offending me, so he immediately told me everything. In order to make sure Wang Chong hadn't concealed anything, I tied him up and went to a warehouse to investigate. Sure enough, the hidden entrance was exactly the same as the blueprint, and the surveillance route was difficult to detect. I was overjoyed, but I was not in a hurry to act. After all, there were still 6 days before the end of the world. If I acted too early, if the police found any clues, it would be troublesome. Boss Fong, can you let me go? Wang Chong asked cautiously, his tone full of fear. Let you go? I sneered. You told me the secret of the warehouse. If I let you go now, once the things disappear, you will definitely suspect that it was me. If you spread this news, I'm afraid countless people will target me. Wang Chong panicked. I dare not. I absolutely dare not. I remained unmoved and stabbed the dagger directly into his heart. Wang Chong never had the chance to beg for mercy. Afterwards, I used his mobile phone to send a message to Wang Chong's wife, saying that my crime had been exposed and I was preparing to flee abroad for asylum. I checked Wang Chong's bank card again and was surprised to find that there was more than 30 million in it. This guy was so greedy that he only gave me 1 million before he died. I did not take all the money, but left a few million to Wang Chong's wife. This way, she would not suspect anything and would not call the police. The remaining 20 million or so was all pocketed by me. After dealing with these, I used my spatial ability to put the 4 bodies into the black hole space to avoid being discovered by the police. Then, I transferred all the mineral water into the space and went home as if nothing had happened. The next day, the security company began to reinforce the cold storage, and I took a huge sum of more than 20 million yuan and began to prepare supplies for the end of the world. 20 million is a huge sum of money. First, I bought several large generators and plenty of fuel. Although I have a magical tool like Diemu also needs to rest, so next time I will let the generator take over. After all, no one is the kind of black-hearted boss who requires employees to work 24 hours a day. Then I bought various tools, an axe, a shovel, which are the basic necessities for survival. Even the necessities of life were not left out. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, air conditioners, washing machines, computers, game consoles, and even a large bed that could sleep 10 people was chosen. After all, it is possible to get sick in the end times, so I have prepared medicines such as cold medicine and Rumania pills. I also prepared more clothes, including suits, work clothes, made outfits, leather jackets and shoes, black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, and of course, Durex. I'll start with 100 sets. Although everyone wants to be naked in the end times, they still have to put on some clothes after the high temperature. I also anticipated that I might need to travel long distances in the apocalypse, so I specially bought a Dongfeng Mengshi civilian armored vehicle. I heard that its bulletproof tires could withstand the attacks of ordinary zombies. As for food, I have learned that the warehouses mentioned by Wang Chong are not short of food at all. Those supermarkets are enough to supply the lives of tens of millions of people in Los Angeles. The only downside might be high-end ready-made foods, but I have a few million left to spend, so that's not a problem at all. So I contacted the big hotels in Los Angeles directly and ordered million-dollar gourmet food, steak, red wine, lobster, and asked them to be delivered to my home in batches within 3 days. The rest was to prepare weapons. I bought some common weapons from a security company, such as daggers and anti-riot sticks, but these were too common and were not enough to face the threat of zombies and superpowers. The space ability I possessed could not provide combat power in the early stage. If I were besieged, I would have no chance of winning. Therefore, I decided to purchase more suitable weapons abroad and make comprehensive preparations. At this time, There were only 5 days left until the end of the world. When I was preparing to leave the country, the doorbell suddenly rang. I opened the door, and there stood a woman with brown curly hair and a few red scratches on her face. "Brother Fong Luo, why did you leave suddenly last time? You didn't answer my calls." Su Qingqing pretended to look pitiful. Recalling the last time she and her motherly Dame had a fight, I couldn't help but sneer. Her mother was in debt, and I guess she must want to borrow me to pay off the debt this time. "I'm busy with work," I responded coldly. In fact, I had already begun to wonder whether I should get rid of her without anyone noticing, just like I did with Wang Chong. But when I thought about how her mother would definitely know that she was coming to see me, I thought that going too far might cause trouble. So I decided to forget it, as she wouldn't live long. "Brother Fong Luo, why didn't you tell me? I almost misunderstood you." As she spoke, she reached out and hugged my arm, placing it against her chest. This attitude made me feel disgusted. I remembered that when she was hanging me, I didn't see her having this attitude. I ignored her and continued looking down at my phone. Su Qingqing didn't give up and continued to talk to herself. "Brother Fong Luo, your house is so clean. I like boys who love cleanliness the most." Then, her eyes fell on the food I ordered. "You bought so much food and red wine. It looks so expensive. Can I have a taste?" "This is what I plan to use to wash my feet," I replied coldly, laughing in my heart. Her face froze for a moment, and she obviously didn't know how to respond. "Brother Fong Luo, are you booking a plane ticket to travel?" she asked curiously. "Yeah," I answered briefly. "Then can you take me with you? I could take care of you and won't spend money indiscriminately. Just book a room." She made the request almost impatiently. I couldn't help but smile, and an idea came to my mind. Seeing her anxious look, I whispered, "Okay, take your mother with you." "Ah, that's not so good. My mother is old and out of shape." She was stunned. "I mean, take her on a trip," I added with a smile. "Really?" She was almost overjoyed and immediately contacted her mother. Li Dongmei, who was originally somewhat dissatisfied with me, immediately smiled when she heard the news. She was already thinking that Fong Luo might help them repay the debt. I booked a flight to a country in Southeast Asia, which is not far from here and has a relaxed security situation, which is very suitable for me to achieve my plan. After arriving at the destination, I asked them to hand over their ID cards and passports, saying that I would book a hotel for them. They handed them over to me without any doubt. At this time, I already had a bigger plan in mind. Since they were so content to stay in Southeast Asia, I might as well use these few days to complete my other preparations. In the next few days, I paid close attention to the cold storage to ensure that everything was safe. After reinforcement and renovation, the cold storage is now extremely safe. Even if a fire spreads outside, it can maintain the temperature and provide me with the best shelter environment. There is only 1 day left before the end of the world, and I have made all the preparations. All of this will eventually lead to one goal: the robbed warehouse. March 31st, 2030, there is only 1 day left until the end of the world. I have prepared most of the supplies needed for the end of the world. The next task is to sneak into the major warehouses and plunder all the stocks in them to prepare for the final moment. Through Wang Chong, I already know the specific locations, hidden entrances, and surveillance routes of several large warehouses. After a night's rest and a good rest, it's finally time to take action. It's midnight and the night is dark. I put on my helmet, got on the motorcycle that I had prepared long ago, and drove silently towards the target warehouse. There were few pedestrians on the streets at this time, especially today was the weekend and everyone had to go to work in the morning, so the streets were almost empty, which made the operation smoother. My first choice was the largest supermarket chain in the area, Huiyong Supermarket. Huiyong Supermarket is not only the busiest shopping place in Los Angeles, but also the largest food and daily necessities distribution center in the city. With a customer flow of over 50,000 people a day, it stocks an astonishing variety and quantity of goods, ranging from precious jewelry to everyday food ingredients. According to the map provided by Wang Chong, I sneaked into the warehouse through the hidden entrance. It was late at night, and there were only 2 people in the duty room of the warehouse. Although they were still on duty seriously, they were completely unaware that danger was approaching quietly. I bypassed the surveillance cameras and quickly entered the monitoring room. I subdued the security guards with electric batons, tied them up, and gagged them. The whole process was orderly. In order to avoid being investigated by the police in the morning, I always wore a helmet and kept a low profile. The omen of the end of the world is like a silent storm. The arrival time of the last life was 12 noon. The final overturn means that all preparations will be invalid. Therefore, All details cannot be sloppy. After turning off all the surveillance, I began to loot supplies without any scruples. First of all, food. Huiyong Supermarket's warehouse has stored food for millions of people, and the refrigerated area is filled with all kinds of frozen meats, chicken feet, duck feet, chicken legs, etc., which is literally tens of tons of supply. There is even more abundant fresh meat, including beef, mutton, and pork, enough to make anyone salivate during the apocalypse. I remember that in the last life, under the high temperature of 60 degrees, the meat went bad and rotted, and almost all the meat in the supermarket went bad, causing countless people to fight for a bite of fresh meat when they had nothing to eat. The seafood reserves are equally astonishing. Shrimps, crayfish, grass carp, mandarin fish, sea bass, big blue dragonfish, king crab, dozens of tons in total. At the end of the world, there was a global drought and the waters were almost dried up. The chance of getting a crayfish was like finding a treasure. As for vegetables, common vegetables such as Chinese cabbage, and leeks should not be ignored. Although eating meat is very enjoyable, it is not good without vegetables, otherwise it will cause various health problems. Dozens of tons of vegetables plus staple foods such as rice, flour, rice noodles, and noodles, all kinds of ingredients are available and piled up in the warehouse. Drinks are indispensable, with mountains of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Yuanchi Forest, and other drinks, probably enough for me to live for several centuries. There were even all kinds of red wines piled up. The quantity was astonishing. These resources made Fong Luo feel proud, thinking that he had made a lot of money this time. Not to mention snacks, spicy strips, potato chips, candies, etc., which are simply must-haves for survival in the apocalypse. After I had all the food and daily necessities, I turned to other necessities, such as towels, toothbrushes, facial cleansers, and even various women's underwear, stockings, Durex, and other items. Finally, I also prepared pots and pans and a large bed that could accommodate 10 people without feeling crowded. After more than 3 hours of hard work, I successfully looted all the large warehouses in the city, with the value of the materials exceeding 10 billion. These things will be the guarantee of my future life, and can even support me through the entire apocalypse. At 4 a.m., the mission was completed. Fong Luo returned to the cold storage, locked the doors and windows, and set up a comfortable home. Beds, sheets, TV, computer, PS5 game console. Everything is available. The cold storage instantly turned into a living space, enough for him to live a worry-free life in the days to come. Although it was late at night, Fong Luo couldn't help feeling sleepy after a day of hard work. After putting all the daily necessities in place, he decided to have a good rest and spend this last peaceful night. Early morning of April 1st, 2030. The weather was sunny, the temperature mild, and the downtown streets were still bustling. Everyone is busy preparing for a new day, but the news at this time reports a piece of news that shocked the whole city. All the materials in the city's 5 large warehouses were stolen overnight, with the amount reaching tens of billions. The police are investigating, but no clues have been found yet. However, no one seemed to care too much about this news. After all, the vegetable markets in the streets and alleys have been sold out, and what everyone is most concerned about is what to eat today. At the same time, the news channel continued to broadcast a preview of an astronomical phenomenon. It is expected that at 12 noon, 2 giant planets will collide 100 million kilometers away from the blue planet, which may bring a dazzling flash of light. Despite this, the news did not attract much attention. After all, such astronomical phenomena have occurred more than once. However, who could have imagined that this sudden light would be a sign of doomsday? At 12 o'clock, a dazzling white light streaked across the sky, and the bright daylight suddenly became blinding. Pedestrians on the street stopped and looked up in surprise. What the hell? There's lightning in the daytime. How can this lightning be so strong? It's beyond the norm. Are you stupid? This is the light emitted by the collision of 2 large planets. However, no one expected that this abnormal airflow would trigger a disaster. In the next few minutes, the temperature of the Earth began to rise sharply. People on the street took off their clothes to cool off, and the air in the whole city became extremely hot and humid. The end of the world is coming. Global temperatures are rising rapidly at this moment. At 12:03, the air temperature in the coastal city of Los Angeles reached a rare 45 degrees Celsius, and the number continued to rise. At 12:30, the air temperature soared to 65 degrees Celsius. The concrete floor temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius. The stray dogs on the street were jumping as they walked. My feet are really hot. Now, not to mention frying eggs, even frying steak is no problem. This situation is not limited to Los Angeles. Even in northern cities, the air temperature is approaching 60 degrees Celsius, and the snow on the ground has now all melted. In tropical regions, the air temperature exceeds 80 degrees Celsius. Faced with the sudden high temperature, everyone was sweltering for a while. The streets were in chaos, with people and animals all scrambling to get to the shade, causing all kinds of trampling. However, at this time, Fong Luo was lying comfortably on a large bed that was wide enough for 10 people, snoring softly. A shiver. Fong Luo woke up. Hiss, lightning mother, you actually snatched my quilt. I'm freezing to death. Fong Luo was woken up by the cold while sleeping soundly. It turned out that the refrigeration equipment in the cold storage was running. Fong Luo set a time star for the refrigeration equipment and set it to the lowest temperature, so the temperature in the cold storage was a bit low. Although it was 65 degrees Celsius outside, it was less than 10 degrees Celsius indoors. It looks like the end of the world has arrived. Fong Luo put on his coat, looked outside, and quickly turned up the temperature of the equipment. Then he poured himself a cup of hot milk and warmed himself up, lying comfortably on a big sofa. It's worthy of being a sofa worth more than 800,000 yuan. It's really comfortable. Fong Luo moaned in comfort. Then he took out his cell phone and looked online. As expected, all the websites were reporting headlines about the high temperatures. The comments section has exploded. Hot horse, this damn weather. Why did it suddenly get hot? I went home early and found my wife playing poker with others at home. Woo woo woo. I was carrying bricks, and when I was carrying them, I found that the bricks were hot and my hands were covered with blisters. Thanks to the high temperature, I just had a date with my goddess. The high temperature melted the putty on her face. I didn't expect my goddess to look like that. I vomited. I was supposed to have a monthly exam, but the school announced a holiday. I love the heat. Is this the end of the world? Should I stock up on supplies? But it's so hot outside, I don't even want to go out to buy groceries. Will the end of the world affect my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan? There are various voices of discussion on the internet. However, most people did not take this sudden high temperature seriously, but instead treated it as a pleasant vacation. Only Fong Luo knows. This high temperature will last for a full month, when all rivers will dry up and the world will become a purgatory. The food stinks. A bottle of water can cause a group of people to fight to the death. If we start to be on guard now, not so many people will die by then. Fong Luo sighed, but he couldn't care less. Even if he went out and shouted that the world was about to end, no one would take him seriously. The only person he can manage is himself. Gurgle. Suddenly my stomach started to growl. Feeling a little hungry, Fong Luo then remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since last night. So Fong Luo started to pick food from the space, but he didn't know how to cook, so he had to pick something that didn't require cooking skills. Fong Luo took out the hot pot utensils. As for the ingredients, after much deliberation, Fong Luo finally chose a few pieces of imported A5 grade Wagyu beef, as well as Australian lobster and Mr. Crab. The ingredients alone cost tens of thousands of dollars. The shabu-shabu must be good. As for drinks, any bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars will do. Don't be too extravagant. It was scorching hot outside, with the temperature reaching 65 degrees Celsius, and everyone was busy looking for shade. Fong Luo, however, was in a cold storage at only 10 degrees Celsius, wearing silk pajamas and eating delicious beef hot pot. If a chef knew that Fong Luo used A5 Wagyu beef and big lobster for hot pot, he would probably be so angry that he would beat his chest and stamp his feet. What a waste. I can't always eat hot pot. I'll have to find a maid to wash my clothes, cook for me, etc. Fong Luo thought to himself. Ding-ling. While he was enjoying the delicious food, Fong Luo's cell phone rang. The caller ID shows Su Qingqing. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. This woman should still be in Southeast Asia, where the temperature is as high as 70 degrees Celsius. What's the matter? Fong Luo answered with a playful look. Brother Fong Luo. Su Qingqing's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Fong Luo, where are you? The room is closed. It's suddenly so hot outside. I can't stand it. Previously, Su Qingqing followed Fong Luo to Southeast Asia, intending to devote herself to Fong Luo and let Fong Luo pay off her debts. Unexpectedly, Fong Luo said he had to leave for something and renewed her room for 5 days, letting her have fun on her own. She was somewhat happy. Because I don't have to sacrifice myself. I can keep my virginity and then go and hook up with a rich second generation. During these 5 days, she took her mother on a tour and had a great time. I didn't even think of Fong Luo. Until noon today, when the room lease expired and they had just checked out, the weather suddenly became hot, soaring to 70 degrees Celsius. Su Qingqing and her mother were standing at the door of the hotel, jumping up and down in the heat. They took off all their clothes except their underwear, but it still didn't help. Only then did they remember to call Fong Luo. Qingqing, when did Fong Luo come? My feet are all blistered. On the other end of the phone, Li Dongmei was wailing. Fong Luo felt secretly happy when he heard this. You bastard, do you know how to bark now? In my previous life, I braved the high temperatures and zombies to find food for you, but you didn't thank me. Not only did you think I wasn't enough, you killed me too much and even smashed your head to steal your supernatural nuclear crystal. Now let you also have a taste of the hot sun. Can't stand it? Don't you have hands? Solve it yourself. Fong Luo took a bite of hot beef and answered perfunctorily. Solve it yourself? Su Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then realized what Fong Luo meant and immediately said in a resentful tone, Brother Fong Luo, stop joking. I don't know why the weather here has suddenly become so hot. It's hot. Fong Luo wiped the sweat from the spicy hot pot and nodded. It's a bit hot, I'm sweating too. Brother Fong Luo, please come and pick me up. No, I'm busy now. Why don't you come back by yourself? But Brother Fong Luo, my ID card and passport are with you. Su Qingqing's mouth was dry now, and her originally soft green tea voice now sounded like it was stuffed with a rag. She originally planned to buy water, but all the water in the nearby stores was sold out. Only some high-end red wines were left. She simply couldn't afford it. Really? I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. But I'm in China now and can't come over. How about you come and get it? Brother Fong Luo, stop joking. How can I get there? Su Qingqing felt that Fong Luo was playing a trick on her and felt a little resentful. But now she was as hot as a dog, sweat was pouring down between her legs, and the ground was wet. In this unfamiliar place, the only person she can rely on is Fong Luo. I dare not lose my temper at all. So he said pitifully again, Brother Fong Luo, how about this? You can help me renew the room for a few more days, and when the high temperature is over, I will go to your house to find you immediately. Her meaning was clear. You pay me for the room renewal, and I will pay you back with my body. But would Fong Luo care about a woman who killed him in his previous life? Please, I have tens of billions of resources. What kind of woman can I find? What did you say? My signal is bad. I can't hear you. Fong Luo hung up the phone directly. Later, Su Qingqing called again, but Fong Luo ignored her and just kept eating hot pot, letting the phone keep ringing. The more urgent the ringing, the more delicious the food Fong Luo ate. After that, Su Qingqing stopped calling and started sending messages instead after a while. Brother Fong Luo, my mother has fainted. Please come and save her. There was also a photo attached, showing Li Dongmei lying unconscious on the ground like a dead pig. It seems to be quite hot. It's even smoking. Fong Luo was amazed, feeling extremely happy. He picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Dianmu. This beef is so delicious. It makes you feel warm all over. Dianmu, do you want to go and get rid of the cold? He had no sympathy for Li Dongmei's experience, and even felt that she was dying too slowly. Damn it, he hurt me like that in his previous life. Fong Luo continued to eat hot pot. The longer time went on, the more panicked Su Qingqing became. My mother fell ill. I am unfamiliar with the place. She was totally helpless. Only then did she remember that she had always lived such a comfortable life because of Fong Luo. Bags, clothes, and mobile phones were all bought by Fong Luo. She was not stupid and knew that Fong Luo was deliberately taking revenge on her. She is full of regret now. I really shouldn't have kept Fong Luo hanging like that. Su Qingqing kept sending messages to Fong Luo, trying to make him change his mind. The language is also more open. Brother Fong Luo, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? I'm single now. Brother Fong Luo, what kind of knowledge do you like? Brother Fong Luo, even though this is my first time, I have a strong learning ability and can learn anything quickly. Brother Fong Luo, what animal do you like? A cat or a dog? Chapter 10 Superpowers. Su Qingqing kept sending messages to Fong Luo, each one more outrageous than the last. Now, she's like Fong Luo's bootlicker. Fong Luo wanted to laugh. I guess Su Qingqing never thought that one day she would beg herself like this. However, facing Su Qingqing's pleading, Fong Luo did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy. It's your own fault. She deserves it. After eating hot pot, Fong Luo looked through the window at the situation outside. Today is Monday. There were originally many people working near the warehouse, but now there is no one outside. They have all hidden in the shade. It's too hot. The phone shows that the temperature outside has reached 65 degrees Celsius today. In this kind of high temperature, staying outside for a few minutes could result in heat stroke or even death. Even if you stay at home and turn the air conditioner to 16 degrees Celsius, the indoor temperature will not be lower than 50 degrees Celsius. Moreover, ordinary air conditioners will soon become scrapped if they continue to operate in such extreme conditions. In contrast, Fong Luo's cold storage uses advanced professional refrigeration equipment, and the number of equipment is 3 times more than that of cold storage of the same size. And special materials were added to the walls. It's only 10 degrees Celsius indoors now. It didn't feel hot at all. It was even a little cold, and I needed to put on a coat. Fong Luo lay comfortably on the 800,000 yuan sofa, with his PS5 connected to a 100-inch large-screen TV. He found a game to play out of boredom. It would be nice to nuke Los Santos. It was early morning. Fong Luo finally felt a little sleepy, getting ready to take a shower and go to bed. I went to the bathroom that had been built in advance and took out a few buckets of water from the space and poured them into the bathtub. This bathtub has a built-in massage function and was bought by Fong Luo from a shopping mall warehouse. I heard it is a limited edition and costs hundreds of thousands. It's really comfortable to lie in. However, it is still inferior to a real-life massage. I'd better ask a real person to do the massage when the time comes. Fong Luo placed a bunch of imported grapes next to him and ate the grapes while taking a bath. That's so cool. Thinking back to my previous life, I was as hot as a dog. Lying in the big bathtub, Fong Luo used his mobile phone to check the real-time updates online. Most of the day had passed. The world began to change. Many trees began to turn yellow, the water level began to drop, and some old equipment failed and became scrapped. Shit, my power box is old, and the air conditioner doesn't work during a power outage. What is this? There are hundreds of mice in my house. They are all here to escape the summer heat. Help! A mouse is better than a centipede or a cockroach. I am the one who needs to be saved. Help me. The ambulances have been sirens all day today. It seems many people have suffered from heat stroke. The environment is too harsh. Many elderly people have died due to the high temperatures. However, most people still do not feel the sense of crisis and are still talking nonsense as usual. I even hope the high temperature continues. However, Fong Luo knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Because the situation is not particularly bad now. Everyone has water, electricity, and food at home. However, when the water and electricity are cut off in a few days and there is no food at home, they will not be so optimistic. By then, the world will be in complete chaos and no one will care about laws and order. Because in the face of life, these are worthless. Also, the world will have a virus outbreak. Zombie virus, evolution virus. Either of these 2 viruses will deal a fatal blow to human society. Zombie virus. Once infected, the creature will become bloodthirsty, knowing only to attack and destroy. And evolving viruses. Although it won't make people lose their minds. However, it will give humans great power. Don't think this is a good thing. After gaining power, will people be law-abiding and abide by the law? For example, when Fong Luo rescued Dianmu, he met a fat woman and a naughty kid. A child of that age can show his violent side even in peacetime, let alone adults in the chaotic end times. Those loan sharks who collect debts violently, they beat and kick people even in peacetime, and even violate the will of women. What will happen after the end of the world? After they gain powerful strength, will they think about protecting the weak? No, they will bully the weak even more unscrupulously. The number of people who died at their hands was no less than that of those who died at the hands of zombies. Moreover, there are quite a few people like this. Even for Fong Luo, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not become such a person. Will I bully men and women? However, this does not mean that Fong Luo should not gain power. This is the only means of survival in the end times. He had to gain strength. There is nothing wrong with power. What is wrong is the person who gains power. Fong Luo just wants to live. Although I already have spatial abilities, I still need to strengthen my strength. I can't just eat and wait for death. Psychics are divided into levels 1 to 10. The higher the level, the more powerful the ability. In his previous life, Fong Luo was just an ordinary first-level psychic, one of the weakest, and his combat capability was no different from that of ordinary people. Because of the initial space ability, there was no combat means, only a storage space. Unlike superpowers such as fire and electricity, they have powerful combat power from the beginning. There are 2 ways to improve your ability level. 1. Absorb more evolved viruses. However, evolved viruses are extremely scarce, and it is unlikely that 1 in 100 people can be found. 2nd, kill zombies or other people with special abilities and absorb the enhanced crystals in their brains. This is the main means to improve strength. Unfortunately, Fong Luo was not able to kill zombies in his previous life, nor could he find more evolved viruses. In the end, he couldn't even defeat Su Qingqing's family. But, since I'm reborn, Fong Luo will never make the same mistake again. He wants to collect a batch of evolution viruses in advance. Rapidly improve your strength. Moreover, Dianmu is by his side in this life and has not yet obtained the evolution virus. Now it is just an ordinary female cat. We don't know where it got the virus in its previous life. Fong Luo glanced at the female cat, snoring on the sofa. He wants to find these evolving viruses. Only with powerful superpowers can you deal with enemies and powerful zombies. Only then can you protect yourself. Having made up his mind, Fong Luo immediately began to make a plan. Fong Luo remembered that the zombie virus broke out in his previous life on the 5th night of the apocalypse. So, the evolution of viruses probably occurred at the same time. Fong Luo first took out a map of Los Angeles. He looked up the location where he was infected with the virus in his previous life, as well as the range of possible activities of Dianmu in his previous life. Finally, the approximate location was determined. Time flies. It's the 5th day of the apocalypse. These days, Fong Luo stayed in the cold storage every day. Since the virus had not yet arrived, there was no point in going out early. It's very hot outside, but he was not idle either. Instead, he took out his VR device and played Resident Evil to experience the scene of facing zombies in advance. Gain some experience in fighting zombies. Because he was too serious, he played until 3 a.m. yesterday, so Fong Luo slept until 7 p.m. The temperature in the main cold storage is also very comfortable. After his debugging, the indoor temperature has been maintained at around 18-20 degrees Celsius, which is the most comfortable temperature for human body. If he wasn't hungry, and if the virus wasn't going to break out again today, and he needed to find an evolved virus, he wouldn't want to wake up at all. Isn't the big bed that is 10 people wide uncomfortable? It's a pity that the bed feels a little empty, as if something is missing. Stretched, Fong Luo got up and cooked himself a bowl of abalone and sea cucumber porridge. It's not good to eat greasy food on an empty stomach, so Fong Luo put the steak aside. Although his cooking skills are average, the ingredients are of high quality, so the food Fong Luo cooks is still delicious. Someday I will have to find a chef to cook for me. While eating porridge, Fong Luo took out his cell phone. Su Qingqing no longer sent him messages, and the last message was at 10 o'clock last night. He is probably dead now. That was Southeast Asia. The temperature was over 70 degrees Celsius, and she had no money there. Fong Luo just felt a sense of relief. I read today's news. The temperature in Los Angeles has remained stable at 65 degrees Celsius. In just 5 days, the water level of Luoqing Reservoir evaporated and dropped by more than 50 meters. Some small lakes have completely dried up. According to statistics from the water plant company, Los Angeles consumed a total of 100 million tons of water during these 3 days, and the average daily water consumption was more than 10 times the usual. This does not include what evaporates. The price of tap water has now risen from about 3 yuan per ton to 3,000 yuan per ton. It has increased 1,000 times. The key point is that the water supply from the water plant is no longer sufficient to supply the entire city. Some areas have already started to have water supply cuts, and the water supply is only supplied to areas within the second ring road of the city and some wealthy areas. In short supply. You can't buy it even if you have money. Moreover, under the continued high temperature, fires broke out in many places, resulting in power outages in more than half of the city. The only air conditioner that provided cooling also stopped working. More than 80% of the elderly did not survive. Some young people with poor health also died from lack of water. According to news statistics, the number of deaths in Los Angeles hospitals alone exceeded hundreds of thousands. This does not include some people who may die at home or on the street. If you add it all up, it could be over 1 million. Remember, this is only the 5th day. The zombies haven't even broken out yet. Now the streets are in chaos. People who were originally staying at home peacefully can't help but come out in the high temperature to look for food and water. The city's crime rates suddenly soared by 350%. Robberies and fights were happening on every street. The police and firefighters on duty are simply too busy to handle the situation. Fong Luo's cold storage also had a power outage. Fortunately, Fong Luo has a generator and fuel, so he can generate electricity on his own. The temperature in the cold storage did not rise and was still very comfortable. Fong Luo felt emotional. I was just like them in my previous life, as hot as a dog, and fighting to the death for a sip of water. Fortunately, in this life, I prepared supplies in advance and built a cold storage so I don't have to lose my life for a piece of bread. However, my fuel is limited and I cannot always use the generator to generate electricity. We need to think of other ways. Fong Luo glanced at the sleeping Dianmu. I'll let you rest for 2 days first, and then you'll work for me honestly. After drinking the abalone and sea cucumber porridge, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Fong Luo made an estimate. There are less than 2.5 hours left before the zombie outbreak in the previous life. It takes about 1 hour to drive to your destination. Eliminate possible errors in the middle. If Fong Luo goes out now, he can just catch the first batch of viruses landing on Blue Planet. Taking the map and putting on protective gear, Fong Luo prepared to go out. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as Fong Luo was about to go out, the door of the cold storage was suddenly knocked. He frowned and walked over, looking outside through the specially made window. He found several men holding tools, knocking on his door. "Brother Wang, are you sure there are supplies in here?" a man's voice asked. Then, a somewhat rough male voice said, "Of course. I delivered goods here a few days ago. It was mineral water worth tens of millions. If we occupy this place, we won't have to worry about water for the next few years. Moreover, I carefully observed that this cold storage uses top-grade refrigeration equipment, and the temperature inside will never exceed 30 degrees Celsius. Fuck 30 degrees Celsius, it's so cold. What are you waiting for? Pry it open quickly." Chapter 11 Robbery. At the door of the cold storage, several men had greedy and hungry expressions on their faces. They were holding hammers and crowbars in their hands, knocking hard on the door of the cold storage. The thudding sound continued. Fong Luo's eyes were icy cold. He recognized one of the men as Wang Dezhuang, a truck driver. At the beginning, Fong Luo bought 10 million bottles of mineral water, which were the goods he and his men delivered to Fong Luo. Originally, when I bought the mineral water, the manufacturer said it would be unloaded for free. But after Wang Dezhuang delivered the goods, he took advantage of the situation and cheated Fong Luo out of 10,000 yuan for unloading fees. Unexpectedly, he is now planning to take over his cold storage again. Boom, boom, boom. Several people were still working hard to smash the cold storage door. However, the door of the cold storage did not move at all, but they were all tired like dogs, panting with their tongues hanging out. You don't know your own limits. Fong Luo snorted coldly. I spent 5 million to hire a professional security company to reinforce my cold storage. With only the hammers in their hands, even if they knock on it for a year, they can't hurt the cold storage at all. Fong Luo didn't have to worry about them breaking in. However, Fong Luo was originally preparing to go out. Now these people are blocking the door. If I go out, I will definitely collide with them, and a fight is inevitable. Do we have to wait for them to leave on their own? But I don't have so much time to wait for them. What do you want to do? Fong Luo deliberately shouted loudly to make a sound to indicate that there was someone inside in order to scare them away. Most thieves would panic and run away when they see people. Someone, run! The people outside were also shocked. They didn't expect that there would be someone in the cold storage. The timid ones immediately wanted to retreat. However, Wang Dezhuang was not very willing. "Is it Boss Fong?" Wang Dezhuang thought for a moment, pursed his cracked lips, and asked, "Boss Fong, do you still remember me, the old Wang who brought you water before?" "Boss Fong." Wang Dezhuang pretended to be pitiful and said weakly, "It's so hot outside, and the water is out at home. We are almost dying of thirst. What does it have to do with me?" Fong Luo said in a cold tone. Wang Dezhuang choked. Obviously, he didn't expect Fong Luo to be so indifferent. But think about it. I'm almost dying of thirst. What does Fong Luo have to do with me? He's not my father. I even cheated him out of money before. It's good enough that he doesn't take revenge on me. "Boss Fong, didn't you buy so much water before? Can you give us some?" Wang Dezhuang still asked unwillingly. He was so thirsty that he felt like there was something spicy in his throat, and it was so spicy that his voice became hoarse due to the pain. "Why should I give you my water?" Fong Luo found it a little funny. How did he have the nerve to ask me for water? "Then we'll buy it. Your water is 50 cents a bottle, right? So, we'll pay 2 yuan, and you can sell some to us. As long as you sell it to me, I won't charge you for unloading fees in the future." 2. Hearing what the other party said, Fong Luo couldn't help but sneer loudly. The retail price of a bottle of mineral water is 2 yuan. But now is the end of the world. The price of tap water has increased from 3 yuan to 3,000 yuan per ton, and there is no demand for it. What about mineral water? Even though this small bottle of 500 milliliters water is sold for 100 yuan, people are still rushing to buy it. He wants to buy it for 2 yuan. It's really wishful thinking. You think of yourself as a fool. As for the unloading fee, he had cheated me once before, so it was even more impossible for me to sell water to him. If you don't want to sell it, get out of here and don't die in front of my house. Fong Luo drove him away without any courtesy. Wang Dazhuang was stunned. He didn't expect Fong Luo to be so disrespectful to him. He was already thirsty from the heat, and now his face turned purple with anger. He shouted angrily, "Boss Fong, do you have any compassion at all? We're almost dying of thirst. We just want a few bottles of water. Do you really want to curse us to death? Yeah. Do you have any love at all? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? There's so much water, and giving us some won't affect anything. I've never seen anyone so stingy." The few people behind him also criticized Fong Luo, saying Fong Luo is unloving. Watch someone die without helping. Full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. But they didn't remember that just a few minutes ago, they were smashing Fong Luo's door with hammers. A few days ago, he deliberately cheated Fong Luo out of his money. I'll say it again, you can die wherever you want, but don't die in front of my house. Fong Luo didn't accept their moral kidnapping at all. As long as he had no morals, they couldn't kidnap himself. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Wang Dazhuang's face also turned fierce. "How do you mean you're welcome?" Fong Luo said in a joking tone. "Boss Fong, although your gate is strong, it is not indestructible." Wang Dazhuang said in a grim tone. "There are 5 of us with so many tools in our hands, a small iron door can't stop us. You are alone. Once the door is broken open." Wang Dazhuang had a ferocious expression. "Brothers, smash it." After that, several people picked up hammers and crowbars again and started smashing the cold storage. Before, they were still thinking about stealing. Now, seeing that Fong Luo was outnumbered, they had already planned to rob him. They had already checked, and there was no one else around, so no one would know even if Fong Luo was killed. I don't know what's good for me. Seeing that Wang Dazhuang had no intention of leaving and was knocking on the door even harder, Fong Luo felt a murderous intent in his heart. Originally, I just wanted to drive them away. Fong Luo is not a bloodthirsty person, nor is he so cold-blooded as to casually disregard other people's lives. However, the other party obviously wanted to kill him now, so how could Fong Luo just sit there and wait to die? I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, he will be killed. Fong Luo's eyes were cold. He silently opened the black hole space, took out the weapons he bought in Southeast Asia, and then said to the door outside, "Don't knock, I'll open the door, come in, I'll take you." "You're smart." Wang Dazhuang snorted coldly, breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly put down the hammer in his hand. It's 65 degrees Celsius outside. I was already thirsty and had little strength. I just swung such a heavy hammer. Now my body feels like it has been toyed with by dozens of strong men. Several people nearby were already lying on the ground exhausted. If only 2 more minutes passed, even he was going to give up. Fortunately, this kid was intimidated by his own domineering aura. Wang Dazhuang proudly took a half step back, then stared at the cold storage door. With a creaking sound, the door of the cold storage slowly opened, and then an extremely cool breeze came out from the cold storage. Wang Dazhuang shivered suddenly from the cold, and the hairs on his body stood up. He had just been experiencing a high temperature of 65 degrees Celsius, but now he was feeling a cool breeze of less than 20 degrees Celsius. This feeling of ice and fire, it immediately made his soul tremble, as if he had reached a climax. Cool. This is so cool. Wang Dazhuang couldn't help but groan. This feeling is even more comfortable than the romantic one with Hong Xiaoli. Very comfortable. Next to him, the few people who had just fallen asleep due to the heat now all had satisfied expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe that there was such a cool place in the world. The contrast between inside and outside is like heaven and hell. It's too cool. The temperature doesn't even feel like 20 degrees Celsius. Damn, this kid has been staying in such a comfortable environment. He is so happy. Hurry up, we have to go in. Don't push, let me go in first. I just hit it the most times. Several people rolled and crawled, rushing into the cold storage. Even though they fell a few times, they could not hide the greed on their faces. They want to occupy this place, to seize all the supplies inside, to live here forever. As for the real owner of the cold storage, the farther you are, the farther you will die. However, after they climbed into the cold storage, the first thing they saw was a pair of size 44 boots. When they looked up, they found a black gun muzzle pointing at them. Everyone was suddenly horrified. Chapter 12, Don't Tempt Me. Wang Dezhuang felt the comfortable cool air and was rushing inside greedily. Suddenly, he was tripped by several people who had stopped in front of him. He fell heavily and his nose was bleeding. Damn it, why did you stop? Come in quickly. Wang Dezhuang cursed, but his companions did not move at all, and each of them looked ahead in astonishment. He also looked over in confusion. I saw a tall, handsome young man wearing a green combat suit and holding a weapon with a mahogany stock in his hand. He had seen this thing on TV. It seems to be called AK-47? Fuck. Wang Dezhuang was full of disbelief. Why did this weapon that only appeared on TV end up in Fang Luo's hands? You know, this is in Yin country. Getting this thing is much harder than making $1 million. After a moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. It's fake, it must be fake. You little brat. You think you can scare me with a toy gun? Wang Dezhuang looked at Fang Luo with a sneer. Then, he kicked a few stunned companions. You idiots, this is Yin country. How could he have a real gun? It took a few people until they reacted. Yes, guns are banned in Yin country. Ordinary people will never come across one in their lifetime. How could this kid have one? This toy gun is so damn realistic, I almost took it seriously. Several people smiled again. He opened his arms and felt the comfortable temperature of the cold storage, and then saw all the furniture and facilities around it, his eyes filled with passion. Fuck, I saw this sofa on TV. It cost over 800,000. And this TV, a 100-inch one, and the latest PS5. Not only that, there's also red wine, tens of thousands a bottle. It must be hot. We're hot as dogs outside, and this guy is lying on the leather sofa, watching a 100-inch TV, drinking red wine that costs tens of thousands a bottle. Is he here on vacation? This whole set will cost at least several million. This is simply heaven. If there were a few more beautiful sisters to serve me, I would be willing to die here. What are you waiting for? Break this kid's legs first and then throw him out. The bastard was so arrogant just now. Wang Dezhuang also looked around greedily, then looked at Fang Luo with a sneer. Yes. Damn it, you just blocked us for so long that I'm as hot as a dog. Just wait and see how I deal with you. When the other people heard this, they immediately surrounded Fang Luo with ferocious looks. Fang Luo looked at these people silently. There was no fear in his eyes, only a determined killing intent. A bald man approached Fang Luo with a crowbar, and just as he was about to hit Fang Luo's thigh hard, suddenly, a bang sound echoed throughout the cold storage. On the sofa, the electric mother, who was originally sleeping lazily, jumped 3 meters high in shock. Meow. She looked over here curiously. I saw that a man's originally round head was now missing a large piece, just like a broken watermelon. On the ground, a mixture of scarlet and milky white juice fell all over the ground. Dianmu was stunned, and her jaw almost dropped. My master is too cruel. Compared to him, I'm just little Karami. It seems I have to be more honest in the future. Meow. Wang Dezhuang and others were also staring at this scene in amazement, their bodies motionless like ice sculptures, their pupils shrunk into needles, and they were all extremely terrified. After a while, one of the men couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. However, there was nothing in his stomach, and he could only retch continuously with a painful expression on his face. The gun turned out to be real. Wang Dezhuang's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Snort. Fang Luo snorted coldly and pointed the gun at Wang Dezhuang. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Wang Dezhuang suddenly felt scared to death. He immediately knelt down and cried, banging his head on the ground. Soon his forehead was covered with blood. What does dignity mean in the face of life? Didn't you just break my legs? Fang Luo looked at Wang Dezhuang, who was kowtowing like a chicken pecking at rice, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Wang Dazhuang was crying and snotting. He usually just bullied the weak and feared the strong, and only picked on honest people. Originally, Fong Luo looked obedient and like a little white sheep. Who knew that Fong Luo was actually a demon who killed people without blinking an eye? He is full of regret now. If he had known this would happen, he would never have dared to cheat Fong Luo, let alone rob Fong Luo's cold storage. Don't kill me. I still have a wife and daughter. Don't tempt me with mother and daughter. I won't be able to control myself. Fong Luo pulled the trigger indifferently. 9 p.m. Most of the city has lost power, and the street lights are no longer on. There was only an extremely tall, armored vehicle that looked like a ferocious beast, emitting cold white headlights, which barely guided Fong Luo on the route. Meow. A cat's meow was heard, and Fong Luo glanced at the mother of lightning beside him. She was sticking out her tongue and breathing continuously. It's obviously too hot. The temperature outside is too high. 65 degrees Celsius. Even Fong Luo was sweating profusely now. The environment was completely different from that in the cold storage. If he wasn't looking for the evolutionary virus, he really didn't want to come out. Fortunately, Fong Luo had refrigerated a lot of ice water before. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear it. He took out 2 bottles of water from the space, took a big gulp himself, and opened another bottle for Dianmu. Meow. Dianmu called out and expressed her gratitude to Fong Luo. Fong Luo looked at the scene outside the window again. On the streets, there were many people looking for supplies. They were almost naked and looked embarrassed. Some people saw Fong Luo's car and gathered around. When they saw the mineral water that Dianmu was drinking in Fong Luo's car, they all showed hungry expressions. Water! There is water! A disheveled man stared at Fong Luo's half bottle of ice water with fiery eyes and kept hitting the window with his hands. Water! Give me water! Fong Luo ignored it. The man continued to beg. Please, give me water. I will give you my wife and daughter. They are very beautiful, please. There were also many women who voluntarily abandoned their husbands, saying that as long as Fong Luo gave them water to drink, they would agree to any request from Fong Luo. As long as you give me water, I can be your little cat. There are many beautiful women among them. There was even a relatively famous internet celebrity, and Fong Luo had watched her live broadcast. Looks quite pure. I didn't expect you to say such vicious words. This is the end of the world. Driving all the way. It was 10 o'clock when Fong Luo arrived at the area that was infected with the virus in his previous life. This is a residential area in the 3rd block. However, there is a power outage here now, and it looks gloomy and desolate. Stopping the car, Fong Luo carefully observed the sky, waiting for the virus to arrive. He remembered that the zombie virus broke out in his previous life at around 10:30 at night. Chapter 13. Strengthening Superpowers. Fong Luo leaned against the car, staring at the sky without blinking, afraid of missing any details. However, even though it is night, the air temperature is as high as 60 degrees Celsius. His mouth was dry in a moment. At the side, Dianmu was also howling from the heat. She was just about to follow Fong Luo out of the car, but as soon as her palms touched the ground, they bounced back due to the heat. Stay in the car, or you'll get roasted. Fong Luo grabbed the Dianmu by the scruff of the neck and threw her directly into the car. He also gave her a bottle of ice water and a can of cat food, and he also took out a bottle of ice cola and started drinking it. I immediately felt much better. Suddenly, Fong Luo's expression froze, his eyes fixed on the sky. An object emitting light is slowly falling. Evolution virus. Fong Luo reacted, and his face immediately became overjoyed. He estimated the falling location and ran after it. Soon, Fong Luo successfully obtained the evolution virus. This is an irregular crystal about the size of a peanut, completely transparent, and emitting purple light. It seems to be different from what I found in my previous life. Fong Luo looked at it carefully. He remembered that what he found in his previous life was not purple, but white. Could it be that there is more than one evolved virus here? It is indeed possible. When Fong Luo found the evolution crystal, it was probably on the 10th day after the apocalypse. At that time, most of the evolution crystals had already been obtained by others. It was not easy for him to find one. In this life, he was the first one to look for it, and no one else discovered it. Very good. Fong Luo became even more excited because this way he could find more crystals. Fong Luo immediately chose to use it. Fong Luo groaned in pain, and sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. The process of using evolutionary viruses is very painful because it forcibly transforms the host body. During the transformation process, if the host body cannot withstand the transformation process and the powerful force, it is very likely to explode and die. It would be very good if 1 out of 10 ordinary people can survive the transformation of the virus. The danger level is no less than that of the zombie virus. Finally, after a few minutes, Fong Luo's body was transformed. Fong Luo clearly felt that his body had become stronger. At the same time, an additional ability is gained. The space flickers. Fong Luo tried it and found that he could now jump about 3 meters. Even if there was a wall in front of him, he could still cross to the other side. Very good. With this ability, why are you still afraid of being caught in bed? Fong Luo was very excited. Although this was not an attack skill, it was definitely an excellent life-saving skill. Is there anything more important than being alive? Meow. Suddenly, Fong Luo heard a cat's roar. Fong Luo couldn't help but frown. It's the lightning mother. Is there something wrong with Dianmu? Could it be a zombie? Fong Luo immediately ran towards his car. When he saw the situation near his car, his eyes immediately filled with anger. I don't know when 3 people, a man, a woman, and a big-headed doll, gathered around the car. The 3 of them looked extremely disheveled, with stains all over their faces and a foul odor, as if they had crawled out of a stinky ditch. They looked like a family of 3. The man was not tall and was as thin as a bamboo pole. Fong Luo recognized the woman and the child. It was the fat woman and the naughty kid who had abused Dianmu before. Several people were dividing up the half bottle of Coke that Fong Luo had left, as well as the mineral water and canned cat food that were left for Dianmu. His mouth was full of food. Even the crumbs that accidentally fell to the ground were picked up reluctantly and continued to be eaten. I didn't expect there was cola here, and it's ice cold. It's so cool. I don't know whose car this is, but they gave the cat mineral water. It's such a waste of resources. I wonder how many people don't have water to drink? It's really immoral. Dad, leave me 1 bite. It's not good for children to drink Coke. Give it to Daddy. The 3 of them quickly divided up Fong Luo's supplies, with unsatisfied expressions on their faces. In the past few days, they have been eating smelly and rotten food, and the water they drink is sewage from the sewers. When there is no water, they drink each other's urine to stay alive. Ice cola and cat cans like this are simply delicacies to them. Meow. Inside the car, Mother of Lightning glared angrily at the bad guys who had robbed her of her food and let out a low roar from her mouth. She remembered these people, especially that naughty kid who had been abusing her all along. Dianmu's eyes were filled with hatred. Fuck, you little beast. Why are you yelling? What's wrong with eating some of your food? How can a worthless life compare with mine? Lu Zhuang glared at Dianmu. Lu Zhuang's wife Li Xiumei looked at Dianmu and swallowed her saliva. This cat is quite fat. Why don't we kill it and eat its meat? Mom, I want to eat cat meat. Good idea. The family of 3 stared at Dianmu with greedy eyes and reached out to grab her, ready to skin her and pull out her tendons. However, Dianmu was not a pushover. She stretched out her claws and scratched several people, leaving their hands covered with scars. Fuck, you beast. You dare to scratch me. I'm going to smash you to death. Lu Zhuang picked up a stone from the side and was about to throw it at Dianmu. Stop it. At this time, a voice as cold as frost sounded behind the 3 people. They turned around and saw a handsome man staring at them. His eyes seemed to contain endless murderous intent. Just one glance, and Big Head Son was so scared that he started crying. Who the hell are you? When Lu Zhuang saw his son crying out of fear, he pulled his son's neck and started scolding him. This is my car. Your car? Lu Zhuang snorted coldly. If you say it's yours, then it's yours. I also said it's mine. Call him and see if he agrees. Get out of here now, or I'll cut you. Lu Zhuang waved his bamboo-thin arms. No one knew how he and this 250-pound fat woman gave birth to this big-headed baby, etc. At this time, Lu Zhuang's wife looked at Fong Luo and seemed to remember Fong Luo's identity. She immediately shouted at the top of her voice. It's you, you little bastard. Do you know him? Lu Zhuang asked his wife in confusion, feeling strange. Could it be his wife's lover? He is so handsome. I said that my son doesn't look like me. More than just knowing him. He was the one who beat our son and pushed me. Li Xiumei put her hands on her hips and pointed at Fong Luo like a shrew. Dad, he hit me. On the side, Big Head Sun cried even harder, pointing at Fong Luo and calling him a big bad guy. "Fuck you, you hit my son? Boy, I'm telling you, if you don't pay for the medical expenses today, you can't leave." Lu Zhuang and Li Xiaomei rolled up their arms and surrounded Fong Luo, looking very aggressive. 100 boxes of water. Don't say you don't have any. You just gave water to the cat. I want a coat. The big-headed doll was crying and making a noise. The whole family was like ducks, crying and making noise, which made Fong Luo very annoyed. It's really a top-notch restaurant. Fong Luo looked at these people coldly. The good mood he had just felt after obtaining the evolution virus was gone at this moment. He directly took out an AK from the space and prepared to send it to the whole family. But at this moment, Big Head Sun's crying stopped abruptly. Chapter 14 Zombies. April 5th, 2230. A large planet virus descended on the blue planet, and a zombie virus broke out. The real end of the world has officially begun. In the city, two men found a bottle of mineral water at the same time and started fighting over who owned the water. "Haha, you skinny guy like you actually dare to compete with me. Go to hell." The strong man knocked the other man to the ground with one punch, laughing triumphantly, ready to enjoy his spoils. However, the next moment, the thin man who was knocked down suddenly twitched and made a strange gurgling sound in his throat. Then he seemed to have become a different person and pounced directly on the strong man. With one bite, he broke the neck of a man who was more than twice his size. This kind of thing happens all the time all over the world. Whether it is disaster victims without supplies, giant crocodiles with trillions of dollars, or well-trained armies. Everyone has the potential to become a zombie or be bitten to death by a zombie. High temperature of 65 degrees Celsius, power outage, water shortage, spoiled food, and mutated zombies. The world is in complete chaos. No one can guarantee how long they can live in such a harsh environment. At the same time, Fong Luo was looking not far away. Big Head Sun stopped crying, and suddenly his whole body began to twitch. He kept rolling his eyes and making gurgling sounds from his mouth, which was extremely strange. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Lu Zhuang and Li Xiaomei, who were originally surrounding Fong Luo, also noticed something strange about their son and came over to him. "Rabies? Did you get scratched by a cat just now? Damn it, you little brat, pay me back now." Lu Zhuang held his son in his arms, thinking it was rabies, and wanted to continue extorting money from Fong Luo. However, at this moment, the big-headed son in Lu Zhuang's arms suddenly became ferocious and bit his father's neck fiercely. Big Head Sun turned into a zombie. Lu Zhuang's pupils widened. He tried to struggle immediately. However, although the opponent was only 7 or 8 years old, his strength and speed were greatly improved after he became a zombie. With the help of his wife, who weighed more than 200 pounds, Lu Zhuang finally tore his son off. Looking over, he saw a large piece of flesh and blood in his son's mouth. There was a missing piece on his neck, and the blood vessels were clearly exposed. Before Lu Zhuang could even cry out in pain, he fell to the ground powerlessly, holding his neck because of a broken trachea, and died with his eyes open. He couldn't understand why his son bit him. On the other side, Li Xiaomei was also stunned. The son bit his husband to death. But what frightened her even more was that her big-headed son was looking at her with his teeth bared. Lu Zhuang just now was too thin and had no meat at all. This fat woman is plump and strong, so she must be particularly delicious. "Don't come over here. Get away from me, you little bastard. I'm your mother." Li Xiaomei threw her son out, screamed, and turned to run. But it was too late. Big Head Sun jumped directly on her back and bit off a large piece of flesh in one bite, exposing her white bones. In less than 2 minutes, a couple fell to the ground dead. He was bitten to death by his own son. Fong Luo looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. Zombies really don't recognize their relatives. Both my father and mother bite me. I didn't expect this big-headed son to be infected with the zombie virus first. It should be that when the few people just caught the mother of lightning, they were scratched by the mother of lightning, and the virus happened to come into contact with the wound. He really deserves it. The big-headed son kept biting the fat woman. She was fat and strong enough for him to have a good meal, so he had no time to pay attention to Fong Luo standing beside him. Fong Luo looked at the disgusting scene with disgust, took out weapons from the space, and prepared to deal with the zombie. However, to Fong Luo's surprise, a tabby cat suddenly stood in front of him. "Lightning Mother?" Fong Luo looked at Dian Mu in confusion, not knowing what she was going to do. However, when he carefully saw the abnormality of Dian Mu, He quickly opened his eyes wide. It's unknown when Dianmu awakened her special powers. At this moment, Dianmu's tail was making a crackling sound of electricity, and the sparks produced by the collision of electric current looked like a firework under the dark night sky. It should be the time when Fong Luo just left. The evolution crystal also landed here. Cats have better eyesight than humans at night and are more curious about luminous things. They probably got off the car to look for something and happened to be infected. Do you want to do it yourself? Fong Luo asked tentatively. Meow. Jimu's character is well known for her revenge. In her previous life, she killed everyone who had offended her. Jimu had been often abused by the other party before, and now that she has awakened her special powers, she wants to take revenge personally. You really are a revengeful person, but I like it. Fong Luo smiled and admired Jimu's approach very much. Fong Luo did not agree with repaying evil with kindness. That was clearly against one's will. A true gentleman will take revenge. Go ahead, be careful of getting bitten. Big Head Sun has turned into a zombie, but Fong Luo does not feel any sympathy for him just because he was a child in his previous life. If we don't kill him, more people will be bitten. Meow. Jimu said she understood, then ran towards the zombie, and a flashing electric current came out of her tail, shooting towards the zombie. Sizzle. With a loud bang, the Big Head Sun zombie collapsed to the ground. His body charred black and was killed instantly. Fuck. This time it was Fong Luo who was stunned. In his previous life, he had only heard that Dianmu was very powerful, but he didn't expect her to be so powerful that she could kill zombies with one blow. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to kill the zombies so easily without using weapons. The most important thing is that Dianmu has just awakened her supernatural powers. After animals awaken their special powers, their combat power is indeed stronger than that of humans. Fong Luo felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, I am the master of Dianmu, and I am usually pretty nice to her. Otherwise, with the other party's revengeful character, he would electrocute you to death in a matter of minutes. Dianmu, from now on I will give you double the amount of dried fish. You must remember to be grateful. Fong Luo looked at Dianmu in a flattering manner. Meow. Dianmu grinned, raised her tail high, meowed, and shook her head proudly. It seems to be saying, with my current ability and your price, it is difficult for me to do anything for you. We need more food. She seemed to know she was awesome. You're such a dog cat, Fong Luo complained. Without any discussion, he grabbed Dianmu by the scruff of her neck and threw her into the car. Do what you can. Don't you know who the master is? Meow. Dianmu screamed, her face full of dissatisfaction. But for the sake of the dried fish, I endured it. Chapter 15 Plan. Fong Luo looked at the zombie's body again, took out a long knife from the space, and stabbed it into the opponent's head. Suddenly, red and white things splattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely bloody. People with poor tolerance would probably vomit on the spot. It's not that Fong Luo has a tendency to be violent, like to torture corpses. Instead, Fong Luo wanted to take out the enhanced crystal in the other party's brain. No matter whether it is an evolutionary virus or a zombie virus, once infected, a strengthening crystal will appear in the brain. It is these enhanced crystals that grant living things powerful strength. As long as you absorb these crystals, you can make your own abilities more powerful, exactly the same as the effect of the evolution virus. Strengthened crystals will emit light of different intensities depending on their strength. The brighter the light, the stronger the energy. The more strength you improve. This zombie had only just mutated, and the crystals in its body only emitted very faint white light, and the energy was quite scarce. Fong Luo absorbed it directly. During the absorption process, Fong Luo only felt a slight numbness in his body, which was much more comfortable than when he absorbed the evolution virus just now. But the energy is also very different. The energy of this enhanced crystal is only about 1% of the previously evolved virus. One evolved virus is equivalent to 100 newly mutated zombies. We need to find more evolved viruses. Fong Luo made up his mind. The virus outbreak has just begun, and the wonders of viral evolution have not yet been discovered. If it were to wait a few days until others discovered this, it would be even more difficult to find the virus. Moreover, by then the zombies will become more and more powerful and will not be so easy to deal with. Fong Luo looked around again. Unfortunately, I only found one evolution crystal. We did find several zombies, not just humans but also some cats and dogs. Fortunately, he purchased weapons in advance. These newly mutated zombies pose no threat to him. Bang bang bang. Fong Luo took the AK and fired a few rounds, and the zombies lost their combat effectiveness. It seems that there will be no more evolved viruses here. We have to look for them somewhere else. Fong Luo recalled in his mind where in his previous life he had the evolution crystal. The number of evolution crystals is very rare. In the previous life, there were only a few thousand people with special abilities in the entire city of Los Angeles, scattered throughout various places. Fong Luo only vaguely remembered the approximate areas where several well-known psychics were infected with the virus. Even so, it is difficult to find, because the evolution crystals are very small, usually about the size of a peanut. Oh, right, we can ask Diemu to help find it. Fong Luo suddenly had an idea. The evolution crystal is small in size. However, it has one feature: glow. Diemu is a cat. Her night vision is many times better than that of humans, and she is curious about luminous objects. The entire city is now basically without power. It was pitch black everywhere. It is really appropriate to ask Diemu to help find it. Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Get up and work. Fong Luo patted the Diemu who was sleeping soundly. She had just helped Fong Luo kill zombies and released a lot of electricity, so she was tired and fell asleep. Superpowers cannot be released infinitely and require the consumption of the host's physical strength. Therefore, people with strong physiques are generally stronger and more durable than those with thin physiques. But it is not absolute. In Fong Luo's previous life, he had seen a thin woman with a lame leg, but whose strength far exceeded that of an ordinary psychic. At that time, Fong Luo was surrounded by a group of zombies. This lame woman happened to pass by and easily killed dozens of zombies and saved him. If it weren't for her, Fong Luo wouldn't have lived for more than 30 days. Unfortunately, the other party left without saying anything. Later, Fong Luo asked about her. I heard that she was a student at the University of Los Angeles. I just don't know where it is now. If there was a chance, Fong Luo would like to recruit her into his camp and make her work for him before she awakens her special abilities. We have to look around the school. Meow. Being woken up by Fong Luo, Diemu rolled her eyes reluctantly. Didn't you see that they were taking a break after get off work? Overtime requires overtime pay. Okay, more food. Looking at Diemu, who lay down again, Fong Luo rolled his eyes speechlessly. She really would not work if she was not paid. Meow. That's about right. Diemu wagged her tail in satisfaction, then opened her big round eyes and looked out the window carefully. Fong Luo headed towards Los Angeles University, ready to find the girl who saved him in his previous life, and to look for the evolutionary virus at the same time. There was some chaos on the streets. Some people who were originally looking for supplies suddenly turned into zombies and started biting other survivors. Fong Luo had just come out of the residential complex when he saw a beautiful young woman in her underwear running for her life in panic. Unfortunately, the zombies were too fast, and she was finally surrounded and bitten by 3 male zombies, with the only remaining cloth torn to shreds. Even after turning into a zombie, he's still so lustful. Fong Luo was filled with indignation as these zombies were actually biting the parts of women with the most flesh. When blood splattered everywhere, when Fong Luo passed by, they climbed onto Fong Luo's car and kept hitting and biting his car. Fortunately, Fong Luo's car was a Dongfeng Mengshi armored vehicle, although it is a civilian version. But the tires and windows are all bulletproof. The ordinary zombies bit Fong Luo's car, but not only did they not cause any scars, they also broke their own teeth. Fong Luo didn't waste any time. He took out the AK from the space and killed all the zombies through the shooting hole. However, the gunshots attracted more zombies to gather around, and for a moment they surrounded the car, with roars ringing in the ears, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The goddess of lightning standing by was so angry that she became furious. Fortunately, I am mentally prepared. Fong Luo sighed in his heart. If he hadn't encountered zombies in his previous life and practiced VR zombie games for several days to get used to this scene, he would have been scared to death by this scene. It's so horrible. But it's okay. It's very safe to sit in the car. Fong Luo continued to hold the gun and fired at the zombies through the shooting hole. Luckily, we have a lot of bullets, otherwise we wouldn't be able to kill them all. Fong Luo had previously gone to Southeast Asia and purchased weapons worth several $1,000,000. There are hundreds of thousands of bullets. After more than 10 minutes, Fong Luo finally eliminated all the zombies. However, his car was also surrounded by corpses, and he had a hard time opening the door and getting out. Then he broke open the zombies' heads one by one. So many crystals are equivalent to one evolution crystal, so they cannot be wasted. Half an hour. Fong Luo collected hundreds of zombie core crystals. Fong Luo continued on his way, driving the armored vehicle and running over the zombies' bodies. The zombies with their heads broken open were splashed with blood under the several-ton armored vehicle. Chapter 16, Lin Zijin. Fong Luo headed towards Los Angeles University. The streets became even more messy due to the destruction caused by zombies, with broken vehicle parts and garbage everywhere. Some dilapidated houses collapsed directly under the impact of out-of-control vehicles, and there was almost no place to stand on the road. Fortunately, Fong Luo was driving an armored vehicle with a high chassis and strong shock absorbers, so it could directly run over zombies or rocks. If it were an ordinary vehicle, it would be impossible to move forward. University of Los Angeles. It is the largest university in Los Angeles and a National Key 985 university. It has a student population of over 30,000 and brings together students from all over the country. However, due to the high temperature that has continued for several days, power and water outages, and spoiled food, the campus is no longer as vibrant as it used to be. However, there are still some students who are unable to go home due to transportation suspension caused by the high temperature and are staying in school. Fong Luo drove the car directly into the campus. Security guards came to stop him, but they had turned into zombies. It seems that the school has also fallen. It turns out that no place is immune. Fong Luo sighed. I don't know where that lame woman is. Fong Luo didn't know the lame woman. After being saved by her in his previous life, she left immediately. Fong Luo only found out that she was a student at Los Angeles University. Let's go to the female dormitory first. Fong Luo drove the armored vehicle directly, ran over the body of the security zombie, and rushed towards the female dormitory building. Female dormitory building. Are those zombies outside? What should we do? In a dormitory, several girls were hiding inside, shivering. The changes in the past few days have caused their worldview to collapse. First, there was a sudden high temperature. Then the water and electricity were cut off. Just now, there was a sudden roar from the dormitory next door. When I looked up, I saw a zombie, a girl with an arm hanging in her mouth. Could the person in her mouth be her roommate? They were immediately frightened out of their wits. What can I do? Are you going to lead the zombies away? A woman dressed only in sexy lingerie and with a haughty demeanor snorted. Sister Nana, stop kidding me. There's no way I can outrun the zombies. A short girl smiled awkwardly, then suddenly turned her eyes and whispered in Lin Nana's ear. Why not let Lin Zijin go? Isn't she working part-time and often running errands and delivering packages for others? She must be fast. Moreover, even if she didn't lead the zombies away, we would have one less person to share the food, and maybe we could hold on until rescue. She? Lin Nana glanced at the corner and saw a girl with short hair and wearing a cheap white t-shirt. What an idiot, wearing a t-shirt and long pants in such hot weather. Why pretend to be conservative? She usually dislikes Lin Zijin. She has no parents, is poor, and stinks from her part-time job, so she has to spray perfume every time. Moreover, she always bought a lot of cheap bread and bottled water and piled them up in the dormitory as meals, leaving her own yoga mat in the dormitory without any place to put it. She is still a scheming bitch, always looking like a peaceful and innocent little white flower, which attracts all the rich second generations in the school to pay attention to her instead of herself. It's obvious that I look and have a better figure than this mutt. That's a good idea. Lin Nana nodded, feeling a little nervous. This is not good, another girl with glasses hesitated. The food we eat now is all bought by Lin Zijin. The short girl curled her lips and said, So what if it's hers? If we hadn't agreed to let her pile her things in the toilet, would she have had these things? Why don't you go and lure the zombies away for her? This? The girl with glasses stopped talking. How could she possibly attract the zombies away? Very good. Lin Nana smiled with satisfaction, then looked at Lin Zijin, who looked confused. Lin Zijin, after the three of us discussed, we decided to give you a task. Task? Lin Zijin looked at Lin Nana in confusion. Could it be that she was asked to clean the toilet again? We are all trapped here now. We can't just wait to die. You are the fastest runner. Go outside and lure the zombies away to create a chance for us to escape. Lin Nana said in a commanding tone. Lure the zombies away? Lin Zijin was a little frightened, but she was not a fool. Just by hearing the sound of the zombies knocking on the door outside, She knew they were not easy to deal with. Wouldn't it be suicide if I went out by myself? How can I die? I still have a younger sister to take care of. I'm not going. Although Lin Zijin is usually weak and obeys these people's orders, she is very firm when faced with such unreasonable things. You have to go even if you don't want to. Li Nana snorted and walked forward to pull Lin Zijin. However, she is just a vase in her daily life. Apart from putting on makeup, dressing up, and practicing yoga, she has never exercised at all. Lin Zijin usually has to work part-time and deliver takeout. Although thin, he is much stronger than Li Nana. He pushed Li Nana to the ground with just a struggle. You scheming bitch. You actually pushed me. Why don't you just hurry up? Li Nana was furious and ordered the short girl to go forward and restrain Lin Zijin. Unfortunately, he still couldn't suppress Lin Zijin and was slapped a few times instead. She looked at the girl with glasses again. Why don't you hurry up? The girl with glasses was a little hesitant. If you don't go, don't even think about sharing the supplies then. Li Nana snurta coldly. Hearing this, the girl with glasses no longer hesitated. Her life was definitely much more important than Lin Zijin's. She immediately forgot about the food Lin Zijin had given them before. Zijin, don't blame me. I just want to survive. Under the attack of 3 people, Lin Zijin was restrained without exception, and then he was pushed out of the door by the 3 people with a look of despair on his face. She didn't understand why they treated her like this when she had helped them when they had no food or water. Don't they have any conscience? Go and lead the zombies away. Li Nana slammed the door. Outside the door, the zombie, who was originally planning to leave, immediately showed a bloodthirsty expression after seeing Lin Zijin and pounced towards Lin Zijin. Lin Zijin was startled. Although her legs were a little weak, her desire to survive still drove her to run for her life. I can't die. My younger sister is still waiting for me. How can she live without me? She is only 16 years old. Lin Zijin ran away quickly. However, there were too many zombies around, and she was soon trapped in a dead corner. His face was full of despair. Are you going to die? Lin Zijin looked out the window beside her. Her dormitory was on the 3rd floor, less than 10 meters away from the grass below. If she jumped down, she might have a chance to escape. Even if I fall to my death, it's better than being eaten by these disgusting monsters. Lin Zijin took a deep breath and jumped decisively out of the window. Fong Luo drove the armored vehicle all the way to the girls' dormitory. He was about to go upstairs when the electric meowing cat next to him suddenly started to meow, pointing its claws at one place, looking very anxious. Fong Luo looked over in confusion. I saw something emitting a faint light in the grass in front of the dormitory building. Evolution crystal? Fong Luo's heart moved, and he immediately ran towards the lighted location. Sure enough, there was a peanut-sized crystal on the grass, emitting a sparkling light. It is the evolution crystal. I didn't expect it to be so easy to find. Fong Luo was overjoyed. He had originally thought that it would take some trouble to find it. However, just as he was looking at the crystal, a graceful figure appeared in the air and fell towards him. Chapter 17. Saving Lin Zijin. Fong Luo was overjoyed when suddenly a scream came from above his head. He looked up in confusion. He saw a plump but sitting towards his face. Fong Luo was confused and quickly took a step back, subconsciously reaching out to hug the falling girl. It is soft and elastic and feels good. Fong Luo looked at the girl in his arms curiously. She had short natural black hair, and her small, jade-like earlobes were faintly visible among her hair, making people want to lift her hair and take a closer look at how perfect she was. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were tightly closed, and her curved eyelashes were trembling slightly, as if she was very nervous and scared. She looked so pitiful that even Fong Luo felt pity for her. Especially that cherry-like mouth, which is rosy and soft, making people want to hold it in their mouths and taste it to their heart's content. What surprised Fong Luo even more was that, with such a body of nearly 170 centimeters in height, he held it in his hands as if it were nothing, and Fong Luo could wrap his arms around her entire waist with just one hand. It's you! When he saw the appearance of the girl in his arms, Fong Luo opened his mouth in surprise. Joy suddenly surged in his heart, and he hugged the girl tighter excitedly. This girl was none other than the lame girl who had saved Fong Luo's life in his previous life, and whom he was looking for. But how could she fall from the sky? Suddenly, he remembered the evolution crystal he picked up. Could it be? Fong Luo couldn't help laughing in his heart. He probably knew how Lin Zijin awakened his supernatural powers in his previous life. Probably to avoid being chased by zombies, he jumped down from the building and happened to land on the evolution crystal. As a result, his superpowers were awakened. Her leg must have been broken at that time. My appearance in this life prevented her from breaking her leg. Feeling that she was being hugged tightly, Lin Zijin slowly opened her eyes. After realizing that it was a strange man, her face suddenly turned red, and she immediately tried to break free from Fong Luo's arms. She has never been hugged by a boy before, especially this boy's hand, which was holding mine tightly. I could still feel the warmth of his palm, and what was even more annoying was that he would pinch me from time to time. It's really embarrassing. Lin Zijin's parents died early, and he grew up with his grandmother. From a very young age, he accepted his grandmother's traditional ideas of self-love, self-pity, and being faithful to one person. I've never seen a hooligan like Fong Luo who would just come up and touch. However, Fong Luo's strength was not enough for her to break free. After struggling for a few times, she ended up rubbing against Fong Luo closely, making herself blush. "Let me go." After struggling to break free in vain, Lin Zijin said to Fong Luo with some shame and anger. Okay." Fong Luo smiled and put the other person down reluctantly. The feeling was really good. Thank you." Lin Zijin then thanked Fong Luo gratefully, feeling secretly lucky that this boy was there. Otherwise, even if she didn't die from the fall, she would have at least broken bones. I was too impulsive just now. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little scared. All right, let's run. There are zombies upstairs. Lin Zijin then remembered that he was running for his life. He didn't care about being shy and immediately grabbed Fong Luo's arm and ran away. However, when she looked ahead, she found that more zombies were surrounding her, and she had nowhere to escape. "It's over. I'm gonna die anyway." Lin Zijin felt a little desperate. "Follow me." Fong Luo also saw the zombies surrounding him, so he picked up Lin Zijin again and ran quickly towards the armored vehicle. With so many zombies and no vehicle to protect him, even he might get bitten. "Is this your car?" Seeing the tall, armored vehicle, Lin Zijin opened her mouth in surprise. She had only seen this kind of vehicle on TV. Who is this handsome boy in front of me? Could it be a soldier? Lin Zijin was somewhat curious about Fong Luo's identity. While looking at Fong Luo, suddenly a zombie rushed to the car window and kept biting the car. Lin Zijin was startled and subconsciously shrank into Fong Luo's arms. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Fong Luo hugged Lin Zijin's slender waist. In his previous life, he was surrounded by zombies and trembling, and she saved him. Now, she is trembling and hiding in his arms. The chauvinistic mentality made Fong Luo secretly happy. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him from all directions, Fong Luo took out a gun from the space while Lin Zijin was not paying attention and killed these beautiful zombies without mercy. After seeing the gun, Lin Zijin was even more surprised, but when she saw Fong Luo killing the zombies, she felt a sense of security in her heart. Upstairs, Li Nana, who was hiding in the dormitory, also heard the gunshots. She looked up and out the window and found a huge armored vehicle emitting white lights parked steadily below. "It's the army!" Li Nana was overjoyed. "Someone came to rescue us. Finally, I was saved. That's great. If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have pushed Lin Zijin out. It's already been pushed. We can only say that she has bad luck. It's not our fault." Li Nana curled her lips, then looked at the armored vehicle with shining eyes. At such a dangerous moment, only the armored vehicle could give her a sense of security. 10 minutes later, Fong Luo eliminated all the zombies that surrounded him, and the ground was covered with broken arms and debris. Lin Zijin took one look and began to feel nauseous. Things are different now. You have to get used to this kind of situation in the future. Fong Luo patted her on the back. Lin Zijin felt better then and looked at Fong Luo in confusion. Could it be that the world will continue like this? Maybe. Fong Luo was not sure. At least in a few years, things won't go back to the way they were before. "Several years," Lin Zijin exclaimed, worry showing on her face. When can she go to save her sister? "Thank you." After a moment, Lin Zijin thanked Fong Luo again. "You're welcome." Fong Luo smiled. She was the one who saved him in his previous life, so it was only right for him to save her. Besides, my rescue was not in vain. How did you think of jumping down from the building? Fong Luo asked again, in confusion. Not everyone has the courage to jump down from the third floor. Lin Zijin hesitated for a moment, then told everyone what had happened before, with a sad expression on his face. She truly treats her roommate as a friend. Unexpectedly, there! At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the car, and 3 tall and short girls were running towards this side excitedly. Are you from the military? Li Nana and the other girls came to the car, knocked on the window, and said resentfully, Why did you come just now? Do you know that I almost died? Chapter 18. Li Nana. Open the door quickly, it's so hot outside, let us in. That's right, so many disgusting corpses scare us, and will have a psychological impact on us. You are too slow. Why did you just come to rescue us now? Do you know that we were almost eaten by zombies? I want to complain to you. Several girls were talking to each other, and they reached out to knock on Fong Luo's car window, asking Fong Luo to let them in the car quickly. Fong Luo sneered in his heart. It seems that these women have not really adapted to the end of the world and think that it is just an ordinary disaster that will be over soon. I don't know what kind of confidence they have to speak to me in that tone. He was holding a gun and had just killed dozens of zombies in one breath. If they meet a cruel and ruthless person, wouldn't they have to do this to them first and then to others? I thought it was a peaceful era where everyone could live and work in peace and contentment. Moreover, putting aside the fact that I'm not a soldier, even if I killed the zombies here and they were saved, they should be grateful to me. He even complained that he was late. Be picky. Who gave you such a big face? Fong Luo was about to leave, but when he turned his head, he noticed that Lin Zijin's face looked a little strange, with a look of fear and anger in his eyes. They were the ones who pushed you out of the dormitory? Fong Luo thought of something. Lin Zijin nodded slightly, looked at Li Nana and the others. I don't have a good relationship with these people. When I'm in the dormitory, they treat me like a servant. I was often asked to serve them tea and water, bring them meals, and clean the dormitory toilet and floor by myself. And they usually say bad things about themselves behind their backs. Once, when I returned to the dormitory from my part-time job at night, before I entered the door, I heard them scolding me for being a scheming bitch, doing that kind of business outside, and even using my towel to wipe the floor. I am very angry. However, I had finally gotten into college, and I didn't want to have conflicts with others, so I had to take the initiative to approach them and want to become friends with them. Even after the end of the world, he distributed most of his food and water to them. I just didn't expect that they would still treat me like this. Do you want revenge? I'll help you kill them. Fong Luo said. Lin Zijin saved him in his previous life, and Fong Luo must repay this favor. Lin Zijin looked at Fong Luo in surprise. Although she really wanted to teach Li Nana and the others a lesson, she was still shocked when she heard Fong Luo mention murder so casually. She is not a saint or a devil, just an ordinary female college student. She finds murder shocking. Fong Luo opened the car door, got out of the car, and looked at the 3 girls with cold eyes. Why did you open the door just now? Did you hear what we said? Which unit are you from? I want to complain about you. As soon as she got off the car, one of the short girls put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily. Her whole body exuded a foul odor, her sweat was black, and it was unknown how many days she hadn't taken a shower. Vote for your mother. Pia. Fong Luo slapped her directly, and the short woman turned around several times on the spot, stunned. Fuck, that's dirty. Fong Luo wiped his hands. It was unknown how many days this woman hadn't taken a shower. She should have used her feet earlier. I quickly took out some mineral water and washed my hands. The other 2 women were about to get angry when they saw their companion being slapped into a pig's head, but then they saw Fong Luo actually washing his hands with mineral water, and they were stunned again. Fong Luo. At this time, one of the girls, who was tall and sexy and wearing black lace underwear, exclaimed after seeing Fong Luo's appearance clearly. Fong Luo looked over, and when he saw the other person's appearance clearly, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's her. Li Nana. Su Qingqing's family has 18 people. Li Nana is Su Ingingiskazan. She had met Fong Luo before in the hotel. In her previous life, Li Nana had cheated Fong Luo many times. At that time, Li Nana was trapped in a place after escaping from school. Under the coercion of Li Dongmei, Fong Luo risked his life to save her. However, they accidentally encountered zombies on the way. When the 2 were running away, Li Nana deliberately tripped Fong Luo in order to save her own life, causing Fong Luo to fall and be surrounded by zombies. It was also at that time that Lin Zijin appeared and saved Fong Luo. After returning, Li Nana did not express any gratitude or apology. She just opened her mouth every day, waiting for Fong Luo to bring back supplies. She also said behind his back that Fong Luo was useless, that the food he found was not enough to fill her stomach, and she instigated Su Qingqing to quickly change her boyfriend. She's a complete scheming bitch. Unexpectedly, Lin Zijin was also harmed by her. I just dealt with Su Qingqing and was worried about not being able to find anyone else. I didn't expect to meet her by chance. Fong Luo would not let any of the 18 people who killed him in his previous life go. Li Nana looked at Fong Luo, feeling a little surprised and happy at the same time. Surprisingly, from what my cousin Su Qingqing had told me before, Fong Luo was just an ordinary worker with only a few million in savings. At that time, she was a little disdainful of him, thinking that her cousin had such low standards for dating such a loser. But I didn't expect that Fong Luo actually had such a domineering armored vehicle, which must be worth millions. And there are guns. If he wasn't a descendant of a mysterious big family, how could he get something like this? It seems that my cousin concealed the truth on purpose, probably because she was afraid that I was prettier than her and would snatch Fong Luo from her. No wonder my cousin would travel with Fong Luo. What a scheming woman. Li Nana felt a little sour. At the same time, she was somewhat delighted. This abnormal weather and the newly appeared horrible zombies have brought great disaster to the world, and also brought her great shock. Li Nana also attended college and knew the extent of the destruction. With these horrific zombies, it would take a long time to return to normal society, even never going back. If this is true, then even if the army comes and I get rescued, I will receive the same treatment as the 2 local dogs around me, and I may even have to live with homeless people. How can I live this kind of life when I am so beautiful? But Fong Luo is different. He is her cousin's husband, so he must treat her sister-in-law better than he treats others. You can be superior to others. If he could snatch Fong Luo from his cousin, with the help of her armored vehicles and weapons, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety, even if the world continued to be in the apocalypse. You can even do things that you can't normally do. She felt she could do it, because her figure and looks are better than her cousin's, and most importantly, she is young and a female college student. Brother Fong Luo, why is it you? Did you come here specially to pick me up? Li Nana immediately revealed a coquettish smile on her face. She stepped forward and hugged Fong Luo's arm tightly, holding Fong Luo's arm tightly, fearing that her roommates around her didn't know about their relationship, and she deliberately spoke loudly. Chapter 19, Are You Worthy? As expected, when the 2 roommates heard what Li Nana said, they were immediately surprised. There was an expression of envy in his eyes. Sister Nana, is this your boyfriend? The 2 roommates looked at Li Nana and the tall, armored vehicle next to them with some envy. Brother Fong Luo, I'm sorry for what happened just now. The short woman who had just been beaten was originally full of resentment, but now she dared not say anything. The girl with glasses next to her also had a flattering look on her face. Li Nana looked quite proud and had a feeling of superiority. She became even more determined to snatch Fong Luo away from her cousin. Brother Fong Luo, is this car yours? Where are we going now? Li Nana hugged Fong Luo's arm and shook it left and right deliberately, her tone coquettish and charming. I have to say that Li Nana, as Su Qingqing's cousin, looks quite similar to her. Her appearance is about 8 points, and her figure is also very plump. Especially now that it's hot, Li Nana is only wearing a lace bra with one of her long legs exposed, making her look even sexier. The feeling on Fong Luo's arm couldn't lie. Where are you going? Fong Luo sneered in his heart. Of course, I will send you to hell. However, sending them away so easily is too easy for Li Nana. Fong Luo wants to let her experience despair as well. Go home. Home. Li Nana didn't know Fong Luo was going to kill her, and she nodded excitedly, saying delicately, I'll have to trouble brother Fong Luo to take care of me. Fong Luo smiled and said nothing. I will take care of you. I will definitely take care of you. I will take care of you to death. Fong Luo wanted her to feel the feeling of being about to touch hope, then experiencing despair, and finally being overwhelmed. Fong Luo got in the car. Li Nana ran to the passenger seat excitedly, and when she opened the door, she found someone sitting inside. Lin Zijin, why are you here? Li Nana fronut. This bitch was not dead and was saved by Fong Luo. She ordered somewhat displeasedly. Is this your seat? Come down quickly. Lin Zijin lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, preparing to get off the car and leave. However, just as she was about to get off the car, a big hand grabbed her arm. Sit down, Fong Luo said without question. Lin Zijin was very surprised. Shouldn't Fong Luo be sitting with his girlfriend? Why didn't he let her get off the car? Brother Fong Luo? Li Nana was also a little confused. Go to the trunk if you're sitting here, and don't dirty my car. Fong Luo pointed to the back coldly. Li Nana was stunned, suspecting that she had heard it wrong. Why did Fong Luo ask her to go to the trunk? Brother Fong Luo, are you kidding? Li Nana asked. Why? Do you want me to say it a second time? Li Nana was a little reluctant and wanted to say something, but when she saw Fong Luo's unquestionable expression, she closed her mouth again. In the dangerous end times, she was a powerless vase and did not dare to contradict Fong Luo at all. In the end times, the strong will be respected. I obediently rolled into the trunk with my 2 roommates. Li Nana was a little annoyed, but she didn't dare to be angry with Fong Luo. Instead, she took out her resentment on Lin Zijin. It must be this scheming bitch who said bad things about me. It was almost dawn. It was very difficult to find the evolution crystal during the day. After being busy all night, Fong Luo was a little tired, and Jianmu was also a little listless. Fong Luo planned to take a rest in the cold storage first. Today's harvest is rich enough. 3 evolution crystals, hundreds of zombie core crystals, and Lin Zijin was also found. Jianmu was sitting in the back seat and sleeping tiredly, but Li Nana and the others were in the trunk, and they were still emitting a foul stench. Meow. Jianmu complained a little, wondering why her master let these people into the car. Okay, stop complaining. Fong Luo took out a piece of salmon from the space and handed it over. Salmon? Thank you, brother Fong Luo. In the trunk, Li Nana thought Fong Luo was going to give it to her, and excitedly took the salmon. During the several days of the apocalypse, Li Nana had not eaten any decent food and had to eat dry and hard bread every day. She had rarely eaten salmon even in peacetime. On the side, the short girl and the girl with glasses couldn't help swallowing their saliva and revealed expressions of great envy. However, just as Li Nana was about to take it, a tabby cat took the salmon away. Finally, he rolled his eyes at the confused Li Nana. What are you looking at? Do you think this is for you? Are you worthy? Chapter 20 Heaven. You damn cat. Li Nana felt terrible after having her salmon snatched away by Jianmu and being treated like trash by her. She was already angry at Lin Zijin, and now she was so furious that she wanted to vent her anger on Jianmu. But who is Jianmu? She had just awakened her electric power and killed the little zombies instantly. Even if Fong Luo was without a weapon, he might not be able to defeat her. What's more, it's just a powerless vase. The Mother of Lightning will take revenge. Seeing that Li Nana was trying to grab him, he stretched out his claws and hit the other party a few times. Several clear claw marks suddenly appeared on Li Nana's arms and chest. Li Nana screamed in pain, but still stepped forward unwillingly to grab Jianmu. However, this time she was greeted by an electric current. Hiss! A sound of electric current was heard, and Lin Zijin turned his head curiously. When he saw Li Nana with black smoke coming out of her mouth and her hair messed up, he was immediately shocked. In addition to her, the 2 short girls and the girl with glasses next to her also suffered the same consequences. What happened to them? Lin Zijin looked at Fong Luo in astonishment. It's okay. Jianmu is quite hospitable. We just asked them to do some electrotherapy. Fong Luo chuckled, thinking that Jianmu had done a great job and would give her an extra meal in the evening. This cat. Lin Zijin was a little slow to react, but she was smart enough to guess something. Will it release lightning? Fong Luo shrugged. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Everyone would know about the superpowers in a few days. Telling Lin Zijin in advance would allow her to be mentally prepared. In a few days, Fong Luo also plans to let her awaken her special powers. Lin Zijin was a little shocked. However, when I thought about the Walking Dead zombies before, it didn't seem so hard to accept. At the same time, I also realized that the world today is not simple. They won't die, will they? She asked worriedly. Won't. Fong Luo shook his head. Jianmu still had some sense. She knew that Fong Luo didn't want to kill them now, so she held back and didn't kill them. But they still suffered. It took a while for Li Nana to come back to her senses. She looked at Jianmu with horror, with her seat half a parking space away from Jianmu. This cat can actually discharge electricity. Even my own urine was electrocuted and a few drops came out. Brother Fong Luo, it is... Li Nana looked at Fong Luo pitifully. My pet. Li Nana was shocked that Fong Luo was so powerful. It was enough for him to have armored vehicles and guns, but she didn't expect that he also had a cat that could emit electric shocks. Suddenly, I felt even more respect for Fong Luo. He dared not complain at all to the Mother of Lightning. In fact, the more severely Dian Mu tortured her, the happier she felt, because it meant that Fong Luo was extremely powerful, and she would be safer. When I become Fong Luo's woman, I will be the cat's mistress. Then won't I be able to do whatever I want with it? Thinking of this, Li Nana looked at Dian Mu in a flattering manner. Good luck to Sister Cat. Fong Luo looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. This woman is really mean. The better you treat her, the more she will look down on you. On the contrary, if you treat her badly and abuse her, the more she will admire you. I'm afraid he has some special hobby. Fong Luo drove all the way to the cold storage. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Brother Fong Luo, is this your home? When Li Nana saw that the home Fong Luo was talking about was just a warehouse, she frowned slightly. She thought Fong Luo's home was a luxurious villa with a private swimming pool, but she didn't expect it to be such a shabby place. I couldn't help feeling a little lost. The same was true for her 2 roommates. At first, seeing that Fong Luo had an armored vehicle and guns, I thought he was a big shot, but I didn't expect that he actually lived in a warehouse. They have these things that they want to leave, but now there are zombies everywhere outside. Leaving will only mean death, so I can only endure it temporarily. I'll change it when I find a good place later. If Fong Luo knew what they were thinking, he would definitely sneer at them. Villa? The temperature is now 65 degrees Celsius. Even if you are in a villa and the air conditioner is turned on at full speed, the indoor temperature will definitely not be lower than 50 degrees Celsius. What's more, there is a power outage in the whole city. Ordinary air conditioners have long been scrapped. Coupled with the presence of zombies, ordinary walls, doors, and windows cannot stop the zombies at all. Were there not many rich people in their previous lives who hid in villas and ended up being skinned and drained of their tendons by zombies? Look at your own cold storage. Although it looks ordinary, it is equipped with advanced refrigeration equipment and dozens of high-power generators. All the furniture inside is brand name. And professional security companies strengthen defenses. Not to mention zombies. It's useless even if zombies come. What a short-sighted person. Lindsay Jean on the side didn't say anything. She came from a poor family and had lived in a thatched hut. To her, a warehouse was no different from a villa. Fong Luo ignored Li Nana and went over to open the door. Instantly, a gust of cold air with a temperature of less than 15 degrees Celsius blew in from the cold storage. Li Nana, who was still complaining in her heart, suddenly froze in place. The global temperature has been rising in recent days, and the temperature in Jiangxing has reached 65 degrees Celsius. The reservoirs have almost dried up, and it is unknown how many people have died from the heat. She had been staying in the dormitory these days and had never worn any clothes except for her underwear, but she was still as hot as a dog. She had never imagined such a comfortable cool breeze. Li Nana couldn't help but shiver. It feels even better than an orgasm. Once they entered the cold storage, a dazzling array of furniture with all kinds of features appeared before the girls. It made them drop their jaws. What is this? A custom-made sofa from Hermes. Li Nana, like Su Qingqing, is also a gold digger. She likes to study luxury goods. When she saw Fong Luo's sofa, her mouth opened wide. She remembered that this sofa cost more than 800,000. There is also a coffee table made of mahogany, which costs at least hundreds of thousands. Chandeliers, carpets, all are high-end brands. There was also the red wine that I drank in a 5-star hotel last time, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars and lined up on an entire wall. Li Nana estimated that these things were worth at least tens of millions. This is so luxurious. Her legs began to tremble with excitement. This is not a cold storage. This is simply heaven. I didn't expect that the warehouse, which looks ordinary from the outside, is so luxurious inside. I'm such an idiot. I almost left just now. I almost regretted it for the rest of my life. Li Nana was now even more determined to become Fong Luo's woman, and the hostess here. I'll grab Fong Luo from you later. The short girl with glasses also looked excited, just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. She wanted to see everything. They had never seen so many high-end luxury goods. I felt lucky to know Li Nana. Otherwise, there would be no such comfortable place for them to live in. At the same time, she was also fantasizing that it would be great if Fong Luo could also like them. Brother Fong Luo, can I sit down? Li Nana looked at the sofa worth more than 800,000 yuan excitedly. wondering what it felt like to sit on a sofa worth more than 800,000 yuan. Cannot. Chapter 21, Taking Turns Bathing. Fong Luo slammed the door of the cold storage, and then looked at Li Nana with an extremely cold tone. Brother Fong Luo? Li Nana's butt, which had just been sitting down, stopped in the air. She looked at Fong Luo in confusion. Why did Fong Luo become so fierce all of a sudden? Are you afraid that you will dirty the sofa? That's definitely the case. How can I sit on such an expensive sofa when I haven't taken a shower for several days? Brother Fong Luo. Li Nana ran to Fong Luo again, clamped Fong Luo's arm, and acted coquettishly. Can you take me to take a bath? I haven't taken a bath for a long time. My back is a little dirty and I can't rub it. Bath! Seeing Li Nana blatantly seducing him and wanting him to rub her back, Fong Luo sneered in his heart. This woman naively thought she was going to live a good life. Then let you feel the hope first. Okay, let me wash first. Fong Luo walked towards the bathroom. Brother Fong Luo, let's come in too. Water resources are so precious now, we can't waste it. Li Nana also wanted to go in, but Fong Luo slammed the door shut, making Li Nana see stars. Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Fong Luo filled the bathtub with water and then lay down comfortably in it. After being busy outside all night, he was covered in sweat and now he finally relaxed. Fong Luo took out the evolution crystal. I found a total of 4 tonight, used 1, and have 3 left. Fong Luo absorbed the energy of an evolution crystal again and felt severe pain in his body again, with sweat oozing from his forehead. Absorbing energy consumes a lot of physical energy. If the human body is a bucket, the superpower is the water in the bucket, and strengthening one's strength is equivalent to pouring water into a bucket full of water. If you can't hold on, you will be crushed. After a few minutes, Fong Luo's hands and feet were already feeling sore. However, his abilities have been improved again, and he has now become a second-level ability user. Now, the distance of his space flashing is about 7 or 8 meters, and he has also gained a new ability. Space Barrier. Fong Luo can set up a barrier around his body, which can block all external attacks. In other words, if Fong Luo goes outside now, as long as he opens the space barrier, he will not feel the slightest bit of heat. And don't worry about the zombie virus. Very good. Fong Luo was ecstatic. He had gone outside to look for evolution crystals today, but he was so hot that he couldn't stand the heat. Now with the space barrier, he felt much more comfortable. More than half an hour later, after Fong Luo finished a shower, he walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Li Nana immediately came over to him excitedly. Although Fong Luo had just hit her head with the door, she had no complaints at all because Fong Luo was powerful, had money and supplies, and whatever he did was right. Brother Fong Luo. Li Nana felt uncomfortable after not taking a shower for several days and was about to go into the bathroom. Although he knew that the water for bathing was used by Fong Luo, he did not show any disgust. I'm going to take a shower now, etc. However, Fong Luo called her again. Brother Fong Luo, you want? Li Nana's heart moved, thinking that Fong Luo wanted to be with her. I knew it. I am so sexy and beautiful. How could any man resist my charm? However, Fong Luo's next words left her stunned. Help Dianmu wash first. Fong Luo pointed at Dianmu, who was sleeping on the sofa and was covered in dirt. Before, it was Fong Luo who gave Dianmu a bath. However, now that he has Li Nana, how could Fong Luo possibly do it himself? Do you really think that I brought her here so that she can enjoy a good life? Are you dreaming? Fong Luo just needed a maid, and Li Nana was his enemy, so he just wanted to take revenge on her. Shall we wash it first? Li Nana looked unhappy. If she washed the cat first, wouldn't that mean that she not only had to use Fong Luo's bathwater, but also the cat's bathwater? Your status is not as good as a cat. Don't wanna? Fong Luo glanced at her. I'm willing to. Li Nana forced herself to smile, but in her heart she was comforting herself that at least she was not the last one to wash. After you wash the cat, it's your turn. At that time, Lin Zijin and the others will have to use their own bathwater. Thinking of this, Li Nana felt much more balanced. Li Nana exhaled and prepared to pick up Dianmu, but Dianmu had just fallen asleep and was in a bad mood. When Li Nana hugged her, she subconsciously released an electric current. Li Nana was spewing black smoke again. After finally calming down, he took Dianmu to the bathroom and helped her take a bath. I have to say that Li Nana's technique is quite good. The mother of Dian looks very comfortable lying in the bathtub. Meow. Dianmu's expression suddenly froze. Oh no, I ate too much tonight and couldn't help myself. She glanced secretly at Nana and thought that this guy probably didn't see it. It would be terrible if he told his master. But it's okay. The water will drain out soon. It shouldn't be discovered. Dianmu pretended nothing had happened, stopped washing, and just walked away. Nana breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's my turn to take a shower. However, looking at the bath water that was as turbid as rice wine, she found it hard to accept. This cat is too dirty. After thinking for a while, she walked out of the bathroom and said weakly to Fong Luo, who was sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine. Brother Fong Luo, the water is a bit dirty. Can you change a bucket of water? Change the water? Fong Luo, didn't you just say to save water? Just use it as you can. On the side, Dianmu, who was about to play dead, heard Fong Luo's words and her cat eyes widened. No water change? I couldn't help myself in there just now. She looked at Nana again, not knowing what she would do. If it were her, she would just not wash. All right. Nana nodded, blaming herself in her heart for saying those things just now. And now she was reaping the consequences. However, when I thought that I was not the last one and that there would be people who would not be late and would use my own bathwater, I felt balanced again. She's just like that. She feels comfortable as long as she is superior to others. Meow. Looking at Nana walking towards the bathroom, Dianmu was now even more confused. Are you really going to wash it? Awesome. In the bathroom, Nana was lying in the muddy bathtub. Water accidentally entered her mouth. She quickly spat. Why is there still residue in the water? Is this a fish? Nana came out of the shower. Fong Luo looked at her other two roommates and said, You guys go ahead. Yes. The short girl with glasses nodded quickly and ran to the bathroom. Nana was gloating, looking at Lin Zijin beside her. It seemed that she would have to use everyone's bathwater. Lin Zijin also sighed slightly. There is some bitterness in my heart. However, she did not hate Fong Luo. After all, Fong Luo saved her life. Her grandmother taught her since she was young that one should be grateful and repay the kindness received. However, after the two men came out, Fong Luo stood up again and walked towards the bedroom. When Nana walked over out of curiosity, she found that the water in the bathtub had been replaced, and it was filled with roses. Chapter 22 Routine. Wow, it's a champagne rose. Seeing the bathtub full of rose petals, Nana's eyes sparkled and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. These roses are not ordinary red roses. Their petals are a light champagne color. I've seen champagne roses of this color in magazines before. Any one of them costs thousands of dollars. There must be at least 100 petals here, which costs at least $100,000. 100,000 yuan for a bath. It's too luxurious. There is such a bathtub of rose water that I would be willing to take off my clothes and lie in it even if I were on the street, not to mention here. However, Nana was a little confused again. Why did Fong Luo change the water and put rose petals in it? Why was it so delicately prepared? Who is it for? Is there anyone else here who hasn't showered yet? Oh, there is still one person who hasn't washed. Lin Zijin. Could it be that Fong Luo prepared this for Lin Zijin? Impossible. How is this possible? Shouldn't Lin Zijin be using the bath water that has been used by everyone else? How could a country bumpkin like her deserve such precious champagne and rose water? Brother Fong Luo, who are you preparing this for? Nana asked tentatively. Is it your business? Fong Luo snorted coldly, then walked to the living room, turned to Lin Zijin with a smile, and said gently, Zijin, the water is ready. Come and wash up. Boom! Fong Luo's words were like a thunderbolt. Not only Nana, but also the short girl and the girl with glasses were all dumbfounded and felt indignant. They had just taken a bath in the stinky water that turned yellow and green, but Fong Luo prepared rose water worth 100,000 yuan for Lin Zijin. The difference in treatment is too great. Even Lin Zijin was a little at a loss. I'm flattered. Thanks. Lin Zijin looked at Fong Luo with emotion. During these days of the end of the world, Lin Zijin was frightened every day and felt the evil in people's hearts. Fong Luo is the best person to himself. She secretly swore in her heart that no matter what, she would repay Fong Luo. What are you thanking me for? Go quickly. Are you waiting for me to rub your back? Fong Luo joked with a smile. No need. Lin Zijin quickly waved her hands and ran into the bathroom with a red face. How could she, a young girl, listen to all this? Fong Luo is good in every way. He is kind-hearted, tall, and handsome, but he is just 2. Looking at Lin Zijin's shy look, Fong Luo also lay on the sofa with a smile and took a sip of red wine worth more than 100,000 yuan. Brother Fong Luo. Looking at Lin Zijin entering the bathroom and enjoying the 100,000 yuan bath water, Li Nana was envious and jealous. How could a country bumpkin enjoy these? Are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders for you. Li Nana sat down next to Fong Luo in a delicate manner. Looking at Li Nana, who was about to lie in his arms, Fong Luo's just gentle expression suddenly turned cold. A slap hit Li Nana's face. Stay away from me. Fong Luoga. Fong Luo slapped Li Nana in the face, and she was stunned. She didn't know what Fong Luo meant. Why are you hitting yourself for no reason? Are you curious about where your cousin went? Fong Luo looked at Li Nana jokingly. Where did you go? Li Nana realized that something was wrong and asked with a trembling voice. Fong Luo grinned. She is in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia? Li Nana exclaimed. The temperature in Southeast Asia is 70 degrees Celsius, and it is very chaotic. Where is my cousin? Why would my cousin go to Southeast Asia? Li Nana suddenly had a bad guess. Fong Luo sneered. Your whole family teamed up to cheat me, so of course I will take revenge. I guess the grass on Su Qingqing's grave is 3 meters high now. What? Li Nana was already trembling with fear. Brother Fong Luo, I don't know what happened between you and your cousin. I don't know anything. It's none of my business. Li Nana quickly distanced herself from Su Qingqing, fearing that Fong Luo would kill her. None of your business? Fong Luo sneered. In my previous life, I risked my life to save you, but you deliberately tripped yourself and attracted zombies. Is that okay? Who is it that not only doesn't thank me, but also insults me after I went through so much trouble to find food and bring it home? Fong Luo swore an oath. He must take revenge on these 18 beasts. Sapte 23. Desparata Li Nana. It's useless to tell me these things. Go talk to your cousin. Fong Luo slapped Li Nana in the face again. Li Nana rolled several times on the ground, and her bath towel fell off. You can't kill me. Killing is against the law, Li Nana said repeatedly, trying to threaten Fong Luo with the law. Fong Luo sneered. Law? This is the end of the world, who still abides by the law. Li Nana's face turned pale all of a sudden. Fong Luo was right. The situation outside is so chaotic now, with murders and robberies happening every moment. The law is a joke in the end times. Even if Fong Luo shaved himself, no one would give him justice. But she really didn't want to die. Fong Luo grabbed Li Nana's neck, and Li Nana's face suddenly turned red, and her hands and feet kept struggling. She was completely panicked. Please don't kill me. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Li Nana struggled, and her desire to survive made her say, My sister shouldn't have kept you hanging. I'm making it up to you for her. My sister and I look a lot like each other. You can take revenge in any way you want. You treat me like a dog, but just don't kill me. Please. Oh. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. Li Nana and Su Qingqing did look somewhat alike. Thinking of the other party's arrogant look in the previous life, Fong Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of evil fire in his heart. But killing her like this would be too easy for her. But what your family did made me very angry. How can I vent my anger if I don't kill you? Fong Luo said. Li Nana understood Fong Luo's meaning immediately. He knelt down immediately, etc. Fong Luo suddenly picked up the red wine beside him and said, Don't you like drinking red wine? Hold it in your mouth and don't swallow it or leak it. Otherwise, Li Nana was stunned, but in order to save her life, she could only nod. Afterwards, Fong Luo lay comfortably on the sofa, looking at Li Nana kneeling on the ground in a mess, her hair disheveled and her voice a little hoarse, and a feeling of revenge came over him. Wasn't he arrogant in his previous life? You scold yourself every day, bring back food to thank yourself, and it's still not enough? Master, are you satisfied? Li Nana looked at Fong Luo in horror. Fong Luo just now was like a devil and didn't care whether she was in pain or not. However, she was already grateful to have saved her life. Not satisfied, Fong Luo sneered. She wanted him to forgive her with just this little punishment? That was really too cheap for her. I also feel sorry for Fong Luo's previous life, whose life was harmed by the other family. The collar is worn. Fong Luo took out a collar and threw it to Li Nana. Since you want to be a dog, then I will give you a chance, but if you make me dissatisfied, Yes. Li Nana was extremely terrified. She could tell from Fong Luo's eyes that Fong Luo would really kill someone. Is that how dogs talk? Woof woof. Fong Luo smiled. Then he looked at Li Nana's two roommates. What about you guys? The two women were terrified, as they had seen clearly the conversation and actions between Fong Luo and Li Nana. We have no grudge against you. You can't treat us like this. We want to leave here, the two women said timidly. Just now the two of them were envious of Li Nana, but now they just want to stay away from this devil Fong Luo. The world is so big. How can you starve yourself to death? Moreover, the country is so powerful now, and a disaster like this will be over soon. Why should we suffer here? Oh. Fong Luo nodded and opened the door directly. No problem. Let's go. When the two women saw this, they immediately walked out. However, before they could take a few steps, several zombies rushed over and tore them to pieces. Li Nana originally wanted to leave, but when she saw this, she was so frightened that she immediately dared not leave. He fell to the ground with weak legs. If you stay here, you will be tortured by Fong Luo. If you leave here, you will be eaten by zombies. Her eyes were filled with despair. At this time, Lin Zijin, who had just finished taking a shower, just came out of the bathroom. Lin Zijin became even more beautiful after taking a bath. The thick, long black hair fell on the shoulders like a waterfall, and from time to time a few drops of warm water passed across the flawless collarbone. The fair skin seems as if it could be blown away. The most eye-catching thing is her pair of long legs, which are round, well-proportioned, straight, and slender. Lin Zijin looked at Li Nana kneeling on the ground and her two missing roommates, not knowing what had happened. They left, Fong Luo said with a smile. Oh. Lin Zijin nodded, thinking that her roommate had left, but she didn't know that Fong Luo was talking about biologically leaving. Cuckoo. Suddenly, Lin Zijin's stomach growled and her face turned red with shame, feeling extremely embarrassed. You must be hungry. Fong Luo was a little hungry himself. Using superpowers or evolution crystals would consume a lot of energy, and he would need to eat a lot of food to replenish it. I'll get you something to eat, but I can't cook, so don't mind if it doesn't taste good. I can do it. Chapter 24. The Beautiful Cook. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Fong Luo originally wanted to cook by himself, but Lin Zijin said she could cook, so Fong Luo asked her to show off her skills. Unexpectedly, Lin Zijin cooked a table full of delicious food. Fong Luo's saliva was almost flowing. Even Dianmu, who was originally sleeping in, came over meowing. Before the end of the world, although Fong Luo had stockpiled tens of billions of supplies, including countless chickens, ducks, fish, and various precious ingredients, he was not very good at cooking. Whether it's abalone or lobster, Fong Luo just puts them in hot pot. I feel a little irritated if I eat it every day. Now, Lin Zijin's arrival has perfectly solved Fong Luo's food problem. With this beautiful cook, I can prepare different flavors of food every day. What a treasure! On the side, Li Nana, who was originally in a daze, swallowed her saliva when she saw the delicious dishes. Steamed abalone, braised soft-shelled turtle, garlic-fried lobster. Where did Fong Luo get so much food? She couldn't eat these even under normal circumstances, let alone in this apocalypse. She had been eating hard bread for several days and couldn't even defecate. She looked at Fong Luo eagerly. She tried to wait for Fong Luo to throw her a piece of meat, but Fong Luo ignored her and even threw it to Dianmu in front of her. Not even as good as a cat. Li Nana really wanted to cry. She didn't know how she had offended Fong Luo. Is it necessary to torture yourself like this? So vicious. Fong Luo and Lin Zijin were eating delicious dishes face to face. Lin Zijin was both happy and shy at the moment. She looked at Fong Luo secretly. She is over 1.80 meters tall, with neat short hair. She looks very sunny, with a hint of determination and a bit of rebelliousness between her eyebrows. Lin Zijin quite likes Fong Luo's style. The most important thing is that Fong Luo is more of a gentleman. Although when Fong Luo saved her at the beginning, he pinched her, but there was no other action afterwards. He did not make excessive demands on her just because he saved her, or take advantage of her situation to force her to do anything. I didn't covet her body. This is also the reason why she followed Fong Luo to the cold storage. If Fong Luo had made excessive demands at the beginning, or shown a little impatience, Lin Zijin would have chosen to leave even if it meant death. Not to mention that he had developed a liking for the other party, Luo. However, if Lin Nana, who was sitting on the ground drooling, knew Lin Zijin's evaluation of Fong Luo, she would definitely be so angry that she would vomit blood. Gentlemen, aren't you greedy for your body? Do you know that he just rubbed and kneaded himself and played more wildly than anyone else? Moreover, he insidiously harmed his cousin and deliberately ate delicious food in front of her, deliberately torturing her. Is this a gentleman? He takes you in just because he wants your body. When he strips you naked, you'll cry. How come you are so good at it? Who taught you? Fong Luo didn't even look at Lin Nana. He chatted with Lin Zijin while eating. Apart from knowing Lin Zijin's strength, Fong Luo doesn't know much about other aspects of her. My grandma taught me. Lin Zijin is an introvert and seldom communicates with boys. But now she has a good impression of Fong Luo, and she did not hide anything from him. He told her everything, including how his parents died, how he grew up with his grandmother, and how he and his sister depended on each other after his grandmother passed away. While she was telling the story, she secretly glanced at Fong Luo's expression, fearing that Fong Luo would look down on her. Fortunately, Fong Luo didn't. Moreover, she learned that Fong Luo's parents also died unexpectedly, and she felt a sense of solidarity. He became closer to Fong Luo. Fong Luo also felt emotional in his heart. A hemp rope will break at the thinnest part, and misfortune will strike the unfortunate people. Lin Zijin's fate is quite tragic. However, this also made her strong and hardworking. Fong Luo guessed that it was precisely because of this that Lin Zijin's ability was so powerful. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. You have a sister? Well, she goes to Los Angeles #1 middle school. I don't know how she's doing now. Speaking of her sister, Lin Zijin's expression was a little gloomy. She was worried about her sister's current situation. She was her only relative in the world. Don't worry, I'll go over and take a look in the evening. Fong Luo patted her shoulder comfortingly. The virus has just arrived, so Fong Luo has been looking for evolution crystals these days while no one else has noticed it. He can also visit his sister Lin Zijin at the same time. But there are so many zombies outside, it's very dangerous. Fong Luo saved her once, and Lin Zijin was already very touched and didn't want Fong Luo to take risks again. What are you afraid of? I'm a man and I have a gun. If there are zombies, I will just shoot them to death. Fong Luo smiled. Lin Zijin then remembered that Fong Luo had previously killed a large number of zombies with a gun, and he felt a little relieved. At the same time, I am more grateful to Fong Luo. He has been so good to me. How can I ever repay him? The two chatted for a while and soon felt a little tired. Lin Zijin has been in a state of fear these past few days and has not gotten any sleep at all. Fong Luo had been busy all night and had absorbed 2 evolution crystals. So his physical strength was almost depleted and he was now very tired. Let's go to bed. Fong Luo yawned and said to Lin Zijin, Where shall I sleep? Hearing Fong Luo's words, Lin Zijin couldn't help but blush. She had just looked at the cold storage. Although the cold storage was very large, covering an area of 300 square meters, there was only one room in the entire cold storage. Doesn't that mean that she would have to sleep with Fong Luo? Lin Zijin was only 16 years old and was in college. She had never had much contact with boys since she was a child. How could she accept sleeping with them? Besides, Fong Luo hasn't confessed to me yet. Don't worry, my bed is big and can sleep 10 people. Fong Luo guessed what she was thinking and couldn't help but joked. Why? Are you afraid that I will take advantage of you? No, it's not. Lin Zijin waved his hands quickly. Oh. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. So you want me to take advantage of you? Lin Zijin's face flushed red. No matter what she said, it was wrong. She thought Fong Luo was trying to trick her. She couldn't help but glare at Fong Luo coquettishly. Looking at Lin Zijin's shy face, Fong Luo couldn't help laughing. She looked so cute. He waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me. Fong Luo admitted that he was lustful, but he also had his own principles. When it came to love between men and women, Fong Luo always followed the principle of mutual consent. Of course, there are exceptions. If the other party is your enemy or your enemy's woman, that's a different matter. It doesn't matter whether you are willing or not. After hearing Fong Luo's words, Lin Zijin finally breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. Are you unattractive? No matter how innocent a woman is, as long as she is a woman, she will be entangled with her appearance, and Lin Zijin is no exception. Fong Luo led Lin Zijin towards the room. Before entering, Fong Luo glanced at the dazed Li Nana and said, "Go wash the dishes. Also, remember to clean up the poop for Diemu. Be obedient, or I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Li Nana was filled with grief and indignation after hearing this. Not only do I not get to eat, I also have to wash the dishes and clean up the cat's poop. Kill me with one sword. However, she didn't have the courage to die as the tragic deaths of her two roommates were still vivid in her mind. I had no choice but to obey the order pitifully. Chapter 25. The Girl with Twin Ponytails. In the evening, Fong Luo was awakened by a fragrance. He opened his eyes and found that it was Lin Zijin who was holding a bowl of hot shrimp porridge, ready to wake him up. "Brother Fong Luo, it's time to eat." Lin Zijin looked at Fong Luo shyly. Although Fong Luo's bed was very big and 10 girls could sleep on it without feeling crowded, Fong Luo had a bad habit of rolling around when he slept. Just now when she was sleeping, Lin Zijin felt difficulty breathing. When she opened her eyes, she found Fong Luo lying on top of her. I was shocked at that time. I thought Fong Luo was going to do something to her. At first, he wanted to resist, but when he thought about how much Fong Luo had helped him and how he had a good impression of him, he didn't resist in the end. However, just when she was getting nervous, she heard a snoring sound. Only then did I see clearly that Fong Luo was asleep. Lin Zijin breathed a sigh of relief, but did not continue to push Fong Luo away for fear of waking him up, so she let Fong Luo press on her to sleep until she got up to cook half an hour ago. There is still a clear red mark in the shape of a human face on her chest. It's a pity that Fong Luo didn't know all this. If he knew that he missed a great opportunity because of sleeping, he would definitely regret it. How can I sleep at this time? But there is still a long way to go, and there will be opportunities in the future. Wow, it smells so good. I'm so lucky to have you here. Fong Luo happily took the shrimp porridge. He had been eating irregularly in the past few days. However, others had nothing to eat because he was too lazy to cook. Now that I have Lin Zijin, a good wife and mother, I don't have to worry about these things at all. After dinner, we took a rest. Fong Luo prepared to go out to look for the evolution crystal. And by the way, look for Lin Zijin's sister. Be careful. Lin Zijin looked at Fong Luo worriedly. She really wanted to save her sister, but she also didn't want Fong Luo to be in danger. Don't worry. Fong Luo waved his hand. Open the cold storage. Perhaps because of the two women yesterday, some zombies thought that this place provided buffet all the time, so they gathered at the door. Seeing Fong Luo open the door, they rushed over with their fangs and claws bared, but these little karami were nothing in front of the guns. Do them all. Afterwards, Fong Luo drove away in the armored vehicle. Came to Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. There was a zombie outbreak last night. As the day went by, the roads became even more chaotic, with corpses with missing limbs everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. It is rare to see people on the streets now. Most people have found a place to hide. However, he found 5 evolution crystals on the way, which was an unexpected gain. I wonder where Lin Yuyu is? Fong Luo looked around Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Lin Zijin had told him the name and appearance of his sister. She was a cute girl, 160 centimeters tall, with twin ponytails. She wore a little pink skirt and white mid-length stockings before going to school. Fong Luo drove into the school. To be honest, after so many days, the probability that Lin Yuyu is still here is a little small. There was no food in the school, and if she were still alive, she would definitely have to go out to find food. After searching around, no human figures were found in the school, but a lot of twin-tailed zombies were found. In order to confirm whether it was Lin Yuyu, Fong Luo had to take a closer look at whether they were cute. In the end, he concluded that none of them were cute. Some of them even had broken limbs in their mouths. How could they be so cute? In order to prevent them from scaring people again, Fong Luo had no choice but to shoot the heads of these twin-tailed zombies one by one. I hope Lin Yuyu hasn't gotten into trouble yet. Fong Luo opened the map and searched if there were any supermarkets, shopping malls, or anything like that nearby. If Lin Yuyu were alive, she would definitely go looking for food. There is a medium-sized supermarket 800 meters away. Fong Luo determined a direction. Before the end of the world, Fong Luo robbed all the large supermarkets and warehouses in the city, but there were still some small and medium-sized supermarkets that he did not visit. Now, these small and medium-sized supermarkets should be the places with the most people. Fong Luo drove over immediately. As soon as he approached, Fong Luo heard a noisy sound coming from inside, as if someone was arguing about something. You little brat, how much can a little girl like you eat? There are so many of us, and you actually want to just take half of it. Aren't you too inhumane? Who said I ate alone? A girl with twin ponytails said indignantly, with her hands on her hips. I have an 80-year-old grandmother above me, a 20-year-old sister below me, and so many sisters who are crying out for food. It's reasonable for me to eat half of the food. Chapter 26 Protagonist. In the supermarket, a young girl wearing a white t-shirt, a pink JK skirt, and white stockings, with one hand on her waist and the other holding a machete, was protecting several bags of rice and mineral water behind her like a hen. Even when facing a dozen adults who were several times older than her, the girl in the pink skirt was not afraid at all. Beside her, there were a few high school students who were about the same age as her. Little girl, I'm almost starving, and you're hogging all this food by yourself. Didn't your school teach you to respect the elderly and love the young? That's right, which school are you from? You have such low moral standards. Once the disaster is over, I will file a complaint against you and have you expelled from school. There is only one Los Angeles #1 middle school nearby. It must be #1 middle school. There are such scums in #1 middle school. On the opposite side, a dozen people were afraid to step forward and snatch the things because of the machete in the girl's hand. No one wants to be the first to stand out, because someone was stabbed by her just now. She is so young, yet she is so cruel. She's just a little gangster. Why don't we share some of it? We can't finish all of this. It would be bad if the school expelled us. Behind Lin Yuyu, an ordinary-looking girl was shocked. She is different from Lin Yuyu, the poor student. She is an excellent student and dares not make any mistakes, let alone be expelled. Wu Yu, don't listen to their nonsense. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. Although she was not good at studying, she was not a fool. With those horrible zombies outside, this extremely hot weather, and that special power, the world has long been a mess. All these changes told her that it was almost impossible to return to normal society. The world will only become more and more chaotic, and more people will die. Fired? The school will no longer exist by then. Are you still afraid of these? In comparison, it is better to consider how to live now. Therefore, they must collect enough supplies so that they can survive in this harsh environment. Respect the old and love the young. Lin Yu put her hands on her hips and sneered. I am only 18 years old, and you are almost buried. Why don't you come to Io? You can find the food you want by yourselves. I found these first, so they are mine. If you are not afraid of death, come up and try it. Lin Yu has been an orphan since childhood. She is a good girl in front of her sister, but she has developed a rebellious character outside. Often fight with others. Faced with this kind of scene, she was not afraid at all. Yu is right. Why should we give up the food we found? Yu, I support you. If they want to hurt you, they have to get through me first. Next to Lin Yu, a handsome young man holding a machete took the initiative to stand in front of Lin Yu. Thank you, Zhao He. Lin Yu looked at the young man with some admiration. She didn't expect that Zhao He, who usually looked like a good student, would dare to stand in front of her in such a dangerous time. That's what men should do. Zhao He seemed very excited when Lin Yu praised him. He had been pursuing Lin Yu, but Lin Yu said that she didn't want to have a relationship and had never agreed. Now that I have stepped forward this time, she will definitely accept me. The reason why he stood up was that he calculated that the people on the opposite side were old, had little fighting power, and had no weapons, so they would not hurt him in a fight. Sure enough, the old men and women on the opposite side only dared to curse at him when they saw this, and did not dare to really rush over and fight him. Zhao He's face was full of pride. In his mind, he had already imagined the scene of Lin Yu accepting him and then kissing her sweet lips. However, at this moment, a crazy laugh came over. A young man wearing glasses and wearing iron armor made of unknown material walked out of the crowd, with a few companions following behind him. Classmate Yu, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are still so beautiful, especially your long legs. They are so white, long, and slender. If you wear black stockings on one side and white stockings on the other, and then carry them on your shoulders. The boy with glasses stared at Lin Yu with obscene eyes and spoke in a vulgar tone. Lu Yang. Lin Yu frowned and looked at the other person. She knew the other person. He was an inconspicuous classmate in the class. He was an average student and didn't like to talk to others. I didn't expect such an introverted person to say such disgusting things. Sure enough, the end of the world is most likely to bring out the evil in the human heart. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel angry. Fuck, Lu Yang. Who gave you the courage to talk to Yu like that? Zhao He on the side was angry. Lin Yu was the woman he liked, and the other party actually said that he would carry her legs on his shoulders. What was he then? Yu, I'll go teach him a lesson for you. As he said that, Zhao He walked towards Lu Yang with a machete in hand. He had often bullied Lu Yang in the past, so he didn't take Lu Yang seriously at all. Why, you still want to chop me? Lu Yang looked at Zhao He with disdain. Do you think I am still the same person as before, who would let you guys bully me? Lu Yang came from an ordinary family, was an average student, and was ugly with a face full of acne. As a result, he was always very inferior, had few friends, and was often bullied. Lin Yu is the most beautiful girl in the school. She is lively and generous, and is his dream goddess. However, he didn't dare to confess his feelings. Every day, he would open porn websites, watch porn videos and read novels, and fantasize about the goddess being obedient to him. But he also knew that it was all an illusion. However, just yesterday, when he was looking for food, he found a glowing stone, and then he discovered that he had gained a special ability. He can attract all metal objects to himself like a magnet, and can also use magnetism to shape them into various shapes. Superpower? Lu Yang, who liked reading Dragon King novels, reacted immediately and jumped 3 feet high with excitement. This is something only the protagonist of a novel has. Could it be that I am the protagonist of the novel? Destiny's Child? The 3-year period has been up, and Crouching Dragon has risen again. Lu Yang was extremely excited and immediately used his special powers to make himself a suit of armor. Then he taught a lesson to the classmates who had bullied him before and asked them to be his younger brothers. Looking at his classmates surrendering at his feet, he became more and more elated. Lu Yang thought of his goddess, Lin Yu again. Usually, he didn't even dare to talk to Lin Yu. He only dared to imagine what Lin Yu looked like while watching videos. But now that he realized that he had become the protagonist, Lu Yang was suddenly full of confidence, and he couldn't wait to find Lin Yu, wanting to win Lin Yu over with a wicked smile and make her serve him like in the videos and novels. I heard that she has a sister. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's expression became even more obscene. Not only her sister, but all the women in the world must crawl at her feet. She is the master of this world. Chapter 27. Shift to 5th gear and step on the accelerator. Lu Yang was very proud and a little bit proud, imagining all kinds of long, out-yin plots. After awakening their special powers, many people will be like him, thinking that they are the protagonists of the world, that they can destroy everything in the world with a flick of their fingers, and seduce all the beauties in the world. That's human nature. Power strengthens a person's deepest desires. No one thinks about the legal issues. Fuck, you're laughing at your mother. Zhao He saw that the other party not only ignored him, but also showed a lewd smile, so he slashed at the other party with a knife. However, Lu Yang was wearing iron armor and was not hurt at all. You don't know your own strength, and you dare to fight the protagonist? Lu Yang smiled evilly and waved his hand, using his magnetic ability to suck the machetes in Zhao He and Lin Yu's hands directly into his own hands. Then he controlled the machetes to cut off the heads of the old men and women around him, and blood immediately flowed into a river. This scene made Zhao He and Wu Yu on the opposite side stunned. Is this guy a human or a ghost? How can he fly with a machete? How did the knife fly into his hand? Was it a magic trick? He actually killed more than a dozen people in one breath. How cruel. Ugh. Boss is mighty, boss is awesome. Zhao He and Wu Yu looked at Lu Yang in disbelief. His behavior just now was really too weird, and the means are extremely cruel. Wu Yu couldn't help but vomit. Several of his younger brothers also began to flatter him. Lu Yang became even more elated. Classmate Yu, see this? This is my strength. I am the son of destiny. As long as you follow me, you will be the protagonist's woman. Lu Yang looked at Lin Yu proudly, feeling that Lin Yu had been fascinated by his domineering aura. Lin Yu looked at Lu Yang, who looked like a middle school boy, and felt sick. After gaining superpowers, he started killing people indiscriminately. Could he think that he was the only one with superpowers? Idiot, wearing armor in such hot weather. Are you trying to turn yourself into teppanyaki? And becoming your woman? I'm your grandmother. Lin Yu looked at him like an idiot. She was not afraid of Lu Yang because she had also awakened her special powers. Wind-related abilities. This is why, in such 65 degrees Celsius weather, everyone else is almost naked, but she is still wearing a t-shirt. She can create airflow around her, and now her body temperature feels only 50 degrees Celsius. What did you say? Lu Yang didn't expect that even though he had shown such strength and helped her kill everyone, Lin Yu was still so disrespectful to him. I couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed. You go and capture her for me, or you will die." Lu Yang sneered and pointed at Zhao He. He knew that Zhao He liked Lin Yuyu, so he wanted to see her and personally send the woman he liked to his bed to satisfy his perverted desires. Yes, yes. Zhao He suddenly became timid and nodded and bowed quickly. Although Lin Yuyu was beautiful, he didn't want to die yet. Yuyu, I'm sorry. Brother Yang has taken a fancy to you. He is so powerful. You won't suffer any loss if you follow him. Zhao He walked towards Lin Yuyu. Lin Yu looked at him with cold eyes. I didn't expect that I was wrong and thought this guy was pretty good just now. Humph, you want to catch me? No way. Lin Yuyu snorted coldly, grabbed her best friend Wu Yu, and prepared to run away. She has wind powers. Her speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. No one here can catch up with her. This is why she can still survive despite being chased by so many zombies. However, just as she was running away, Wu Yu beside her grabbed her tightly. Brother Zhao He, come quickly. She's about to run away. Wu Yu held Lin Yuyu tightly and hurriedly said to Zhao He. Although she and Lin Yuyu are best friends, they are only superficial friends. It is only because Lin Yuyu likes to fight that no one bullies her, because she is her best friend. The most important thing is that she likes Zhao He, but Zhao He likes Lin Yuyu, and she has always been very resentful. Now that I have found the opportunity, I will definitely sell Lin Yuyu out. Wu Yuyu. Lin Yuyu's speed was restricted. She turned around and looked at Wu Yu in confusion. He was clearly saving her. So why did she betray him? Is this your best friend? Her eyes turned fierce, and she slapped Wu Yu a few times, but the other party still did not let go and even held her tighter. At this time, Zhao Yi had also arrived and directly grabbed her hand. Now she was completely unable to move and became a lamb to be slaughtered. You! Lin Yuyu's eyes were filled with despair. The three of them had just formed a united front, but they had parted ways just because of Lu Yang's threat. She looked at these people with disgust, especially Lu Yang on the opposite side, who was full of foul language and was simply disgusting. Although she is usually rebellious, she has never done anything out of line. She couldn't imagine what kind of disaster would happen to her if she fell into this man's hands. Lin Yu secretly swore in her heart that if Lu Yang wanted to do anything to her, she would bite her tongue and commit suicide, and would never let such a person get her. It's a pity that I don't know where my sister is now. She is so fragile. Ah, well done, I allow you to be my lackeys. Lu Yang laughed heartily. He liked watching this kind of scene of stabbing someone in the back. Teisuke, classmate Yuyu. Lu Yang slowly walked towards Lin Yuyu, admiring her beautiful legs with a lewd look in his eyes. In his mind, he had already arranged her in 18 different ways. You never expected that you would never even look at me, but now you're going to be under me. Before Lu Yang could finish his words, suddenly, a tall armored vehicle crashed into the door of the supermarket and knocked Lu Yang, who was speaking out. Everyone was confused and hadn't reacted yet. How could an armored vehicle rush in? Sorry, something just attracted my car, causing me to shift into fifth gear and step on the accelerator. The door of the armored vehicle opened, and a tall boy got out of the car, looking at Lu Yang, who was knocked flying with a teasing tone. Fong Luo came in front of Lin Yuyu and looked at her carefully. A pair of bright big eyes, twin ponytails, wearing a little pink skirt and white stockings. Are you Lin Yuyu? Fong Luo asked, looking at Lin Yuyu, who was still a little unresponsive. Who are you? Lin Yuyu was bewildered, mainly because Fong Luo's appearance was too shocking. She was planning to commit suicide just a second ago, but then an armored vehicle rushed over. Moreover, the man in front of him was tall and handsome. It's like a fairy tale. Lin Zijin asked me to come find you. Fong Luo looked at the other person with a smile. Lin Yuyu and Lin Zijin looked somewhat similar, but their temperaments were different. Lin Zijin is gentle and quiet. Lin Yuyu, on the other hand, looks more lively and cute. Brother-in-law? Somehow, this thought popped up in Lin Yuyu's mind. Perhaps it was because Fong Luo was tall and handsome, and had just come to save her like a miracle, so she subconsciously developed a good impression of Fong Luo. Fong Luo was stunned. This Lin Yuyu is quite good at making connections. She calls him brother-in-law, but I like it. Fuck, which jerk actually hit me with his car? Are you looking for death? Chapter 28, God-Level Sisters. Lu Yang was originally fantasizing about putting Lin Yuyu in 18 different positions, but suddenly an armored vehicle rushed out and hit him hard. A few drops of urine came out. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, and because of the magnetism, the impact only suffocated him for a moment, and his internal organs were not directly shattered. After fainting for a while, he stood up again. He stared fiercely at Fong Luo, the uninvited guest. It seemed that this kid was a rich second generation who actually had an armored vehicle in this doomsday. I hate this kind of person the most. They are more handsome than me and richer, so all the goddesses are theirs. However, these are nothing in front of his superpowers, and he can only become the villain who gets slapped in the face by himself. Go to hell? Liu Yang used magnetism again, controlling the machete on the ground, and chopped towards Fong Luo. Brother-in-law, be careful. Lin Yuyu was the first to see this scene. While Wu Yu and Zhao He were stunned, she broke free from her restraints and rushed towards Fong Luo quickly, helping Fong Luo to narrowly avoid the machete. Originally, it was very easy for Fong Luo to avoid the machete because he had the ability to flash through space and could jump to a distance of 7 or 8 meters anytime and anywhere. And he also has a space barrier. The space barrier can not only isolate the scorching temperature outside, but also block attacks. Don't even mention the machete. Unless you fire a cannon at him, he won't get hurt. It is a magical skill to prevent the old six. The reason why he didn't dodge was that he saw Lin Yuyu rushing towards him, and he didn't want Lin Yuyu to miss and fall. Looking at the soft and beautiful girl in his arms, Fong Luo was slightly stunned and felt a little excited. Lin Yuyu's steps just now seemed a little strange. Is it a wind-related ability? The girl in front of me has actually awakened the wind-related ability. Although wind-related abilities are not the most powerful, they are one of the most comfortable skills in the apocalypse. Because wind-related abilities can accelerate the flow of air around you and can greatly reduce your perceived temperature. Not like superpowers like fire and electricity. Although it has strong attack power, it is still as hot as a dog in the high temperature of 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Moreover, wind-type abilities are good at speed, and in terms of saving lives, almost nothing can match it except for electricity-type and space-type abilities. As long as there is food, there's almost no death. It is a T1 level ability. What kind of pair of top-notch sisters are they? My sister has a strong fire ability. My sister has awakened her wind-related abilities. Not only are they both beautiful, the elder sister is gentle and virtuous, while the younger sister is lively and cute. What makes Fong Luo even more excited is that these two sisters are likely to serve him. This end of the world is so comfortable. Brother-in-law? Lin Yu looked at Fong Luo with her eyes wide open. She and Fong Luo had just met, but she had a good impression of Fong Luo. Because Lin Yu knows her sister well. Although her sister is pursued by many men, she rarely communicates with boys and will never mention her younger sister in front of other boys. Because they come from an ordinary family and the two sisters depend on each other, they are easily targeted by bad people. However, my sister actually told the boy in front of her about herself and asked him to save her. This shows that the boy's character has passed my sister's test, and maybe they've already done that. There is another reason. The way Fong Luo appeared just now, and what he said, put it in 5th gear and step on the accelerator, this kind of deliberately teasing words is very much to her liking. Lin Yuyu was originally a playful and rebellious girl. Brother-in-law, can you please let go of your hand? I'm almost strangled to death. Lin Yuyu said resentfully, pointing at Fong Luo's hand that was tightly kneading her waist. It turned out that as soon as Lin Yuyu threw herself into Fong Luo's arms, Fong Luo subconsciously hugged her. Later, when he learned that she had wind-related abilities, he became excited and subconsciously hugged her tighter. So. Fong Luo quickly let go of his hand and smiled awkwardly. What a sin, what a sin. The other person might very well become my future sister-in-law. Damn it. You two dare to flirt with each other, die? On the opposite side, looking at Fong Luo and the other person hugging each other, Liu Yang was filled with envy and jealousy. Oh no, brother-in-law, let's run. Lin Yuyu was shocked and wanted to take Fong Luo away immediately. Although she also had superpowers, she was not very good at fighting. On the contrary, the opponent's magnetic ability, although very weak in the later stage, is very strong in the early stage. No need to rush. Fong Luo waved his hand, and while Lin Yuyu wasn't paying attention, he took out the AK from the space. The guy opposite has a crystal in his head. Although his ability is very weak, every little bit counts, so how can we waste it? Oh my god, brother-in-law, your gun is so big. Where did you get it from? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up. She reached out to touch it and found that it was a real gun. Fong Luo was sweating slightly. It was obviously a normal action. Why did it feel wrong after Lin Yuyu modified it? Gun! Liu Yang on the opposite side was also shocked. The deterrent effect of the gun was still very strong, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fong Luo didn't waste any time and shot directly at him. Lu Yang, who was on the opposite side, was so scared that he quickly used his magnetic ability to block it. However, the power of the gun was too great, and he couldn't stop it at all. But its power was weakened a little, and he survived safely under the protection of the armor. I have armor, and I'm the son of destiny. Guns are ineffective against me. Liu Yang Lo Ket Proud. Fong Luo frowned slightly. This is the first time that guns have failed since the end of the world. As expected, the upper limit of guns is still not as good as superpowers, especially in the later stages. We still need to focus on improving our supernatural powers. Armor. Fong Luo sneered disdainfully. The iron armor seemed invulnerable to swords and guns, but in fact it was just a moving coffin lid. Ordinary water, fire, electricity, and other superpowers can kill him, clearly. Is armor waterproof? The flame can make him teppanyaki. Not to mention electricity, metals are conductive. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Lin Yu was a little nervous. The other party had already started controlling the bullets shot by Fong Luo and was preparing to shoot at them. Don't be afraid. Fong Luo smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Then a tabby cat jumped down from the armored vehicle impatiently. Lightning Mother, come on! Jimu rolled her eyes. Do I need to take action against such a little karami? Remember to add more food. Cat! Lu Yang looked at the tabby cat and laughed wildly. A cat wants to defeat me? It's more like tickling me. Even Lin Yu was a little confused. Fong Luo grinned and said, Go ahead, Hajime. Meow. Jimu looked at Lu Yang very unhappily. This guy seemed to look down on her. Had he never had electrotherapy before? Immediately, Jimu directly generated an electric current of maximum volts and shocked Lu Yang. Lu Yang was still laughing when he saw the sudden electric current. He had no time to dodge and was directly shocked. He was wearing iron armor and wrapped himself tightly. When the electric current hit the armor, the conductive effect of the metal caused every pore of his body to experience an electric shock. The whole person was electrocuted until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. For a moment, the air was filled with a faint aroma of meat. He never understood until his death. Why does a cat discharge electricity? Aren't I the only one with superpowers and the protagonist? Chapter 29 Harvest. Except for Fong Luo, everyone present was not surprised. The rest, including Lin Yu, Zhao He, and Wu Yu, were all stunned. This cat can actually discharge electricity. Moreover, he killed him instantly with just one move. Lu Yang, who was so invincible just now, was really beyond belief. They couldn't help but look at Fong Luo with admiration. This cat seems to listen to Fong Luo very much. Doesn't that mean Fong Luo is even more powerful than this cat? Brother-in-law, do you have special powers too? Lin Yu is very smart, and she immediately guessed that Fong Luo must also have superpowers. Otherwise, Fong Luo would not have been so calm after seeing Lu Yang's superpowers just now, and it would have been impossible for him to tame such a powerful cat. Fong Luo shrugged and agreed, but did not say what his special ability was. It's not that he doesn't believe Lin Yu, but his strength is still too weak. If the matter of his spatial ability were to leak out, someone would definitely associate it with the supermarket theft before the end of the world. With tens of billions of supplies, you will become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes, and then you will be robbed by countless people. Although he has a gun, he is not invulnerable. Lu Yang and Lin Yu have already awakened their special powers, which means there must be other people who have also awakened their special powers. Being besieged by countless people with special powers, Fong Luo has no habit of getting beaten. Therefore, we must be extra cautious. Fong Luo walked to Lu Yang's body again and picked up a machete from the ground. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lin Yu walked over curiously. Fong Luo did not answer, but directly cut Lu Yang's head with a knife, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Yu was so frightened that she screamed, and Zhao He and Wu Yu even wet their pants. Killing people is not enough for Fong Luo. He even wants to torture the corpses? Maybe he will chop his own head off later. However, when Lin Yu calmed down, she found that Fong Luo took out a glowing crystal from Lu Yang's head. Brother-in-law, what is this? Strengthen the crystal. Fong Luo smiled slightly. He deliberately did it in front of Lin Yu. Firstly, Lin Yu is still a little girl. Although she is rebellious, she is too kind-hearted and often does not dare to be ruthless. Fong Luo wants to train her in advance and let her experience more such scenes. Secondly, Lin Yu has already awakened her superpowers, but she doesn't yet understand how to improve her superpowers. Strengthened crystal? Lin Yu looked confused. That's right. Fong Luo nodded and said, you should also know that superpowers have appeared in the world, not just you and Lu Yang. Many people are probably awakened now. Everyone's superpowers are different, and their strengths are different. If you want to improve your superpower level, you need to constantly absorb energy. The source of energy is the strengthened crystal. Every superpower and zombie has a crystal in their head that can enhance their strength. It's also in my head? Lin Yu's face was full of shock. She had no idea about these things. She looked at Fong Luo with even more admiration. My brother-in-law knows so much and has taught me so much knowledge. That's right, so you have to be careful too. Others might kill you. Cut open your head and take your crystal. Fong Luo warned. I understand. I must become stronger. Lin Yu was trembling with fear. She was horrified at the thought that her head might be cut open. I must not let anyone cut my head open. Looking at Lin Yu's appearance, Fong Luo couldn't help but admire her. He originally thought that it would take a long time for her to accept all this, but he didn't expect that in just a moment, she had realized that she needed to improve her strength. That's really clever. Brother-in-law, you won't cut off my head, will you? Lin Yu asked again, blinking her eyes. Seeing the other party asking him mischievously and deliberately, Fong Luo grinned and said, yes, I've already cut open your sister's head. What? Lin Yu's face turned pale, and her pair of long, white legs went limp. Just teasing you. Looking at the other person's frightened look, Fong Luo couldn't help laughing. A little girl is just a little girl. No matter how smart she is, she has a weak side. Brother-in-law, you're annoying. Lin Yu angrily punched Fong Luo with her little pink fist, but she was still a little worried that her sister would be beaten. So she said, brother-in-law, where's my sister? I want to go see her. Okay, I'll go home later. Fong Luo nodded, but it was not dawn yet, so he could continue looking for the evolution crystal. Fong Luo did not intend to waste this time. Others have already awakened their special powers. In this way, the number of evolution crystals will be greatly reduced, and they will become increasingly difficult to find. Lin Yu nodded, looked at Zhao He and Wu Yu who were standing there in a daze, and asked, brother-in-law, what should we do with them? What do you want to do with it? Fong Luo wanted to see how she would handle it. Them. Lin Yu looked at the two of them deeply. She was a little angry in her heart because she regarded them as friends, but they just betrayed her. She wanted to kill them. However, humans are emotional creatures after all, and several of them were once friends. Let them fend for themselves. Lin Yu still didn't kill them directly. Fong Luo nodded slightly. This decision was not unexpected to him, and he expressed his agreement. Although he wanted Lin Yu to kill decisively. If Lin Yu really had no loyalty at all, Fong Luo would be a little worried that she might betray him in the future. And ruthlessly kill yourself. Fong Luo would not allow a heartless and ungrateful person to be around him. It's no wonder Fong Luo is so harsh. After all, he had suffered so much in his previous life that he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. However, the reason why Fong Luo let the other party go so easily was because there was a group of zombies surrounding them outside, and the two of them would still die without having to kill them themselves. Fong Luo drove the armored vehicle out of the supermarket. The zombies outside chased his car and tried to bite it, but after knocking out a few teeth, they gave up and turned around and rushed into the supermarket. Leave the supermarket. Fong Luo did not go back to the cold storage directly, but continued to look for the evolution crystal outside. Along the way, Lin Yu asked him about various knowledge, and Fong Luo was generous in giving advice. After hearing this, Lin Yu admired Fong Luo very much. Calling him brother-in-law all the time became more intimate. With Lin Yu's joining, the two of them are more efficient in finding evolution crystals than before. In one night, the two found more than 50 evolution crystals. However, among them there are some people like Lu Yang, who think they are the son of destiny and want to rob Fong Luo. As a result, he was killed by Fong Luo and Lin Yu. At 6 o'clock, it was almost dawn. Fong Luo and Lin Yu were a little tired, so they returned to the cold storage. Sister, Chapter 30 Pig Farming Plan. April 7th. Today is already the 7th day of the end of the world. At first, people didn't take it seriously, thinking that the end of the world brought them a holiday. They thought it was just the hot weather, and it didn't have much of an impact. They were even a little happy. But starting from the third day, water and power outages began in various places. Human communication facilities were paralyzed one after another. The world fell into panic, and officials from various countries worked hard to organize rescue. In just a few days, trillions of dollars in assets evaporated around the world. On the fifth day, the virus broke out and zombies appeared. Rescue teams and armies from various countries were infected. These soldiers with strong physique and fully armed became even stronger and more difficult to deal with after they turned into zombies. Even guns were ineffective against them. The army is overwhelmed. The last rescue measure was lost. The population has dropped from an initial 10 billion to less than 2 billion, and this number is still declining rapidly. On the seventh day, some people awaken special powers and no longer abide by the law. Social order completely collapses, and humanity bids farewell to civilized society forever. No one is naive enough to think that this catastrophe can be overcome easily. Lin Yuyu has been living in fear these days. Although she has a cheerful personality, she is only an 18-year-old girl after all. When she saw that her only relative was still alive, she couldn't help but throw herself into her sister's arms and sobbed. "Sister, I thought I would never see you again." Lin Yuyu hugged Lin Zijin's slender waist and buried her pretty face, filled with tears, in his arms. Fang Luo looked on with envy. "Yuyu, I'm so glad you're okay." Lin Zijin was also very excited. After her parents passed away, her only hope now was her younger sister. "It was my brother-in-law who saved me." Lin Yuyu wiped her tears and pointed at Fang Luo beside her. "Brother-in-law?" Lin Zijin was stunned. Then her face turned red. What was this girl talking about? Brother-in-law? She looked at Fang Luo with some concern, fearing that he would show displeasure on his face. Although Lin Zijin is pretty, she still has a bit of inferiority complex because her family background is too poor. She usually wears t-shirts and shoes that cost only a dozen yuan. She has to earn her own living expenses and tuition fees, and also has to take care of Lin Yuyu, a burden. Fang Luo is tall and handsome. In this chaotic doomsday, there is such a luxurious cold storage, so many delicious foods, and guns that can ensure safety. With his conditions, even a big star would probably throw himself into his arms. As a Cinderella, can I be worthy of him? The other person saved me, helped me teach a lesson to my roommate who bullied me, took me in, and now he has saved my sister. I estimate that I will never be able to repay Fang Luo's kindness in my lifetime. Thanks. Lin Zijin expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. What's the relationship between us? What's there to thank me for? Fang Luo smiled slightly. Lin Zijin blushed. What did Fang Luo mean by that? What was her relationship with him? Is he hinting at something? Take you to take a bath and make something to eat. She must be starving after being outside for these days. Fang Luo said to Lin Zijin again. Yeah. Lin Zijin nodded obediently. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu was very excited and called Fang Luo brother-in-law in a clear voice. Lin Zijin's face turned red again. He quickly took Lin Yuyu to the bathroom. Fang Luo returned to the room and began to absorb the crystals to increase his strength. Today's harvest is very rich. A total of 56 evolution crystals and more than 200 zombie strengthening crystals were found. If all of these things were absorbed, I don't know to what level my superpowers can be elevated. Maybe I can gain new means of attack. However, I can't absorb so much in a short time. Absorbing evolution crystals is a very physically demanding task. The amount of energy consumed in absorbing one is basically equivalent to doing it 7 times a night. If you inhale too much at one time, it will be counterproductive. Fang Luo took out an evolution crystal and began to absorb it. In the bathroom, the two sisters survived the disaster, and even when taking a bath, they still hugged each other and told each other about their experiences. What? You said he's not your brother-in-law? When Lin Yuyu heard her sister's words, she looked disappointed and said with some regret, Sister, you are too disappointing. Brother Fang Luo is so good. He speaks interestingly, is handsome, has good character, and most importantly, he is very capable. Where can you find a man like him? You don't dislike men, do you? Ah, no wonder you always take a bath with me. Chapter 31, Lin Yuyu's Instigation. Where did you learn these things? How could you say that to your own sister? Lin Zijin said angrily, pinching her sister's snow-white and smooth body with a look of envy. My sister is 2 years younger than me, but her figure is almost catching up with mine. In another 2 years, she will probably surpass me. Sister, do you like your brother-in-law? Lin Yu giggled a few times and playfully stretched out her hands to slap the water surface, causing the waves to sway continuously. For a moment, four soft jellyfish hiding in the water were exposed to the air, looming in the air. They were snow-white and delicate, and they were something that only existed in heaven and could only be seen rarely in the world. I don't know which bad boy will get the chance in the future. When asked this question by her sister, Lin Zijin lowered her head shyly. Do you like Fong Luo? That must be what I like. The other person is so outstanding and has helped me so much. But Fong Luo doesn't seem to be interested in women. Lin Zijin thought about how Li Nana had seduced Fong Luo in various ways before, but Fong Luo had never accepted her. Impossible. Lin Yu didn't believe it. When he saved me before, he even touched my waist. How could he not be lustful? Lin Yu thought about how she tried to save Fong Luo and ended up throwing herself into his arms and being held tightly by him. Lin Zijin was stunned. Well, Lin Yu realized that she had said the wrong thing and immediately changed the subject. Sister, as the saying goes, if a woman chases a man, it will take a lot of effort. Didn't you say that someone seduced my brother-in-law? If you don't take the initiative, my brother-in-law will be seduced away. Just think about it. If she succeeds in getting to the top, how will she torture us? Will we still be able to enjoy air conditioning, drink red wine, and eat steak then? By then, we will have to wander outside. Can you bear to see me, your sister, hungry and sweating? If you really can't do it, then I'll have to do it myself. I understand. Lin Zijin quickly said that she still couldn't bear to let her sister suffer. But when she thought about how she would have to take the initiative to seduce Fong Luo, her face turned red with embarrassment. She had never been in a relationship before, and this was her first time she had to take the initiative. Thinking of this, Lin Zijin angrily scolded her sister, and the two girls started to playfully fight in the bathroom. And at the same time, Fong Luo didn't know that Lin Yu was instigating Lin Zijin to seduce him. If he knew, Fong Luo would definitely praise her and think that saving her was not in vain. He successfully absorbed another evolution crystal, and his strength was improved again. The distance of space flashing has increased to about 10 meters. Space barrier can now block 1 ton of pressure, and also gain a new skill, space imprint. The function of the space mark is similar to a time bomb with monitoring. He can mark a place in advance, observe the scene of that place anytime and anywhere, and detonate the mark at any time to cause certain damage within the range. However, this function consumes a lot of energy. Fong Luo can now only plant 3 marks at most. But this function is very practical. He can place marks at important locations and obtain important information at any time. You know, all the communication equipment in the world has failed now, and all information can only be transmitted by mouth and legs. This skill is totally magical. Thinking of this, Fong Luo suddenly had an idea. Pig farming. Every psychic has a psychic crystal in his head, and the energy of the psychic crystal will increase with the psychic strength. The energy of the crystal in the head of a person with outstanding qualifications must be greater than that of pure evolution crystal. Since then, a special method to improve strength has been born. It means first finding a person with outstanding qualifications, letting him awaken his supernatural powers, waiting for him to become strong, then killing him and taking away the crystal in his head. In the previous life, there was a strong man who used supplies to attract some hungry psychics to join him, and then killed them and took the crystals in their heads. This method also allowed him to become a first-rate expert in a very short period of time. At that time, Fong Luo almost went. Fortunately, he was reminded by his brother and finally escaped from the wolf's claws. If I try to use this trick on Li Nana, thinking of this, Fong Luo decided to give it a try. Because of the high temperature, Li Nana had thrown away her clothes long ago and was now only wearing a set of underwear. She had not eaten for several days, and it was very cold in the cold storage. She had fainted in a corner of the cold storage. If I don't care about her anymore, she'll probably get hard. Get up! Fong Luo took out a bottle of water from the space and poured it directly on the other person's face. Li Nana woke up with a startled sound. Seeing the water dripping from his body, he immediately licked it with his tongue. She was really cold, hungry, and thirsty. After she regained consciousness, Li Nana noticed Fong Luo beside her and immediately started crying. Master, I'm sorry, please give me something to eat. Li Nana wanted to stand up, but she had no strength at all. She could only crawl to Fong Luo's legs, hugged Fong Luo's thighs, and begged. She was really about to break down. Chapter 32, Li Nana's Death. Eat it. Fong Luo casually took out an evolution crystal. Li Nana didn't dare to resist. I didn't have the strength to resist. The conditions for awakening superpowers are still somewhat harsh and require a high level of willpower. If 10 people use the evolution crystal at the same time, it would be good if one can awaken. Fong Luo looked at Li Nana, not knowing whether she could wake up. After Li Nana used the crystal, her body began to feel severe pain, and she couldn't help but groan in pain. She felt like her body was filled up and was about to burst. The whole person was twitching and rolling on the ground, looking in a miserable state. She looked flustered. She thought Fong Luo had given her poison on purpose. "You're not going to die, are you?" Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. However, after waiting for a few minutes, Li Nana stopped twitching, and with a bang, her head exploded. "He died already?" Fong Luo curled his lips. He thought Li Nana could awaken, but he didn't expect her to be so disappointing. After looking at the corpse on the ground, Fong Luo cleaned it up and threw it outside to avoid scaring Lin Zijin and the others. Waited for a while. Sister Lin Zijin walked out of the bathroom. Both of them changed into pajamas, looking like two flowers. "Brother-in-law, where is that woman just now?" Lin Yu asked puzzledly. "Gone," Fong Luo said calmly. "She's leaving now?" She actually dared to bully her sister, and I haven't even beaten her yet. Lin Yu waved her pink fist. After a busy day, Li Nana just exploded and died, and Fong Luo was a little dirty, so he went to the bathroom, changed the water in the tub, and took a bath. Lin Zijin was very virtuous and went to the kitchen to cook. There are several freezers in the cold storage. Fong Luo put a lot of food ingredients in them, and Lin Zijin can choose as much as he wants. When Fong Luo came out of the shower, he saw a table full of delicious food. However, when Fong Luo saw the dishes on the table, his expression looked a little strange. Sea cucumber porridge, steamed oysters, stir-fried lamb trotters. However, I didn't think too deeply about it. He had just used the evolution crystal, which consumed a huge amount of energy. He was already extremely hungry, so he started to show off his food. Lin Zijin's craftsmanship is really good. After dinner, go to bed, Fong Luo said to Lin Zijin and Lin Yu. The bed is big enough that even 3 people won't be crowded together. No, I haven't finished the game yet. However, Lin Yu shook her head, holding a game controller in her hand and playing PS5 on TV with great concentration. Fong Luo was not surprised either. It is understandable that little girls love to play. However, Lin Zijin knew that Lin Yu didn't just like to play. She clearly didn't want to be a light bulb. Seeing the 2 people enter the room, Lin Yu smiled, immediately threw away the handle, hit at the door, and listened to the movement inside. In the room, Fong Luo slept in his own seat just like he did yesterday. As soon as he got into bed, he closed his eyes and emptied his mind. However, after eating so many nourishing foods, Fong Luo began to feel a little hot all over. I tossed and turned, but couldn't fall asleep. It's a pity that Li Nana died, and there was no way she could relieve her anger. However, just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt that there was someone beside him. He turned his head in confusion, only to find that Lin Zijin had crawled from the corner of the bed to his side at some point. "Thank you for saving my sister," Lin Zijin said gratefully, her voice soft and trembling. "What's the big deal? Protecting the flowers of our motherland is our responsibility," Fong Luo joked, curling up slightly to avoid bumping into Lin Zijin and making a fool of himself. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lin Zijin suddenly asked. Outside the door, Lin Yu squatted at the door and heard the heavy breathing coming from inside. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. "Unexpectedly, my sister learned it all by herself. But my brother-in-law is so awesome." Evening. Fong Luo stretched lazily, glanced at the woman on the bed with disheveled hair and rosy cheeks, smiled slightly, and kissed her gently on the face. "I didn't expect you to look so well-behaved." "Hate it." Lin Zijin shyly hit Fong Luo. "It was you who asked for it, right?" Fong Luo chuckled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Do you want to awaken your superpowers?" "Superpowers?" Lin Zijin was a little confused. Then Fong Luo explained it to her. "Your sister also has superpowers. Is it really possible?" Lin Zijin was somewhat expectant. "Of course." Fong Luo smiled and took out another evolution crystal. He was not worried that Lin Zijin would explode and die like Li Nana, because Lin Zijin had awakened supernatural powers in his previous life. "Thank you, husband." Lin Zijin was very moved. After using the crystal, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Lin Zijin's forehead. Chapter 33. Lin Zijin awakens his superpowers. A few minutes later, Lin Zijin finally awakened the fire ability, which is a T1 level ability. T0 level are some mental abilities such as charm, hypnosis. Don't underestimate these superpowers, as they may not seem to have much combat power. However, a powerful psychic can control countless other psychics. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are controlled, you have to obey even if the opponent is powerless. The upper limit is extremely high. However, this ability is extremely rare, and not many people have awakened it. Those at the T1 level are basically elemental powers, such as water, fire, electricity, etc. These abilities have certain combat effectiveness in the early stages, and their growth ceiling is also very high. Anyone who awakens this kind of supernatural power will become a famous and powerful person. The T2 level includes some enhanced abilities such as strength, speed, defense, etc. These abilities have certain initial combat capabilities, but their upper limits are slightly lower in the later stages, but they are not common. T3 level, which is some miscellaneous superpowers such as magnetism. It is only somewhat useful in the early stages, but basically useless in the later stages. It is also the type that most people awaken. In addition, there is another superpower that is superior to these superpowers. That is the spatial power. Spatial ability, the initial combat effectiveness is very weak, even worse than T3 level ability. However, if the spatial ability growth attribute is maximized, each level increase will result in a huge improvement. As long as they grow up, each skill will be devastating. The possibilities are endless. Spatial abilities are extremely rare. At least, Feng Luo has never heard of anyone else having them. Even though he knew in advance that Lin Zijin was very talented, Feng Luo was still amazed when he saw the flames he spewed out. As soon as she awakened her special power, she could condense a fireball with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a maximum temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius. This talent is really amazing. Feng Luo felt that it would be difficult for him to defeat Lin Zijin. However, other tough fights are different. Lin Zijin was begging for mercy just now. Lin Zijin was still a 20-year-old girl with a weak body. Awakening her superpowers would consume a lot of energy, so she fell asleep and Feng Luo did not disturb her anymore. Feng Luo just opened the door. A young girl fell in front of Feng Luo. When he looked down, it turned out to be Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu had been standing at the door and was originally listening with a shy look on her face, but who would have thought that Feng Luo had been there for 10 hours and she even fell asleep while listening. In his heart, he admired Feng Luo very much. My brother-in-law is so awesome. My decision was indeed right, and my sister will definitely be happy in the future. What are you doing here? Feng Luo looked at Lin Yuyu with some amusement and could tell what she was doing at a glance. This girl is really quirky. Good morning, brother-in-law. I was just about to call you for dinner. Lin Yuyu was caught, her face full of embarrassment, and she quickly found a reason to explain. Where's the meal? Feng Luo glanced at the empty dining table and jokingly said, Am I going to eat you? I'm afraid your few ounces of meat are not enough for me. The relationship between Feng Luo and Lin Zijin became closer, and Feng Luo also treated Lin Yuyu as his sister, so they were not as unfamiliar when chatting with each other as before. Bah, hooligan! Seeing that she was exposed, Lin Yuyu snorted unreasonably and laid down on the sofa. Her mind was full of wild thoughts. He actually wanted to eat her, and he thought she was too young? You rascal. Are you still eavesdropping? Feng Luo rolled his eyes, but he was not angry at all. He even felt happy. Humans are social animals, and even the most solitary person will feel lonely sometimes. Now with these two sisters in the cold storage, it seems more lively and not so deserted. If there is no one in the cold storage, even if Feng Luo has tens of billions of supplies, life will be extremely boring, and there will be no difference between living and dying. Lin Zijin couldn't get up to cook. Feng Luo had no choice but to do it himself. After dinner, Feng Luo prepared to go out again to look for the evolution crystal. Today is the third day since the virus arrived. The existence of superpowers has been exposed to the public, and many people are looking for evolution crystals. The number of evolution crystals is constantly decreasing, and it will be even more difficult to find them in 2 days. In the end times, besides daily necessities, the most important thing is the evolution crystal, because it represents strength. If you have enough supernatural crystals, you can build up a powerful force. Suppose Feng Luo had 10,000 evolution crystals. Even if he didn't use them himself, he would use them to train 10,000 loyal psychics. That is also invincible. In a sense, evolution crystals are more important than food. Chapter 34, Going Out. Brother-in-law, I'm going too. Seeing Feng Luo was about to go out, Lin Yuyu ran over immediately. She was a lively and rebellious person to begin with, and now that she had superpowers, she wanted to go out and fight zombies for fun. Okay. Feng Luo thought about it and felt that it was a good idea. There was strength in numbers, and the probability of finding the evolution crystal would be higher. Lin Zijin was just piking with him and fell asleep, so Feng Luo didn't call her. Feng Luo drove the armored vehicle and took Lin Yuyu and Dianmu out. It's the 8th day since the end of the world. Those who are still alive now are those who have excellent physical fitness, or those who were quick to stockpile supplies a few days before the end of the world. Heroes emerge in troubled times. There are still many smart people in the world. Feng Luo was not so conceited that he thought he was invincible just because he had stockpiled billions of supplies. There are not many people on the street. Lin Yu looked out the window with a sentimental expression. Originally, this street was very lively, with small vendors setting up stalls every night, but now there are rarely people, most of them are zombies. Feng Luo did not answer. He had already experienced it in his previous life, so there was really nothing to be sad about. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Lin Yu asked. Feng Luo also thought about it carefully, and thought about whether there were any other people in their previous lives who awakened their superpowers later and were relatively famous. Luoqing is a first-tier coastal city with a very large area. Feng Luo has only searched less than 10% of the area so far. A total of more than 70 evolution crystals were harvested. That's a lot. You have to know that in the previous life, there were only a few thousand superpowers in the entire Los Angeles city, and they were distributed in various places. As for whether there are any hidden crystals, Feng Luo doesn't know. Let's go to Kuning Street first. Feng Luo thought of a place and drove there immediately. Kuning Street. Hearing this position, Lin Yuyu frowned slightly, as if recalling some bad past events. Kuning Street was originally the location where some extracurricular tutoring classes were gathered. It was very crowded with people. In the previous life, more than a dozen T2 level psychics were born here. I just don't know if the evolution crystal is still there. We drove to Kuning Street. Originally, there were still students studying here at 10 o'clock in the evening, but now all the lights were off, it was pitch black, and there was no one in sight. The car can't drive in, let's walk in. Feng Luo parked the car in a safe place and got out. This was a pedestrian street with a narrow road and many obstacles in the middle of the road, so the only way was to walk. Lightning Mother, open your eyes. Feng Luo told Dianmu that whether or not the crystal could be found depended entirely on this tabby cat. Meow. The goddess of lightning stretched out her claws, as if she was asking for her salary, but it was still the same reality as always. Why are you in such a hurry? Am I an unscrupulous boss who withholds wages? Feng Luo flicked her head in annoyance. He looked at Lin Yuyu in confusion again. What's wrong with you? Why are you so depressed? Lin Yuyu was originally very lively and would chatter when she went out, but now she hardly talks. Fine. Lin Yuyu shook her head, thinking that those people should be dead. Seeing the other person smile again, Feng Luo nodded, then followed Dianmu to look for the crystal. After a while, one was found. It seems that the people here haven't found the crystals yet. That's great. Feng Luo became excited. There are at least a dozen crystals here. Dianmu, well done, keep going. Feng Luo threw a fish to Dianmu. Keep searching. Are you sure you saw a bright light falling here before? It's true, Brother Zhang. We were in the classroom at the time and saw it clearly. Very good. As long as you find the crystal later and serve me well in the evening, I will give you a full bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Outside, 7 or 8 people were walking towards Kuning Street. One of them was a shirtless man called Brother Zhang, holding a woman in each hand. One is a young woman in her 30s. The other one is only in his teens and looks like a student. Huh, why is there an armored vehicle? Suddenly, Zhang Yang saw a tall, armored vehicle parked in a secret location on the street. He immediately leaned over. I looked left and right and was amazed. If you drive such a big armored vehicle, you don't have to walk as hard as you want. Due to the continued high-temperature weather, ordinary vehicles have basically been scrapped. The only means of transportation now is bus number 11. He tried to open the door. However, the car doors were locked and the windows were bulletproof, so he couldn't open them at all. Brother Zhang, there's still some gasoline in the exhaust pipe. It must have just been driven in, said the young woman on the side. Oh. Brother Zhang's eyes lit up. As expected of a teacher, you know a lot. I'll reward you when I get back. Brother Zhang is so annoying. The young woman showed a shy expression and felt like vomiting in her heart. He had a big head and a thick neck, just like a pig. That guy must be in there. Maybe his purpose is the same as ours. And he is also here to find the evolution crystal. Let's stop him quickly. Brother Zhang immediately took his 4 younger brothers and started searching the streets. He also awakened his superpower, a T2 level defensive superpower, and discovered the secret of the evolution crystal. So, when he heard that the 2 women around him might have seen the evolution crystal, he immediately brought people over. Chapter 35. Lin Yuyu is bullied. Boss in front. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yang rushed over immediately. As expected, he found a man and 2 women. The man was holding a few newly discovered evolution crystals. Greed suddenly flashed in his eyes. If I could absorb all these crystals, how powerful I would become. Shifting his gaze, he noticed the 2 women next to the man opposite him. One was tall, with magnificent breasts, charming eyes, and her appearance was at least 8 points. The other one is petite and cute, with facial features as delicate as jade, and her body has been well developed at a young age. She can score at least 9 points. She is much better than the married young women around her and the student girls who are fucked by thousands of people. Damn, this kid is so lucky. Zhang Yang was extremely jealous and immediately wanted to snatch the other person's crystal and the woman together. Only a strong man like me is worthy of owning such a beautiful woman. Lin Yuyu. At this time, a female student next to Zhang Yang seemed to recognize the girl opposite. You bitch, you're not dead. Yu Lily looked at Lin Yuyu, who had smooth hair and a clean body without a single stain, and then compared herself to her own disheveled appearance, who was covered in dirt and hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face for nearly a week. She immediately felt jealous. Why should she, a lowly thing, live better than me? Do you know him? Zhang Yang asked curiously. She used to be in our cram school. She's an orphan, and she relies on her sister to hook up with rich men and sell her body to make a living. You're talking nonsense. When Lin Yuyu heard the other party insulting her sister, her body couldn't help but tremble. She felt a little scared and a little angry. What's going on? Fong Luo also frowned. Lin Zijin was his woman, so how could he tolerate others slandering her like that? Lin Yuyu spoke with great grievance. It turned out that although Lin Yuyu's family was poor, Lin Zijin took great care of his younger sister. For the sake of her studies, he saved money and enrolled Lin Yuyu in a cram school. However, Lin Yuyu's family is easily ridiculed by others. Yu Lily, on the opposite side, usually doesn't study much. She often hangs out with gangsters and makes friends with them. Seeing that Lin Yuyu is beautiful and has an ordinary family background, he becomes jealous and bullies Lin Yuyu. He often tore up Lin Yuyu's books, and even more so, he often brought people to intercept Lin Yuyu, slap her, and force her to kneel. He also spread all kinds of rumors, saying that Lin Yuyu's sister sold herself to enroll her in the cram school. Otherwise, how could she afford it when her family was so poor? Lin Yuyu had no choice but to tell the cram school teacher. That is the married young woman next to Zhang Yang, Lu Fong. However, Lu Fong didn't care at all, and even said something stupid like, "Why does she only bully you and not others?" This also made Yu Lily even more aggressive. Lin Yuyu had no choice but to skip class. However, the other party still did not let her go, and even brought people to the school to block Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu didn't want to implicate her sister, so in order to protect herself, she had to make friends with the bad students in the school. However, the students in the school were no match for the hooligans in society. Several times, Lin Yuyu was almost molested by the thugs brought by the other party, which left a shadow in her heart. Upon hearing what happened to Lin Yuyu, Fong Luo immediately became filled with anger. Originally, he thought that Lin Yuyu's fights with others were just because she neglected family discipline, which led to her rebellious personality. Unexpectedly, she was bullied at school and made friends with bad students just to protect herself. It is hard to imagine how a teenage girl would feel when she encounters this kind of bullying, without the protection of her parents and with her teachers choosing to ignore it. That must be extremely helpless. If Lin Yuyu was a little more fragile, she would probably have chosen to commit suicide. Damn school bullying. Fong Luo hated this kind of thing very much. How many flowers have had their lives ruined like this? What's more, the one being bullied was Lin Yuyu, who is now his sister. Fong Luo has always been a person who protects his own shortcomings. He didn't want this shadow to remain in Lin Yuyu's heart forever. Don't be afraid. No one can bully you with me here. Fong Luo reached out and patted the trembling Lin Yuyu on the back, calming her agitated emotions, his eyes full of pity. Feeling Fong Luo's warmth, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. In the past few years, she had been spending every day in agony, and no one had ever stood in front of her, saying that no one could bully her. Today, Fong Luo appeared in front of her. My mood immediately calmed down a lot. At the same time, I was moved. Chapter 36. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. Opposite. Zhang Yang also noticed something. He knew Lily very well. He had been hanging out with them since junior high school and used their reputation to bully other students. The beautiful girl in front of him was probably also bullied by Yu Lily. He looked at Yu Lily, then at Lin Yuyu. Both their looks and temperament were completely not in the same league. Not to mention, Lin Yuyu still looks like an innocent girl, and it is probably her first time. Wouldn't it be a great thing if I could make the girl opposite me feel good about me, and then win her over? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang immediately smiled and said to Lin Yuyu, "My classmate, has this woman bullied you before?" Lin Yuyu glanced at Zhang Yang, not knowing what this shirtless fat man meant. "I hate school bullying the most in my life. If I had known she was that kind of person, I would not have saved her. So, you come back with me, and you pay her back 10 times for everything she did to you. If she dares to resist, I'll take care of it for you," Zhang Yang said with a smile. "Brother Zhang Yu?" On the side, Yu Lily opened her eyes and looked at the other person in disbelief. "That's not what you said to me in bed before. What's more, I bully others, and you are an accomplice." She finally figured out Zhang Yang's purpose. It's just because Lin Yuyu is pretty, so he wants to get her attention and sleep with her. Yu Lily couldn't help but feel even more resentful towards Lin Yuyu. Why did she have to work so hard to get just a little help from her, while Lin Yuyu didn't say anything and Zhang Yang just took the initiative to lick her? Why didn't I scratch her face in the first place? She only knew how to seduce men. "Shut up!" Zhang Yang glared at Yu Lily and said in a deep voice. "If you ruin my good deeds, I will beat you like last time." He understands Yu Lily. This woman is not only vain, but also afraid of death. Before, Yu Lily begged him to help him hold the scene, and she endured it even when he whipped her. Now that the end of the world has come, it is impossible for her to leave in order to save her life. Yu Lily was so scared that she dared not speak. She still has the scar from that incident on her body. But he was filled with resentment towards Lin Yuyu. He felt that she must be laughing at him and would probably take revenge on him soon. She usually pretends to be so pure, but now isn't she just like me, selling herself for fame and fortune? "Bitch, what do you think, classmate Lin? It's so dangerous outside and there are zombies. I can still protect you." Zhang Yang turned around and looked at Lin Yuyu with a smile. Feeling the other person's eyes, Lin Yuyu just felt disgusted. She had already guessed the other person's purpose. "You fat guy, you still want to sleep with me? Are you dreaming?" "No need. I have someone to protect me." Lin Yuyu refused without hesitation and subconsciously leaned towards Fong Luo. Maybe it was because of Fong Luo's behavior. Just now, she subconsciously felt that she would feel safe around Fong Luo. "Just him a pretty boy?" Zhang Yang glanced at Fong Luo and smiled disdainfully. "Student Lin, he can't do that. You have to know that those outside are zombies. Only people like me with superpowers can survive in the apocalypse. Do you know what superpowers are?" As he spoke, Zhang Yang took out a machete and stabbed himself between his legs several times, but he did not suffer any harm. "See? I'm invulnerable." Zhang Yang grinned, his face full of pride. "Besides, supplies are so scarce now. I guess you haven't had a full meal for a long time. Come to my house. I have several boxes of mineral water, and you can eat rice every day. How about it?" Ever since awakening his superpowers, Zhang Yang has been in high spirits. Before, he was just an ordinary gangster in the gang who bullied students. Now, he has become a backbone figure in the gang, drinking mineral water, eating white rice, and managing several people. His life is so comfortable. He felt that with his conditions, Lin Yuyu would definitely not be able to refuse. Who would turn down a good meal? You know, just now Lu Fong and Yu Lily agreed to my request of a threesome in order to share a bottle of water. Idiot! Lin Yu rolled her eyes. She already possessed wind-related abilities, so why would she need your iron crotch skill? You are like this, and you still want us to go to your house. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Lin Yuyu and Lin Zijin have different personalities. Lin Yuyu is carefree and straightforward. She says whatever she wants and starts cursing directly. Fang Luo looked at it with great admiration. He also likes Lin Yuyu's personality. If he is unhappy with her, of course he will say it out. Why keep it in your heart and make yourself feel uncomfortable? What did you say, bitch? Hearing Lin Yuyu's merciless insults, Zhang Yang immediately became angry. Are you deaf? I say you are a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. Very good. This was the first time Zhang Yang was insulted like this after awakening his superpowers. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. I didn't want to use force, but you forced me to do it. I'm giving you one more chance now. That man, hand over the crystal in your hand, kneel down and kowtow twice, and then get out. You must come back with me obediently tonight. Otherwise. Chapter 37. Sea Gang. Zhang Yang raised the machete in his hand and threatened Fang Luo with a ferocious look. On the side, Yu Lily, who was originally worried about being retaliated by Lin Yuyu, suddenly became excited. What an idiot! He had such a good opportunity to follow Brother Zhang, but he didn't fight for it and had to hide behind a pretty boy. Now, when Brother Zhang takes you all down, won't you all be bullied by me? Ha ha! Fang Luo glanced at him without any fear and said calmly, Okay, come and get it. I'll give it to you. You're smart. Zhang Yang laughed triumphantly. He was not afraid of Fang Luo's tricks at all because he possessed defensive abilities. He is indeed a pretty boy. Yu Lily felt more relieved, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lu Fang, who had been silent, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she did not bully Lin Yuyu, she did not interfere with Lin Yuyu being bullied, and she was a little afraid of Lin Yuyu's revenge before. Where's the crystal? Give it to me. Zhang Yang came to Fang Luo, stretched out his hand, and asked, Fang Luo? Crystal? Didn't you say that you would give me the crystal when I come over? How dare you play tricks on me? Zhang Yang had a ferocious expression. I said I would give it to you, but I didn't say I would give you the crystal. Fang Luo looked amused. Zhang Yang frowned. What do you mean? However, when he followed Fang Luo's gaze down, he found a black gun barrel pressing against his crotch. Gun! Zhang Yang was shocked. Where did Fang Luo take out the gun from? It turns out that when he said give yourself a shot, he meant to give himself a shot. I suddenly wanted to escape. Although he is not afraid of machetes, it doesn't mean he is not afraid of bullets. But it was too late. I want to see which is harder, your gun or mine. Fang Luo grinned and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a gunshot, followed by the sound of liquid dripping onto the ground. Red and yellow liquid were scattered all over the ground at Zhang Yang's feet. Obviously, he, a psychic who had just awakened his defensive ability, could not withstand the power of the bullets. Zhang Yang suddenly fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, and screamed in a very shrill voice. Behind him, 4 or 5 younger brothers also felt a chill between their legs. Before, they envied Zhang Yang's iron crotch skills, but now they have nothing to envy. Yu Lily and Lu Fang were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that Zhang Yang, who possessed superpowers, would defeat the other party, but they did not expect it to be so dramatic that he was shot in the face by the other party and his second half of life was ended. Thinking of what they had done to Lin Yuyu before, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. I don't know how Lin Yuyu will retaliate against me. Lin Yuyu was extremely excited. These people were the ones who had bullied her, but she was not such a saint as to feel sympathy for them. I even feel very happy. I don't know how many young girls have been harmed by this group of guys. My brother-in-law is so handsome. I just like the way he pretends to be cool. Now, Fang Luo walked up to Zhang Yang and said with a smile, It's my turn to ask you for the crystal. No, don't. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with fear. Although Fang Luo was smiling, in his eyes, this smile was like that of a devil. Fang Luo ignored him. Just pick up the opponent's machete. Zhang Yang is a psychic. Although his psychic power is T2 level, the crystal energy in his head is higher than the pure evolutionary crystal energy. You can't kill me. Looking at the machete so close at hand, Zhang Yang shouted hurriedly. Oh! Fang Luo raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. I'm from the Sea Gang. Dahai Gang? Fang Luo's expression turned serious. He had heard of this Dahai Gang in his previous life. The Dahai Gang was formerly a loan-sharking organization in Los Angeles. After the end of the world, many people in the Dahai Gang awakened their superpowers, making it a fairly large group of people with superpowers. This Dahai gang is not a good group. Relying on their special powers, they robbed and collected protection fees. If they met other people with special powers, they would kill them and take the crystal in their heads as long as they did not surrender. In his previous life, Fong Luo once found a bottle of water, but it was snatched away by the other party in the name of protection money. Fortunately, Fong Luo did not show his special abilities at that time, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by them. What's even more interesting is, before the end of the world, Fong Luo borrowed a lot of high-interest loans, including from the Dahai gang. Boy, you were scared now, right? Zhang Yang looked at Fong Luo proudly. We have a total of 18 superpowers in the Dahai gang, and our boss has a powerful firepower. Even if the army sees us, they have to take a detour. Can you, with just a gun, defeat the army? However, I can give you a chance now. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, I will not bother with you. Zhang Yang tried to intimidate Fong Luo, saying that as long as Fong Luo let him go, he would never keep his promise and let him go. He has lost his life. How could he let Fong Luo go? Oh, really? I'm so scared. Fong Luo sneered disdainfully. He chopped off the opponent's head with a single blow of his sword, and Zhang Yang died with his eyes open. Even before his death, he had no idea where Fong Luo got the confidence to go against the Dahai gang. Fong Luo directly dug out his crystal. The brightness of this crystal is more than 1 times that of a normal evolution crystal, which means it has more than twice the energy. 1 is worth 2, not bad. Good. Fong Luo turned around and looked at Yu Lily and Lu Fong. At this moment, the 2 men were already terrified. Fong Luo's cruelty was beyond their imagination. They were sure that Fong Luo would kill them without blinking an eye. And there is no guilt. But they don't want to die. Yu Lily was the first to react. She fell to her knees with a plop, then rolled and crawled to Fong Luo's feet, looking at him with a flattering look. Don't kill me. I can be your dog. I know a lot of knowledge. You can play with me however you want. She knew that her life and death was in Fong Luo's hands. Chapter 38, Killing. Yu Lily has been in society since junior high school. She has met countless men and has mastered the ability to read people's expressions. Seeing that the situation was not good, she immediately knelt down in front of Fong Luo and begged Fong Luo in a delicate voice. In the past, whenever she offended someone she couldn't afford to offend, as long as she did this, the other party would let her go. At most, you'll just get hit a few times. However, Fong Luo was not moved at all. Although Fong Luo is not Lu Xiaohui and is also lustful, he is not attractive to all women. This Yu Lily is not even as good as Li Nana. Any small gangster can play with her. Fong Luo doesn't like the Roman road. Don't beg me. It's her who decides whether to let you go. Fong Luo turned his head and looked at Lin Yuyu. The other party bullied Lin Yuyu, causing her to have psychological trauma. Only Lin Yuyu could resolve this problem herself to erase her trauma. After hearing Fong Luo's words, Yu Lily looked at Lin Yuyu again. There was some reluctance in her eyes. It is so humiliating that I have to beg someone I once bullied. But she didn't want to die. So, she crawled to Lin Yuyu again and begged Lin Yuyu with a flattering smile. Sister Yuyu, I was wrong before. Go ahead and hit me however you want. I will never resist. As she said this, Yu Lily took the initiative to slap herself. The sound was so loud, and it seemed that she had used a cruel slap. Lin Yuyu looked at the other person coldly. In the past, she would bring people to surround me, force me to kneel down, and slap me. Unexpectedly, one day she would kneel in front of him. And all of this was done by Fong Luo. In her heart, she admired Fong Luo even more and had a better impression of him. It is really a great fortune for my sister and I to meet Fong Luo. It's a pity that such a man is destined not to hide in a cold storage. He will move towards a bigger world in the future, and at that time there will be all kinds of women. I just hope he won't forget his sister. I won't hit you. Don't waste your energy. Lin Yu said coldly. Yu Lily was stunned. What did she mean? Don't hit yourself? Are you going to kill yourself? She was so scared that she almost cried, and she started to pull Lin Yu, wanting to grab Lin Yu's hand and hit herself to vent her anger. Sister Yu, I was really wrong. Hit me. I will kowtow to you. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Lin Yu broke free directly. I don't hit you because I don't want to be like you. Someone like me? Yes, I have suffered the pain of school bullying. You think bullying others will give you a sense of accomplishment, but I won't. I won't be like you, a person who enjoys bullying others. So, you won't kill me? Yu Lily asked tentatively. and a look of joy gradually appeared on her face. Obviously, Lin Yuyu's words did not make Lily feel remorseful. She was only worried about whether she could survive. As long as I can survive. Afterwards, she would continue to bully others. Lin Yuyu shook her head. I won't hit you, but I will kill you. Lin Yuyu's eyes turned fierce, and she used her wind-based abilities. A wind blade directly cut the opponent's throat. Lily fell to the ground. Lost my breath. This scene immediately frightened Lu Fong, who was standing by, terrified. Even Fong Luo was slightly stunned. He just thought that Lin Yuyu would be merciful and let the other person go. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuyu did not choose to bully the other person, but chose to kill him directly. However, if you think about it carefully, it will make sense. Lin Yuyu just didn't want to be like the school bully, but she didn't choose to forgive the other party for the pain he brought her. The goals are clear, the decisions are decisive, and the gratitude and resentment are clearly distinguished. Lin Yuyu looked at the frightened Lu Fong again. No, don't kill me. I didn't bully you. Lu Fong looked at Lin Yuyu in horror, unable to understand why she was so honest before, but now she kills people without blinking an eye. Is this what all honest people do when they are pushed into a corner? She's simply a witch. You didn't bully me, but you helped the evil. Lin Yuyu had a cold expression. When she was bullied by Lily, she sought help from Lu Fong more than once, but the other party ignored her and even said the famous saying that why the other party only bullied her and not others. She should look for the reason in herself. I was forced to do this. I'm just a teacher. I've called her parents before, but she didn't change. Her parents even complained that I made a false accusation. I can only turn a blind eye, otherwise I will lose my job. I have a family to support, and I can't be without a job. Lu Fong pleaded with Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu stopped. What the other party said is indeed a very realistic problem. In this day and age, teachers like her in off-campus institutions, or even teachers in schools, have no status. Once they receive a complaint, they are basically waiting to be fired, and at worst their future will be thwarted. This is also the reason why so many teachers are irresponsible and it is so difficult to find a job. The other party turned a blind eye, which can only be said to be a lack of teacher ethics, but it cannot be said that she is a bad person. She just chose family over students. Although Lin Yuyu is decisive in killing, she is not unreasonable. The culprit is already dead, so there is no need to kill another person who is implicated. You go now. Lin Yuyu waved her hand and let Lu Fong leave. The world is so chaotic now. How long can she, a woman, live? Thank you, thank you. Lu Fong was overjoyed and prepared to flee immediately. But after hesitating for a moment, she turned to Fong Luo and said, There are 8 of us who came with us. One of us went to the toilet on the way and arrived later than us. He hasn't come yet, so he probably found out that you killed someone from the Dahai gang and has probably gone to report it. You guys should run away quickly. Chapter 39, Encirclement. Someone tipped off. Fong Luo's heart tightened. He didn't expect that after he dealt with all the problems, there was still one omission. Although Fong Luo is not afraid of the Dahai gang, Lin Yuyu is still here. According to Zhang Yang, they have 18 people with special powers. It is still somewhat dangerous to be besieged by so many people with special powers. Want to run? It's too late. Just as Fong Luo was about to leave, a dull voice came from the street. Fong Luo looked over and saw at least 30 people, holding different weapons in their hands, walking towards this side aggressively. What surprised Fong Luo was that all these people had awakened their special powers, and several of them had awakened to T2. It seems that the Dahai gang has recruited other people with special abilities during this period of time. This is trouble. There are more than 30 people with special abilities. Even if he has spatial abilities and guns, he cannot kill them all. At most, you can only save your life. The combat effectiveness of space abilities was too weak in the early stages. You dare to leak the information, bitch, go to hell. A muscular man walked up to Lu Fong and waved his hand at her, releasing a flame. Fire-related ability, T1 level. Lu Fong's entire body was wrapped in flames. He wailed in pain and rolled on the ground continuously, but the flame showed no signs of being extinguished. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Fong was unrecognizable and turned into a charred corpse. The means are extremely cruel, but there was no mercy on the man's face, and there was even a smile on his lips. He seemed to enjoy the sound of the other party wailing under the flames. Abnormal. Lin Yuyu cursed inwardly and hid behind Fong Luo in fear. Boy, you look familiar. After dealing with Lu Fong, Fu Dahai shifted his gaze to Fong Luo. He felt that he had seen Fong Luo before. Boss, I remember him. He borrowed money from us before, 200,000 yuan. A younger brother behind Fu Dahai said. Oh. Fu Dahai raised his eyebrows and said jokingly and cruelly, boy, you are really unlucky. You might not have to pay back your money because of the end of the world, but you met me again and killed my Dahai gang members. According to the rules, I should kill you to commemorate my brother. Fu Dahai changed the subject, but I can give you another chance. What chance? Join our Sea gang. So simple? Of course not. Fu Dahai grinned and said, first, hand over all the supernatural crystals you obtained to repay the 200,000 you owe us. Secondly, this woman was given to me and to our brothers to play with, as a tribute to our deceased brothers. But don't worry, I'm just playing around with it and will return it to you when I'm done. Fu Dahai stared at Lin Yuyu. It has to be said that in this drought-stricken apocalypse, the already beautiful Lin Yuyu has become even more charming. Because nowadays 99% of people are covered in dust and dirt, and even the most beautiful faces will lose their charm. And she is clean and has fair and smooth skin, which is enough to attract people. Therefore, even though Fu Dahai is the boss of a gang and has many beautiful women around him, he cannot resist Lin Yuyu's charm. Lin Yuyu's face turned pale. She had never been in a relationship before, so how could she accompany these people? She would rather die. Fong Luo's face also turned cold after hearing this. It is absolutely impossible to hand over all the evolution crystals and send Lin Yuyu to the other party. Let's not talk about the importance of evolution crystal for now. But Lin Yuyu is his sister-in-law, so she is one of his own. If I do this, Lin Zijin will hate myself for the rest of my life. Moreover, he couldn't exchange his woman's life for a chance to live in disgrace. He was not that kind of person. What if I don't? Fong Luo said coldly. No? Then you can only die. Fu Dahai sneered, looking comfortable. Although Fong Luo still had a gun in his hand, he didn't take Fong Luo seriously at all. It's not like he hasn't encountered people with guns in the past 2 days. He's even fought with lone soldiers and policemen. What's the result? Aren't you still alive and well? He has met too many people like Fong Luo. At first they were all tough in words, but after being beaten up, they all joined in obediently. After tasting the sweetness, they finally had no idea of rebelling. That's human nature. However, he underestimated Fong Luo and also misjudged Fong Luo. When it comes to family affection, Fong Luo cannot compromise. Okay, I promise you, come and get it, Fong Luo said, while pretending to struggle. He saw that the other party had several people under his command who had awakened defensive and magnetic abilities, and they were all standing near Fu Dahai with the purpose of protecting him. In a positive situation, it is difficult to kill Fu Dahai with a gun. As soon as he raised his hand, Fu Dahai would probably be protected and would then attack him. Humph, you want to play a trick on me? Do you think I'm the idiot Zhang Yang? Seeing Fong Luo still using the old trick, Fu Dahai sneered disdainfully. Stand where you are and throw the crystal to the ground. This? Fong Luo looked as if his plan had been seen through. He sighed helplessly and threw an evolution crystal over with some reluctance. Chapter 40 Trap. You're smart. Looking at the crystal thrown by Fong Luo, Fu Dahai smiled with satisfaction, but he did not pick it up directly. Instead, he ordered his men to pick it up. Go, pick it up. Yes. A little brother with defensive abilities stepped forward. Seeing this move, even Fong Luo couldn't help but secretly praise his cautious mind. He was worthy of being the boss. He didn't fall for it even in such a situation. He was much smarter than Zhang Yang just now. However, if the other party thinks that he can avoid his attack in this way, then he is overthinking. I picked up the crystal, and after making sure it was safe, I handed it to Fu Dahai. It is indeed a supernatural crystal. Fu Dahai took the crystal, looked at it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he laughed and put it in his trouser pocket. When Fong Luo saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. You put this there yourself. Boy, if you send this woman over here, all our grievances will be written off. In addition, you can join our Dahai gang and receive a bottle of mineral water and a bowl of rice every day. You can enjoy the women in the gang as you like. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss if you follow us. Fu Dahai's face was filled with smugness, and he was looking Lin Yuyu up and down and scrupulously, as if she was already in his pocket. No problem. Fong Luo smiled, approached Lin Yuyu, then grabbed her slender hand, as if he wanted to drag her to Fu Dahai. Lin Yuyu looked at Fong Luo, but there was no ripple in her heart. She would never believe that Fong Luo would give her to someone else. Sure enough, Fong Luo pulled Lin Yuyu up and started running away. Fuck him. He wants to run away. Chase him. Seeing this, Fu Dahai immediately chased after Fong Luo. However, just as he took a step, there was an explosion and Fu Dahai let out a heart-wrenching roar. Lin Yuyu turned around in confusion. However, Fu Dahai, who was alive and kicking just now fell to the ground in a miserable state. His lower limbs were covered in blood. It was estimated that he would never be able to function as a human being again in this life. She couldn't help but look at Fong Luo with admiration. She knew that it must have been Fong Luo who did it. As for how to do it, she didn't know. My brother-in-law is such an amazing man. This was indeed done by Fong Luo, and the method was very simple. Space imprint. Space imprints can be used to mark anywhere, acting as a monitoring device to observe surrounding dynamics in real time, and can also act as bombs. With just a thought, the imprint can be detonated to cause huge damage. Just now, the crystal that Fong Luo threw to Fu Dahai was marked with a space mark by him. Originally, Fong Luo was going to detonate it in Fu Dahai's hand, but he didn't expect that the other party would put it directly into his trouser pocket. This Lao Lu actually plotted against me. Fu Dahai fell to the ground in a bloody mess, his expression becoming particularly ferocious with a mixture of pain and anger. He glared at Fong Luo's fleeing figure and swore that he would never let him go. Don't worry about me. Catch him for me. I'm going to skin him alive. Fu Dahai pushed away the younger brother who was looking after him and said, Yes. More than 20 younger brothers immediately chased towards the place where Fong Luo escaped. They are chasing us. What should we do? Lin Yuyu saw the psychics chasing after her and looked worried, as there was a speed psychic among them. Hide first and find an opportunity to defeat them one by one. If it were a head-on battle, Fong Luo would not be able to deal with so many psychics at the same time. Although he had guns, they were not invincible. Some of the psychics on the opposite side were not afraid of guns, and they also had guns in their hands. If he was surrounded from all sides, he could find a chance to escape, but that was not the case for Lin Yuyu. But Fong Luoka is not afraid of guerrilla warfare. He possesses spatial abilities and can pass through walls at any time to launch sneak attacks on enemies, making them hard to defend against. Lightning Mother, go and lead 2 people over here. Fong Luo took Lin Yuyu and hid directly in an alley, then gave instructions to Dianmu. Meow. When it came to serious matters, Dianmu was still very serious. This time she didn't throw a tantrum and went there obediently. Fong Luo doesn't have to worry about Dianmu. Cats are fast by nature, and Dianmu has awakened her electrical abilities, so no one can catch her. Brother-in-law, why did you bring them here? Looking at the leaving Dianmu, Lin Yuyu was a little confused. Shouldn't she be trying to find a way to escape now? Of course, kill them. Don't they want the evolution crystal? Each of them has an evolution crystal in their head. Fong Luo sneered. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lin Yu saw Fong Luo suddenly squat down and press his palms on the ground. Fong Luo smiled mysteriously. You will know in a moment. Let's wait for the Dianmu to come next door. Fong Luo took Lin Yuyu and went around to the house next to the alley, with a wall separating them. After a while, Dianmu successfully attracted 3 people with special powers. Fuck, where's that cat? Damn it, she just peed on my head. I'm gonna skin her alive. When the 3 psychics saw the mother of lightning stop, they pounced towards her ferociously. However, when they were halfway there was a sudden explosion beneath their feet. Without exception, the lower limbs of all 3 people were broken, and they fell to the ground covered in blood. Fong Luo grinned and took Lin Yuyu out. Lin Yuyu was stunned when she saw this scene. She didn't understand even more. There are no windows and no sight here. How could Fong Luo know that the enemy came here and detonated the explosion? Could it be that my brother-in-law's special ability is clairvoyance? Chapter 41 Injured. Thinking that Fong Luo might have the ability of clairvoyance, Lin Yuyu screamed and quickly hugged her chest with her hands. What are you doing? Fong Luo was a little confused. Why was he hugging his chest for no reason? Brother-in-law, do you have the ability to see through things? Lin Yuyu asked tentatively. Perspective? Fong Luo was stunned for a moment. Then he realized what Lin Yuyu meant. She must be wondering why he could see the person coming from the other side through the wall. In fact, my spatial mark is similar to perspective. If I put the mark into the other person's body, I can observe the situation inside the other person's body. That's about right. Fong Luo nodded. Ah, brother-in-law? Don't look at me. Lin Yuyu became even more panicked, hugged her arms tighter, and turned around with only her, but facing Fong Luo. Fong Luo couldn't help laughing. Did she think he was using X-ray vision to spy on her? You're so young. I'm not interested in watching. Don't worry. Small. Hearing this, Lin Yuyu was fed up and turned around, put her hands on her waist and said, How am I small? I'm older than my sister. Okay. Bigger than Lin Zijin? Fong Luo thought of Lin Zijin and then looked at Lin Yuyu. Although she was wearing a loose t-shirt, it still couldn't hide her proud figure, and she still had a lot of room for development. It seems that she has a better figure than Lin Zijin. What did this girl eat to grow tall? However, Fong Luo did not intend to discuss the issue of body shape with his sister-in-law, so he pretended to be confused and said, You call her sister. How can you be older than her? I'm talking about age. What are you talking about? Lin Yuyu was stunned, and her expression became a little unnatural. She couldn't say that she was talking about that. I'm talking about the voice. My sister's voice is gentler. Lin Yuyu quickly found an excuse. Sound. Fong Luo's expression became even weirder. Lin Zijin's voice last night was not small at all. Okay, let's stop talking. The explosion just now will probably attract other people. Let's go. Fong Luo changed the subject and first dug out the crystals in the heads of the three psychics, and then took Lin Yuyu and Dianmu to the next alley. Then, Fong Luo used the same method again, asking Dianmu to lure people over, setting up traps himself, and killed nearly 10 psychics from the Dahai gang in succession. Damn it, this Lao Lu is too insidious. He sets traps every time and waits for our people to fall into his trap. The key is that we can't see his traps. The members of the Dahai gang looked at the bodies of their companions, and each of their heads had been cut open. They shuddered in their hearts. This guy was insidious and cruel. What should we do? Continue chasing. Chase for nothing. Do you think you can chase Lao Lu? If you chase him, you will die. Then you won't avenge the boss? It's the boss who can't take care of himself after the bombing, not you. You only make a few $100 a month. Why do you want to risk your life? The people of the Dahai gang suffered heavy losses, and no one wanted to sacrifice their lives anymore, so they had basically given up the idea of hunting down Fong Luo. Fong Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Setting up a space mark consumes a lot of energy. Fong Luo has cast 5 marks in a row and is now exhausted. If the other party continues to chase me, it will be difficult to kill them. Today's harvest was also good, with more than 30 supernatural crystals. In addition to the psychics he had killed, Fong Luo found more than a dozen more while he was walking through the alley just now. The crystals in this area have basically been looted. Today's goal has been achieved. They've left. Let's go back and find the car. Fong Luo said to Lin Yuyu. The two men slowly moved towards the armored vehicle again, but Fong Luo was still a little worried that they would stay near the armored vehicle and wait for him to pass by. However, just as he reached the vicinity of the armored vehicle, Fong Luo heard the sound of fighting again. Fong Luo leaned over to take a look. He discovered that the Dahai gang, which had just been chasing him, had actually started fighting with another group of people. Among them, the most eye-catching are a man and a woman, who seem to be a couple. Both of them have T1 level superpowers. One is Earth-related and the other is Wood-related. It seems that this group of people are competing with the people from the Dahai gang for their armored vehicles. Dog bites dog? Fong Luo couldn't help but laugh. He was originally worried that they would ambush him, but now he could just take advantage of the chaos to drive away the armored vehicle. Yuyu, sneak towards the street first, I'll drive the armored vehicle. Fong Luo ordered. With his current strength, he is not able to use space flash to lead others, so he can only use wall passing to approach the armored vehicle by himself. Lin Yuyu possesses wind-related abilities, so she can still do this. Two-person action. Fong Luo used space flashing to constantly shuttle between the houses. In less than a moment, Fong Luo successfully got into the armored vehicle. He immediately drove the car towards Lin Yuyu's location. The roar of the car immediately attracted the attention of others. The man with Earth-related supernatural powers directly used his Earth-related supernatural powers to control the stones, trying to stop Fong Luo, but he could only control some small stones and could not stop Fong Luo's armored vehicle at all. Hateful! The man cursed inwardly, and then he noticed Lin Yuyu who was waiting for Fong Luo. His eyes turned fierce, and then he controlled the stone and smashed it towards Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu quickly dodged, but there were too many stones, and one of them hit her fair leg hard. Ah! Lin Yuyu screamed in pain, but she still gritted her teeth, insisted on running towards Fong Luo, and successfully got on the armored vehicle. Wu Yu, she's just a child. How could you have the heart to do that to her? The woman next to the man also noticed this scene and couldn't help but scold her husband. In this world, there is no distinction between adults and children, and they are obviously in league with these hooligans. You have been a doctor for too long, and you are used to saving lives. You are too soft-hearted, and you will suffer a great loss. Wu Yu shrugged and didn't care. Is there anything wrong with saving people? She didn't hurt us. Lu Su snorted and ignored her husband. On the way, Fong Luo drove the armored vehicle towards the cold storage. The world was becoming more and more chaotic. It had only been less than 10 days, and people with special abilities had begun to attack each other. Moreover, there will be more and more such things happening. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, Fong Luo noticed that Lin Yu next to him looked pale. Then after a closer look, I found that one of her thighs was slightly twisted and bleeding, and it was obvious that she was broken. What's going on? Fong Luo frowned. I was accidentally hit by a stone by that man just now. Lin Yu weakly recounted what had just happened. What? Fong Luo was immediately enraged and wanted to drive back and cut the man into pieces. However, Lin Yu is injured now and cannot afford to delay. Hateful. Don't let me meet them again. Fong Luo had already memorized the appearance of the man and woman. If given the chance, Fong Luo will definitely take revenge. I'll apply the medicine on you first. Fong Luo had stockpiled some medicines in his space. He immediately took out some medicines to stop Lin Yu's bleeding. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chapter 42 Worry. Lin Yu's leg injury was very serious. Not only were his muscles scratched, but his bones were also fractured. It could not be cured by medicine alone. Now the outside was full of zombie viruses, and the wound was exposed to the outside and could easily be infected with the virus. Fong Luo could only bandage him first. As for broken bones, you can only seek treatment from a professional doctor. But at this time, where can I find a professional doctor? Thank you, brother-in-law. You saved me again. Lin Yu looked at Fong Luo, who was bandaging her carefully, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Fong Luo is the best man to her since she was a child, including her father. First, he went to the school to find me regardless of the danger. Then, when I was in danger in the supermarket, a hero appeared and saved me. He just helped me to get revenge, and now he is treating me. It's like being his own guardian angel. Then how are you going to thank me? While bandaging the wound, Fong Luo looked up at Lin Yu, who looked weak and might faint at any time. He had seen a popular science video online that said when a patient is seriously injured and in danger, he must not be allowed to sleep, as this can easily lead to brain death. To solve this problem, doctors usually talk to patients while treating them to improve their attention and relieve their pain. So Fong Luo also deliberately looked for Lin Yu to talk. How to repay Fong Luo? Lin Yu thought to herself. All in all, Fong Luo saved me twice. The first time, in order to repay Fong Luo, I brought him and my sister together. What about this time? Everything he eats, drinks, and uses now belongs to Fong Luo, including his only sister. It seems that I really have nothing to repay Fong Luo. Wait, I do have one last thing. Is that possible? Lin Yu suddenly thought of a certain scene and immediately shook her head. How could this be possible? It was too ridiculous. After bandaging Lin Yu and giving her some antibiotics and glucose water to replenish her energy, Fong Luo immediately drove back to the cold storage. Fong Luo opened the door holding Lin Yu. Lin Zijin had already woken up, and his face turned pale when he saw this. Husband, what's wrong with you? Lin Zijin had just had sex with Fong Luo and was feeling very sweet. But she didn't expect to see this scene when she opened the door and was immediately startled. Don't worry. Don't you know what your husband is capable of? Fong Luo comforted. Sister, shouldn't you care about me first? I'm the one who's hurt. Lin Yu was in Fong Luo's arms, watching her sister actually caring about Fong Luo first instead of herself. I thought to myself, my sister who is married is like water that has been poured out. What happened to Yu? Lin Zijin's face turned red, and she looked at her sister worriedly. Fong Luo's expression darkened, and he told the story. Her life is not in danger, but her leg injury will be a bit troublesome. Simple medicine cannot cure it. She needs a professional doctor. If she can't find a doctor, she may become a cripple. Fong Luo sighed. In his previous life, Lin Zijin was a cripple, and in this life, he might have become Lin Yu. I thought of the man and woman, the two culprits. I will never let them go. Cripple? Lin Zijian's heart trembled. His sister was so beautiful. If she became a cripple, her whole life would be ruined. Don't worry. I'll go find a doctor for you now. Fang Luo hugged Lin Zijian. No! Lin Zijian hurriedly stopped him and hugged Fang Luo tightly. I don't want you to be in danger again. If you use leg can't be cured, then it can't be cured. At worst, I can take care of her for the rest of her life. If anything happens to you, don't worry, it'll be fine. Seeing Lin Zijian caring about him so much, Fang Luo was also somewhat touched and smiled. Such a beautiful sister-in-law, I can't bear to see her become a cripple. After repeatedly assuring Lin Zijian of her safety, Fang Luo walked out of the cold storage and went to find a doctor. Chapter 43. Good Lip Service. Luoshui, Jincheng Villa District. Lu Su pushed open the door of the villa angrily, slammed the door, and left angrily. Lu Su is 28 years old this year. She has been a favored girl since childhood. When she was in school, she was the only campus belle and had countless suitors. After graduating with a doctorate, she became the chief of surgery at a Los Angeles hospital when she was less than 30 years old, and also married a rich second generation from a third-rate family in Los Angeles, making countless women envy her. But all that has changed. The continued high temperature caused the hospital to be crowded with patients, and she was busy every day. She was once respected, but now she was accused of being unprofessional because she could not treat so many patients. Later, zombies suddenly appeared in the hospital, and she managed to save her life with great difficulty. But the hospital closed down, and she lost her job. Some time ago, she and her husband awakened their superpowers at the same time, and her husband also changed. The husband, who was originally gentle and refined, began to become violent, making friends with all kinds of hooligans and often fighting with others. He had killed dozens of people in the past 2 days, and just now he killed a teenage girl. This made Lu Su, who usually rescued the dying and the wounded, a little unacceptable. But that's not the worst. The worst thing is that the husband who used to be loyal and love has now become lustful, and just now he even brought a woman from outside home openly. He also said that in today's world, strong men should have more women so that they can pass on their high-quality genes. In a fit of anger, she slammed the door and left. She wants the other party to regret it. Several hours passed. At noon, the sun was particularly glaring and the weather was particularly hot. Fang Luo drove all the way, looking for a doctor everywhere, and finally arrived near the Luoshui Jincheng Villa District. He thought he would return empty-handed, but he actually saw several people with their arms wrapped in gauze. Fang Luo's heart moved. In this doomsday, they're still wrapped in bandages, and judging by the way they wrap the bandages, it is obvious that only professional medical staff can do this. Fang Luo drove over immediately. A few people were looking for supplies when they suddenly saw a tall, armored vehicle running towards them, and they became a little nervous. It's been very chaotic recently. Not only are there zombies, but there are also many survivors from other places who come here to rob. Their injuries were caused by being beaten, and their house has been occupied by someone. If they hadn't given all their savings to the other party, they would probably have been beaten to death now. Fang Luo got out of the car and looked at everyone. What do you want to do? We are out of supplies. The slightly older middle-aged man protected his wife and his 7- or 8-year-old daughter behind him. The middle-aged man was a little fat, but he had an extraordinary temperament. It was obvious that he was a rich man before the end of the world, but now he looked a little embarrassed. I mean, no harm. Fang Luo smiled warmly. I just want to ask, who bandaged the bandage on your hand? It was Sister Lu who bandaged us. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to answer, the little girl about 7 or 8 years old behind him opened her big eyes and spoke actively. Little dear. The middle-aged man immediately covered his daughter's mouth. He still didn't know what Fang Luo's purpose was. He didn't look like he was injured. It would be bad if he wanted to cause trouble for Dr. Lu. Recently, Dr. Lu's husband has offended many people, and people often come here to kill him, with fights occurring almost every day. I guess those people couldn't deal with Wu Yu and wanted to attack Dr. Lu. Although Wu Yu was not a good person, he had received favors from Dr. Lu, so how could he put Dr. Lu in danger? Sister Lu, can you tell me where Dr. Lu is? Fang Luo immediately asked the middle-aged man. I have no ill intentions, it's just that a friend of mine is injured and needs a doctor to treat her. She is also a little girl. If she can't be cured, she may become a cripple in the future. The middle-aged man frowned, feeling a little hesitant, but Fang Luo's expression didn't seem fake. But what if it's fake? People are evil. The other party was driving an armored vehicle, but he didn't look like a soldier. It was very likely that it was stolen from the army. I don't know any Dr. Liu. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. The man shook his head, and then he pulled his daughter and wife and was about to leave. Fong Luo was anxious. The other party obviously knew it, but refused to tell me. Stop them immediately. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man panicked, and his voice began to tremble. Don't get me wrong, I really mean no harm. Fong Luo did not do anything, but took out a steak and mineral water. Your daughter must have not eaten for a long time. As a father, you probably don't want to see your daughter starve. Just tell me the location of Dr. Liu, and this steak will be yours. Looking at the delicious steak and the sweet, thirst-quenching mineral water, the middle-aged man's Adam's apple moved slightly. Since the end of the world, their family has been living in misery, and the water they drink is basically sewage. Sometimes he even has to drink his daughter's urine. Such clean mineral water is more precious than 1 million. He looked at his daughter again. The other person was staring at the steak with his eyes wide open, without blinking, his saliva almost dripping. He felt heartbroken again when he saw this. You really mean no harm? The man asked, his tone already somewhat loose. Fong Luo nodded seriously. No. Well, I'll tell you. Just like that, under the temptation of a steak and mineral water, the middle-aged man's original determination not to betray Dr. Liu was broken. Thanks. After getting the position, Fong Luo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. My name is Elk. What's your name? The little girl asked Fong Luo curiously while holding the steak and drooling. In all these days, Fong Luo was the first person to give them food. Unlike others, they would rob her things, occupy her home, and even beat her father as soon as they went to her house. Elk. Hearing this name, Fong Luo couldn't help but feel a little curious. My brother's name is Fong Luo. Chapter 44, Revenge. After leaving home, Lu Su saw injured people on the road, so he picked up the bandages he was carrying and used his special powers to start rescuing them. She has studied medicine since she was young. The master told him that a doctor's job is to cure illnesses and save lives. So, even though it is the end of the world and Lu Su has lost his job as a doctor, he still adheres to this principle. Call. Lu Su exhaled, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said to the man in front of her tiredly, Your injury is not yet healed, but it's nothing serious. If you have any questions, you can come to me tomorrow. Today she saved more than a dozen people in a row, and her special powers were not enough. Opposite, the man with an injured arm looked at Lu Su with evil eyes, and then actually grabbed her arm. What are you doing? Lu Su panicked and tried to break free from the other person's hand. But she had no strength and no special abilities now, so she couldn't break free. Doctor, my hand is fine, but my leg is a little swollen. What do you think I should do? The man chuckled. Your legs are not swollen? Lu Su looked at the other person's intact legs. I'm not talking about this leg, but... The man laughed with a lewd expression. Doctor, as the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west. Why don't you just treat my leg as well? Hearing this, Lu Su, who didn't know that the other party wanted to violate her, immediately became furious. Asshole, I just treated you and you are so ungrateful and shameless. She never expected it. I saved the other person, but not only did he not thank me, he even wanted to violate me. She was still too naive. Even in peacetime, there are cases where patients and doctors turn against each other and stab doctors to death, let alone in this chaotic end times. I am shameless, but I feel a little uncomfortable now, and I need to borrow the doctor's body for treatment. The man smiled evilly and pounced towards Lu Su. No, Lu Su exclaimed. I feel a little desperate. But after a while, the smelly body she imagined did not fall on her. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the man who had just wanted to violate her lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. In front of him stood a tall and handsome young man, looking down at him. Thank you. Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved that she had survived the disaster. However, she noticed that the angle of the other person's gaze was wrong. She lowered her head and discovered that the collar of her clothes was a little loose, and the other person's high angle allowed her to see her snow-white skin clearly. Her face suddenly turned red with shame. He immediately put his clothes in order and stood up. It was so embarrassing to be seen naked by a man so much younger than me. You're welcome, as long as you repay me. In fact, Fong Luo saw Lu Su early in the morning and recognized her immediately. He found out that she was the woman with wood-type superpowers who was with the man who injured Lin Yuyu last night. Unexpectedly, the doctor I found was my enemy. The world is really small. Last night, I was still thinking that once I find these two people, I must help Lin Yuyu get revenge. I didn't expect to meet you today. Fong Luo looked at Lu Su again. She was wearing a white dress. Her facial features were very dignified, and her long legs were white and slender. She was 28 years old, which was the most mature and charming age for a woman. That guy yesterday actually injured his sister-in-law's leg. It's not too much to ask for some interest from his wife, right? Repay. Lu Su's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Fong Luo would make the same excessive demands as the man just now. So she immediately said, "No problem. My home is nearby. I'll ask my husband to give you the supplies." "I don't need supplies. There are tens of billions of supplies in Fong Luo's space. What do you want there?" Lu Su swallowed his saliva, feeling a little frightened. He didn't expect that after escaping from the wolf's mouth, he would enter the tiger's den again. "Remember the girl your husband beat last night?" "Girl?" Lu Su suddenly remembered that she didn't expect the other party to come to seek revenge so soon. "I'm sorry about what happened last night. I will cure your girlfriend," Lu Su said quickly. "Heal?" Fong Luo snorted. "That's what you should do. But what about the pain she suffered?" Lu Su was speechless. "So, what are you going to do? Your husband hurt her. So shouldn't I hurt you too?" "That's fair." Fong Luo sneered and leaned towards the other person. "Don't want," Lu Su exclaimed. "Hurt yourself. Is the pain you were talking about the same as the pain that girl felt?" "I will cure your girlfriend. Please let me go. I'm already married." Lu Su was almost crying. She hated her husband so much. Why did he beat up that girl yesterday and let his wife suffer today? "Married," Fong Luo laughed. "Isn't this a plus?" Fong Luo stopped. Although he wanted to teach Lu Su a lesson, he couldn't do it on the street. He didn't have any special hobbies, so he would take him home later. "Where is your husband?" Fong Luo asked. "What do you want to do?" "Of course I'll kill him. I'm a narrow-minded person, and I believe in revenge." Fong Luo snorted. Lu Su thought, "Do you think you must take revenge? You must kill if you have a grudge against me." Chapter 45. It's useless. My house is well guarded, and my husband is a supernatural being. You will only die if you go there. Lu Su advised. "I would never die." Fong Luo sneered. "Hurry up and tell me, or I'll kill you right now." Lu Su was a little scared, but she didn't want Fong Luo to do that to her on the street, so she told him her home address. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Lu Su saw Fong Luo take out a rope from somewhere. "What are you doing? Haven't you seen a movie?" Fong Luo rolled his eyes at her, then tied Lu Su up into the shape of a turtle and threw her into his car. Then he started to move towards Lu Su's house. After a few hours, his abilities had mostly recovered, and he could now perform space flash. With a distance of about 10 meters at a time, and ignoring the walls, no one could discover Fong Luo at all. Just a moment. Fong Luo had sneaked into Lu Su's villa without anyone noticing. Lu Su's villa is very large, at least 1,000 square meters. There are several generators maintaining partial power operation. There are also many people with special abilities guarding outside the yard, but no one noticed that Fong Luo had sneaked into the villa. Fong Luo did not alert the enemy. He observed carefully and found that there were at least 50 people in this villa, including the villa next door, half of whom were people with special abilities, and some of them had guns in their hands. If Fong Luo was besieged by these people, even if he could escape, he would most likely be injured. Getting injured in the apocalypse is very dangerous, and you might turn into a zombie if you're not careful. Therefore, Fong Luo tried his best to ensure his own safety. Fong Luo carefully moved around every corner of the villa, looking for Wu Yu's location. This guy has a lot of supplies. Fong Luo used space flash to appear in a room, and found that it was filled with all kinds of supplies, including at least several hundred bags of rice and thousands of bottles of mineral water. I guess that guy stole them all. That guy tried to steal his armored vehicle yesterday. The door of the room was locked. Except for Wu Yu himself, no one could come in, so no one noticed Fong Luo. Humph! Just consider it as the medical expenses you paid for my sister-in-law. Fong Luo sneered and directly used his spatial ability to take away the supplies in the room one by one. Just when Fong Luo collected the information in a hidden corner, he suddenly found a metal box. The box was tightly locked with several locks, but Fong Luo could still feel the faint light emanating from it. "What's this?" Fong Luo looked at it curiously. The box was locked. If he opened it forcibly, it would probably attract the attention of people outside. After thinking about it, he decided to put a space mark on it and then use the monitoring function of the mark to check what was inside. When he saw what was inside, Fong Luo was slightly surprised. They are all evolution crystals. I estimate there are more than a dozen. You know, Fong Luo knew the function of the crystal in advance and started looking for it on the first day. So far, he has only found about 100 of them, while this guy actually found more than a dozen. But think about it, the other side has dozens of people looking for it, while Fong Luo only has one person and a cat. Fong Luo also thought about recruiting some younger brothers, but Fong Luo was more cautious. His current strength was not particularly strong, so he had higher requirements for his younger brothers. He did not want to be backstabbed by his close ones like in his previous life. So no action has been taken. At present, Fong Luo's only men are the Lin Zijin sisters. Thank you. Fong Luo didn't intend to leave them to this guy, so he took them all away. After clearing out all the other party supplies, Fong Luo headed to the next place to look for Wu Yu. When he reached the top floor of the villa, Fong Luo vaguely heard a gasping sound. He followed the sound and went over. Afterwards, in a room, several men and women were seen entangled with each other. Brother Wu Yu, your wife is out. Aren't you worried that she will run away? A woman asked the man breathlessly. What are you afraid of? Wu Yu sneered. Before, her family was powerful, and I was afraid that she would divorce me, so I could only play with her secretly. Now the end of the world has come, billions of supplies in her supermarket have been stolen, and her family has fallen into poverty. Without me, she will probably starve to death in a few days. I'm still worried that she will run away. You will see. She will come back on her own soon. Women are all cheap bones. Brother Wu Yu is really amazing. He has made the arrogant Dr. Liu obedient. The other two women beside Wu Yu praised him flatteringly. That's right. Wu Yu smiled proudly and said to the two women, I'll give each of you a bottle of mineral water when we're done. One bottle. The girls' eyes lit up, and they worked even harder. Chapter 46. Women work outside and men work inside. Fuck, you're so good at playing. Seeing the disgusting scene in the room, Fong Luo couldn't help but complain. This guy's wife was out treating patients, but he was here playing mahjong with 3 girls. What a beast. Snort. Fong Luo snorted inwardly, and when he thought of how the other party had injured his sister-in-law's leg yesterday, his eyes were immediately filled with murderous intent. Take out a gun from the space. Fong Luo hid in the dark and aimed at the opponent's head. When he was distracted, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was fired, and screams from a man and a woman were heard simultaneously in the house. Fong Luo frowned. When the bullet was fired just now, Wu Yu happened to switch positions with the woman under him, and the bullet hit the woman. However, the bullet also penetrated the woman's body and hit Wu Yu. Wu Yu screamed and fell down, but Fong Luo was not sure whether he was dead or not. Gunshots, gunshots. It came from the 3rd floor. Something happened to the boss. The gunshots alarmed the psychics in the yard, and immediately a group of people ran upstairs. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fong Luo immediately used Space Flash to appear downstairs of the villa, just brushing past the psychic who was entering the house. I secretly felt it was a pity. After all, he is not a professional gunman, and he only started to come into contact with guns in the last days. Otherwise, he should be able to predict the opponent's actions. Soon, Fong Luo returned to Lu Su. Lu Su looked excited. She also heard the gunshots coming from the villa and saw Fong Luo returning safely. She suddenly felt uneasy. Unfortunately, her mouth was blocked by Fong Luo's underwear, so she could only babble but couldn't speak. Fong Luo took it away. What did you do? What did you do to my husband? Lu Su immediately asked loudly. What's wrong? Fong Luo snorted. Didn't you hear the gunshot? Of course he was killed. What? Lu Su suddenly felt dizzy and tears started to flow down her face. Although she had just had a conflict with her husband, he was still her husband after all. When she heard the bad news, she felt like the sky was falling. Why? I promised to help you cure your girlfriend. Why did you kill him? Why are you so cruel? Lu Su wanted to tear Fong Luo apart, but she was tied up by Fong Luo with a tortoiseshell bondage and could not move at all. Hearing her words, Fong Luo sneered. It is your duty to cure you, but your husband made me. You suffer, and he must die. If I stab you and then cure you, will your husband let it go? Lu Su was speechless. If it was before the end of the world, she would definitely nod, but now, in the past few days, Wu Yu has been fighting with other gangs every day, snatching supplies, and has killed more than dozens of people. The reason why he worked so hard to treat people was just to accumulate some merit for Wu Yu. However, the speed at which he accumulated merits could not keep up with the speed at which Wu Yu committed sins. However, no matter what, the other party was her husband. Fong Luo killed her husband, and Lu Su's eyes were still full of hatred. Fong Luo glanced at Lu Su again with a half-smile. "Do you know what he was doing when I killed him?" Lu Su was at a loss. Question mark. Fong Luo grinned and said jokingly, "It's really interesting. You are sweating profusely outside treating patients, while your husband is sweating profusely at home giving injections to 3 women. How can you say that you are a couple? It's really a doctor's heart, with the woman taking care of the outside and the man taking care of the inside." Lu Su's face turned pale. In fact, she had known about this for a long time, and it was for this reason that she ran away from home, wanting her husband to repent. He was just affected by the end of the world, which caused his temperament to change. He was not like this before. Lu Su still defended her husband. In fact, compared to her husband, there is nothing wrong with Lu Su's character. She just has a scumbag husband. It's a pity that Fong Luo and she had a grudge against each other. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to bring Lu Su over to be a subordinate. Lu Su has wood-related abilities and is also a doctor. In the end times, besides food, the most worrying thing is getting injured. Because once you are injured, you may be infected with the virus and become a zombie, and there is no cure for this virus. If there is a doctor, the wound can be treated quickly, and this kind of thing can be avoided. Fong Luo thought about it, and felt that he could let Lu Su recognize the true face of her husband. "Do you want to know what your husband said when he did that to those women?" Fong Luo said again. "What?" Lu Su frowned slightly, somewhat worried that Fong Luo would say something shocking. "Your husband said that your family was powerful before, and he was afraid that you would divorce him, so he only dared to play secretly. Now the end of the world has come, and you can't survive without him for more than 3 days. He is not worried at all that you will really run away from home." "Impossible. You are lying. My husband would never say that. I didn't expect that you killed my husband and slandered him in front of his wife. You are a shameless villain." After hearing this, Lu Su's face was immediately filled with anger. She and her husband were so loving and respectful to each other. So how could he be the kind of person Fong Luo described? She believed that Fong Luo was throwing mud at her. Someone had told her this before, but she never believed it and thought it was a deliberate attempt to sow discord in order to get her. "I am a shameless villain?" Fong Luo was amused. He told her the truth and wanted her to see Wu Yu's true face, but in the end he became a villain. Fong Luo was too lazy to pay attention to this love-brained idiot. He took the panties again and stuffed them into her mouth. Feeling unsatisfied, he took off his socks and stuffed them into Lu Su's mouth. Chapter 47 Wu Yu. Luo Shui, Golden City. "Fuck, which bastard attacked me? Where is he? Why haven't you caught him yet?" There was a large amount of blood on Wu Yu's chest, and his face was twitching in pain. Fortunately, the woman just now slowed down the power of the bullet for him, and his own Earth-related ability made his defense higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would probably have died after being shot. "Boss, we've checked the entire villa area and found no suspicious persons," a subordinate reported. "No one? How is this possible? Could it be that it's Lao Lu, who is using a sniper rifle to snipe me from 800 meters away?" Wu Yu was even more furious. "Boss, could it be that they are from some gang that we have offended recently?" Wu Yu's heart sank. It is indeed possible. He couldn't defeat me head-on, so he actually attacked me from behind. Wu Yu's family was originally a third-rate family with underground thugs under their control. After the end of the world, Wu Yu was the first to rapidly expand with the help of these thugs, robbed a large amount of supplies, and became a second-rate gang in Los Angeles in one fell swoop. However, robbing supplies will definitely offend others. But which gang was trying to assassinate him? There are many gangs of all sizes in Jiangxing. Originally, there were 3 major families in Luocheng, Li Lu, and Chun, and his wife was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Ordinary people thought that Lu Su was trying to marry into a rich second-generation family. In fact, only a few people knew that it was they who used tricks to win Lu Su's favor. I am trying to get ahead of the other person. Unfortunately, before the end of the world, her family business was stolen, and then they were hit by the end of the world, and no one knew where the family members had gone. Now the strongest and largest forces in Luocheng are the Li family and the Chen family. They have many industries under their family names. After the end of the world, They used their own resources to gather a large number of thugs. I dare not offend him. The rest are made up of second- and third-rate families, such as the Sanjiang Gang and the Evil Tiger Gang. In addition, he had a fight with a small gang last night and stole a large amount of supplies from them. Unfortunately, two of the other party drove away in an armored vehicle, and he only injured one of the women. Could it be that they have joined another big gang and are taking revenge on me? Damn, don't let me find out who it is. Wu Yu cursed inwardly and then said to his subordinates, "Where is your sister-in-law? She hasn't been found yet. I am dying of pain." After being injured, he immediately sent someone to find Lu Su, hoping that she would come and treat his injuries, but almost half an hour had passed, and she still hadn't been found. Could he really be gone? "Boss, we found a few people holding stakes. After interrogating them, we learned that some people holding stakes asked them about my sister-in-law's location not long ago. It is very likely that my sister-in-law has been kidnapped." "What?" Wu Yu stood up in an instant. "Your wife was kidnapped?" Lu Su is different from other women. Not to mention her beauty, the most important thing is that she is his wife. If she is abducted by someone, what will others do to such a beautiful woman? No need to think about it. Wu Yu suddenly felt like there was something green on his head. "Fuck, bring those guys up to me." Wu Yu suddenly flew into a rage and slapped the table in front of him so hard that it broke into pieces. He had always been the one to cheat on others, but how could others cheat on him? Soon, a middle-aged man, a young woman, and a little girl were pressed over. "Damn it, Mi Hung. It turns out to be you." Wu Yu recognized the middle-aged man and immediately asked in a harsh voice, "Who is the person who is asking about my wife? What does he look like? Tell me now." "Dad, don't say that." The little girl Milu quickly stepped forward and covered her father's mouth, speaking in a childish voice. "Grass." Wu Yu was furious and stepped forward and kicked the elk away. "You actually kicked my daughter. She is only 7 years old, you beast. I won't tell you. Just wait for Dr. Lu to be defiled." Mi Hung became furious when he saw his daughter being kicked away. Originally, he was going to tell the truth for Dr. Lu's sake. But now, forget it. "Oh, you're pretty tough." When Wu Yu heard the other party say that his wife was going to be defiled, he was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He smiled viciously and said to the young woman beside him, "My wife was defiled? Haha, let me see whose wife was defiled first." As he said that, Wu Yu hugged the young woman next to him and tore off her clothes in public, and suddenly the room was filled with spring light. The woman was so frightened that she screamed and called for help from her husband. "Stop it, I'll tell you. His name is Fong Luo, he's very handsome, and he drives an armored vehicle." Seeing that his wife was about to be defiled, Mi Hung quickly told him about Fong Luo. After all, he and Fong Luo were not familiar with each other, and the other party had only made a deal with him. It was impossible for him to watch his wife being defiled for Fong Luo. "Humph, it turns out to be those two guys from yesterday. Fong Luo, send someone out to find out where that armored vehicle appeared." When he heard the armored vehicle, Wu Yu knew that the two people who had escaped yesterday had kidnapped his wife. He was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. He even suspected that the sixth man who shot him was also named Fong Luo. Hiss! Wu Yu had just been shot in the chest, and the pain from the tearing made him gasp for air, and he hated Fong Luo even more. "You'd better not do anything to my wife. Otherwise, when I catch you, I will play with your woman to death." Wu Yu cursed inwardly. He remembered that there was a woman next to the other party yesterday. Then, he looked at Mi Hung again and said to his subordinates beside him, "Take him out and kill him. Not only did he cause my wife to be abducted, but he also cursed me to be cuckolded. He is looking for death. As for this woman, I will keep her for my enjoyment." "Boss, where is this girl?" Wu Yu glanced at the elk that was knocked unconscious by his kick and said, "Throw it away. I'm only interested in mature and charming MILFs." Chapter 48, Where are all the supplies? Soon, Mi Lu and Mi Hung, father and daughter, were thrown out. The remaining young woman cried and struggled, but in this disorderly doomsday, no one would pity her. Wu Yu looked at his wound again. In this situation, he is not in the mood to do that kind of thing anymore. He should heal his wound first. Unfortunately, his wife was kidnapped, so he could only go to the storage room and find a traditional medical kit to bandage the wound first. However, when he arrived at the storage room, he was dumbfounded. The huge storage room was now empty. The rice, mineral water, and other supplies that had been stored had all disappeared. He wiped his eyes in disbelief. No, it must be the way I opened the door that was wrong. Wu Yu exited the storage room again and opened it again, but it was still empty. God damn it, where are my supplies? I have so many supplies. Wu Yu screamed heartbreakingly. He was not so angry even when his wife was kidnapped just now. According to the current prices, these supplies are worth at least tens of billions. Moreover, this is a guarantee for maintaining life. Without these supplies, how can you survive? Will those younger brothers still listen to me? Who the hell stole my supplies? My wife was arrested, someone plotted against us, and our supplies were stolen. After hearing a series of bad news, Wu Yu gasped in anger and vomited blood. At the same time, Fong Luo had returned to the cold storage with a full load. Not only had he found the doctor, he had also taken revenge and obtained more than a dozen evolution crystals. Honey, are you okay? Lin Zijin came over immediately and hurriedly checked Fong Luo's body, fearing that something had happened to Fong Luo. Don't worry, you don't know what I'm capable of yet, it's okay. Fong Luo pointed to the back seat of the car again. Look, I brought the doctor back. Very good. Lin Zijin was delighted, but when she saw that Lu Su's mouth was stuffed with underwear and socks, and her hands and feet were tied into strange shapes, she suddenly became confused. Husband, why are you tying her up? Humph, Fong Luo snorted coldly. The one who injured Yu Yu yesterday was her husband. What? Lin Zijin immediately looked at Lu Su unfriendly. Lu Su still has a clear distinction between good and evil. When she learned that the person who was injured yesterday was Lin Zijin's sister, there was a hint of guilt in her eyes when she looked at Lin Zijin, and she was not dissatisfied with the other party's eyes. But the look he gave Fong Luo was completely like that of a scumbag. This guy actually has 2 wives, sisters, and he even wants to do that to me. Fong Luo also saw her look, but I don't take it seriously at all. He tore the underwear out of the other person's mouth and washed it and put it back on. There's someone in the room, so you'd better not play any tricks, otherwise I'll kill you. Fong Luo threatened unceremoniously. Huh, do you think I'm as despicable as you? Lu Su snorted coldly and turned her head away, but did not reject Fong Luo. Although she hated Fong Luo very much, the girl inside was beaten by her husband, and she felt that as a doctor, she had an obligation to heal her. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be lying, Fong Luo nodded secretly. He also had to admit that Lu Su was a very kind and principled person, as expected of a doctor. Come to the room. Lin Yu Yu had fallen asleep on the bed exhausted, and the originally snow-white bandage on her leg was now completely soaked with blood. So serious? Lu Su couldn't help but frown, her expression a little solemn, and she felt guilty for her husband's behavior. The girl on the bed is very beautiful, probably around 18 years old, just the age of a flower. She will probably be no worse than me when she grows up. If she becomes a cripple, it would be a waste of a talent. Doctor, can it be cured? Lin Zijin asked worriedly. It's a bit difficult, Lu Su thought for a while and said, she has a comminuted fracture. Even if I perform the surgery on her with the help of sophisticated instruments, I can only ensure that she can walk normally, but not fully recover. But there is no instrumentation available now. Ah, what should I do then? Lin Zijin was anxious. Thinking that his sister might become a disabled person forever in the future, he felt very sad. She looked at Fong Luo again, and she didn't know whether Fong Luo would still want her and her sister since she had a lame sister. Fong Luo patted her shoulder to comfort her, then looked at Lu Su and asked in a deep voice, I remember you have wood-related abilities, so you should be able to use them to heal, right? Wood-type abilities can indeed heal, Lu Su said, not looking happy when facing Fong Luo, but I have no energy left now, and even if I am at my peak, I cannot heal such a serious injury. I can't be cured. Do you want to kill me now? You can kill me or chop me up as you like. Lu Su stretched out her neck, looking as if she was willing to let Fong Luo deal with her. But she was not the kind of person who was afraid of death. Chapter 49. If you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it. You threaten me? Fong Luo's expression turned cold, but he really couldn't kill Lu Su just like that, unless Lin Yu Yu really didn't want her legs anymore. According to Lu Su, ordinary medical methods cannot cure Lin Yu Yu's leg injury at all. Even if it is cured, there may be hidden injuries and it cannot be truly healed. Only the healing power of the wood element can completely cure it. If we kill her, it will be difficult to find another wood-type mutant. T1 level superpowers are not easy to come by. You are threatening me? Lu Sujiao snorted and glanced at the sleeping Lin Yu Yu again. She still felt a little reluctant, so she softened her tone and said, if she doesn't get treatment within 5 days, She won't be able to be cured even with the wood ability. Although I can't cure her now, my special ability can extend her healing time. Are you still willing to help her with her treatment? Fong Luo was a little surprised. He thought the other party would use this to threaten him, seek revenge on him, or demand benefits from him. He could see that the other party was not willing to treat Lin Yuyu because of his threat, but was truly willing to help Lin Yuyu. You killed my husband. I hate you so much that I want to kill you. Lu Su glared at Fong Luo with resentment. But every wrong has its perpetrator. Although this girl is your girlfriend, she is innocent. I have no grudge against her. As a doctor, I will do my best to save her. Hearing her words, Fong Luo felt a little complicated. I didn't expect the other party to be so open-minded. His expression softened a little, and he stopped speaking harshly to Lu Su. People's emotions can be contagious. Living in a noisy environment for a long time, even a gentle person will gradually become irritable. On the contrary, if a person with anger disorder lives with a person who is not aggressive, he will gradually become a non-aggressive person too. Okay, you recover your energy first, and then I'll help her with the treatment. Fong Luo patted Lin Zijin on the shoulder. Go make some food, make more. The best way to restore superpowers is to eat to replenish the body's energy, because the source of superpowers is to absorb the body's potential. The better the food you eat, the faster the energy will be restored. Lin Zijin nodded obediently. After they walked out of the bedroom, Lu Su carefully looked at the cold storage and found that it had all kinds of facilities, including water and electricity, a TV, a game console. There was even a cat area, and there was half a piece of tuna left in the cat food bowl. Originally, her husband had assets worth hundreds of millions before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, he could only eat bran and pickled vegetables, and he didn't even dare to drink too much mineral water. And this guy actually has an entire wall of wine cabinets at home, all of which are high-end brands, and he also feeds tuna to his cat. My God, is this still the end of the world? More importantly, the temperature inside the cold storage is cool, which is completely different from the hot weather outside. No wonder I was sweating profusely in the car before, but after entering the cold storage, I no longer felt the heat. How did this man build such a comfortable cold storage in the apocalypse? Could it be that they knew the end of the world was coming in advance and built this cold storage before that? Lu Su looked at Fong Luo with some curiosity. He is handsome and powerful, but he is too lustful and violent. Moreover, he killed her husband, and she could never reconcile with him. Lu Su looked at the cold storage silently, without speaking to Fong Luo. Fong Luo ignored her and went to the bathroom to take a comfortable hot bath. He had not slept a wink from last night until now, and had consumed a large amount of his supernatural powers, so he was already very tired. Not long after, Lin Zijin prepared a large table of food. It's time to eat. After hearing this, Fong Luo also put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. Fong Luo was only wearing a bathrobe, with his upper body completely exposed to the air. Lin Zijin was fine, as he had seen all the more private parts. Only Lu Su blushed as soon as she saw it. Why did you come out without clothes on? You hooligan! Lu Su quickly turned her head and scolded him. However, he was slightly impressed in his heart. He didn't expect that Fong Luo looked quite thin, but actually had six-pack abs and pectoral muscles. This is my house. I can wear whatever I want. It doesn't matter if I don't wear anything. Are you going to bite me? Fong Luo didn't bother to pay attention to her and sat down directly at the dining table. Lusu es norte d'angredi. Then he straightened his neck. If you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it. I'm not the one who's exposed, so why should I be shy? So, she turned her head away, unconvinced, not caring whether Fong Luo was wearing it or not, behaving in the same way as Lin Zijin and others. Lu Su also came to the dining table and looked at the large table full of precious delicacies. She couldn't help but open her mouth wide. There were lobsters, king crabs, abalone, sea cucumbers, and caviar. It's not like she hasn't eaten these things before. Her father used to run the largest supermarket chain in the city, with assets worth tens of billions, and her husband also had assets worth hundreds of millions. But now it is the end of the world. The rivers have dried up, the plants have died, and the prices have risen thousands of times. How many people are willing to sell their bodies for a bowl of white rice? And Fong Luo's table of food is estimated to make 10,000 girls sell their bodies to him. No wonder Fong Luo is surrounded by so many beauties, even a pair of beautiful sisters. Replenish your energy quickly so we can treat Yu later. Fong Luo said to Lu Su, and he also started to eat voraciously. Lu Su swallowed. Although he was a little unhappy with Fong Luo's attitude, he still started eating. She hadn't eaten such delicious food since the end of the world, and she was so hungry that her stomach was about to cramp due to excessive use of her supernatural powers today. However, she did not change her attitude towards Fong Luo because of this bite of food. She still wanted to kill Fong Luo. The more you eat, the faster you replenish your energy. Lin Zijian's table was full of food, and the dishes were very precious. Lu Su's energy was replenished rapidly, which was many times faster than the recovery speed when she only ate white rice at home. Normally, if she wants to replenish her energy, she needs to eat 10 bowls of white rice in batches, which takes about 2 days. And now a meal is almost enough. She was amazed in her heart that with Fong Luo's living conditions, his sustained combat effectiveness was more than 5 times higher than that of other psychics. I am not good at fighting, so it will be difficult to find an opportunity for revenge. Although, she could take advantage of Fong Luo's inattention and use Lin Zijian or Lin Yuyu to threaten Fong Luo. However, given her character, she would not do such a dirty thing. Chapter 50 Persuasion. Lu Su felt that her chance of revenge on Fong Luo was very slim, but she did not give up the idea of revenge on Fong Luo. The hatred for killing one's husband is irreconcilable. Even if it meant risking her own life, she would drag Fong Luo down with her. If she broke her oath, then... After dinner, Lu Su's strength had almost recovered. Fong Luo didn't wait for her to rest and asked her to help treat Lin Yuyu first. I know, you don't need to tell me. Lu Su es norte. Although she was still a little tired, she didn't want the girl inside to continue suffering. So she took the initiative to walk into the room and began to use her wood-based abilities to help Lin Yuyu heal her injuries. Lin Yuyu's injuries were very serious. With the other party's current ability, he could not heal Lin Yuyu, but he could relieve some of Lin Yuyu's pain. The treatment lasted for an hour. It was also the first time that Fong Luo took a serious look at Lu Su. At the age of 28, perhaps because she was well-read or because she had been in the hospital for a long time, Lu Su gave people a dignified yet friendly temperament. The temperature in the cold storage is very low. However, Lu Su's forehead was still covered with sweat because he had consumed too much of his supernatural powers. The warm sweat flowed from her oval face, along with her black hair, to her neck, and finally into the bottomless canyon. It looks like she's really trying her best. Fong Luo's expression also relaxed a little. Even facing the relatives of his enemy, Lu Su was still so dedicated to treating them. He had to admire Lu Su's noble character. It is probably because of this that Lu Su chose to study medicine and became the chief surgeon of a Class A hospital at the age of 28 and was loved by so many people. It's a pity that such a dignified and kind woman would marry such a man. Go take a shower. I've already run the water for you, Fong Luo said to Lu Su, his voice no longer as cold as before. Lu Su also discovered this. However, she didn't say much, and she would not give up the idea of revenge against Fong Luo. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu was lying on the bed with a bright smile on her face and looking at Fong Luo with gratitude. She also heard from her sister about Lu Su's origins. Unexpectedly, my brother-in-law captured his enemy's wife for his own sake. My brother-in-law is so good to me. Don't be polite. Your sister already repaid me yesterday. We are a family now. Fong Luo smiled. Hate it, stop talking about it. Lin Zijian's pretty face turned red after hearing this. Thinking of what Fong Luo did to her yesterday, she shyly pinched Fong Luo's waist. She was so embarrassed that this guy actually said such things in public in front of her sister. However, she was very touched that Fong Luo was so good to her. Fong Luo cried out that he was wronged, thinking to himself, "You are still afraid that your sister will know? Don't you know that she was eavesdropping in the corner yesterday?" Lin Yuyu watched Fong Luo flirting with her sister, and for some reason, she didn't feel very happy. Instead, she felt some inexplicable emotions and subconsciously didn't want to watch this scene. So Lin Yuyu changed the subject and said, "Brother-in-law, I think that Lu Surin is pretty good. Why does she look like she wants to kill you when she looks at you? Did you do anything to her?" Hearing this, Lin Zijian stopped playing and looked at Fong Luo curiously. "I didn't do anything. It's because..." Fong Luo told Wu Yu how he found him playing mahjong in the villa and took the opportunity to attack him. "I killed her husband, so she will definitely kill me?" Fong Luo shrugged. What should I do then?" Lin Zijian said anxiously. "She has supernatural powers and will definitely take revenge on you. But she is so kind. Why not just tell her that her husband is a scumbag?" Lin Yu said. Fong Luo shook his head. It's useless. I told her about it, but she thought I was throwing dirty water on her and called me a shameless villain. Why is she like this? Lin Zijin was a little angry, feeling that Lu Su's kindness was taken for granted. Normal, Fong Luo said indifferently. If someone said something bad about me in front of you, what would you do? Of course I don't believe it, Lin Zijin said firmly. That's it. Fong Luo smiled and lovingly hugged Lin Zijin's slender waist. Her waist was so thin that Fong Luo could almost hold it with just one palm. This woman really doesn't know what's good for her. Lin Yu curled her lips and said to Luo tentatively, It's not right to kill him, and it's not right not to kill him. How about this, brother-in-law? I think this woman is very beautiful, has a great figure, and knows medical skills. She is a top-notch young woman. Didn't someone say that to enter a woman's heart, you must first enter her? Brother-in-law, go and convince her. Then she won't kill you. The corner of Fong Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Are you sure this is what an 18-year-old girl said? It's simply a lewd word. And convince the other party. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Zijin gave her sister a reproachful look and said, Are you going to cheat on your sister in public? Why didn't you know before that your sister was so clever? Sister, are you jealous? Lin Yu looked at her sister jokingly. I know way. Lin Zijin's face turned red. Although she said no, she definitely didn't want Fong Luo to get involved with other women. Sister, my brother-in-law is so capable and handsome. There will definitely be many women who like and pursue him in the future. You'll be jealous then. After hearing what her sister said, Lin Zijin felt a little melancholy. She also had the same feeling. Fong Luo was really too outstanding. Do you want to be jealous one by one? Okay, what nonsense are you talking about? Fong Luo flicked Lin Yu's forehead. I'm not attracted to everyone. Your sister is so beautiful. She has already raised my standards. Those with lower looks than her are not worthy of my attention. How many people do you think are prettier than your sister? However, after hearing Lin Yu's words, Fong Luo also recalled Lu Su's appearance in his mind. It must be said that Lu Su's appearance is not worse than Lin Zijin's. On the contrary, Lu Su has a mature and charming temperament of a young woman. To some extent, she is more attractive than a young girl like Lin Zijin. Hearing Fong Luo's praise, Lin Zijin felt very sweet in her heart. That's true. Lin Yu nodded, then turned around and asked, Brother-in-law, who is prettier, me or my sister? Well, Fong Luo choked. This was obviously a fatal question. To be honest, the two sisters looked very similar. If the lights were turned off, it might be difficult to tell who was who. I could only perfunctorily say, they are all beautiful. Plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum each have their own merits. We chatted for a while longer. Lu Su had finished her shower and came out of the bathroom. Fong Luo asked Lin Zijin to take a shower. Lin Yu had just received treatment and was very tired, so she continued to fall into a deep sleep. He sat on the bed, preparing to improve his strength. I've been searching for evolution crystals these days, and my strength has been improving slowly, not much higher than we'll use. However, Fong Luo has now collected more than 120 evolution crystals, which is enough to greatly improve his strength, and he no longer needs to go out. Now many people know about the existence of superpowers, and the evolution crystals have almost all been found. It is very difficult to find crystals outside, which is a waste of time. Therefore, Fong Luo plans to concentrate on improving his strength in the future. After the zombies outside evolve, go out and improve your strength by killing zombies. As time goes by, the strength of zombies will grow at a terrifying rate, and some zombies will even evolve into superpowers. At that time, the energy of the zombies' strengthening crystals will be no less than that of the current evolution crystals. Even more. Therefore, there is no need for Fong Luo to waste too much time looking for evolution crystals. Chapter 51 Promotion. Fong Luo took out the crystal and used it. His current ability level is about level 2. The moving distance of Space Flash is 10 meters. The defense power of Space Barrier is about 800 kilograms. He can cast 3 space marks at the same time. Moreover, as his strength increases, Fong Luo can use more crystals at one time than before. When he first awakened his special powers, Fong Luo would almost faint after using 1 crystal, but now Fong Luo would feel weak only after using 3 crystals in a row. Half an hour passed. Fong Luo successfully absorbed 3 evolution crystals and did not gain any new abilities, but his strength was improved. The distance of space flashing increased from 10 meters to 12 meters. The defensive power of the space barrier has increased from 800 kilograms to 1 ton. The number of space imprints increased from 3 to 4. After improving his strength, he felt a little sleepy, and since he hadn't slept since yesterday, he fell asleep directly. Lin Zijin came out after taking a shower. She was wearing purple lace pajamas that Fong Luo had specially prepared for her. The pajamas were made of thin material, which outlined her figure even more perfectly. Under the pajamas, half of her thighs were exposed, and her pair of jade feet were as white as jade. Walk into the room. At first glance, he saw Fong Luo sleeping soundly. She immediately moved quickly to the bedside and gently covered Fong Luo with a quilt, her eyes filled with emotion and some heartache. Fong Luo has done so much for her. She felt that she would never be able to repay Fong Luo in her entire life, and she fell completely in love with Fong Luo. She lay beside Fong Luo, staring at his handsome face in a daze. She thought of what her sister had just said. My sister is right. There will definitely be more women around Fong Luo in the future, and they will be better and better like the young woman outside, including my own sister. On the other hand, although I have awakened my special powers, I can't help Fong Luo with anything except cooking for him. And the appearance that he was proud of was almost useless in this doomsday. Although Fong Luo doesn't despise himself. Lin Zijin kissed Fong Luo gently. Feeling Lin Zijin's lips, Fong Luo woke up suddenly. Zijin, you have turned bad and even dared to attack me. Fong Luo smiled wickedly. I don't have any. Lin Zijin's pretty face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Hubby, Lin Zijin hesitated for a moment and said, I also want to become stronger to help you. Fong Luo was stunned, wondering why Lin Zijin suddenly had such an idea. But after thinking about it carefully, it should be because of the impression that Lin Yuyu was injured. Speaking of which, Lin Zijin's fire ability is the most powerful one in his cold storage in the early stage, except for Dianmu. Okay? Fong Luo was not stingy with his woman, so he took out a crystal and handed it to Lin Zijin. Seeing Fong Luo take out the precious supernatural crystal so readily, Fong Lin Zijin was moved again. Use up quickly. Lin Zijin felt that his strength had improved a little. Honey, I've become stronger. Then, let's compete to see who is better. Fong Luo chuckled. Lin Zijin panicked. Don't be like this. Yuyu is still here. It's okay. She's asleep. Lin Zijin also glanced at Lin Yuyu and found that Lin Yuyu's breathing was steady and she was really sleeping soundly, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still glared at Fong Luo coquettishly. However, Fong Luo had given so much for her, so she could only repay Fong Luo. Then let's keep our voices down. You should keep your voice down. Fong Luo smiled evilly. Perhaps because of the fire ability, Lin Zijin's body felt much warmer than before and more comfortable than yesterday. Lin Yuyu was injured and went through treatment, so she was exhausted both physically and mentally. Originally in deep sleep, but she didn't know when it started, but she was woken up by the intermittent singing in her ears. She opened her eyes dazedly and suddenly saw the two people beside her. Her eyes widened immediately, and her pretty face turned red. How could my sister do this? She really wanted to speak up and warn the couple, but she felt that if she did, everyone would be embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, she turned her head away and pretended not to see it. But even if her eyes didn't see, the sounds in her ears couldn't deceive her. Chapter 52, Green Grass. He slept until 12 noon the next day. This was the most comfortable sleep Fong Luo had had in the past few days, mainly because last night was quite exciting. Lin Yuyu suddenly moved in the middle of the night, scaring both of them. They thought the other had woken up and been discovered, so Lin Zijin even bit Fong Luo for this. You are so mean. Lin Zijin was putting on her clothes and glared at Fong Luo angrily. Hee, Fong Luo laughed. You were very happy yesterday, and you even touched me secretly. I don't have any. Lin Zijin was filled with shame and indignation. She remembered that she had not done that and felt that Fong Luo was deliberately teasing her. I didn't touch her. Okay, you didn't touch me. Fong Luo thought she was unwilling to admit it, so he put on his clothes and got up. In the corner of the big bed, Lin Yuyu heard the conversation between the two, secretly buried her head in the quilt, and looked at her palm, which had a big handprint caused by being held for a long time, and her face was as red as a peach. Last night, Fong Luoga held her hand as if it were her sister's. Fong Luo and the other person walked out of the bedroom. Lin Zijin went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Life is very leisurely. After looking around again, Fong Luo found that Lu Su was sitting on the sofa with a resentful look on his face, with dark circles under his eyes, and it seemed that he had not slept all night. You didn't sleep last night? Fong Luo took out a bottle of ice cola, opened it with a pop, and sat on the sofa. Lu Su glared at Fong Luo and thought, "You asked me. How could I sleep when you guys piked for several hours yesterday? I even felt something. You weren't eavesdropping last night, were you?" Fong Luo looked at her with a smile. "Pooh!" Lu Su was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "You farted, I didn't. It's you who made too much noise. You shameless guy. Just listen to it, I don't mind. Hey, why are you wearing dirty clothes again? Didn't I give you new clothes yesterday?" Fong Luo looked at Lu Su strangely again. "Could it be that you were such a grown-up and still wet the bed?" "You're the one who wet the bed. This is what my husband bought for me. I like to wear it. Is that okay?" Lu Su's face froze. Thinking back to what happened last night, she secretly hated herself. How could she wet the bed? It was clearly... It's all Fong Luo's fault. The sound is so loud. However, there was no way she could let Fong Luo know about this, so she just found a reason to retort against Fong Luo. "You are so good to your husband. I'm a little envious of him." Fong Luo sighed in his heart. Lu Su is a top-notch woman in terms of character and appearance. The most important thing is that her identity is also very attractive, a wife. I guess there is no man who doesn't like it. Or... Fong Luo changed the subject and sat down next to Lu Su, reaching out and gently touching her delicate chin. "How about you come with me?" Lu Su blast. I immediately wanted to slap Fong Luo. Who does he think he is? However, she just raised her hand a little and hesitated again. Fong Luo is very powerful, and it is almost impossible for me to seek revenge on him head-on. She couldn't do such a thing as kidnapping Lin Yuyu and Lin Zijin. She thought about it all night, but couldn't come up with a solution. However, Fong Luo's words now made her think of a way to take revenge. This Fong Luo is a womanizer, and I am so beautiful, and I'm the type of young woman that all men like. Fong Luo is now showing his interest in me. If I take this opportunity to get close to him and reduce his vigilance, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? But doing so would make me feel a little sorry for my husband. But isn't this also revenge for my husband? Thinking of this, Lu Su suddenly smiled, blinked at Fong Luo, and said shyly, "Okay." Fong Luo was stunned. He had been prepared to be cursed by Lu Su, but he did not expect such a result. This was not something Lu Su would say. In fact, according to Lu Su's original character, it is absolutely impossible to do this. The reason why she had this idea was ultimately because of Fong Luo. From yesterday to now, Fong Luo has brought her to see this kind of thing no less than twice. Especially last night, it lasted for several hours, and Lu Su blushed just by listening to it. In addition, he hadn't slept all night, and his head was buzzing. All these things added up together, and he subconsciously felt that this matter was nothing big. In a fit of excitement, he came up with this method of using beauty to seduce others. "Are you serious?" Fong Luo looked at Lu Su strangely. "Lu Su nadi steili, yeah." "Well, come and kiss me." Fong Luo raised his eyebrows and pointed to his lips. At the same time, he secretly opened a protective space barrier. He didn't believe that Lu Su's hatred for him would disappear completely in just one night. "I killed her husband." Although someone once said that to enter a woman's heart, one must first enter her vagina, but Lu Su was just eavesdropping last night and hadn't entered yet. Fong Luoka is not so narcissistic as to think he can conquer women with just his voice. He wanted to see what tricks Lu Su was going to play. Lu Su hesitated for a moment, somewhat reluctantly, but when she thought of revenge for her husband, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. So, she slowly walked towards Fong Luo, stood on tiptoe, and leaned towards Fong Luo with her rosy and soft red lips. And at the same time, on a street in Los Angeles, dozens of people with special abilities were marching towards a certain place in a mighty manner. "Are you sure that the armored vehicle appeared nearby?" Will you ask the subordinate beside him? "Yes, boss." The man was in a cold storage. I used to live nearby and saw it with my own eyes. "Cold storage?" Wu Yu grinned and sneered. "Finally found you, damn guy. Dare to kidnap my wife? You are looking for death." "Hiss, damn, I haven't washed my hair for a long time. My head is a little itchy." Wu Yu cursed and scratched his head. After the end of the world, water resources have become the most precious commodity. Not to mention washing hair, there is not even enough water to drink. Now most people don't brush their teeth or wash their faces, so their bodies are all smelly. Boss, there's a weed on your head. Grass. Wu Yu took it and looked at it. It really is grass. No wonder it's so itchy. I never thought that in this hot weather, the trees are dead, but the grass is still green. The world is really full of wonders. Boss, we're here. It's the cold storage. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Yu and his companions finally arrived at the door of the cold storage. Still locked the door? Look, I'm going to break it open. Wu Yu sneered and used his earth-related abilities to control a huge rock weighing hundreds of pounds and smashed it towards the door of the cold storage. In the cold storage, Fang Luojing and Lu Su hugged each other. Lu Su originally wanted to take advantage of the time when Fang Luo was kissing her, and the other party let down his guard to launch a sneak attack and assassinate him, and the wood-based supernatural powers in her body were already prepared. But somehow, when Fang Luo kissed her, she suddenly lost her strength, her whole body became confused, and her mind went blank. I wanted to break free, but I didn't have the strength. What shady tricks did Fang Luo play? What should I do? What should I do? Just when Lu Su thought that she had sacrificed her innocence in vain, there was a loud noise from the door, followed by a familiar man's voice. Fang Luo, get out here. Chapter 53, Ask Your Wife. Boom! A large rock hit the door of the cold storage with a loud bang. Fang Luo was originally enjoying Lu Su's soft red lips. He initially thought that the other party was trying to play a dirty trick, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't make any follow-up moves. Adhering to the principle of if you can get an advantage but don't take it, you're a bastard, Fang Luo chose to take advantage. However, I didn't expect someone to knock on the door. He let go of Lu Su and frowned as he listened to the shouting and cursing outside. Who is outside? He actually knew my name and even smashed my door. The voice sounds familiar. Hubby, what's wrong? The sound startled Lin Zijin in the kitchen, and she hurried over without even having time to take off her apron. It's okay. Go check on Yu first. Fang Luo shook his head. He heard some noise coming from Fang Luo. It should be Lin Yu who heard the noise and tried to struggle to get up. Fang Luo, give my wife back to me. The man's voice was heard again from outside. Now, Fang Luo finally remembered. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It turned out to be Lu Su's husband, Wu Yu. Unexpectedly, this guy was shot by himself, but not dead yet. But how did this guy find this place? Husband. When she first heard the noise outside, Lu Su was still a little bit in disbelief. Wasn't her husband killed by Fang Luo? When she realized that her husband was not dead, she immediately became excited and wanted to run out. However, before she could take 2 steps, Fang Luo grabbed her. What a joke. Let her go out and wait for the people outside to rush in? Don't leave. What are you doing? Lu Su glared at Fang Luo. Didn't you say my husband was dead, liar? Thinking about how she had taken the initiative to kiss the other party in order to avenge her husband, and then forgot about revenge in the end, Lu Su felt ashamed. She felt that Fang Luo was deliberately deceiving her, just waiting for her to seduce him and then take advantage of her. This guy was so despicable. With all the anger accumulated, Lu Su directly condensed a vine and whipped it towards Fang Luo. This whip contained great anger from the opponent and was extremely fast. Fortunately, Fang Luo had guessed that Lu Su had ill intentions and opened the space barrier in advance, so Lu Su's vines did not cause any harm to him. I knew you had bad intentions. Fang Luo slapped the other person hard on the buttocks, then took out a rope and tied Lu Su up. Bastard! Lu Su glared at Fang Luo angrily. Fang Luo ignored her. Instead, he continued to stare at the door. Fortunately, Fang Luo's gate was reinforced, and the supernatural powers of these people outside were not particularly strong, so they could not destroy Fang Luo's gate at all. Damn it! What is this door made of? It won't open even if I hit it so hard. Outside the door, Wu Yu was sweating profusely. The big rock next to it had been broken into pieces, but the door didn't move at all. You know, his current strength is enough to control a 100-kilogram stone, and the force of smashing it on the door is at least 500 kilograms. Don't bother. You can't open it. Fang Luo said coldly to the person outside the door. Are you Fang Luo? Hearing the voice, Wu Yu stopped and took the opportunity to rest. How do you know my name? Fang Luo asked solemnly. He remembered that he did not reveal his name, So why did the other party know it? And did anyone else know it? Suddenly, he thought of something. When he was asking about Lu Su's whereabouts, he asked a middle-aged man. Before leaving, he told the little girl his name. The other party's name was Spatial, and he still remembers it now. It was called Milu. Did the elk family tell you? You're quite smart. Yes, they told me. You're quite generous. You actually gave them steak. After killing Mi Hung, Wu also snatched the steak and had a delicious meal. This was the best meal he had had since the end of the world. I just don't know if Fong Luo still has any supplies. The main reason why he was so eager to find Fong Luo, in addition to saving his wife, was to steal Fong Luo's supplies. Once I open his cold storage and kill Fong Luo, everything here will belong to me. What did you do to them? Fong Luo asked coldly. Although the other party did not keep the secret for him, he had helped him after all. Fong Luo still wanted to know what the outcome was for them. Oh, you care about them? Wu Yu grinned. I might as well tell you that I killed the man, and I kicked the little girl and threw her away. I guess she's dead. As for the young woman, she was desperate at first, but when she learned that her daughter and husband were dead, she took the initiative to cater to me and wanted to take the opportunity to kill me. But I saw through her. But I have to say, she's really smooth. Wu Yu talked about it as if it was something worth showing off. Fong Luo listened with a gloomy expression. I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel that he could even kill a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Is this your good husband? Fong Luo glanced at the pale-faced Lu Su, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Lu Su was speechless. She also didn't understand why her husband became so cruel and made her feel so strange. Was he really pretending before? Listening to Wu Yu's disgusting expression outside, Fong Luo sneered and decided to discuss the other party. That young woman is really moist? Of course. Wu Yu thought Fong Luo was angry. But who knew that Fong Luo sneered and said, Actually, your wife is also very moist. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yu, who was still savoring the moment outside, suddenly froze in expression, and he only felt a faint green light emanating from above his head. He caught a glimpse of his younger brothers behind him, who were all making faces and trying to hold back their laughter. Suddenly, Wu Yu was so angry that his lungs exploded. How outrageous! Asshole, what did you say? Wu Yu roared, controlling a stone and smashing it on the cold storage door again. Didn't you hear clearly? Fong Luo continued. Your wife's lips are very soft. She even took the initiative to kiss me just now. You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. After hearing this, Wu Yu was not so angry anymore. He knew his wife, a lady from a wealthy family who valued her innocence very much and would never do such a thing. Don't believe it? Fong Luo laughed. If you don't believe me, ask your wife if she kissed me just now. Chapter 54, Green-Haired Turtle. Come on, tell your husband, did you kiss me? Hearing such embarrassing words, Lu Su's face turned red and white. She felt that Fong Luo was a devil, bad to the core, and had the character of Jinan. She really wanted to explain to her husband, but she didn't know how because she had really kissed Fong Luo just now, and that was an indisputable fact. There was another reason she didn't want to explain. What you did to the Miller family really made her angry. As a compassionate doctor, she simply could not accept it and felt very disappointed with Wu Yu. So some of them don't want to explain. Lu Su hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. I kissed. Hearing this, Wu Yu outside was going crazy. The 3 things a man cannot tolerate the most in his life are the hatred of having his father killed, the hatred of having his wife stolen, and the humiliation of being raped. In comparison, the hatred of having his wife taken away is a man's last dignity. What made Wu Yu even more angry was, in the 1 month since their marriage, Lu Su was rarely at home. Even on the wedding night, she went to the hospital to perform surgery and almost never had any intimacy with him. But unexpectedly, after just 1 day, she had already taken the initiative to get together with another man. Wu Yu just felt a green color on his head. You bitch, you usually pretend to be dignified, but I didn't expect that you would betray me in just 1 day. Wu Yu roared, and his voice could probably be heard hundreds of meters away. You actually scolded me. Listening to Wu Yu's insults, Lu Su was a little bit unbelievable. In the past, Wu Yu was very gentle to her and treated her like a princess. He didn't dare to speak loudly to her, let alone scold her so loudly. Isn't the reason why she is close to Fong Luo to help Wu Yu get revenge? Besides, didn't Wu Yu bring a woman from outside home without considering her feelings before? Why does he scold himself? After all, Lu Su is the daughter of a wealthy family. Although she is usually gentle and virtuous, she still has the pride of a wealthy girl in her bones and will not tolerate being insulted like this. Suddenly, anger rose in my heart. He was even angrier than when he faced Fong Luo. What's wrong with scolding you? Wu Yu outside did not take it seriously. Do you still think you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family? Billions of goods were stolen from your supermarket, and your father is now dead and nowhere to be found. Dare to betray me? What's wrong with scolding you? I'm gonna beat you up. The main reason why Wu Yu married Lu Su, besides her beauty, was her family background. The Lu family was one of the 3 largest families in Los Angeles, with assets worth tens of billions. Otherwise, no one would want to marry a Buddha statue to worship at home. However, after getting married, he did not receive any help from the Lu family. Instead, he paid tens of millions in betrothal gifts and had to pretend to be a gentleman in front of Lu Su all the time, cooking for her to please her, for fear of making her unhappy and being retaliated by the Lu family. Just like a son-in-law, he has always been unhappy. Now that the Lu family has fallen, he no longer has to fear the Lu family, and he has also awakened a powerful supernatural power with dozens of younger brothers under him. So he no longer pretends and brings other women home in front of Lu Su. I thought Lu Su wouldn't dare to say anything, but I didn't expect that she would cheat on me. This is naked revenge. Not to mention scolding Lu Su now. If Lu Su was in front of him, he would beat Lu Su. You bastard. When Lu Su listened to Wu Yu's words, her face turned pale. She didn't expect that what Fong Luo said before was true. Everything Wu Yu did in front of her was just an act. That heroic act of saving the beauty and his humble and gentlemanly appearance to himself were all fake. The purpose is just to take into account one's own family background. She was extremely disappointed with Wu Yu. Fong Luo was watching the show from the side, feeling very strange. What did Wu Yu just say? Billions of supplies were stolen from Lu Sujia supermarket? His heart was shocked. Could it be that I did this myself? Before the end of the world, he had robbed several supermarkets in this city. This is really possible. For a moment, there was something wrong with the way Fong Luo looked at Lu Su. Not only did she steal supplies from her house, beat her husband, and kiss her, but now she is also causing her to divorce. Even though Fong Luo had a heart of stone, he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed now. I really am. However, Fong Luo didn't intend to be stupid and tell her about how he stole supplies from her house and then admit his mistake to her. He is not a stubborn gentleman, and he has never labeled himself as a good person. For the sake of the supplies, I will help you take revenge on your scumbag husband. Fong Luo thought silently in his heart. Lu Su was silent at this moment. She didn't want to have any contact with Wu Yu now, and she no longer had the idea of revenge on Fong Luo. She has only one idea now. Cure Lin Yu. If Fong Luo is willing to let her go, she will go find her family. If Fong Luo is unwilling, she will commit suicide. Outside, Wu Yu was now so angry that smoke was rising from his head. He wished he could rush in and kill Fong Luo, the man who cheated on him. It's a pity that with his strength he couldn't break down Fong Luo's door. On the contrary, he himself had consumed a lot of his supernatural powers in the hot weather and was now as tired as a pug. You damned bastard, open the door if you can. Don't be such a coward. Wu Yu was so angry that he started cursing again. Fong Luo just wanted to laugh when he heard the other party's anxious look. There are dozens of people outside. Why should I go out and fight them? Isn't it uncomfortable in the cold storage? Fong Luo sneered. It's as if someone is a cuckold. SKTSK, Madame Ling is so soft-hearted. Oh, she didn't sleep well yesterday and has dark circles under her eyes. I feel so sorry for her. On the side, Lu Su was both angry and amused when listening. This Fong Luo, I clearly didn't do anything with him, but he told me that it felt like I had been with him the whole night. The key point is that he did have dark circles under his eyes, and he didn't lie. However, she was now extremely disappointed with Wu Yu and did not want to explain anything further. Wu Yu didn't know the truth and thought that the dark circles under his eyes were caused by the two of them fighting all night. He was so angry that he vomited blood. But in order not to be embarrassed, he pretended not to care and said with anger, "It's just a woman. With my ability, what kind of woman can I find?" "Oh, your ability?" Fong Luo raised his eyebrows, ready to irritate the other party again. "That's true. You have Earth-related abilities, your defense is maxed out, and you're a green-haired turtle. So when you put the two together, you're just a country bumpkin." Lu Su looked at Fong Luo's shameless look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Obviously, She felt relieved that Fong Luo helped her to make Wu Yu angry. This was also the first time since entering the cold storage that she felt Fong Luo was not that annoying. You! Wu Yu was about to collapse. Can't you say something else? Anything else? Anything else is fine. Fong Luo grinned. I wonder how much supplies you have stockpiled during this long apocalypse? Why do you mind me? Wu Yu was stunned, not knowing why Fong Luo changed the subject so quickly. He wanted to say it was none of his business, but when he thought about it carefully, he immediately remembered that his supplies had been stolen. He immediately widened his eyes and asked, Did you steal my supplies? Let me do the math. 251 bags of rice, 1,282 bottles of mineral water, plus 18 evolution crystals. Fong Luo did not answer directly, but instead loudly counted on his fingers and said a series of numbers. However, when Wu Yu heard it, he had no idea what Fong Luo was counting. These are clearly the supplies he lost. You bastard! Wu Yu was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot and his lungs were about to explode. First his wife was kidnapped, then he was attacked, then his supplies were stolen, and now his wife has been slept with. Every one of them here is enough for him to kill Fong Luo once. But the most hateful thing was that he couldn't open the door of the cold storage at all, so he had no way to take revenge on Fong Luo, and he couldn't scold Fong Luo anymore. The whole person was so depressed that he was on the verge of exploding. Chapter 55 Barbecue. Wu Yu was furious and ordered his men to start banging on the door frantically. Before the end of the world, he was a second-generation rich man with a net worth of hundreds of millions. After the end of the world, he was a second-rate gang boss with earthly supernatural powers. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. This is simply outrageous. Fong Luo was not in a hurry, because with the strength of the people on the opposite side, they could not break down the door of the cold storage. A bit noisy at best. But that doesn't matter. Fong Luo walked to the TV and turned it on, then turned on the speaker and started playing music. Fong Luo's speaker is imported, produced by the Dutch brand Karma, worth more than 2 million yuan, and has the best sound quality. A song called Dig 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 was playing, and the sound of Wu Yu and others banging on the door could not be heard at all. Outside, Wu Yu was banging on the door when he suddenly heard a song. Digging and digging in a little garden. He was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. What did Fong Luo mean? Did he think he was planting flowers by knocking on the door? Grass. Outside, Wu Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Thinking that he was working hard to bang the door, while Fong Luo was in the cold storage holding his wife and listening to music, he wanted to tear Fong Luo to pieces. Boss, this door can't be broken down at all. Why don't we just give up? A younger brother advised. No, I have to kill this damn bastard. Wu Yu's hatred for Fong Luo has now reached max, so there is no way he could give up. Boss, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. A smarter brother said, Boss, why should we go in? They won't come out. We just need to guard the door and wait until they come out without supplies. They can't stay in there forever. Anyway, my sister-in-law has already been slept with, so it's no big deal to let her sleep for 2 more days. What did you say? Wu Yu was furious and grabbed the other person's neck. What do you mean it's okay to sleep for a few more days? So you're not the one being cuckolded, right? Moreover, the other party stole all his supplies, and by the time he had used up all his supplies, his wife was furious. However, he really couldn't think of a good solution. Damn, this is the only way. Wu Yu cursed inwardly, hoping that Fong Luo's supplies would run out quickly. So Wu Yu saved his energy and stopped banging on the door. Instead, he squatted down at the door of the cold storage and waited for Fong Luo to come out. Damn it, I'm starving. Bring out the food. After smashing the door for a long time and consuming too much of his supernatural power, Wu Yu was now dizzy with hunger and quickly ordered his men to bring out a piece of whole wheat bread. The other brothers took out the rice, put it on the ground, and started frying it. Now there is no water, so there is no chance to steam rice. All the food is stir-fried on the ground or on the iron plate. Whole wheat bread is already a luxury food. In the cold storage, Fong Luo didn't know that Wu Yu was going to wait outside until his supplies ran out. If he knew, Fong Luo would definitely laugh out loud. I have tens of billions of supplies. By the time I use up all my supplies, your wife will have given birth to a second child. No, your wife will have many children and grandchildren. Hearing the noise outside stop, Fong Luo turned down the volume and changed to a more melodious song. Good days. Lu Su rolled her eyes as she watched from the side. They actually played this kind of song. Did they think Wu Yu and the others were annoying enough and wanted to continue to provoke them? However, she did not feel sorry for him. Instead, she thought Fong Luo did a pretty good job. She has no feelings for Wu Yu now, and she will not hate Fong Luo for him. On the contrary, when he thought about how he had misunderstood Fong Luo and called him a shameless villain, he felt a little guilty. Putting aside her previous prejudices, Lu Su looked at Fong Luo in a new light and found that Fong Luo was actually a good person. Although he was lustful, he never forced himself, and the only kiss was initiated by him. Although he tied me up, it was me who framed him and attacked him first. Before that, he even prepared a change of clothes for me and was quite nice to me. And Fong Luo is also very caring towards his woman. Lin Yuyu was injured, and Fong Luo went to find a doctor for her regardless of the danger. In order to avenge Lin Yuyu, he broke into the villa alone and injured Wu Yu. Although equally lustful, Fong Luo is obviously much more gentlemanly than Wu Yu. Fong Luo didn't know that because of Wu Yu, Lu Su, who had previously vowed to kill Fong Luo, now gave him the title of gentleman. He was a little hungry and had originally planned to eat, but was delayed for a while because of Wu Yu. He couldn't help but greet all the female members of his family in his heart. But it doesn't matter. Fong Luo returned to the room and prepared to call Lin Zijin. Lin Zijin was holding her sister. Both of them looked a little worried, but when they saw Fong Luo, their hearts immediately calmed down. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble," Lin Yuyu said to Fong Luo guiltily. "It's okay," Fong Luo said. "You must be hungry. Let's get ready to eat." "Okay, I'll go cook now." Lin Zijin nodded immediately. "Don't cook today." Fong Luo said that he was a little tired of eating every day. Then what to eat? Lin Zijin was a little confused. Fong Luo thought about it, looked at Lin Zijin, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he had an idea. "Let's have barbecue," Fong Luo said. Lin Zijin had just awakened her fire ability. Although she was very talented, she had no experience in controlling fire and almost burned herself yesterday. Barbecue requires a lot of control over the heat, and it is a good way for Lin Zijin to practice so that he will be more experienced in facing zombies in the future. And no need to cook. The best of both worlds. Barbecue. Lin Zijin was not very good at making barbecue, but she didn't want to refuse Fong Luo's request, so she nodded and agreed. "Brother-in-law, I want to bake too." After yesterday's treatment, Lin Yuyu's injuries improved a little. Although she couldn't get out of bed, Fong Luo could prepare a wheelchair for her. As for barbecue utensils, Fong Luo has a complete range. Barbecue grill, ingredients, everything is available. Soon, Fong Luo set up a barbecue grill in the empty space of the cold storage. Then, I thought about what kind of food I could bake. I'm tired of eating lobster these past 2 days, and eating too much can easily cause gout, so I need to eat some staple food. Let's roast a whole lamb first. Fong Luo took out a Xinjiang sheep from the space. The meat was fat and delicious, perfect for barbecue. After doing all this, Lin Zijin moved a chair and sat aside, and began to use his fire ability to give the sheep fire therapy. When Lin Zijin first started using flames, he didn't control the flame temperature and size well enough, and he almost burned it at first. Fortunately, under Fong Luo's guidance, he began to become a steady barbecue master. It won't take long to prepare the whole roasted lamb. During the free time, Fong Luo felt a bit bored, so he set up a table, put a fruit plate on it, and ate some fruit to whet his appetite. A cold storage for people and a cat, all living happily together. Chapter 56 Entertainment. Outside the cold storage, Wu Yu's feet began to feel numb from squatting. He couldn't sit down because the air temperature was 70 degrees Celsius and the temperature of the concrete floor had already exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. If he sat on the ground, his hemorrhoids would be roasted. Can only squat or stand. "Damn you, don't come out, or I'll kill you." Wu Yu took a bite of the whole wheat bread in his hand with hatred. It was dry, especially in such a hot weather. The little moisture left in the bread was evaporated. It tasted like a rag and was simply difficult to swallow. However, compared with the subordinates next to him who could only eat fried rice, it was much better. Suddenly, Wu Yu felt a strange smell at the tip of his nose. He sniffed, and his Adam's apple began to move involuntarily. "It smells so good." This is the smell of roasted lamb. Is anyone roasting lamb? How is that possible? We are probably hallucinating because of hunger. There are no normal cattle and sheep out there now. They are either dead or turned into zombie sheep. They are impossible to eat. No, it's true. The smell is coming from the cold storage. Fuck, it seems to really smell like roasted lamb. Someone is grilling inside. There was a commotion at the door of the cold storage. The psychics who were originally eating fried rice all gathered at the gap in the cold storage door, constantly twitching their noses, greedily absorbing the smell coming from the cold storage. It smells so good. Since the end of the world, animals have either died of heat or been infected by viruses and turned into zombies. Even the meat in some cold storages has spoiled and become inedible due to power outages and hot weather. Not to mention mutton. I haven't even had mosquito meat in these days. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were filled with longing. If they could eat a piece of meat now, they would be willing to be dogs. Wu Yu also drooled, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? How could Fong Luo have mutton? I remember that there was no mutton among my lost supplies. Where did this guy get the mutton? Smelling the fragrance at the tip of his nose, Wu Yu felt extremely unbalanced. Why should I, a rich second generation, squat outside eating dry whole wheat bread, while Fong Luo, a loser, is eating roasted lamb in the cold storage? And he ate while holding his wife. Grass. Wu Yu's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. This guy not only has armored vehicles and mutton, but he can also steal his supplies silently. He must have some unknown secrets. I have to uncover this secret myself. However, he couldn't open the door of the cold storage now, and he had no way to do anything until Fong Luo came out. He could only watch him enjoying himself while hugging his wife. I don't believe there are no flaws. Wu Yu sneered in his heart. Fong Luo's cold storage was not invincible. When he became stronger, he would go in. It smells so good. Wu Yu couldn't help drooling again. Then he followed his younger brother and ate his meal while smelling the aroma coming from the door. However, he vaguely heard the voice inside again. In the cold storage. King Bomb. Fong Luo had a royal bomb with 4 twos, and he ran away with all the cards, grinning as he looked at the women in front of him. I went again, drink. Roasting the whole lamb is a bit slow. When she was bored, Lin Yuyu suggested playing some games. It just so happened that Fong Luo had collected various game props such as cards and dice in his space. Lin Zijin is grilling meat. So Fong Luo, Lin Yuyu, and Lu Su started playing a game of landlord. If you lose, you either take a big risk or drink. However, the women were no match for Fong Luo, because it was too easy for him to win. Spatial abilities are not something to be underestimated. Brother-in-law, are you cheating? Why do you have 2 kings in every game? Lin Yuyu looked at her bad hand of cards, her face puffed up with anger. Stop talking nonsense. You can't drink. Take a risk. Fong Luo chuckled and said, how can this be called cheating? Do you understand what special abilities are? Snort. Lin Yuyu pouted and looked at her sister coquettishly. Sister, you owe your brother-in-law 9 kisses now. Lin Zijin, who was grilling nearby, was speechless. Every time Lin Yuyu loses, she has to be punished with 9 kisses. She doesn't know if she can bear it by then. No more drinking, no more drinking. I'm taking a big risk. Lu Su couldn't hold his liquor well. He had lost 8 games in a row and was already drunk. When he heard that he still wanted to drink, he waved his hands in fear. Big adventure? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, since it's a big adventure, then everyone is the same. You should also kiss your brother-in-law. Lu Su suddenly became anxious. How could this be possible? Although she did not hate Fong Luo now, it was not to the point of kissing him casually. However, looking at the full glass of red wine, she really couldn't drink it. I feel very conflicted. Fong Luo listened to Lin Yuyu's words and felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This Lin Yuyu was really Sister Yin Yulu. However, the old saying is indeed true. Sisters-in-law are always the warm and caring little cotton-padded jackets of their brothers-in-law. At this time, don't forget to take advantage of yourself. It's really worth loving her. Lin Zijin glared at his sister in reproach, thinking that his sister was too naughty. However, she didn't say much. She had figured it out yesterday. Instead of being jealous, she should improve herself and let Fong Luo depend on her. Why? You can't afford to play, can you? Lin Yuyu said provocatively. If you can't afford to play, forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. I can't afford it? Lu Su was so proud. She was the daughter of a wealthy family and had been an excellent student since childhood. She was the envy of others. When she heard the other party mocking her and saying that she couldn't afford to play, she immediately refused to do so. In addition to the alcohol and the stimulation of various things that happened today, and the thought that her scumbag husband was standing outside the door, Lu Su was filled with complex emotions. She got hot-headed and wanted to take revenge on her scumbag husband, so she stood up and kissed Fong Luo. Before Fong Luo could react, a pair of soft and fragrant lips pressed against him. I didn't expect to be kissed twice in a row today. Wow! Lin Yuyu was watching the fun from the sidelines and clapping without thinking too much, but if you look closely, you can see that she was always observing Lin Zijin's expression. He found that Lin Zijin was not angry and smiled slightly. The reason why she proposed this game was to see if Lin Zijin would be angry if Fong Luo had other women. Pave the way for yourself. After a while, the barbecue is ready. Come and eat. Lin Zijin changed the subject with a smile. Only then did Lin Yuyu stop making trouble. Several people were already hungry, so they began to divide the mutton. Jianmu also ran over with a meow. The entire cold storage was bustling with activity. It was just a pity for Wu Yu outside. All the psychics who were hiding at the door and smelling the fragrance heard the noise in the cold storage and cast sympathetic glances at Wu Yu. Wu Yu got angry and started banging on the door again. Chapter 57. Strength Improvement. There was laughter and joy in the cold storage. Wu Yu and his group stood outside the cold storage and banged on the door. They are still banging on the door. Lin Yu curled her lips, looking a little unhappy. I guess he smelled the barbecue and got hungry. Fong Luo smiled slightly. Come, give me the bones you have eaten. They won't cry if there are bones. Fong Luo picked up the bones he had eaten, threw them out of the window, and then closed it again. The sound of banging on the door really stopped. The psychics guarding outside immediately surrounded the bones and picked them up excitedly. And shredded pork. Seeing the shredded meat that made the dogs shake their heads, they were very excited. It was meat after all, and they could eat it with a bowl of fried rice after a few licks. What are you doing? Wu Yu looked at his men angrily. Do you think you were dogs? You were trying to steal bones? Stop fighting. Give me the bone. 7 days passed, and Wu Yu and others waited outside the door every day. Occasionally, when they banged on the door, Fong Luo would throw a few empty bones at them, and then they would stop shouting. As for them not leaving, Fong Luo was too lazy to pay attention to them. In the end of the world, you should enjoy yourself, listen to music, play games, play landlord, drink a bottle of happy water, and flirt with the girls. In a few days, Fong Luo didn't go out for a moment, because he has now collected enough evolution crystals and no longer needs to go out and waste time. Now, what he had to do was to hurry up and improve his strength, because it wouldn't be long before the zombies outside would evolve, and some would even gain superpowers. They would no longer be killed by guns, and would need superpowers to fight against them. By then, the energy crystals obtained by killing mutant zombies will have more energy than the current evolution crystals. Now, Fong Luo can absorb 5 evolution crystals every day, and his strength increases rapidly. 7 days. Fong Luo absorbed 35 crystals, and still had about 80 crystals accumulated. The distance of space flashing reached 20 meters. The defensive power of the space barrier reaches 3 tons. The number of space imprints reached 8, and the explosion range reached 10 meters. In addition, Fong Luo also acquired a new skill, which is an attack-type skill. Space Blade. Fong Luo can condense an invisible blade anytime and anywhere, and attack enemies within a radius of 50 meters at will. Its power is greater than that of an ordinary rifle, and it can leave clear marks on stainless steel blocks. In addition to these supernatural powers, Fong Luo's physical fitness has also been greatly enhanced. He can now easily lift 500 kilograms, his maximum running speed can reach 20 meters per second, and his endurance can last for 7 to 8 hours. Lin Zijin couldn't bear it even if he gritted his teeth. With his current strength, even if he goes out and faces dozens of Wu Yu's men alone, he can easily win. During these days, others, including Jianmu, have not been idle and have been improving themselves. For some unknown reason, the way Jianmu improves her strength is different from that of humans. Humans need to absorb crystals, but she doesn't need that at all. She just helped the cold storage generate electricity every day, used up her own electricity, then ate a lot of dried fish, and slept to rest. The next day her strength was greatly improved. Now, Jianmu's speed exceeded 50 meters per second. She ran like a black shadow, and Fong Luo couldn't catch her even with his spatial flashes. Moreover, her electric shock was very powerful. Fong Luo measured it with a voltmeter and found that a 2000 V voltmeter was directly exploded by her. It's unimaginable if this happens to a person who is electrocuted. Fong Luo remembered that Dianmu was not so powerful in her previous life. This may be because in her previous life, Dianmu often did not have enough to eat, but now in the room, she has no worries about food and drink and only needs to focus on increasing electricity. This is also her opportunity. In addition, Lu Su treats Lin Yuyu every day, and his control over his supernatural powers is gradually improving. At the same time, Fong Luo gave her some ordinary zombie strengthening crystals to improve her strength and help Lin Yuyu recover as soon as possible. She is not good at attacking, and her only means of attack is a vine. However, her physical fitness has surpassed that of normal men. Lin Zijin is now a level 2 psychic, but has no practical experience, so Fong Luo asked her to barbecue every day to practice her fire-related abilities. She had a high level of comprehension, and within 7 days she was able to control fire with ease. It is estimated that this is the only person in the apocalypse who has mastered the fire-related supernatural power through barbecue. The maximum temperature of her flame can now reach 1800 degrees Celsius, which can easily melt iron. He is the most powerful person in the cold storage besides Fong Luo. Therefore, she was very grateful to Fong Luo and would repay him every day while Lin Yuyu was asleep. As for whether Lin Yuyu really fell asleep, no one knew. Because Lin Zijin was practicing his supernatural powers, Fong Luo also ate barbecue every day, either whole lamb or suckling pig. One day, a few people consumed too much energy and divided up an entire cow. It was also thanks to Fong Luo's sufficient supplies. Otherwise, it's not enough to eat. This is also the reason why Fong Luo and others' strength improves so quickly. Other people with special abilities do not dare to use their special abilities casually, because once their special abilities are used up, there is no food that can help them replenish their energy. But Fong Luo and his friends used up all their energy every day and then ate barbecue for free, and they were full of energy again in less than a day. The amount of practice in 1 day is more than that of others in 10 days. How can I not be happy? It's a good deal for people like Wu Yu, as they can eat free bones every day. Fong Luo thought about it and felt that with his current strength, he was fully capable of dealing with Wu Yu and his group. It's time to send them on their way. Fong Luo prepared to clean up the garbage at the door. Outside, Wu Yu looked haggard. These people both enjoy happiness and suffer. The good thing is that we have bones to lick every day. Although there is no meat, it is much more delicious than eating fried rice directly. What made them suffer was that it was very hot outside, and they had no place to sit, so they could only sleep while squatting. The key point is that there are a lot of zombies outside now, and from time to time some zombies are attracted by the aroma of barbecue. He was already exhausted both physically and mentally, and now he had to waste his energy helping Fong Luo fight the zombies. Several brothers have died in the past few days, and the remaining ones are complaining and want to quit the gang. We felt a little numb. Fong Luo was holding his wife in the cold storage, eating barbecue, listening to music, and playing landlord while he was guarding the door here. He heard all kinds of strange noises every night and had to help Fong Luo eliminate the zombies that were attracted by the barbecue. Why is this happening? What am I doing here guarding the door? Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. Forget it, let's go first. Improve your strength before coming back. We didn't want to stay here any longer and prepared to leave. However, just as he was leaving, a group of zombies gathered nearby. Grass! Wu Yu was so angry that he cursed. I have to help Fong Luo fight zombies again. But fortunately, they were just zombies. He had killed many zombies these days. The zombies' combat effectiveness was not high, so he was not afraid. However, when the zombies came and attacked his subordinates, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 58, Strengthening Zombies. Phew! A stream of blood splashed onto Wu Yu's face, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. A zombie, whom he could usually kill easily, smashed the head of a defensive psychic with a slap. The broken part of the subordinate's skull rolled to his feet, covered with red and white mucus. How is this possible? You know, this subordinate of his is not afraid of even a machete. How could this zombie be so powerful? The psychics who were fighting the zombies were all in disbelief at this moment. Ever since they awakened their special powers, they have fought against zombies many times. Although there have been casualties, those zombies are only slightly faster, stronger, and more defensive than ordinary people. As long as they find the right time, they can still chop off the zombies' heads with a machete. But for these zombies today, the machete had no effect at all when cut on their necks, and the blade was even bent. Some of the men who refused to believe in the evil raised the pistols they had picked up from the hands of the fallen police officers. Bang! A shot hit the zombie's head. Unharmed. Phew! The psychic's actions angered the zombies, and they pounced on him and bit his neck. Die with eyes open. Aren't you afraid of guns? Everyone panicked. Wui was also a little panicked, but he was a boss after all, so he calmed down and quickly used his special powers to start attacking the zombies. Puff! A zombie had his arm knocked off by his stone. Use your superpowers, everyone. Use your superpowers. Wui realized that he could use his superpowers to injure the zombies and quickly gave orders to his subordinates. Normally, even when facing zombies, they rarely use their superpowers because energy is too precious and they don't have enough food to restore energy. But now the situation is critical and we have to use it. After hearing the command, everyone began to fight using their special powers. However, most people have low-level superpowers. Many of them have no means of attack, and they usually don't have enough food, so they have almost no energy left. Facing dozens of powerful zombies, they have no power to fight at all. The entrance to the cold storage suddenly became a meat grinder, with broken limbs flying everywhere. The screams continued. In the cold storage, Fong Luo, who was originally planning to go out to deal with Wu Yu, also saw this scene from the window, and his expression suddenly became solemn. The enhanced zombies actually showed up ahead of time. Psychics can upgrade, and zombies will also slowly evolve. Just like the cold virus, people who often take cold medicine will find that the therapeutic effect of the medicine will be reduced in the future, because the cold virus has evolved and become resistant to cold medicines. The same goes for the zombie virus, and more advanced. It has been more than 10 days since the zombie outbreak began. During this period, some people are bitten to death by zombies every day, and some zombies are killed by humans. In order to survive, the zombie virus will slowly evolve itself and increase its resistance to weapons that used to kill it. During this period, the only way humans killed viruses was with cold weapons like knives or modern weapons like guns. A lot of zombies died. The next time these viruses infect the host, they will reduce the damage these weapons cause to themselves. This is also why Fong Luo said before that the damage caused by guns to zombies will become lower and lower in the later stages. It's not that the guns are not powerful enough, but precisely because the power is too strong. Most zombies are killed by guns, so later zombies become more and more immune to guns. In the end, guns do not do as much damage to zombies as fists. Just like a certain MOBA game that Fong Luo had played, whoever dealt the highest damage would be shackled with chains of resentment. Zombies are afraid of guns, so they put chains of resentment on them. This is also one of the reasons why the army has never been able to eliminate the zombies. Weapons now deal less damage to zombies. Moreover, there is more than one way for zombies to evolve. The other type of zombie is also the most terrifying. A zombie transformed from a superpower. Zombies with superpowers. This type of zombie not only retains the superpowers of the psychic, but also retains the way for the psychic to upgrade. They will prioritize attacking those with special abilities. Moreover, the more powerful the psychic is, the more likely he is to be attacked by psychic zombies. Because they can improve their own strength through the crystals in the psychics' heads, and the more powerful the psychics are, the more energy they can give. In their eyes, ordinary people are white rice, while people with special powers are delicacies from mountains and seas. A meal like Fong Luo's is no less than a full Manchuhan banquet. This zombie's way of replenishing energy is also simple and crude. As long as it eats the brain of a mutant, it will immediately restore its energy. It's almost a perpetual motion machine. If a powerful person with superpowers were unfortunately infected and turned into a zombie, it would definitely be a huge disaster for humanity. If Fong Luo turns into a zombie one day, then a horrible monster will appear in the world that can use space jumps, barriers, marks, blades, infinitely, and kill anyone instantly, at any time and anywhere. By then, no one in this world will be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Fong Luo had a strange expression on his face. If I turn into a zombie, wouldn't it be much easier to unify the world? But after thinking about it, Fong Luo felt that it was better not to do so. When you become a zombie, you lose consciousness, so when you see a beautiful woman, you don't just eat her, you really eat her. It's so disgusting. If men don't look at beautiful women, there would be no point in unifying the world. Fong Luo doesn't want this. The roar outside also alarmed several women in the cold storage. "Honey, what happened?" Lin Zijin asked worriedly. Fong Luo, it's zombies. They are fighting zombies. So that's how it is. Lin Zijin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Wu Yu and the others often helped Fong Luo deal with the zombies outside the cold storage and solved a lot of troubles for Fong Luo. They were no longer surprised. This time is different. Fong Luo shook his head. This time it's a strengthened zombie. Enhanced zombies? The women were puzzled. Fong Luo opened a reconnaissance window to let them see the scene outside. Outside, Wu Yu was still fighting the zombies, but the battle was almost over, and dozens of his subordinates were already dead. The ground was littered with broken limbs and arms, and the blood had dried up into a pitch-black color under the baking heat of the ground. Wu Yu himself was also covered in blood. His body was covered with wounds caused by zombies. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, but unfortunately, there were dozens of zombies around him. He only had an Earth-related ability and could not perform Space Flash, so he could not break out at all. He used his last bit of strength to attack a zombie, then fell to the ground powerlessly. How come these zombies are so powerful? Lu Su's face turned pale. She was a doctor, and even though she had seen all kinds of corpses, she couldn't help feeling a little nauseous at this moment. This is a strengthened zombie. Fong Luo told several women about the strengthened zombies and told them to be careful when facing zombies in the future. Several women nodded heavily. No one wants to become one of those monsters out there, or have their heads eaten by them. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Yu and others all died. The zombies smelled the scent of Fong Luo and others in the cold storage and began to bang on the door. The power of these zombies is much greater than that of Wu Yu and others before. The door made a deafening sound, and Fong Luo even felt the ground shaking. His expression was solemn. These zombies are tireless. If you let them keep hitting endlessly, even if the cold storage is extremely hard, it will eventually be shattered. What should we do? Lin Zijin asked worriedly. They must be solved, Fong Luo said solemnly. However, with his strength alone, it is very difficult to eliminate so many zombies. He looked at the women. The strength of Lin Zijin and others has improved a lot, at least not worse than Wu Yu. Chapter 59, Killing Zombies. Fong Luo plans to ask Lin Zijin and other girls to help him eliminate the zombies outside. He said at the beginning that he would not take in people who only eat for free. When he first found Lin Zijin, he was attracted by his fire-related abilities, and the same was true when he helped Lin Zijin improve his strength. Some people would think that Fong Luo is heartless and a scumbag for taking advantage of his woman. But this is how the world is. No one will spend a lot of energy on someone who is useless to them, not to mention that this is the end of the world. Of course, Fong Luo would not abandon Lin Zijin just because she was useless. He was not a real scumbag. Since he had possessed her, he would be responsible to the end. However, he could no longer spend a lot of energy and materials to train the other party. Supplies are limited. It can only be given to outstanding people first. Honey, let me help you. Before Fong Luo could speak, Lin Zijin offered to help Fong Luo. Lin Zijin has been very independent since she was a child and has been able to adapt to the environment quickly. After so long in the apocalypse, she is no longer the girl who is afraid of zombies. Moreover, she had already made her goal clear before. She wanted to stay with Fong Luo. The way to make Fong Luo pay attention to himself is to help Fong Luo and make Fong Luo rely on himself. So, during this period of time, she has been working hard to practice controlling her supernatural powers. Now that she had the chance to help Fong Luo, she naturally wouldn't miss it. Fong Luo nodded, feeling very satisfied with Lin Zijin. He felt that he had not made a mistake in choosing the right person. Fong Luo actually thinks highly of Lu Su. She has good character, is beautiful, and has T1 level supernatural powers. Although there were some misunderstandings before, they have now been resolved. If she can be used by him, Fong Luo will train her. However, the opponent is just an auxiliary psychic and is not good at fighting. Wait a minute or two before going out, Fong Luo said, looking at the zombies outside the door. The zombies are blocking the door. Once the door is opened, they will swarm into the cold storage. It will be inconvenient to move around inside the cold storage. Even if you kill the zombies, the cold storage will be in a mess. Fong Luo didn't want the cold storage he had worked so hard to build to be destroyed. Therefore, he had to use his spatial ability to jump out of the cold storage and lure the zombies away. They made an appointment with Lin Zijin that they would open the door and go out in 3 minutes. Fong Luo, from another place, took advantage of Lin Zijin and the other girls not paying attention. used space flash to jump out of the cold storage, and then went around to the front door of the cold storage. Lin Zijin didn't know how Fong Luo got out because they didn't know anything about spatial abilities, and they thought Fong Luo took the back door. After all, Fong Luo likes to use the back door. Ouch! Upon noticing Fong Luo's appearance, the zombies immediately rushed towards him with the ferocity of wolves and tigers, wishing to strip Fong Luo naked. Fong Luo's expression froze. He quickly used space flash to escape, leading the zombies to a place dozens of meters away from the cold storage. When Lin Zijin saw the zombies leave, he immediately opened the door and walked out. Fong Luo was fighting with zombies. These zombies were very powerful. The force of a single zombie's punch was estimated to be over 800 kilograms. Some of the stronger ones have boxing power exceeding 1,000 kilograms. One punch can blow a person's head off. Fortunately, Fong Luo's space barrier can withstand 3,000 kilograms of force. As long as Fong Luo still has energy, the zombies cannot hurt him. A zombie with sunken eye sockets and no eyeballs pounced towards him. Fong Luo directly condensed a spatial blade and slashed at his neck. Its head immediately fell to the ground and rolled twice. However, soon dozens of zombies pounced over, and they were not afraid of death at all. It will just be endless attacks. Husband, Lin Zijin had already arrived and immediately cast a fireball, knocking down the group of zombies. The fire ability is one of the most powerful abilities in the early stage. It can cause explosive damage, and the burned zombies will wail. Let's deal with them together. Fong Luo smiled slightly, feeling very pleased with Lin Zijin's goodness and obedience. The Mother of Lightning also rushed over and emitted an electric current of tens of thousands of volts, directly paralyzing 4 or 5 zombies. Dianmu's damage is really high. Fong Luo, Lin Zijin, Dianmu, 2 people and a cat, started to slaughter the group of zombies. In just a few minutes, all the zombies were wiped out. Fong Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was solved relatively easily, it also consumed a lot of supernatural powers. If it weren't for Dianmu and Lin Zijin, it wouldn't have been so easy to solve. Fong Luo looked at the corpses scattered around him. There are at least hundreds of bodies here, which looks quite scary. However, Fong Luo was somewhat excited, because each of these corpses has a crystal. Regardless of the disgust, Fong Luo began to cut open the heads of the corpses and pass the crystals through their heads. It's easy to deal with people with special abilities like Wu Yu. They just need a machete to cut it. However, zombies are a little difficult to deal with. Their bodies are resistant to machetes and guns, and the only way to cut them open is to use superpowers. Fong Luo had consumed a lot of energy, so he first found the psychic's head and cut it open. Half an hour passed. Fong Luo has obtained more than 30 crystals. Finally, he came in front of Wu Yu. This guy. A hint of cruelty flashed in Fong Luo's eyes. Not only was Lin Yu's leg injured by him, but he also killed a 7 or 8-year-old girl named Milu. It's a heinous crime. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him with my own hands. Fong Luo raised the knife and stabbed him in the head. Suddenly, Lu Su screamed. Chapter 60 Crisis. Hearing Lu Su's cry, Fong Luo frowned subconsciously. Is Lu Su reluctant to cut open Wu Yu's head herself? It seems that she still has feelings for Wu Yu. Fong Luo felt secretly unhappy. He won't let Wu Yu go just because of this. But just as he was thinking about it, the next moment, a warm and soft body fell into Fong Luo's arms, shocking him so much that he took a few steps back. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yu, who was originally lying on the ground, jumped up and pounced towards Fong Luo and the other man with a ferocious face. Fong Luo's pupils contracted, and he immediately understood why Lu Su screamed. Wu Yu turned into a zombie. Before, Wu Yu fought with zombies and was bitten by zombies, leaving many scars on his body. However, he is an Earth-type mutant after all, and his physical defense is much higher than that of ordinary people. It is not so easy for him to be shot in the head or dismembered. The body of Wu Yu who died was also intact. While Fong Luo was fighting other zombies, the zombie virus in Wu Yu began to corrode his body, and Wu Yu turned into a zombie. Lu Su had been standing at the door of the cold storage, and she had discovered Wu Yu's body early on. She thought of what Fong Luo had said before, that people with special abilities could also turn into zombies, but she was not sure whether Wu Yu would turn into a zombie, so she kept observing him. Just now, when Fong Luo was about to cut open Wu Yu's head, she found that Wu Yu's fingers suddenly moved, and she immediately guessed that Wu Yu might become a zombie. In a panic, she subconsciously pounced on Fong Luo, trying to push him away. Fong Luo was also very grateful at this moment. Fortunately, Lu Su pushed me away, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Wu Yu is an Earth-type mutant. His body is much harder than other mutants. It is impossible to chop Wu Yu's head open with a knife in his hand. If he fails to kill the other party, he will come into close contact with the zombie Wu Yu, and what awaits him is the zombie Wu Yu's bite. In order to save energy, he had just closed the space barrier. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge without being prepared. Once bitten, you will turn into a zombie. Fong Luo shuddered at the thought of himself turning into a zombie. Ouch! Seeing Wu Yu rushing towards him, Fong Luo's heart was alarmed, and he immediately wanted to use Space Flash to dodge. However, after fighting with dozens of zombies just now, he had consumed less than 10% of his energy. The flickering space consumes a lot of energy. With his current energy, it is not enough to move. What's more, he is holding someone in his arms. Is he going to be bitten by that guy? Damn, I don't want a man to bite me. Her wife is better. Soon, Fong Luo calmed down again. Although he cannot move, he can open a space barrier by himself. The space barrier does not require much energy and can withstand 3,000 kilograms of damage. Fong Luo immediately activated his spatial ability, turned around to protect Lu Su, who was protecting himself, and took the claw of the zombie Wu Yu. Man, Wu Yu's power is enormous. After becoming a zombie, his strength reached 1,500 kilograms. Although Fong Luo's barrier could withstand a force of 3,000 kilograms, Fong Luo himself could not. Under the 1,500 kilogram blow, Fong Luo, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, was immediately knocked more than 5 meters away together with Lu Su, and the two of them fell to the ground tightly together. Ah! Lu Su cried out and seemed to have bumped into something. Fong Luo also looked very ugly. The zombie Wu Yu's attack just now had drained away his last bit of energy. He fell out with a heavy impact on the ground, and Lu Su was pressing on him, and it felt like his ribs were broken. Fong Luo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He took out some food and put it into his mouth while he had time, trying to replenish his energy. However, energy replenishment is not like taking a blue pill. It won't work so quickly. Seeing the zombie Wu Yu rushing towards him again, Fong Luo broke out in a cold sweat. I guess that's all I have to say today. Husband. Lin Zijin woke up in shock and immediately shot a ray of fire at Wu Yu. But she had very little energy left, and Wu Yu's earth-based abilities had a certain restraint on fire-based abilities, so Wu Yu did not suffer any damage. Meow. Fortunately, Diemu appeared and used all her energy to shoot an electric current at Wu Yu, causing Wu Yu to lose his ability to move for a short time. Seeing this, Fong Luo immediately pulled Lu Su and rushed into the cold storage. Now the only safe thing is to hide in a cold storage. Man. Several people rushed into the cold storage, and Fong Luo immediately closed the door. The zombie Wu Yu, who had regained his mobility, began to bang on the door violently. In his eyes, Fong Luo was a delicious meal. Fong Luo's expression was very solemn. After becoming a zombie, Wu Yu is several times stronger than before in terms of strength, speed, and superpowers. He is not afraid of pain, and his fighting power has soared. This was the most difficult zombie Fong Luo had ever encountered since the end of the world. If he was in a state of complete victory, Fong Luo would not be afraid of him and would be able to kill him. However, Fong Luo's energy has been completely exhausted, and he has no chance of winning now. Not to mention Lin Zijin and Dianmu. The special abilities of both of them were restrained by Wu Yu, and they were unable to exert their full strength. There is also a restraint relationship between superpowers. For example, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes wood, and the only power that is not restrained by any other superpower is probably the space power, because space has no properties. However, space powers also have their own disadvantages. When using the power, the energy consumption is twice that of other powers, or even more. However, the speed of replenishing superpowers is slower than others, and more energy is required. Fong Luo's energy was completely depleted. In order to get back to his peak state, in addition to eating dozens of kilograms of food, it would take at least 10 hours to recover. Fortunately, Fong Luo had plenty of supplies and didn't have to worry about food. If other people don't have supplies, even if they awaken their spatial abilities, they simply cannot afford to support them. Just like Fong Luo's previous life, without supplies, he couldn't defeat a few ordinary people and could only wait to die. This is a double-edged sword. Boom, boom, boom. At the gate, a louder banging sound was heard, and a buzzing vibration sound came from inside the cold storage. The zombie Wii was using his supernatural powers to bang on the gate. Not good. Fong Luo thought to himself that this was not a good thing. Although the cold storage door is extremely solid, if he keeps hitting it for several hours, it will collapse sooner or later. What should we do then? Lin Zijin asked worriedly. Is there any way to stop it? If I were in my prime, I could kill him, Fong Luo said in a heavy tone, but my energy has been used up. It will take at least 10 hours to fully recover. I simply can't wait. Fong Luo felt a sharp pain in his chest and couldn't help but groan in pain. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Lin Zijin immediately checked it nervously. Fong Luo waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. It's just a fractured rib, nothing serious. Broken bone. Lin Zijin's eyes were filled with pity. Let me help you heal, Lu Su said immediately. She had not participated in the battle just now, and her supernatural powers were still at their peak. It would be no problem for her to help Fong Luo heal his minor bone fracture. Fong Luo nodded and told Lin Zijin to prepare some food for him quickly, then go back to the room. He also needs to take this opportunity to go back and rest and replenish his energy as soon as possible. He can't just sit there and wait to die. Chapter 61. Source of Life. In the room, Lin Yuyu was already extremely anxious. Her legs had not healed yet, and she was unable to move at all. Brother Fong Luo, are you injured? It's okay, just a minor injury. Fong Luo comforted her, told her not to worry, and then lay down on the bed to rest. To be honest, it still hurts a bit. Lu Su is a doctor and is very sensitive to micro-expressions. When she saw Fong Luo's eyes twitching slightly when he lay down, she knew that Fong Luo was showing off. She couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She knew better than anyone how Fong Luo's injuries were caused. After spending these days together, Lu Su has almost understood Fong Luo's character. I know that Fong Luo is a person who appears to be cold on the outside, but is actually pure, kind, and has his own principles. You can tell from the way he just protected himself. In the situation just now, if it was Yu, he would have run away long ago, or even used her as a shield, and would not protect her at all. Lu Su could vaguely feel that the reason Fong Luo had such a personality was that he had been betrayed before, and the betrayal was very tragic, so he was always on guard against others. As a result, even when facing Lin Zijin, Fong Luo did not seem to have completely revealed all his cards to the other party. What kind of betrayal is this? Lu Su became a little curious about Fong Luo. Before understanding the situation, he really didn't want Fong Luo to die like this. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to kiss me again? Fong Luo noticed that Lu Su had been staring at him and couldn't help but tease her. So, do you want me to kiss you? Lu Su's unexpected question made Fong Luo a little stunned. But the other party didn't mind, so Fong Luo answered honestly. What's the point of thinking about it? Your zombie husband is banging on the door outside. I don't know when he will break in. I'd better recover my strength first. Otherwise, he will eat my brain by then. I don't have time to kiss you. Save it for next time. He is not my husband. Lu Su snorted. She was completely disappointed in Wu Yu and felt very ashamed of having had this experience. If I had listened to my father or master at the beginning, if I had not insisted on my own way and thought that Wu Yu was a gentleman, I would not have had this experience and would not be lost from my father and master now. I don't know how the two elders are doing now and whether they are safe. Once this is over, I will go find them myself. Fong Luo shrugged and began to close his eyes to rest. You! Lu Su looked at Fong Luo, hesitated for a moment, and said, Actually, I have a way to help you recover your strength quickly. Do you have a solution? Hearing this, Fong Luo immediately opened his eyes. Lu Su nodded. My special ability will do. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Help me recover my strength. Fong Luo sat up quickly, but he stood up too quickly and his chest started to hurt again. But he didn't care. A powerful zombie with special powers is outside, and he must recover his strength quickly. Lu Su was a little hesitant. When she thought of that weird and alternative way, she felt embarrassed. She didn't want to use that method. However, she looked at Fong Luo's anxious eyes again and felt a little soft-hearted. Forget it. Let me just treat it as a last way of repaying him and apologizing to him before I leave. Lu Su thought to himself. Let you go out first, Lu Su said. She didn't want her way of treating illnesses to be seen by others. Why? Fong Luo was a little confused. Did he have to take off his clothes? However, I'm not afraid of being seen by others. But after thinking about it, he agreed to Lu Su's request and let Lin Zijin take Lin Yu out. Lin Zijin was also a little confused. However, when she noticed Lu Su's red and white face, some guesses arose in her mind. Fong Luo and Lu Su were the only ones left in the room. Do you have any method? Fong Luo asked anxiously. Lu Su did not answer directly, but asked, Do you know the source of life? The source of life? Fong Luo was confused. You mean water? Almost. Lu Su nodded somewhat unnaturally and continued, The life of a tree is very long. It can live for hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, even if they are cut off, they can grow branches again. This is because, when they are normally growing, they will retain a portion of their essence. When they are on the verge of death, they will use this essence to speed up their absorption of nutrients. This essence is the source of life. You want me to chop down trees? Fong Luo thought it was a good idea and felt a little disappointed. But the weather is so hot now, the trees would have died a long time ago. No. Lu Su shook his head and said in confusion. In fact, humans also have essence, but they don't have that magical effect. But after awakening the wood power, the source of life has an effect. How do you know this? Do medical schools teach this? Fong Luo felt incredible. What essence did he have that could be the same as a tree? Lu Su, my master taught me this. He is a descendant of ancient Chinese medicine. Then this source of life won't require me to cut off an arm or something, right? If so, forget it. From what Lu Su said, the source of life should be very rare, and Fong Luo didn't want to help himself in a cruel way. Need not. Lu Su shook her head. What is that? Close your eyes first. Lu Su's face turned red and his breathing became rapid. It was the first time for her to do such a shameful thing. You know, we had only held her hand and never touched her. Do you want to close your eyes? Fong Luo was even more confused, but he still agreed and closed his eyes. Lu Su felt that it was not safe enough, so she took out a piece of cloth from somewhere and covered Fong Luo's eyes. Now I feel relieved. But Fong Luo was even more weird. He had to blindfold himself to cure the disease? Are you ready? Fong Luo asked. He heard Lu Su's barely perceptible response, and then suddenly there was a rustling sound, which made Fong Luo even more confused. While I was thinking about all sorts of things, I heard Lu Su's coquettish voice. Open your mouth. Fong Luo opened his mouth subconsciously. The legendary source of life flowed into his mouth. He pursed his lips subconsciously and was shocked in his heart. It turned out that he could quickly restore energy. Be honest. Oh, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I'm used to it. Sorry. Habit. You really are an asshole. Chapter 62, Dealing with Zombies. On the dining table, Fong Luo devoured dozens of kilograms of food and burped happily. The energy in his body was recovering rapidly, and all this was thanks to Lu Su's source of life. He couldn't help but think of what had just happened. He blindfolded himself, and Lu Su was kneeling in front of him. Her fair and tender thighs were wearing the flesh-colored stockings he gave her, with her clothes half open. Lu Su was 28 years old, the most mature and perfect age for a woman. She had grown up in a large family of scholars, so she exuded an intellectual, mature, and noble aura. Although Fong Luo was not a virgin, it was the first time he met this type of girl. The charming and fragrant scent made him quite excited at the time. Unfortunately, he was blindfolded and couldn't see the other person's specific appearance, but Fong Luo could still imagine the exciting scene in his mind. However, Fong Luo was not so shameless that he did not take this opportunity to do anything wrong. The doctor was treating him, so Fong Luo just focused on sucking the source of life, very focused and without any distractions. I didn't expect it to have the function of helping digestion. Fong Luo had a strange expression on his face. After taking the source of life, Fong Luo's digestive function improved. Before that, it would have been impossible for him to eat dozens of kilograms of food at a time. No wonder he can recover his strength so quickly. In just 3 hours, Fong Luo's strength had already recovered to its peak, and the wound on his ribs had also healed. If I eat this every day, I will be very successful, right? As if she had guessed Fong Luo's thoughts, Lu Su on the opposite side couldn't help but glared at Fong Luo with a coquettish look. Still want to eat it every day? Do you really think you were some kind of casual woman? The reason why he did this was because this incident was caused by him, and he didn't want Fong Luo to die on the street. Moreover, the source of life is different from that of an ordinary mother. It was extremely difficult for her to condense the source of life, and what had just been absorbed by Fong Luo was all she had. It would take her at least half a month, or even longer, to condense again. You, on the other hand, still eat it every day? By then, the Hami melons would be sucked into small buns. Why don't you go and kill the zombies? Lu Su rolled her eyes and glared at Fong Luo. Hey. Fong Luo chuckled. That zombie is your husband? Are you so anxious for me to kill him? I'll be angry if you do this again. Lu Su's face turned serious. Although she was a little out of line during this period of time due to the influence of Fong Luo and did things that were inconsistent with her previous personality, this does not mean that she is a fickle woman. Wu Yu is her husband, but that was because I was deceived by the other party. Moreover, he and Wu Yu were only husband and wife in name only. At that time, because her father did not agree with her marrying Wu Yu, the two made an agreement during their argument. As long as Wu Yu didn't make any mistakes and had good character within half a year, his father would agree to this matter. But during this period of time, I can't do anything out of the ordinary. I agreed to it myself. So, she went to the hospital on her wedding night and did not spend the night with her husband. Every time he brought it up, she would make excuses for not being at home. I originally felt a little guilty towards the other party and thought about making it up to him in the future. But who knew that problems would arise after just 1 month? Now, Fong Luo has picked half of the peach, and all the compensation has been given to Fong Luo. However, it was fortunate that Fong Luo appeared and allowed him to see through it all. Otherwise, his life would have been ruined. Well, I won't say any more. Fong Luo nodded seriously. He could see that Lu Su had completely lost her favor towards Wu Yu, and he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. He was stunned. I don't think I really have some weird habit of stealing other people's wives and then feeling a sense of accomplishment. He shook his head quickly. It's so sinful. I'm going to take care of him now. Fong Luo stood up and prepared to go out to get rid of the zombie Wu Yu. This is the first zombie with special abilities that Fong Luo has encountered. Both the combat experience and the crystal in the opponent's head are extremely valuable to Fong Luo. Hubby, be careful. Lin Zijin reminded quickly. She already knew the strength of this zombie. Its strength was as high as 1,500 kilograms, and its defense was at least 300 kilograms. Moreover, the opponent possesses Earth-related abilities, and after activating the abilities, his defense is at least 1,000 kilograms. He can also control a 500-kilogram boulder, and the force of smashing it out is at least 2,000 kilograms. If you were hit by him accidentally, you would probably be turned into meat paste. Don't worry. Fong Luo grinned. After this replenishment, not only did he recover his energy, but his strength was also improved. It was no problem for him to deal with the zombie Wu Yu. Although the zombie Wu Yu has very strong strength and defense, and is almost invulnerable to swords and guns, he has a huge weakness, which is his bulkiness. Fong Luo's spatial ability is an extremely flexible ability, and the opponent cannot hurt him at all. Just wait until the opponent's energy is exhausted, and then kill him with one strike. Boom, boom, boom. At the gate, the zombie Wu Yu is still knocking on the door hard. There are 4 psychics and a psychic cat in the cold storage, which is too tempting for the psychic zombies. Unless there is a psychic more powerful than Fong Luo nearby, the zombie Wu Yu will never leave here. Fong Luo directly opened the door of the cold storage. Outside, the zombie Wu Yu, who was originally banging on the door, lost his balance and fell flat on his face, crawling in front of Fong Luo. Fong Luo looked at him with pity. This guy is quite pitiful. His wife has lived with him for so long, and he has been standing at the door of the cold storage all the time, killing zombies for him every day and acting as a loyal bodyguard. In the end, he himself became a zombie. He almost killed himself. Unfortunately, his wife saved his life and helped him regain his strength. However, this guy was also very hateful. He killed a moose that was only 7 or 8 years old. It was simply inhumane. I won't let him go. Ouch! Wu Yu, who had turned into a zombie, had lost all his rationality. He just thought that Fong Luo was a delicious meal. He got up from the ground and pounced towards Fong Luo. I will use the energy given by Lu Su to deal with you myself. Fong Luo sneered. A flash of space appeared behind the other person, and then the space blade stabbed towards the back of his head. Phew! The spatial blade stabbed the back of the zombie Wu Yu's head. Unfortunately, the zombie Wuyu possesses Earth-related abilities. When the abilities are activated, his body is covered with hard stones and his head is filled with cement, making it difficult for Fong Luo's attacks to break through his defense. Ouch! Zombie Wuyu is angry, turned around, and pounced on Fong Luo again. Haha, come and chase me, green-haired turtle. Fong Luo grinned, hooked his finger at the zombie Wuyu, and then ran out of the cold storage. Don't fight at home. Any piece of furniture inside is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and is a famous brand. It would be a shame if it were damaged. Zombies with special abilities are usually interested in the strongest people around them because the crystals in their heads have more energy. So even if Fong Luo ran away, the zombie Wuyu did not choose to attack Lin Zijin and the other girls, but chose to chase Fong Luo, who was stronger. Chapter 63, Rich Harvest. Soon, a man and a zombie started playing hide-and-seek outside the cold storage. But unfortunately, Fong Luo could move more than 20 meters with just a single displacement, and Wu Yu, the bulky Earth-type zombie with special abilities, could not catch up with Fong Luo at all, being treated like a dog. Ouch! Finally, after several twists and turns, the zombie Wu Yu, who had been unable to catch up with Fong Luo, roared, and his fighting instinct drove him to use all his strength to control countless stones and smash them at Fong Luo. Dozens of densely packed stones were thrown at Fong Luo, the lightest of which probably weighed over 100 pounds. If this hits, the armored vehicle will be crushed. Lin Zijin and the other girls in the cold storage were terrified when they saw this. If they hadn't already used up all their energy, they would have rushed over to block Fong Luo and quickly shouted, "Be careful." However, their reminders were unnecessary. Just when the stone was about to hit Fong Luo, the next second, Fong Luo appeared behind the zombie Wu Yu. He found the right moment and stabbed the space blade at the back of his head again. Phew! After such a long battle, Fong Luo had been dodging without attacking, and his energy consumption was not much. The zombie Wu Yu not only chased Fong Luo, but also used his supernatural powers to attack him randomly. His supernatural powers were completely exhausted after he had just controlled the stones, and his defense power was greatly reduced, which was the time when his combat power was the weakest. With this strike of Fong Luo's sword, the zombie Wu Yu's brain burst out. So fast! In the cold storage, the women who were watching Fong Luo's fight were all stunned. They didn't see clearly how Fong Luo dodged the huge rocks, moved behind the zombie Wu Yu, and stabbed him to death with one knife. It's really incredible. They swore that Fong Luo was definitely the fastest man in the world they had ever seen. My brother-in-law has the ability of speed? Wrong. Lin Yu shook her head again. Although my brother-in-law has been dodging attacks very quickly, it is very similar to his speed ability. But the method he used to attack the zombies just now was obviously not his speed ability. My brother-in-law was clearly holding a knife just now, but now he doesn't. It seems a bit like his wind-related ability. His blade might be a wind blade. But my brother-in-law's wind ability seems to be much faster than mine. My brother-in-law is so amazing. Lin Yu thought that she and her brother-in-law even have the same abilities. They are really a perfect match. Wind-related abilities? Lin Zijin felt proud. She has learned a lot from Fong Luo these days, and she also knows which superpowers are powerful and which are not. It's amazing that my man not only has powerful wind abilities, but can also use them so well. Lu Su secretly cursed in his heart. What wind-related ability? What Fong Luo awakened should be the Chaozi ability. But he couldn't help but admire Fong Luo in his heart. He was really amazing. He cut Wu Yu's head open with one knife. On the side, Fong Luo naturally heard the conversation between the women and smiled secretly in his heart. I don't have any wind-related abilities, but it is the precious spatial ability. Although the fighting style he displayed was very similar to the wind-based ability, the combat effectiveness was far less. However, it's not their fault that they can't tell the difference. Space abilities are too rare. Since the end of the world, they have come into contact with at least hundreds of people with special abilities, but not one of them has awakened spatial abilities. I guess the same goes for others. In fact, as long as he doesn't say it out loud, probably no one would know that there is such a supernatural power as space power. He only thinks of himself as having special abilities like wind and speed. This also saved Fong Luo a lot of trouble. He is not strong enough now. If his spatial ability is exposed, others will think of the theft of supplies before the end of the world, and then everyone will besiege him. Moreover, he stole supplies from Lu Su's house. If she knew about it, wouldn't she bite Fong Luo? Kill the zombie Wu Yu with one sword. The cold storage finally returned to peace. Fong Luo dug out the crystal from the zombie Wu Yu's head, and suddenly light emanated from the surroundings. The light of this crystal is brighter than all the evolution crystals that Fong Luo has found. Fong Luo estimated that this crystal was worth at least 10 evolution crystals. Sure enough, more energy can be obtained by killing zombies. There are dozens of zombie corpses outside. Including the crystals dug out from the heads of dozens of psychics before, at least nearly 100 crystals were harvested today. But the energy is more than 100. At least 300 pieces. Get rich! Fong Luo estimated that if he absorbed all the energy, his strength would be at least twice as strong as it is now. It would be nice if we could encounter a few more zombies with special powers. Come and help, beauties. Fong Luo then called on Lin Zijin and Lu Su to help cut open the heads of the other zombies. Yes, husband. Lin Zijin was very happy. Seeing how capable her man was, she felt an indescribable sense of pride in her heart. Lu Su Said. After taking a look at the corpse of zombie Wu Yu, this period of wrong time finally ended. This also means that she will have to go find her father and master soon. Somehow, she was reluctant to leave. Is it because the cold storage is too comfortable? That's right, not only is it cool, but there is also food and drink. It can be said that it is the most comfortable place in the world. I want to help too. Lin Yu was sitting in a wheelchair, struggling to help. Fong Luo rolled his eyes at her and said, "You're already lame, just stay still." Humph. Lin Yu was very angry and turned to look at Lu Su. Second sister, you have to cure me as soon as possible. Second sister? Hearing such a strange name, Lu Su was stunned. Why do you call me second sister? My sister is my brother-in-law's first woman, the eldest. You are my brother-in-law's second, so you are the second. Lin Yu said playfully. Lu Su's face flushed, and she quickly explained. He and I are not in that kind of relationship. No need to explain, I understand. Lin Yu winked. Lu Su was so anxious that she almost cried. However, I felt relieved. Lin Yu's leg has not been healed yet, so I can't leave so soon. I have to heal her leg first. Several people collected crystals together. In less than an hour, all the crystals were taken out. The women did not keep any for themselves, but gave them all to Fong Luo. Fong Luo counted them. 85. Excluding the one belonging to the zombie Wu Yu, the energy of each of these crystals is equivalent to 3 to 4 evolution crystals, which is equivalent to 300 evolution crystals here. This is more evolution crystals than what Fong Luo has found since the end of the world. Fong Luo did not take all of them. He gave 10 to Lin Zijin and Lu Su to help them improve their strength. Return to the cold storage. After a busy day, everyone took a good rest. After dinner, Fong Luo began to improve his strength. This time the improvement will be unprecedentedly huge. Chapter 64 Leaving. This time, Fong Luo harvested 85 zombie crystals, which is equivalent to more than 300 evolution crystals. Together with the nearly 100 crystals he had left over from before, Fong Luo now has 400 evolution crystals. Originally, Fong Luo could only absorb 5 evolution crystals a day, but after absorbing Lu Su's source of life, he can now absorb 10 a day. Double the efficiency. Moreover, as his strength increased, the amount he absorbed also increased. 10 days have passed. During these 10 days, Fong Luo absorbed more than 120 evolution crystals. But the number of his crystals did not decrease, but increased instead. Because there were zombies coming to the cold storage and smashing the door every day, and Fong Luo went out every day to kill the zombies. Originally, he could absorb more crystals. Unfortunately, the effect of Lu Su's source of life disappeared on the 5th day, and in the following days his absorption rate decreased. Fong Luo secretly looked for Lu Su, hoping to borrow some more source of life from her. It was a pity that he was scolded by the other party. Don't even think about it. Fong Luo felt very regretful. If he could absorb it again, his strength would increase a lot. Lu Su looked at Fong Luo's disappointed and sad expression and felt a little bit sorry for him. She told Fong Luo indirectly that it was not that she didn't want to, but that she was sucked dry by Fong Luo last time. Fong Luo suddenly realized. At the same time, I felt excited again. So, after you recover, I can suck again? Lu Su blushed and drove Fong Luo away. Fong Luo smiled and didn't care, concentrating on improving his strength. Now, Fong Luo's space flashing distance has increased from 20 meters before to about 40 meters. Moreover, according to his current strength, he can release it more than 50 times in succession. The gap between each displacement is less than 0.5 seconds. Flash every 0.5 seconds. Isn't this more terrifying than Cassidon at level 16? Just explode the opposing base. The space barrier has also been improved a lot. It could withstand a force of 3,000 kilograms before, but now it has been increased to 5,000 kilograms. Even if a small truck falls on Fong Luo, he will not suffer any harm. It can be said that a defensive ability user may not necessarily have as high defense as Fong Luo. Fong Luo's duration is also very long. Continuous release can last for 10 hours. As long as it is not a one-on-many situation under normal combat conditions, it can last at least 5 hours. But if you meet a battle-hardened master, that's a different story. In addition, there are space imprints. Now, Fong Luo can release up to 15 marks at the same time, which is equivalent to 15 high-definition surveillance cameras, and can also produce explosions with a diameter of more than 15 meters, causing considerable damage. The damage of the space blade is also very high. A solid steel rod of 5 centimeters thick can be easily cut in half. If it is used on a person, it can be easily cut into 2 halves. Brother-in-law, it's time to eat. Lin Yuyu's voice came from outside. During this period of time, Lu Su's strength has improved a lot, and Lin Yuyu's leg injury was completely healed today, and now she is full of energy. Fong Luo walked out of the room. There were at least 100 kilograms of food on the table. As their strength increases and their energy is consumed, the appetite of the psychics becomes bigger and bigger. In order to practice his supernatural powers, Fong Luo would use up all his supernatural powers every day. When he was most hungry, he could eat about 45 kilograms of food. Lin Zijin can eat more than 10 kilograms. Jimu also has to eat 20 kilograms. The entire cold storage consumes at least 200 kilograms of food a day. 200 pounds. According to the current prices of materials in the apocalypse, 200 kilograms of food can buy at least 100 good-looking maids from the market. Converted. Fong Luo and others eat 100 maids every day. Fortunately, Fong Luo had enough supplies to withstand such consumption. If it were any other psychic, they would not dare to consume their superpowers as casually as Fong Luo did. There's nothing to eat. Therefore, it is inevitable that Fong Luo's strength improves quickly because the price he pays is much higher than others. Brother-in-law, the weather outside doesn't seem to be so hot anymore. While eating, several people started chatting. Fong Luo nodded. Almost a month had passed since the end of the world, and the hot weather had slowly passed. Now you don't need to go shirtless when going out. However, this does not mean that the end of the world is over. The real crisis at the end of the world is zombies and those people with awakened superpowers. Human technology has been paralyzed, and superpowers have become the most powerful weapon in the world. A powerful psychic can become the king in the end times and do whatever he wants. The modern emperor. Now, if someone told these people with special powers who have supplies that they must abide by the law, not fight or kill, and that in order to keep more people alive, they must distribute the supplies they have robbed to those who have none, and work together to restore a civilized society. Will anyone care? Not at all. They may even kill the person who is asking for trouble. Make a poor person rich, and the poor person will be very happy. But making a rich man poor, haha, that's the reality. Even for Fong Luo, if you ask yourself honestly, it would be difficult to do so. The most he could do is not to hurt innocent people. Of course, there are definitely some people who are working to restore peace, but they are very few. Fong Luo actually knows one, and judging by the time, he should show up too. Several people chatted again. Lu Su stared outside in a daze. The weather was beginning to return to normal, and it was time for her to go find her father and master. In fact, she could have cured Lin Yuyu's leg a few days ago, but in order to have a reason to continue staying in the cold storage, Lu Su deliberately let Lin Yuyu limp for a few more days. But she also knew that she couldn't keep going like this, because she really had no reason to stay here. You can't be Fong Luo's woman. That's too ridiculous. I am 5 years older than the other person. Moreover, the other party has women, 3 of them. In Lu Su's worldview, men and women can only have one partner. Love should be pure and flawless. So, when she woke up today and saw that the weather was starting to get better, she made up her mind. She is leaving. I'm leaving. Lu Su looked at Fong Luo and said, "You're leaving?" Fong Luo frowned immediately. Lu Su possesses wood-related abilities and can use the source of life, which is of great help to Fong Luo. Fong Luo has already regarded him as a member of his own camp, but he did not expect him to say that he wanted to leave. For him, this is no less than a loss of hundreds of billions. Fong Luo asked, "Why?" "I want to go find my father and my master." What Lu Su said was just one of the reasons. If Fong Luo didn't have other women, she might not have made up her mind to leave. Fong Luo was silent. If the other party had given another reason, Fong Luo could still try to persuade him to stay, but he could not refuse this reason. Fong Luo is a very filial person at heart. If his parents were still alive, even if 10 billion was placed in front of him, he would choose to look for his parents. He really appreciated Lu Su's behavior. "All right." Fong Luo nodded. He was not a very selfish person. If he really wanted to force Lu Su to stay, there was no way that she would leave. However, Fong Luo continued, "Let me help you look for it. The other party wants to find her father, not to separate. If she brings her father over, can't she still eat the source of life?" "Really?" Lu Su's eyes lit up, and he felt a little more grateful. "Certainly." Fong Luo smiled and nodded. He happened to have something to go out for, and according to the time, the man should be showing up. Chapter 65, Lu's Manor. After dinner, Lu Su was about to go out to find her father, and Fong Luo took her with him. Lin Yuyu originally wanted to follow, but Fong Luo refused. She had been injured during this period and was the weakest one. If she encountered danger when going out, Fong Luo might not be able to save her. Lin Yuyu was very resentful. She hugged Fong Luo's arm and acted coquettishly, saying that it was boring and dangerous for her to be alone at home. "If someone breaks in and does that to you, my brother-in-law will lose a pure and lovely sister-in-law." But Fong Luo ignored it. "She's just my sister-in-law. Whether you're innocent or not has nothing to do with me." Fong Luo shrugged. "Why is it okay?" Lin Yuyu was anxious and wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, it was Lin Zijin who said, "I'll stay with you, okay?" At last, Fong Luo, Lu Sudiimu, and a cat drove out of the cold storage together. "Where is your home?" Fong Luo asked. "My home is in Bin District, Lu's Villa." Lu Su said. "Lu's Villa?" Fong Luo knew that this manor was located in the coastal area, covering an area of 2,000 acres, and included residential villas, swimming pools, golf courses, etc. It could be said to be comparable to a small palace. "I heard that the construction cost exceeded 5 billion, and if it is the selling price, it would probably be even higher." Unexpectedly, it turned out to be from Lu Su's family. Fong Luo couldn't help but be slightly shocked, but when he thought about the hundreds of billions of assets that the Lu Su family had before the end of the world, he felt relieved. Compared with the cold storage there, my own cold storage is still a far cry from that. He couldn't help but jokingly said, "Rich woman, please leave a room in the villa for me to stay in." "Don't call me a rich woman. It's too ugly." Lu Su glared at her coquettishly. "If you want it, I can give it to you." She was telling the truth. It has been more than a month since the end of the world, and the population has dropped by billions. It is unknown how many people are still alive in such a large manner, and it is also unknown whether his father is still here. It is okay to give it to Fong Luo. The two of them joked around again. We drove all the way towards the villa. The current weather has dropped to 40 degrees Celsius. Although it is still hot, it is not hot enough to kill people. However, due to the strengthening of zombies, not many people would go out to the streets and wander around alone. So, Fong Luo didn't meet anyone along the way. However, we also encountered quite a few zombie dogs, cats, rats, and the like. Fong Luo just ran over him. Saves harm to others. More than an hour later, Fong Luo finally arrived near Lu's villa. However, there were many zombies surrounding this area. Some of them were wearing maid uniforms, and they should have been the maids in the manor. These zombies were much stronger than before, and Fong Luo's armored vehicle began to have difficulty running over them. "Is there someone inside?" Fong Luo looked at the at least several hundred zombies around him. Zombies will look for food. They will follow the smell and move towards crowded places. With so many of them gathered here, it is very likely that there are people in the manor, and quite a few of them. "My father." Lu Su was a little surprised. She had learned from Wu Yu that her father was missing, and she believed him at first. She felt so stupid. "Let's find an entrance first and go in and take a look." Fong Luo was not so optimistic and felt that the person inside should not be Lu Su's father. He drove the car, shook off the zombies behind him, parked the car in a safe place. and then said to Lu Su, "Close your eyes, and I'll take you in." "Why do you want to close your eyes?" When she heard the word "close your eyes," Lu Su subconsciously remembered the scene where she asked Fong Luo to close his eyes, and her face turned red. "Don't worry, I don't have anything to give you to drink," Fong Luo joked. "Bah, I won't drink it." Lu Su sneered lightly, but still closed her eyes obediently. Fong Luo used his spatial ability to cross the nearly 2-meter-thick and 8-meter-high wall and entered the manor. When he opened his eyes and saw that he had entered the manor, Lu Su couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. The wall was 8 meters high, and it was difficult for zombies to climb in, but Fong Luo brought her in less than 2 seconds. It was really amazing. "How did you do that?" "A secret." Fong Luo covered it up. He added, "I'm not familiar with this place. Please lead the way." Lu Su nodded and walked around the manor. "Who are these people?" After a few steps, the two found many survivors covered in dirt inside the manor. These survivors discovered Fong Luo and Lu Su. Seeing how well-dressed they were, they didn't dare to say anything and immediately started their work. "Your servant?" Fong Luo asked. "No, my family doesn't have so many servants." Lu Su shook her head. "There are at least several hundred people here. How could the Lu family have so many servants?" Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of whips being whipped, mixed with a man's curse. "Fuck, you dare to be lazy. You're eating the food I gave you for nothing, right? I'll whip you to death." Mr. Gua fought well. "These lowly people are just despicable." A woman echoed in a tender voice. Fong Luo frowned. "Let's go and take a look." The two walked over and soon saw a group of people covered in dust and dirt digging a hole diligently. Next to the crowd, a thin man was lying on the ground, and another young man in his 20s was holding a charming woman in his arms. He was rubbing the woman's delicate body with one hand and whipping the thin man with a whip with the other. "It's her." Lu Su seemed to recognize the woman. Seeing her lying in a man's arms, anger immediately appeared on his face. "Do you know him?" Fong Luo turned around and asked. However, before Lu Su could answer, a man and a woman not far away seemed to have seen Fong Luo and the other person and walked towards them. "Who are you?" The young man called Guoxiao looked at Fong Luo and Lu Su. Fong Luo and Lu Su were clean, unlike those survivors who were covered in dust and dirt. The young man did not treat Fong Luo too harshly for a moment, thinking that he was a new psychic. However, when looking at Lu Su, his eyes couldn't help but look up and down, and desire flashed in his eyes. Lu Su has fair skin, beautiful looks, and a noble temperament. It is estimated that 99% of men would find it hard not to be moved when they see her. "My name is Guahao." Guahao took the initiative to extend his hand. "It's you, Lu Su." The woman in Guahao's arms also recognized Lu Su. She felt a little unhappy that Guahao was staring at Lu Su. "Do you know him?" Guahao was stunned. The woman in Guahao's arms laughed softly. "She is someone else's daughter." "Are you kidding? You are only in your 20s. How come you gave birth to such a big daughter?" Guahao rolled his eyes. "She is not a biological daughter," the woman said. "Her father used to be the owner of this manor, Lu Tian. She is Lu Tian's only daughter, the eldest daughter of the Lu family." Chapter 66 Stepmother. She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family? After hearing the woman's introduction, Guahao's eyes widened, and he looked at Lu Su again. She has a curvy figure and is tall, estimated to be over 168 centimeters tall. She has an almond-shaped face with soft lines and delicate and three-dimensional features, which makes her look intellectual and gentle. Looking down, he saw a flesh-colored stocking wrapped around the slender and round thighs. Looking at this pair of perfect jade feet, Guahao thought that he would be willing to lick them twice. Being stepped on twice by her is a reward. The Lu family is one of the 3 major families in Luoqing. Anyone with a little power has heard of the words eldest miss of the Lu family. She is one of the 3 great goddesses in Luo City. Guahao is a wealthy second generation, so naturally he has heard of it. But I've never seen it before. Because Lu Su did not live in Los Angeles since childhood, but studied medicine with an old Chinese doctor. Later, at the age of 18, he quietly entered the Beijing Medical College for further studies. After graduating with a master's degree at the age of 25, he came to Jiangxing to become a small doctor and became the head of the department at the age of 28. He has been very low-key during this period. The fame only spreads among the top circles. Lu Su was truly exposed to the public eye because she married a young man from a third-rate family because he saved her, and the newspapers even recorded this incident. It is said that Lu Su is grateful and repays kindness. At that time, all the top second-generation rich people in Los Angeles were sighing and lamenting that the good cabbage was eaten by the pig. I wish I could kill Wu Yu. The reason why Guo Hao didn't recognize Lu Su at the first time was because his status was too low, he didn't have access to the wedding, and the newspaper didn't capture Lu Su's face. Now that I recognize her and see Lu Su's beauty, combined with her identity as one of the 3 great goddesses of Los Angeles, I feel that she is stunningly stunning. My jaw almost dropped to the ground. She is indeed a goddess. Is he the third-rate rich second generation? Guo Hao pointed at Feng Luo, who was standing aside. He looked like a pretty boy. How could he have the chance to marry such a beautiful goddess? The charming woman looked at Feng Luo and shook her head. No, I remember that man was not as handsome as him. My dear daughter, I can't believe that you have found a new rich man in just a few days. Where's your husband? He must have been killed by you? The charming woman said sarcastically to Lu Su. She really disliked this woman who pretended to be gentle and dignified, like a white lotus. She didn't dare to complain before, but now she has no scruples. Shut up. Lu Su was very angry. Don't call me daughter, Sun Yu. You're just my stepmother. Where's my dad? Why are you with this guy? Sun Yu? Feng Luo was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? He looked at the woman opposite him again and immediately remembered who she was. Isn't this the heroine of a certain TV series? She is known as a pure and innocent girl and is the goddess of many men's otakus. She has millions of fans on Weibo. Feng Luo's former college roommate liked this woman very much and even dragged him to watch her TV series. Unexpectedly, she is actually Lu Su's stepmother? This is too outrageous. Lu Su is 28 years old, and her father must be over 50 years old. Sun Yu is only about 25 years old, but she married a man twice her age. Your circle is so chaotic. It's no wonder that Lu Su was so angry. The Sun Yu opposite her was her father's woman, but now she was leaning coquettishly in another man's arms. Isn't this cheating on her father? Why am I with Mr. Guo? Sun Yu laughed sweetly. Of course, young Master Guo is the best. Your damn father has such poor physical condition. If he hadn't supported me, I wouldn't have wanted to follow him. Now that his property has been stolen, why should I continue to follow him? Am I waiting to starve to death? It's so good to follow Mr. Guo. I have rice to eat and water to drink every day, and I don't have to work. Moreover, Master Guo has powerful abilities that can protect me. You shameless... Lu Su was so angry that her chest was heaving. If she hadn't been so well-mannered, she would have slapped the other person in the face a few times. Feng Luo had a strange expression on his face. By this calculation, he was also the indirect culprit behind Lu Su's father being cheated on. Shame on you. Don't worry, I will take good care of your daughter. I am shameless? Sun Yu said. Who on earth is she? She has only been married for more than a month, and she has found a strange man so soon. I don't. Lu Su blessed. Feng Luo felt a little unhappy when he heard this. He was actually called a wild man by such a woman. What about my father? Where is he? Lu Su didn't want to say anything more to Sun Yu, so she turned cold and asked about the whereabouts of her father. Him. Sun Yu curled his lips and said, when he learned that his property was stolen, he fainted on the spot. Later, the temperature rose and he didn't wake up. Later, an old man came and said he would take him to Beijing for treatment. What a joke. The weather is so hot. All the planes have been grounded and the roads are closed. Are they going to walk to the capital? I think he will be eaten by zombies halfway through the journey. Could it be that the master took father to the capital? Lu Sushio frowned, feeling very worried. My master and father are both over 60 years old. Los Angeles is thousands of kilometers away from Beijing. How can they get there? As Sun Yu said, it is easy for accidents to happen to the two of them. Lu Su couldn't help but feel nervous. No, I have to go find them. Lu Su turned around and was about to leave. However, just as Lu Su was about to leave, Guo Hao blocked her way. Ms. Lu, we're home now. Come in and have a seat and have a drink of water. I'll treat you well. Guo Hao looked at Lu Su greedily. I could never dream of such a beautiful woman before. Although it is secondhand now, it is still better than the woman next to me. This is my home. I can come in whenever I want. Do I need you to entertain me? Lu Su glared at the other person coldly. Before she met Feng Luo, Lu Su had always been aloof, and with her distinguished family background, she had an aura that kept people at a distance. This glare made Guo Hao tremble in his heart, and he didn't even leave. Damn, she is just a woman, and I am a superpower. What should I be afraid of? Guo Hao cursed in his heart. Ms. Lu, this is not your home now. Guo Hao sneered. Fong Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at this guy. Why? Is this your home? Fong Luo couldn't help but become alert. This manor has obviously been occupied by others. There are estimated to be several thousand people in it. To manage so many people, there must be at least hundreds of psychics in this manor. To be able to manage so many psychics, Guo Hao must be at least a T1 level psychic. Although Fong Luo felt that he was not afraid of anyone, he was not arrogant enough to look down on everyone. He silently opened the space barrier. In his hand, he held 3 space seals and a space blade. As soon as the opponent makes a move, I will launch an attack and kill him instantly. This area is under my control. Guo Hao patted his chest proudly. What's the meaning? Fong Luo was stunned. He heard the loophole in the words. The other party was talking about this area, not the entire manor. Young Master Guo is the team leader of the villa, managing 5 psychics and 100 survivors. Sun Yu, who was in Guo Hao's arms, said proudly. Chapter 67. Do you want to cuckold my dad? Puff! Hearing what the other party said, Fong Luo couldn't help but laugh. Team leader? Managing 5 psychics? I thought the other party was the manager of the entire manor, but I didn't expect him to be a small fry. Now you know how powerful I am. Sun Yu didn't notice the disdain in Fong Luo's eyes, and continued to add complacently. Mr. Guo's current daily salary is enough for 1 kilogram of rice, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a bonus of a chicken drumstick every week. Ha! Meow meow meow. Even the mother of lightning couldn't help but meow when she heard the other party's words, and rolled on the ground with a look of extreme disdain. Bro, 1 pound of rice a day? Only eat 1 chicken drumstick a week? What you eat is not as good as what I poop. So why do you want to be a team leader? Let's put it this way, come over here and help me clean the toilet, and you can eat what I poop. Don't treat yourself badly, meow. Fong Luo was also speechless. Originally, when I saw Sun Yu following Guo Hao, I thought the other party was some powerful figure. After all, Sun Yu was a popular actress in the past, and the woman of Lu Su's father. But I didn't expect that he was just a team leader. But in fact, Sun Yu is doing quite well. You have to know that this is the end of the world, and mere beauty is of no use in the end of the world. There is no telling how many stars like Sun Yu there are in Yin country. What's more, it is a second-hand or even an in-hand accident car. A real boss would never be interested in a woman like this. Like Fong Luo, they first value, that is, whether or not a person has superpowers, followed by character and appearance. Therefore, Sun Yu can only look for this kind of half-baked psychic. Guo Hao had better vision than Sun Yu and could tell that there was something wrong with Fong Luo's eyes. Brother, Guo Hao snorted. I wonder which gang you belong to? Do you know what the consequences will be for trespassing into our Wan Chai Pier? Wan Chai Pier? Do you like eating dumplings? Fong Luo felt that the name of the other gang was a bit weird. But when I think about it carefully, I don't seem to have a gang, and I will definitely recruit subordinates in the future. Giving the organization a name can also increase team unity and a sense of belonging. After thinking for a while, he said, I am from Ionia. Ionia? Guo Hao sneered. He had never heard of this gang. It was probably a small gang. At this moment, he completely relaxed his vigilance towards Fong Luo, and his eyes were full of disdain. He looked at Lu Su again. Ms. Lu, what future can you have by following such a small gang? You never know when you will be wiped out by zombies. Join us at Wan Chai Pier. As long as you follow me, I will give you 1/2 pound of rice, a bottle of water, and chicken legs every day. Guo Hao's eyes were filled with anticipation. He felt that he was already very sincere. One had to know that he only gave Sun Yu 2 taels of rice every day. Even though Lu Su was of high quality, he couldn't help but look at Guo Hao with contempt. 1/2 pound of rice? When I was at Fong Luo's place, I had to eat dozens of kilograms of food every day, including lobsters and abalone. Why would I care about your little food? Besides, this is my home. How about I help you take the manor back? Fong Luo asked inquiringly. Whatever. For Lu Su, it didn't matter whether she snatched it back or not, because she was going to the capital to find her father. Why not? I'll just give it to you. Then I won't be polite. Fong Luo grinned. The weather is not so hot now, and although the living environment in the cold storage is not bad, it is definitely inferior to the manor. Besides, he will have to recruit younger brothers in the future, and he can't have them all live in a cold storage. Not to mention that there aren't that many places. The key point is that Fong Luo has no habit of letting other men listen to his and his wife's affairs. So we still have to move to a bigger place. This manor is very nice, and it happens to belong to Lu Su. Robbed the manor? On the side, hearing that the two had decided on the ownership of the manor, Guahao revealed a sneering expression on his face. This pretty boy really didn't know his place. Do you know how many people are at our Wanchai pier? Guahao looked at Fong Luo with a sneer. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. How much? We Wanchai pier are now one of the 3 largest gangs in Los Angeles, with more than 3,000 survivors and more than 300 people with special abilities. Our boss can fight 10 zombies alone. Just relying on you, a gang that is not even a third-rate gang. You want to occupy our manor? Guahao sneered. As long as our boss gives the order, more than 3,000 people can crush you directly. Hearing this, Fong Luo couldn't help but frown. The Wanchai pier is more powerful than I thought. However, with his spatial ability, as long as he doesn't commit suicide, basically no one can kill him. As for occupying the manor, Fong Luo has no such plan for the time being. There are more than 3,000 people in the manor, and the mix is mixed. Fong Luo doesn't have so much free time to take care of them, and his own cold storage is not bad. However, you can come over when you need me in the future. Seeing Fong Luo's silence, Guahao thought Fong Luo was afraid, so he became complacent again. How about it, Miss Lu? Leave this jerk, join us, become my woman, and you won't have to worry about anything. Guahao approached Lu Su and stretched out his hand to touch Lu Su's face. How long-winded. Fong Luo was too lazy to listen to Guahao's chatter and directly cut off his claws with a spatial blade. Then he cut open the opponent's head with another knife and took out the crystal in his head. Destroy with overwhelming force. On the side, Sun Yu stared at the scene blankly, unable to react for a moment. The person who was alive just now had his head exploded the next second, and some of the white mucus from the other person's head splashed onto her face. She was so scared. What kind of demon is this? You actually killed Guahao. You are crazy. He is the team leader of Wanchai Wharf. You are dead. Sun Yu pointed at Fong Luo in horror. Fong Luo glanced at her. Wanchai Pier? Popeye didn't help either. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing Fong Luo's murderous look, Sun Yu panicked all of a sudden, knowing that threatening Fong Luo would not work. After thinking for a while, he immediately knelt on the ground, hugged Fong Luo's thighs, cried and begged for mercy, and pulled Fong Luo's hand to touch the places he shouldn't touch. Don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about this. I can be your woman. I'm a very good actress. You can play any role you want me to play. I can play Lu Su's stepmother. Don't touch her. At this time, Lu Su called out to Fong Luo. Fong Luo looked at her in confusion. Could it be that she felt sorry for the stepmother? She is my father's woman. Do you want to cheat on my father? Lu Su glared at her. Chapter 68, Li Zetian. Although Lu Su didn't like Sun Yu, she was her father's woman before, and Fong Luo had done that with her. If Fong Luo went to provoke Sun Yu again, wouldn't it be a complete mess? Lu Su couldn't accept this. Fong Luo cried out that he was wronged. It was the other person who was holding his hand, but he was passive. He really had no interest in this kind of woman. Then should I kill her? Fong Luo asked. Whatever you want. Although Lu Su is kind-hearted and a compassionate doctor, he has changed a lot after spending these days with Fong Luo. He is no longer as merciful to his enemies as before. Then don't kill him yet. Fong Luo thought for a moment and said. He planned to make a space mark on Sun Yu's body so that he could use her to understand some things in the manor, and she could also act as a bomb when necessary, in case of emergency in the future. It's more useful than killing them directly. After leaving a mark on the other person's head, Fong Luo let Sun Yu go. Let's go too. Fong Luo pulled Lu Su away. After Sun Yu returns, he will definitely inform everyone. The two left the manor. Just as Fong Luo guessed, after Sun Yu left, he went to a villa in the manor and informed the manager of the manor. With the help of the monitoring function of the mark, Fong Luo also learned about this scene. The other party was a young man in his 20s, quite handsome, with a sinister look between his eyebrows. He seemed to be a ruthless and extremely smart person. Li Zetian was one of the 3 major families in Luocheng before the end of the world and the heir of the Li family. Graduated from a prestigious foreign university. After returning to China, he took over the family business. The Li family runs the port and fishery and animal husbandry industries in Luocheng. They own more than 70% of the fishing boats in Luocheng, have thousands of sailors, and have assets worth tens of billions. At the beginning of the end of the world, Li Zetian felt something strange, so he did not sell the seafood harvested at the port that day, but hoarded them all. Sure enough, the apocalypse continues. In the end, it was the aquatic products he stockpiled that helped his family survive successfully. Later, when superpowers appeared, he discovered the secret of superpowers. Not only did he awaken his own superpowers, he also helped his family members awaken, although some relatives died during the awakening process. But the Li family has a large population. Still, more than 20 people awakened their superpowers. These people are all convinced by Li Zetian and are Li Zetian's confidants. Later, he gathered the sailors who had awakened their special powers from his previous family and formed the Wan Chai Wharf under the management of more than 20 of his relatives. It became one of the largest gangs in Los Angeles. At present, his territory includes not only the Liu family manor, but also the dock and other places. Li Zetian himself doesn't care about gang affairs, but concentrates on improving his strength every day. He knows that supplies are important, but strength is the key to protecting supplies. You mean you found Lu Su? Li Zetian asked Sun Yu in surprise. Where is she now? Li Zetian and Lu Su are of similar age. Li Zetian had pursued Lu Su before, but unfortunately she did not agree. Later, the other party married a third-rate rich second-generation man, and he was extremely angry. I always wanted to snatch Lu Su away from me. Just now in the manor, there was a very powerful man beside her, and she killed Guo Xiao. Li Zetian laughed loudly. Since the end of the world, I have been sending people to inquire about her whereabouts. I heard that she was kidnapped some time ago, but I didn't expect her to appear here. What's that man's name? He asked again. Sun Yu shook his head. I don't know, but he claims to be from the Ionian gang, and he wants to occupy our manor. Ionia? Li Zetian frowned. Is there any big gang in Los Angeles called Ionia? Master, the larger gangs in Los Angeles now are the newly emerging Orphanage and the Ruthless Society organized by the Chen family. There is no second-rate gang called Ionia. A relative introduced. A fellow who is not even a second-rate gang still wants to occupy our Wan Chai Pier. Li Zetian waved his hand with disdain and said to his relatives, Second uncle, go and capture Lu Su for me and destroy Ionia by the way. As for you, Li Zetian glanced at Sun Yu again and said, You performed well. I will reward you with an evolution crystal. As for whether you can awaken your superpowers, it depends on your luck. Thank you, young master. Another suitor of Lu Su. Fong Luo saw this scene clearly through the mark. He didn't expect that Lu Su had so many suitors. If these people knew that Lu Su used that method to help him recover his strength, I wonder if they would be so jealous that they would vomit blood. I guess they all want to kill themselves. However, this Li Zetian seems a bit difficult to deal with. Through observation, the opponent's strength is not weak and is much stronger than Wu Yu. Although he is not my opponent, it is a bit difficult to kill him instantly. Moreover, this Li Zetian should have known how to improve his strength. He continued to absorb crystals and consume large amounts of food just like himself. Moreover, his subordinates were all his relatives. Fong Luo had thought about inciting rebellion before. Now it seems that it is a good thing that I didn't do that. If I had rushed in impulsively, even if I killed the other party, it would have been difficult to unify the manor. We have to deal with his relatives first. After leaving the manor, the two got back into the car and drove away from the manor. Where are you going now? Fong Luo looked at Lu Su, who was slightly dazed. Lu Su glanced at Fong Luo, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a firm look in her eyes, I want to go to the capital to find my father. Going to the capital? Fong Luo said in a serious tone. This place is more than 2,000 kilometers away from the capital. Although the weather is not that hot, there are still zombies and superpowers on the road. You are likely to die on the road. I know. Lu Su nodded. But my father raised me alone since I was a child. Now he is in danger. As his only daughter, I must go find him no matter how dangerous it is. Fong Luo was silent. Lu Su's behavior was indeed admirable, and Fong Luo could not find any reason to refute it. Because if it were him, Fong Luo would do the same. I can't go with you, Fong Luo said. It doesn't matter. Lu Su smiled slightly. You have helped me enough. If you accompany me again, I may only be able to repay you with your body. Is it too urgent for me to go with you now? Lu Su was stunned. but soon understood what Fong Luo meant and couldn't help but pouting. It's too late. That's a shame. Fong Luo looked disappointed. In fact, even if Lu Su said it was still in time, it was impossible for him to accompany Lu Su, because the journey is too dangerous and you may lose your life at any time. Moreover, Fong Luo was not familiar with other places. Everything he knew in his previous life was about Jiangcheng. If you go out of town, then everything he knew in his previous life was meaningless, and his rebirth was in vain. Fong Luo will not give up his foundation just for a woman. If he wants to go to other places, he must wait until he unifies Luo City and strengthens his own strength. Chapter 69. Enemies meet on a narrow road. How do you plan to get to the capital? Fong Luo asked. Lu Su thought for a moment and said, "We should walk. It's more than 2,000 kilometers. How long will it take you to get there?" Fong Luo thought for a moment and said, "You can drive this car. Ordinary zombies can't break through the defense of this car, and it can also guarantee your safety." For Fong Luo now, the armored vehicle is just a means of transportation and is dispensable. His own defense is much stronger than that of an armored vehicle. Lu Su has good qualifications. If this car can keep Lu Su alive, it would be equivalent to her saving her life, and then Lu Su would only give him more rewards. This is also true. In the next dangerous situation, Lu Su also repaid him and sacrificed himself to save Fong Luo. "Thank you, Fong Luo." Lu Su was very touched. Fong Luo had helped her so much during this period of time, and she didn't know how to repay Fong Luo. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Fong Luo, please pull over." "What's wrong?" Fong Luo asked puzzledly. "Just stop the car." "Okay." Fong Luo stopped the car. Lu Su pointed at Dianmu, who had been sitting in the back seat, and said, "Let her leave first." Although it was just a cat, she had learned over the past few days that this cat was unusual and very smart, and she felt it would be awkward to do that in front of the cat. Fong Luo understood instantly. He lifted Dianmu's neck and said, "Go play somewhere else first." Dianmu was thrown out of the car, and Catface was confused. "No, are you really being polite? After all, you and I have been through life and death together." It turns out that what the other party meant by improving strength is the source of life. However, Fong Luo ignored Dianmu and asked in surprise, "You've recovered?" "Just recovered." Fong Luo was even more surprised. Needless to say, the effect of the source of life was very significant. It could at least allow Fong Luo to increase his growth rate by 2 times within 5 days. Originally, Fong Luo thought he would never be able to eat a second bite in his life. Unexpectedly, before leaving, Lu Su actually offered to let me drink. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. "Hurry up," Lu Su said coquettishly. Hee, Fong Luo grinned. "How can this kind of thing be quick? I didn't even get a taste of what it tasted like last time. I'll give it a good taste this time." "You're such a jerk. Can you promise me one thing?" Fong Luo said incoherently. "What?" "From now on, only give it to me alone." "Bah, you want beauty, but you also want a future." "Oh, don't make a fuss. I just agreed. I really owe you. Be careful on the road." More than an hour later, Fong Luo was satisfied, while Lu Su's face flushed. Fong Luo originally wanted her to stay a little longer, but Lu Su was worried about her father's safety, so Fong Luo did not stop her. Lu Su nodded, but she was not as calm as she appeared. She didn't know how many dangers there would be along the way, and it was hard to say whether she could survive. That's why she did what she did just now. Otherwise, it would be impossible to beat her to death. Lu Su leaves. Fong Luo looked around again, but didn't know where the mother of lightning had gone. "Hakimi." I called twice, but there was no response. So I started looking around, walked a few hundred meters, came to a dilapidated street. Suddenly, several voices of men and women were heard. Fong Luo looked over and saw several middle-aged men and women gathered together and talking in a loud voice. "Is it them?" Seeing the appearance of these people, Fong Luo's eyes turned cold. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. These people were none other than Su Qingqing's relatives. I didn't expect that they could still be alive without me in this life. However, if I meet myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. The Sui family was suffering terribly during this period. Before the end of the world, Fong Luo cheated Su Qingqing's family, and it was Su Qingqing who begged them to borrow tens of thousands of dollars. Sui is a stingy person, After losing tens of thousands of dollars, they kept clamoring to learn how to save money, so there were not many supplies at home. During this period, the family survived entirely by eating each other's digestive tracts. I just encountered zombies again and almost died. Fortunately, they met a good person and were caught. Dad, isn't that guy Su Qingqing's boyfriend? Here, the young man next to Su, he was pointing at a familiar figure not far away. So he also looked over. Fuck him, it's really that guy called Fong Luo. Let's go and settle the score with him. Su he remembered that he was cheated by Fong Luo before, and a surge of anger surged in his chest. He walked towards Fong Luo with his wife and children. You little bastard, how dare you show up in front of me? Give the money back to me now. Sui pointed at Fong Luo's nose and cursed. Fong Luo slapped him directly in the face, and Sui spun around several times, feeling dizzy. Who are you referring to? Can you point your finger at me? You actually hit someone? On the side, Sui's wife couldn't take it anymore and started to curse like a shrew. Is there any law left? Not only did you cheat us out of money, but you even beat us up, you damn thing. Fong Luo slapped the woman in the face again. Your mouth stinks. You must have eaten shit. When did I cheat you? Sui's son was a softie. Seeing Fong Luo being so overbearing and slapping people at every turn, he could not help but take 2 steps back and said to Fong Luo in a timid manner, You're still trying to make excuses. Why didn't you just run away without paying the bill at the Los Angeles hotel? If it weren't for you, we'd run out of money and had no money to buy supplies. Would we have ended up like this? Bill, please? Fong Luo sneered. Did I eat anything? You ordered all the dishes and drank all the wine. Why should I pay the bill? What a joke. Chapter 70 Orphanage. The young man was speechless. He understands this principle. However, they understand reason and do not insist on being unreasonable. Otherwise, Fong Luo would not be so disgusted with them. Even if you didn't eat, as Su Qingqing's boyfriend, isn't it your responsibility to treat her relatives to a meal? Should I ask you? Fong Luo sneered. Which law says that a boyfriend should be slaughtered? Besides, when did I admit that I was her boyfriend? Are you qualified to be my relative? You! The Sui family's faces turned red with anger. He originally came to cause trouble for Fong Luo, but ended up being scolded by Fong Luo. Just wait for me. When Wuda comes, I will make sure you are in trouble. Sui pointed at Fong Luo. Fong Luo slapped him again. Dare you point? I'll chop your hand off. Sui was so angry that he almost had a heart attack, but he didn't dare to point again. He glanced at a man walking towards him not far away and suddenly became excited. Wuda is here. Sui's wife and son also became excited when they saw this. You're dead, little brat. Wuda is a supernatural being, a person with superpowers. Fong Luo was disdainful, but the name Wuda sounded familiar to him. Fong Luo also saw the other party. It's him. In his previous life, Fong Luo knew Wuda, who was a member of a gang called Orphanage. The Orphanage was formerly a CX organization, and was named so because its headquarters was located in an orphanage. The boss of the orphanage is called Supergiant. By chance, he learned a way to quickly improve his strength, which is to obtain the crystals in the heads of other people with special abilities. Upon hearing the news, Supergiant was very excited. He immediately killed one of his younger brothers to try it out and found that it really worked. I immediately wanted to kill more people. However, Supergiant's strength is average, and his superpower is just a mental power with little combat effectiveness. It is too difficult for him to hunt other superpower users. Supergiant thought of his old business, CX. He is the best at fooling people. Coupled with his psychic abilities, he can fool people with much less effort. In just a few days, they tricked hundreds of people with special abilities into joining them. Later, Supergiant used these people with special powers to seize the territories of other small gangs. Over time, the territories became larger and larger, and the supplies became more and more, and he directly became one of the 3 major gangs in Los Angeles. Now, they not only cheat people with special abilities, but also ordinary people. Because after being ravaged by zombies, many facilities in the city have become dilapidated, and after they occupy these places, they need people to repair them. But how could a person with supernatural powers who is so high up do the work himself? Therefore, they have to trick some ordinary people into doing hard labor and serve these high-ranking supernatural beings. And he is the coolie that Wuda has his eyes on. The reason why Fong Luo knew all this was because Suhi in his previous life brought Wuda back home, saying that Wuda was some powerful person with special abilities who could bring them into a big gang to live a good life. Su Qingqing's parents even tried to match Su Qingqing and Wu De in front of him. Later, Wu De knew that Feng Luo also possessed special abilities, so he proposed that Feng Luo could join the gang as a leader so that he could receive a large amount of supplies every day. Feng Luo didn't want to go at that time, because he felt that there was no free lunch in the world and the other party must have some agenda. However, under the pressure of Su Qingqing's family, Feng Luo had no choice but to follow. However, before joining the gang, Feng Luo met a brother who was a policeman. He revealed to Feng Luo that this gang was not a good thing. Its predecessor was the CX organization they were investigating. It specialized in luring people with special abilities to join in order to dig out the crystals in their heads and provide them for their boss to upgrade. Feng Luo was shocked at the time. Fortunately, with the help of his brothers, Feng Luo successfully escaped. However, after returning home, Su Qingqing and her family planned to kill Feng Luo and dug out the crystal in Feng Luo's head. Feng Luo now thought about it carefully. Su Qingqing's family did not have special abilities, and it was impossible for them to know the function of the crystal in his head. Why did they do this? There's only one reason. It must be this Wu De who found out that he had escaped, and then found Su Qingqing's family and told them about the crystal. Out of lust, Su Qingqing's family killed him. I never thought that I would meet this guy again in this life. I guess this guy doesn't know that his boss will dig out the crystals of all his subordinates. However, he doesn't need to know, because he would kill Zheng Shijian before he dug out his crystal. Uncle and aunt. Wu De walked over and greeted them with a smile. Wu De, you are here. Chapter 71, Deception. Sui seemed to have seen his savior. He immediately came to Wu De's side, pointed at Feng Luo and said, "You have to take care of us. This guy not only cheated us of our money, but also beat me. Look at my face. My mouth is crooked. Brush." There was a sound of breaking air. An arm fell to the ground, and he let out a shrill scream. Feng Luo snorted coldly. He said, and then pointed to chop his hands. No sooner said than done. "You beast murderer. You shall not die a happier death." Sui's wife and son were shocked and angry when they saw that Sui's hands were chopped off. Kill for you to see. Feng Luo was too lazy to listen to the gossip anymore, so he took out a spray gun and sent the whole family to their death. Wu De didn't react. Feng Luo's actions were so decisive and ruthless that he killed people without blinking an eye. "Boy, do you know who I am? You killed my people in front of me." Wu De reacted and glared at Feng Luo angrily. "Who the hell are you?" Feng Luo cursed directly. "You, veilleud de stund." He had never seen Feng Luo be so direct. "A wake-up call? I'm from the orphanage." Wu De revealed his identity. The orphanage is one of the 3 major gangs in Los Angeles, and no one dares to disrespect the orphanage. What about orphanages and nursing homes? Feng Luo already knew the other party's identity. What was there to be afraid of in the orphanage? He would destroy their boss sooner or later. "You don't know the strength of our orphanage, do you?" Wu De thought Feng Luo was an ordinary person who didn't know about the gangs in Luo City. So he said, "There are nearly 1,000 people in our orphanage and hundreds of people with special abilities. One person's spit can drown you, believe it or not. However, considering your ignorance, I will give you a chance." Wu De said arrogantly, "Kneel down and apologize to me, then come with me to the orphanage and take their place. But don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. In our orphanage, we eat white rice every day, and occasionally we have pickles to eat. Our life is definitely better than yours now." "Better than my current life?" Feng Luo laughed, but the other party had seen the world and didn't blame him. "But if you dare to threaten me, you are courting death." Pong! Feng Luo shot Wu De. Wu De didn't have time to react at all, because he felt that no one could resist the temptation of a bowl of white rice, and now it was the end of the world. But who knew that Feng Luo just didn't follow the routine? There was no warning before he fired, and he didn't give anyone a chance to react. He was directly hit by Feng Luo's shot. However, Wu De had a defensive ability, so Feng Luo's shot only crippled his lower body. A fishy-smelling liquid came out. "Ah!" Wu De screamed miserably, staring at Feng Luo in shock and anger. "You sneak attack me. I will kill you. Veilleud is a ruthless. There was still blood on his lower body, but he endured the pain and activated his defensive ability to rush towards Feng Luo. Bullshit! Feng Luo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. However, Wu De is just a low-level defensive psychic. The first shot didn't hit his vitals and didn't kill him directly, but I don't know if he can withstand the second shot. Feng Luo fired another shot at Wu De. Oops, mistake, I spray my hand. Come again. Shit, it sprayed my feet again this time. Don't move, let me aim more. Fong Luo fired several shots, but only hit Wuda's limbs. Wuda lay on the ground, wailing in pain. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Who calls the wrong place every time? Wuda hated his defensive ability a little bit, because Fong Luo's shots to his limbs only injured him, but didn't kill him. The pain from being shot in his limbs was so intense that he almost felt like he was dying. I really wish I could just die. Just wait, the orphanage will let you go. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Fong Luo stepped on his face and said, Didn't you say that we can drown me with a mouthful of spit? I see you're pretty thirsty too, so I'll just drown you. Fong Luo untied his belt and smacked him in the face. Looking at the crazy Wuda, Fong Luo no longer had the heart to torture him and simply cut open his head with a knife. I dug my own crystal in my last life, and now it's my turn in this life. Chapter 72 Ambition. After dealing with Wuda, Fong Luo began to look for Dianmu. However, halfway through, Fong Luo met another group of people, at least dozens of them, all of whom were people with special abilities. Boy, have you seen an armored vehicle? There should be a man and a woman inside. The woman is less than 30 years old and very beautiful. A middle-aged man in the lead blocked Fong Luo's way. Armored vehicle? Fong Luo had a strange expression on his face, and he immediately realized that these people were probably looking for him. However, these people had never seen me and didn't know what I looked like, so they thought I was just a passerby. Thinking of this, Fong Luo came up with an idea. I saw it. It went to that place. Fong Luo pointed to the place he had just come from, which was the territory of the orphanage. Are you sure? If you dare to lie to me. Li Quan narrowed his eyes and looked at Fong Luo. Fong Luo lied without blinking. Sure, it must be there. Boss, that place is the orphanage's territory. If we chase after them, there might be a conflict, said a younger brother. After experiencing the baptism of the end of the world has long lost its laws, and now every block in the city is occupied and controlled by different gangs. As one of the three major gangs, Wan Chai Wharf occupied all the territories in the coastal area. The orphanage occupied the northern suburbs, adjacent to the territory of Wan Chai Pier. Conflict? It seems that the Ionia guy is just someone from this orphanage pretending to be someone else. No wonder I haven't heard of him. Li Quan snorted coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. What an orphanage. What a supergiant, a CX guy, dare to bully us. I had long realized that they had ill intentions towards us, but I didn't expect that they would send people to break into our manor and kill one of my brothers. The Li family runs a port business, and industries like this will more or less involve some gray industries. Li Quan has been in the underworld for decades. In his eyes, Zheng Shijian was just a small-time character before. How could he afford such a loss? Moreover, if he did nothing about the murder of a subordinate like this, who would work for Wan Chai Wharf in the future, they would probably all run away. He immediately waved his hand and said, Go to the orphanage and ask for justice for your dead brother. Before leaving, he glanced at Fong Luo again and said unkindly, Brother, you should also be a superpower, right? From the orphanage. I am indeed a person with superpowers, but I am not from an orphanage. I am just an individual. Fong Luo lit. He was secretly happy. Judging from the situation, there is a high possibility that the Wan Chai Pier will fight with the orphanage. It's a dog-eat-dog situation, which helps me weaken their strength and gives me room to develop. Fong Luo likes to hear it. Individuals? Then do you want to join us at Wan Chai Pier? Li Guanaska. Yes, it would be my honor. Fong Luo nodded. Not long after Fong Luo left, several of Wuda's companions found Wuda's body. Everyone was furious. Who on earth is so bold as to kill someone from the orphanage on their territory? Captain, look at that. Suddenly, a psychic exclaimed and pointed in a direction. Several people looked over. I was suddenly shocked. The people from Wan Chai Pier? Damn, they must have killed Wuda. Go and call for help. Wan Chai Pier has been invaded. Damn it. The psychics in the orphanage thought that Li Quan and others were coming to invade, so they immediately released a signal to gather people, and soon dozens of psychics surrounded them. The two groups of people thought that the other side had killed someone from their own gang, so they started fighting as soon as they met. Fong Luo looked at this scene, chuckled, and ran away when no one noticed. Chapter 73. Can the Dead Scream? Meow. After leaving, Fong Luo was looking for Jianmu, and finally heard a meow in a place. Following the sound, he found Jianmu in a woman's arms, rubbing her head, looking very uncomfortable. Damn, the female cat is so rude. Fong Luo was speechless. I looked for him immediately. Lightning Mother. Fong Luo went up and grabbed Dianmu by the back of her neck. You are really good at running. You don't want the dried fish anymore, right? I will deduct your salary. Believe it or not. Meow. Dianmu quickly protested. How dare you mention me like this in front of others? Don't you have any dignity at all? Who are you? Why are you called Little Flower Lightning Mother? The woman who had just held Dianmu in her arms stared at Fong Luo with an unfriendly expression. The woman was about 24 to 5, wearing a short-sleeved police uniform, with a pistol on her waist, and was relatively clean. A pair of single eyelids, with slightly upturned eyebrows and eyes, gives people a very cold and difficult to get along with feeling. However, it is very beautiful and can score 9 points. It seems that she is still a policewoman. However, after so long in the apocalypse, there are basically no police to maintain order. They either sacrifice themselves or quit. This woman is still wearing a police uniform, and she doesn't look simple. Xiaohua, do you know this cat? Fong Luo was stunned. It seemed that the other party knew Dianmu. Yes. Yuan Yinyin nodded. This is the cat raised by my former classmate's mother, but after the old lady passed away, the cat disappeared, and I looked for her for a long time, but couldn't find her. How come it's here with you? Did you steal the cat? Yuan Yinyin looked unfriendly. I didn't steal her. I saved her. Fong Luo waved his hands quickly and told the story of saving the cat. The other party was a police officer. Fong Luo admired this profession very much and did not want to conflict with her. So that's how it is. Yuan Yinyin's expression relaxed. Thank you for taking care of her, but I want to take her away. Take Dianmu away? Absolutely not. Fong Luo immediately refused. What a joke. I spent so much energy in raising Dianmu, feeding her crystals and dozens of kilograms of food every day, and even arranged for a maid to clean up her poop. How could I just let someone take her away? If I take you away, will your father agree? Just tell me if you need any compensation. Yuan Yinyin said, and took out a few pieces of bread from her arms. No wonder it was so bulging just now. It turns out there was something hidden there. Now that the thing is taken out, it's completely flat. What would this bread taste like if it was hidden in my arms? However, Fong Luo was not interested and shook his head to refuse. I don't need compensation, and Dianmu will never give it to you. Goodbye. He has no shortage of food. Turn around and leave. Stop. Yuan Yinyin immediately stopped Fong Luo. Fong Luo frowned. Why? You want to rob? Fong Luo did not want to have a conflict with the other party because he admired the other party's profession, but if the other party insisted on snatching it, Fong Luo would definitely not hesitate. No. Yuan Yinyin shook her head. Well, Yuan Yinyin hesitated for a moment and said, let Xiaohua choose for herself. She can follow whoever she wants to follow. The other party cannot force her. This? Fong Luo was a little reluctant. What if this Dianmu was lustful and threw herself into the other person's arms? Wouldn't he be at a great loss? But looking at the other party's behavior, he will not let me leave unless there is a result. Just when Fong Luo was hesitating, another figure walked over. Sister Yin. The person who came was a man, also in his early 20s, very tall, estimated to be about 190 centimeters, with dark and strong skin, giving off a very honest and steady feeling. It's him. Fong Luo recognized the other person, and a wave of memories suddenly flooded into his mind, and he unconsciously showed a happy smile on his face. Fong Luo. The man also recognized Fong Luo and froze in his tracks for a moment. After a long while, he excitedly said, Fuck, you're not dead. Damn, he dodged young. Do you know how to talk? You want me to die so much? Fong Luo was a little amused. Brother Luo, that's not what I meant, He dodged young didn't talk about being good at communication and scratched his head awkwardly. Don't say anything, Brother Luo. The words are all in the hug. After saying that, he dodged young hugged Fong Luo. Fuck, why are you hugging me so tightly? I don't like men. Chapter 74 He-Dajang. Fong Luo and He-Dajang hugged each other tightly, their hearts filled with joy. He-Dajang and Fong Luo were best roommates in college. They often watched movies and played games together. They also helped each other to chase girls. However, halfway through, He-Dajang joined the army. After that, the two gradually lost contact. In a previous life, Fong Luo met He-Dajang after the end of the world. At that time, Fong Luo was taken to an orphanage by Wu De and happened to meet He-Dajang in the orphanage. It was he Dajiang who told Fong Luo that the orphanage was a CX organization and took Fong Luo away from the orphanage. He Dajiang saved Fong Luo's life, and Fong Luo has always been very grateful to him. It's a pity that the two had agreed to fight together in their previous life. But Fong Luo returned home and was killed by Su Qingqing's family. But I succeeded in taking revenge in this life. This time, in addition to sending Lu Su away, he also had another purpose, which was to find Dajiang. But fate is so ingenious that we met here. Meow. You two let go. Yuan Yinyan angrily came to Fong Luo and the other man and pushed them away. Two men, so sensational. It turned out that Fong Luo and Dajiang were too excited. When they hugged each other, they sandwiched Yanmu in the middle and almost turned her into a cat cake. Yuan Yinyan's face was full of heartache. By the way, Brother Luo, how did you survive? Did you also awaken your special powers? Dajiang asked Fong Luo curiously. Oh, I originally wanted to do some business, so I built a cold storage. But then the end of the world happened, so I hid in the cold storage. Fong Luo said half-truthfully. It is not good to let others know about Rebirth. What about you? Fong Luo asked. I was a soldier before, and I just got discharged this year. Then I was admitted to a branch in Los Angeles as a criminal investigator. I wanted to find a time to get together with you, but I was too busy, and then a few days later, the apocalypse happened again, and I was assigned to maintain order. Dajiang sighed. The world is too chaotic. Not only do we have to deal with zombies, but we also have to be wary of people with special abilities. Now our branch is basically empty, with only Sister Yin and I left. I don't know if the world can ever return to normal. By the way, let me introduce you to it. Dajiang pointed at Yuan Yinyan and said, This is Yuan Yinyan, a senior from the criminal investigation team. Don't look down on her just because she is pretty and has thin arms and legs. She is very capable. Now, even I can't beat her. You can't even beat them? Fong Luo looked at Yuan Yinyan in surprise. When he met Dajiang in his previous life, he had never seen Yuan Yinyan, nor had he mentioned this master. Fong Luo looked at the other person again. He was very tall, about 175 centimeters tall, only half a head shorter than himself, but looked very thin, probably just over 100 kilograms. In the previous life, Dajiang was the one who managed to escape from the orphanage headquarters, but he couldn't beat her. What kind of special power does this woman have? Brother Luo, what were you talking about with Sister Yin just now? Is there any misunderstanding? Dajiang looked at the two men. There seemed to be some tension between them just now. One was his brother, and the other was his master. He didn't want any conflict between them. Nothing. Fong Luo shook his head and told the story of Dianmu. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Dajiang breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Luo, do you have somewhere to go now? Why don't you follow us? This way you don't have to fight over this cat and can raise it together. Let me tell you, Luo Gu, our place is huge. We have beds, quilts, and everything. You definitely won't starve. With you? Fong Luo still wanted Dajiang to follow him, but he didn't expect the other party to bring it up first. Just as he was about to explain, Yuan Yinyan spoke. He can't come with us. We have a mission. Chapter 75 Orphanage. I almost forgot. Dajiang just remembered and scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Luo, for your safety, you can't follow me for the time being, but it will be fine once the mission is completed. By then, we brothers will be united and our strength will be invincible. I tell you, I still have the CD you gave me before, and I can't bear to throw it away even in the end times. Let's review it together when we find a computer. What mission? Fong Luo asked curiously. Dajiang explained. Brother Luo, you also know that the order is chaotic now. No one abides by the law. Many people occupy the land and wantonly exploit and kill refugees. Our mission is to rescue the refugees and avoid more casualties. Fong Luo looked solemn after hearing this. Unexpectedly, it has been more than a month since the end of the world, and order has collapsed to this extent, but Dajiang and others are still thinking about maintaining order. They are not just dedicated. Now they have no jobs and simply want to reduce casualties. I have to say, such a spirit is truly admirable. Dajiang continued. This time we are going to a place called Orphanage. According to our intelligence, their boss used to be involved in pyramid schemes. Many survivors have died there recently. An orphanage? Fong Luo suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he met Dajiang in the orphanage in his previous life. It turned out that he had gone undercover. They do have bad intentions. Fong Luo said. Brother Luo, do you know their purpose? Dajiang asked in surprise. Fong Luo smiled gently. Speaking of which, this matter was told to me by Hidajiang in his previous life, and now it is my turn to tell him. Their purpose is to... Fang Luo told the story about the orphanage boss Zheng Shijian, who kept people with special abilities in captivity and tried to dig out their crystals to improve their strength. What? Hidajiang was furious when he heard this, and he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go to the orphanage to settle the score. I will tear down their orphanage and save those survivors. Yuan Yin also frowned. I was also very angry about Zheng Shijian's behavior. I'll go too. It's no use for you to go now. Fang Luo quickly stopped Hidajiang. The other side has hundreds of superpowers. Can you beat all of them by yourself? Hidajiang just rushed forward subconsciously, using almost 70% of his strength, but was stopped by Fang Luoyin calmly. He was a little bit incredulous. Unconvinced, he reached out and pushed Fang Luo again, only to find that Fang Luo still didn't move. He slowly increased his strength, but Fang Luo still didn't move at all. Hidajiang was extremely shocked. Although he had awakened metal-related abilities, and his most powerful ability was not strength, his strength was definitely not small, at least several hundred kilograms. He couldn't even push Fang Luo, who looked so thin. What kind of special ability does Fang Luo have? After this, Hidajiang lost his temper and stopped rushing out. But Hidajiang became anxious again. But we have to fight even if we can't win. Are we going to just watch those refugees get killed? Of course not. Fang Luo shook his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. My brother is very powerful and upright, but he has a very impatient temper. If no one guides him correctly, he will easily suffer losses. Now that I have found him, it is necessary to tell him how to survive in this doomsday. Chapter 76 Teachings. Rescue the refugees, and they will definitely be saved. Fang Luo smiled and patted Hidajiang on the shoulder. But Dajiang, have you ever thought about the problems one by one? What's the problem? Hidajiang asked puzzledly. Let's not talk about your lack of strength. Even if you were strong enough to kill those people with special abilities, will those refugees be willing to let you rescue them? Why not? I'm saving them. Let me ask you, Fang Luo asked seriously. Do you have any food? Yes, I have. Is it enough for how many people? Fang Luo asked again. This is probably enough for 5 or 6 people to eat for 2 or 3 days. Hidajiang scratched his head. 2 or 3 days? Fang Luo chuckled. Then do you know how many refugees there are? Several thousand? Yes, there are thousands of refugees in one gang, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in Los Angeles, and tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in the whole country. Although they were exploited and could be killed at any time, most of them still had food to eat, and I did not starve to death. Fang Luo questioned. But if they follow you, can you feed them? Hidajiang's face turned pale. Of course he can't. You can't. So why should they follow you? Fang Luo sneered. Not only will they not follow you, they will also help those gang members to kill you. Will you fight back or not? Hidajiang's face turned paler and paler. And, Fang Luo continued, there are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people with special abilities. Do you want to kill them all one by one? They broke the law, Hidajiang said dryly. Yes, they broke the law, but the law is gone. Moreover, the law also emphasizes the severity of punishment. Not everyone deserves to die. Fang Luo said. This? Hidajiang also calmed down. Yes, it's impossible for me to beat so many people. Moreover, I am a policeman. There are different sentencing standards for different prisoners. I cannot sentence all those who make mistakes to death. If we do this, there will probably be no living people in the world because no one is perfect. Thinking of this, Hidajiang was shocked. Fortunately, Fang Luo woke me up. Otherwise, you will not only go in the wrong direction, but also fall into danger. On the side, Yuan Yin, who was holding the Mother of Lightning, also nodded secretly, thinking that what Fang Luo said made sense, and not everyone deserved to die. And, Fang Luo said with a heavy face, Dajiang, have you ever encountered a zombie? Certainly, Hidajiang nodded immediately. Many of our colleagues died at the hands of zombies. Besides, I just killed 2 zombies. These zombies seem to be getting stronger and stronger recently. That's right. Fang Luo nodded. The zombies will become stronger and stronger. If you kill all the superpowers, who will deal with these zombies? Are you alone? This? Hidajiang froze again. How could he kill so many zombies by himself? There are more zombies than survivors. Some people with special abilities are indeed our enemies, and they deserve to die. However, we cannot kill all of them, as this will only bring about greater disasters. Fong Luo said with a smile. This is also one of the reasons why Fong Luo did not go directly to Wan Chai Pier at the beginning, but instead thought about how to subdue those psychics. With his abilities, he could easily kill a person and then escape safely. There are hundreds of people with special abilities, so it only takes a few more kills. But after all the psychics died, there was no one left to deal with the zombies. Zombies are the common enemy of mankind. Chapter 77. Parting Ways. Thank you, Luo Ge, I understand. He Dajiang's expression became serious. He benefited a lot from Fong Luo's reminder. But, He Dajiang said again, what should we do next? On the side, Yuan Yinyin also looked at Fong Luo curiously. Fong Luo talked a lot, mentioning various dangers, but did not say any solutions. It's very simple, Fong Luo smiled slightly. If we build a stronger shelter, we can naturally save those refugees. When Yuan Yinyin heard this, she felt a little disappointed. Building a stronger shelter? Do you have this ability? Is there enough food to feed the survivors? He spoke with great righteousness. By then, won't they have to fight and compete with other gangs? In the final analysis, it's just like those gangs, occupying territory and establishing themselves as kings. Yuan Yinyin is a police officer. She has her own principles in doing things, and she will not easily violate her principles. She hates gunfights and robberies the most. Fong Luo's behavior went against her principles. Originally, she had a good impression of Fong Luo, but now her good impression of Fong Luo suddenly disappeared. However, she didn't show it. His face still maintained a cold expression. But He Dajiang didn't think so. Unlike Wu Yinyin, he came from the military and he was not averse to fighting and killing. Yeah, we just need to build a safer shelter. Let's go home. Fong Luo smiled and hooked his arm around He Dajiang's shoulders. Sister Yin. He Dajiang glanced at Yuan Yinyin, who was standing still, and said honestly, Sister Yin, let's go. Let's go to Luo Ge's house first. I won't go. Yuan Yinyin glanced at the two of them, and then said to He Dajiang, Dajiang, since you have found a friend, let's just separate. I don't want to delay my work. Yuan Yinyin didn't want to be with Fong Luo. She wanted to save the refugees in her own way. Separate? He Dajiang's face turned pale. However, Yuan Yinyin didn't reply to him at all and just left. He Dajiang felt a little sad. Meow. Seeing that Yuan Yinyin was going to take her away, Dianmu meowed, crawled out of her arms, and ran towards Fong Luo. She knew very well who she should follow to get enough food. Moreover, Fong Luo was very nice to her. The Mother of Lightning is very vengeful, but also very grateful. Xiaohua. Yuan Yinyin was anxious because she had just agreed with Fong Luo that no one could stop Dianmu from going with anyone. Hasn't she lost the Mother of Lightning now? She immediately wanted to chase after Dianmu. But Dianmu was so fast that she had already run to Fong Luo's side. Hesitated for a moment. Yuan Yinyin did not break her promise in the end. Take good care of Xiaohua, or I won't let you go. Yuan Yinyin left a sentence and then turned and left. Fong Luo looked at Yuan Yinyin's back, shook his head, and thought to himself what a pity. Although this beautiful policewoman was stubborn, she was a nice person. But I wasn't sad. Fong Luo has found the person he was looking for. He glanced at the stunned He Dajiang again and said jokingly, Dajiang, you don't like her, do you? Hey. He Dajiang smiled naively. Sister Yin is very kind to me and often helps me. I like her very much. But, He Dajiang sighed, she is too beautiful, strong, and has a good family background. I am not worthy of her. He Dajiang's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Fong Luo. Brother Luo, I think you are worthy of Sister Yin. Go chase Sister Yin. Fong Luo was speechless. How can you introduce the woman you like to someone else? You have a sister-in-law now. You have a sister-in-law? Where is she? Come over here and let me see her. Isn't she pretty? Fuck. Why do you care whether my sister-in-law is pretty or not? Chapter 78. Luo Ge is in good health. It was already evening when Fong Luo and He Dajiang returned to the cold storage. Brother Fong Luo, is this your home? He Dajiang looked at the cold storage in front of him, which covered an area of more than 300 square meters. It looked ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. It seemed that Luo Ge was not living well and could only live in the warehouse. Brother Fong Luo, do you have a lot of food? Why don't we go to my place and get some? He Dajiang said. After the end of the world, the food in supermarkets, convenience stores, etc. either spoiled or was divided up by the survivors. Some were worried that with one more person in Fong Luo's family, there wouldn't be enough food to go around, adding to Fong Luo's burden. No, there's plenty of food. Fong Luo smiled. The food in his space could at least support the lives of tens of thousands of people. Could he Dajiang eat himself in a bankruptcy by himself? But he Dajiang didn't know. I just felt that Fong Luo was taking care of me, and I couldn't help but feel quite touched. Fong Luo really treats himself as a brother. Gomein? Fong Luo opened the door of the cold storage. Suddenly, he Dajiang felt an extremely refreshing cool air coming. After more than a month of high temperatures, water and power outages, and a broken air conditioner, he Dajiang has almost forgotten what cold air feels like. The sudden gust of cold wind made him feel refreshed from the hair to the toenails. It's so cool that I can't express it in words. Brother Fong Luo, is your house always so cool? He Dajiang opened his mouth in shock. The temperature was 60 or 70 degrees Celsius some time ago. I don't know how many people died of the heat. Fong Luo has been living in such an environment. It's really too comfortable for him. Husband, brother-in-law. He Dajiang was extremely surprised when he suddenly saw an extremely pure girl and a lively and cute girl walking towards him. Damn it, is this Fong Luo's girlfriend? Or sisters? It's still so beautiful. He Dajiang widened his eyes. Now he finally understood why Fong Luo didn't care about Yuan Yin anymore. Luo Gu really knows how to have fun. When he was in college, Fong Luo knew more teachers' names than himself. Unexpectedly, all the dreams in the movie have now been realized by Fong Luo. For a moment, he Dajiang was both envious and admiring of Fong Luo. He lived in such a comfortable place and had such a beautiful girlfriend and sister-in-law. Just now I thought Fong Luo's life was actually hard, but now it seems like he is living a god's life. However, he Dajiang was not jealous. He was just happy for Fong Luo. This is what brothers are like. This is Lin Zijin and her sister Lin Yuyu. And this is my brother, he Dajiang. Fong Luo introduced them to each other. Hello, sister-in-law? Hello, sister-in-law? He Dajiang quickly nodded and greeted him. Hello. Lin Zijin was very gentle. When Lin Yuyu heard the other party call her sister-in-law twice, she was delighted. Hello, big guy. Let's go and have dinner. Seeing that he Dajiang did not show any greedy expression, Fong Luo was very satisfied. He put his arm around the other's arm and entered the cold storage. Seeing the dazzling array of items in the cold storage, he Dajiang was speechless again. Luxury. So luxurious. Even before the end of the world, I had never lived in such a nice house. Come to the dining table. When he Dajiang saw at least 100 kilograms of food piled on the dining table, his mouth was watering. Honey, I'm soared. I didn't know there were people coming to our house, so I cooked a little less food. Lin Zijin said a little embarrassedly. Phew. He Dajiang's eyes widened. This food is enough for him to eat for 1 month. No, enough for him to eat for 3 months. And Lin Zijin actually said it was too little. Brother Luo, is there anyone else in your family? He Dajiang thought Fong Luo had hundreds of younger brothers at home, so he prepared so much food. No, there are only 4 of us. Fong Luo shook his head. Oh, and there is also a cat. Lin Nana isn't here? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up. Was she eaten by zombies? Fong Luo rolled his eyes. There are 4 of us and 1 cat. Does it need so much food? He Dajiang felt that Fong Luo was joking. Fong Luo smiled and told he Dajiang the method to improve his proficiency in supernatural powers. There is such an operation? He Dajiang found it difficult to understand. Using up the supernatural power first, and then eating food to replenish, it was just to increase a little proficiency? This is such a waste. He usually doesn't want to use his supernatural powers. If you want to become stronger, you have to get used to this. Fong Luo patted he Dajiang's shoulder. What kind of staple food should I eat? Eating lobsters can replenish my superpowers faster. Come on, eat more. Fong Luo picked up a 2-pound lobster and gave it to he Dajiang. He Dajiang's face was numb. After dinner, Fong Luo asked he Dajiang to take a bath again and gave him a new set of clothes. This was the first time he Dajiang took a bath since the end of the world. You have to know that he rarely had water to drink before. There is only 1 room here. Please bear with it and sleep on the sofa. Fong Luo patted he Dajiang's shoulder. Although he and he Dajiang are brothers. But it is also impossible to bring brothers and sleep in the same bed with your woman. Fong Luoka doesn't have any special hobbies. It's time to build a bigger place. There are warehouses all around here. If there is a chance, we can convert other warehouses into dormitories for our subordinates to live in. I don't feel wronged. This is much better than mine. He Dajiang quickly shook his head and lay down on the sofa. The place he lived in was just a dormitory. It was not only hot but also had a small bed. Fong Luo's sofa is worth hundreds of thousands. That's good. Fong Luo nodded, took a shower, and returned to the bedroom. Seeing Fong Luo taking Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu into the bedroom together, He Dajiang was filled with admiration. Luo Ge is in great health. 2 more days passed. He Dajiang has gradually adapted to Fong Luo's lifestyle, eating abalone porridge in the morning, steak at noon, and lobster in the evening, hundreds of kilograms a day. He Dajiang has metal-related abilities. It is good at defense and can also control metal structure, density, etc. Fong Luo gave him a few crystals, which improved his strength a little. Thinking that the door of the cold storage might be pushed down by zombies, Fong Luo asked He Dajiang to strengthen the cold storage. After He Dajiang's transformation, the density of the cold storage metal materials increased by 50%. Now, even zombies with special abilities would find it difficult to break through the cold storage's defenses. In addition to improving his strength, Fong Luo is also preparing to start building his own power. Building a force is different from having confidants. Confidants like Lin Zijin and He Dajiang must undergo a character assessment. Subordinates can relax their demands. Now that I have confidants, I can let them manage my subordinates. This way I don't have to spend too much energy on management, and I don't have to worry about my subordinates saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. If you don't have any confidants, you will just attract a bunch of bad guys. Not only will you have to manage them, but you will also have to worry about them backstabbing you. This is also the reason why Fong Luo did not take in the survivors before. Just as Fong Luo was thinking, several people gathered outside the cold storage. Chapter 79, Cockroach Zombie. Brother Shanzi, isn't this your warehouse? There's a light on inside. Li Shan dropped out of school at the age of 18. He relied on his family's savings to live off his parents, making friends everywhere, hanging out in bars, drinking, and flirting with middle-aged women. But he is very timid by nature. When following my friends, I just pretended to be nice and never really started a fight, so I was always disliked by my friends. However, not long ago when he was looking for food, he luckily awakened his special powers, and all of a sudden, he became a favorite among his friends. Under the instigation of several friends, he prepared to form a gang, learn from those big guys, raise survivors, and reach the peak of life. Several people searched everywhere for the gang's stronghold. However, most parts of the city are now either filled with zombies and uninhabitable, or have been occupied by major gangs. When confused, Li Shan thought of his own warehouse, which was located in the western suburbs and should not be occupied by anyone. So he brought his men over. It seems to be my warehouse. Li Shan looked at the cold storage and found that this location was indeed his family's warehouse before, but he didn't know when it was changed into a cold storage. And people live there. Brother Shanzi, let's get the people inside out quickly so that we can have a place to use as a gang base. Of course, this is my house. Li Shan snorted coldly, preparing to use his powerful voice ability to shock the people in the cold storage to death. Several of his friends blocked their ears in excitement. They had seen Li Shan's special ability before. He had once made a dog foam at the mouth. Li Shan took a deep breath. A lion roared towards the cold storage. In the cold storage, Fong Luo's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He frowned and looked outside. What does a dog bark at in broad daylight? After a closer look, he found that there were only 7 or 8 energetic young men. So he opened the door and walked out. What you up to? Fong Luo stared at the other person coldly. Fong Luo did not take direct action. He did not like indiscriminate killing. Although Fong Luo had killed many people since the end of the world, those people were either his enemies in his previous life or people who threatened his safety. There has never been any indiscriminate killing of innocent people. I'm in my own house. Why would you mind? Facing Fong Luo's cold eyes, Li Shan, who had just mustered up the courage, felt a little timid again, but for the sake of face, he still stiffened his neck and confronted Fong Luo. Fong Luo chuckled and pointed to the cold storage. Your home? Yes, this is my family's warehouse. Li Shan didn't dare to fight with Fong Luo, so he prepared to scare Fong Luo and said angrily, You occupied my warehouse. You are trespassing. Do you know that? You even modified it without permission. I can call the police to arrest you. Fong Luo was stunned. I remembered that this cold storage was rented. Are you Uncle Li's son? Fong Luo looked at Li Shan. Li Shan nodded. That's right, get out of here right now, this is my home. Fong Luo smiled. How could this guy be so naive? It's the end of the world now. So who is the winner? If this were true, Lu Su's manor would not have been occupied by others. However, since the end of the world, it is rare to meet someone who abides by the law, so Fong Luo does not want to use force. We are also reasonable people. Your father rented this place to me. I have paid half a year's rent, and there are still more than 4 months left before the rent is due. So, legally speaking, this place is mine now. Fong Luo said, and took out a contract with black and white words on it. This? Li Shuka. He never cared about family matters and knew nothing about these things. What? Li Shan said sternly. My father is dead. I won't rent this place to you anymore. I want to take it back. You should move out now. Moving out? Fong Luo couldn't help but smile, nodded and said, You can move out, but according to the contract, you have to pay me liquidated damages. How much? Li Shan asked. The rent is 20,000 a month, and the compensation is 3 times that, so 4 months' rent multiplied by 3 times is 240,000. Fong Luo said. However, money is useless now. The circulating goods are food, and you need to compensate with food worth 240,000. I rented it before the end of the world, so you have to compensate me with the price of the materials before the end of the world. A pound of rice costs 3 yuan, so you need to compensate me for 80,000 pounds of rice. What? 80,000 kilograms of rice? Li Shanren was stunned. Let alone 80,000 kilograms. He couldn't even take out 8 kilograms. Li Shan's face turned red. Brother Shanzi, why waste time talking to him? Just beat him down. That's right, 80,000 kilograms of rice. Why doesn't he go and grab it? Who still abides by the law now? His contract is just a piece of paper. A few bad friends instigated him. Li Shan was hesitant. He is timid, and although he is a bit of a gangster and smokes and drinks, he never dares to break the law. Fong Luo's eyes looked extremely creepy, and he didn't dare to make any move at all. Fong Luo watched this scene with great interest. He felt that the young man in front of him was quite interesting. Several people were in a stalemate. Suddenly, a strange cry came from a distance. The sound was very harsh and creepy, like the sound of nails scratching on glass. What's that sound? Li Shan and others turned their heads in confusion, only to see a dark patch of ground in the distance, with countless bugs as big as apples crawling towards them quickly. What the hell? Cockroach! Li Shan and his companions turned pale with fright. Cockroaches are disgusting creatures in themselves, and even many men would be scared by them. If it flew onto my hand, I would want to cut it off. What's more, the cockroaches in front of him were bigger than apples, and the hair on their legs was clearly visible. There were at least thousands of them, if he counted them carefully. Their eyes were all scarlet, and there were some minced meat and blood hanging from their mouths. Obviously, it had just killed someone. Compared to human zombies, these cockroach zombies look more disgusting, terrifying, and creepy. Li Shan and a few others vomited out. Fong Luo also had a solemn expression. The zombie virus not only infects humans, but all living things. He had encountered zombie cats and dogs before. However, this is the first time to see cockroach zombies. There are some warehouses near his cold storage, which are usually the places with the most cockroaches, although the high temperature continued before. However, cockroaches have extremely strong vitality and reproductive abilities. They must have been hiding underground to avoid the high temperatures before, but after the recent hot weather, these cockroaches crawled out and ate the rotten flesh of the zombies, and as a result, they mutated into cockroach zombies. Honey, what's wrong? Luo, what happened? Lin Zijin, Lin Yuyu, and He Dajiang, who were in the cold storage, came out in confusion when they heard the voice. As a result, when I saw the densely packed cockroach zombies, I immediately got goosebumps. Not to mention the 2 girls, Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu, who were so scared that they went straight into Fong Luo's arms and started trembling. Why are there so many cockroaches? Close the door first. Seeing the cockroach zombies getting closer and closer, Fong Luo immediately prepared to close the door. There are too many cockroaches. Although Fong Luo was not afraid, Lin Zijin and his men would probably be eaten up in a few seconds. Chapter 80. I am trying to survive in the end times, while you are enjoying yourself. Seeing Fong Luo close the door directly, Li Shan and the others were all dumbfounded and didn't react at all. Fong Luo is moving too fast, without any hesitation. But you closed the door, what should we do? So you want us to feed cockroaches? There are thousands of cockroach zombies here, and the few of us are not enough to fill their teeth. We don't want to die. Several people knocked on the door hurriedly, asking Fong Luo to let them in to hide. Fuck, big brother, don't close the door. Let us go in and hide. These cockroaches are so disgusting. There's shit on them. What should we do if you close the door? Please let us in too. We have elderly parents and children to take care of, and we don't want to die yet. Brother Shanzi, please say something. This is your warehouse. Ask them to open the door. The cockroach zombies were less than 100 or 200 meters away, and it would only take a few tens of seconds for them to run to them. Li Shan and the others were so scared that their legs went limp and their faces turned as pale as paper. Humans are easily afraid of dense things, let alone those dense things are cockroaches, one of the most terrifying creatures in the world. Li Shan's calves were trembling, and he began to knock on the door, asking Fong Luo to let him in. Save us. Fong Luo listened to the cries for help from several people outside, but his heart remained calm. He doesn't like killing innocent people, but he is not a philanthropist. He has no obligation to save these people, so why should he get himself into trouble? What good will it be if I save you? Fong Luo said indifferently. This? Li Shan shuka. He had nothing on his body, so how could he give anything to Fong Luo? Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Brother, as long as you save us, this cold storage will be yours in the future, even when the contract expires. Haha, Fong Luo chuckled. Brother, you are too naive. When you die, this cold storage will always be mine, right? What Fong Luo said was very shameless. But that's how it is. In the end times, once a person dies, all things are ownerless, and whoever gets them owns them. This is not a game. If you bind something to someone else, they can't use it. If Fong Luo died, wouldn't his things be divided up? Li Shan's face turned pale. What Fong Luo said was absolutely right. After he died, the cold storage would be his. In fact, whether he is dead or alive, the cold storage does not belong to him. Fong Luo has occupied it in front of him. Can he take it back? But he really didn't want to die. He hadn't lived enough. Brother, please save us. As long as you save me, I will be your little brother and work like a slave for you. Li Shan pleada. The cockroach zombie would be here in 20 seconds at most, and he didn't want to become the cockroach's poop. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. He felt a little uneasy. Fong Luo is preparing to build up his power recently. He already has his confidants, but he has not found his younger brothers yet. Although Li Shan outside has average abilities, he is not completely useless. It's not impossible to pull him over first. Fong Luo was not afraid of being attacked by the other party after opening the door. With their strength, it was impossible for them to hurt him. I have made up my mind. Fong Luo opened the door. Upon seeing this, Li Shan and his companions immediately rushed into the cold storage, their hearts pounding. The cockroach zombie was only a dozen meters away from them. Almost died. Several people's faces were filled with gratitude, and they felt a sense of pleasure at surviving a disaster. Thank you, brother. Li Shan was breathing heavily and thanked Fong Luo hurriedly. It's okay. Just remember what you just said. Fong Luo chuckled, and then without caring about Li Shan and the others, he sat down on the sofa and stretched comfortably. Last night, I fought with Lin Zijin all night while Lin Yuyu was asleep. This morning, I absorbed several crystals. My waist is almost broken now. Have a good rest. Go, get a bottle of Coke for your brother-in-law. Fong Luo sat next to Lin Yuyu and patted her on the butt. Brother-in-law, I'm just playing games. Big guy, stop these zombies for me. Lin Yuyu has a lively personality. Apart from improving her abilities, eating, sleeping, and calling her brother-in-law, she usually plays games. She just dragged Yi Dajiang to play Resident Evil together, under the pretext of gaining experience in fighting zombies. The fight started again. Fong Luo slapped her head again in annoyance and snatched her game controller directly. You noob. Let me play, go get me a Coke, or I won't let you go to bed tonight. Dajiang, cover me. My brother-in-law is so annoying. Lin Yu snorted tenderly. He refused to even play a game. Didn't she know that she was very tired from pretending to sleep every night? Don't you know how loud your voice is? And he held the wrong hand. However, Lin Yu still reluctantly went to the refrigerator to get a Coke. After all, you still have to go to bed. Aside, Li Shan and his companions, who had just managed to save their lives, stared at the scene in the cold storage in amazement. I didn't notice it just now. Now take a closer look. Wow, this cold storage looks like a villa. Not only is there electricity, but there are also carpets, sofas, televisions, game consoles. There is even a wine cabinet, a kitchen, and a refrigerator. All the things you normally see can be seen here, and things you normally can't see can also be seen here. The most critical. Only now did they realize how cool the cold storage was. The temperature shall not exceed 20 degrees Celsius. Shit, this guy couldn't have lived in such a cool place when the temperature was 70 degrees Celsius before. Also, what did that cute girl call him just now? Brother-in-law? The two of them were just discussing whether to sleep in bed or not. Oh my god! Li Shan and his companions have been covered in dust and dirt since the end of the world. Not only do they have to endure the 70 degrees Celsius high temperature, but they also have to worry about zombie attacks and are often hungry. This guy is great, enjoying the air conditioning, drinking Coke, playing games, and hugging sisters. Are you sure you were surviving in the end times? Why do I feel like you were enjoying yourself? Several people's faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and they were eager to make a move. How great would it be if this place was theirs? They all looked at Li Shan. Li Shan is the strongest here. Moreover, this place originally belonged to Li Shan's family, but now Fong Luo is enjoying himself here. The one who should feel the most unbalanced should be Li Shan, right? They were all waiting for Li Shan to kill Fong Luo. Fong Luo also looked at the few people out of the corner of his eye. He was testing these guys and wanted to see how they would react. Li Shan did feel unbalanced at first. However, he was a very smart man. Before the end of the world, he understood that playing is playing but not joking with the law. So he only smoked and drank, did not fight, and did not do anything illegal. Although fighting is no longer illegal, it can be fatal. Li Shan awakened his superpowers, but he did not think of himself as a man of destiny. He knew that many people had superpowers. And this Fong Luo, when he first faced the use of his own superpowers, did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. Moreover, facing thousands of cockroach zombies, he was only surprised but not afraid. It is obvious that Fong Luo must also have supernatural powers. I guess it's pretty impressive. Moreover, there was a big guy next to Fong Luo, at least 1.9 meters tall. There are still calluses on my hands. Li Shan had seen on a Douyin science video before that calluses were caused by holding a gun for a long time. This big guy is obviously either a policeman or a soldier. Chapter 81. Deterrence. After a struggle, Li Shan's reason told him that he couldn't easily attack Fong Luo, otherwise he would be killed. So he stayed where he was, waiting for Fong Luo to speak. Seeing that Li Shan didn't dare to take action, Li Shan's companions who didn't have special powers didn't dare to take action either, and they were quite disappointed. Fong Luo played games for several hours. Seeing that Li Shan and his men showed no signs of rebellion, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Fong Luo stood up and walked to Li Shan, looking down at him. Want to be my little brother? Li Shan glanced at the surroundings. To be honest, even if he became Fong Luo's dog, it would probably be much better than hanging out alone outside. Yes. Li Shan nodded quickly. Fong Luo glanced at the other people again. What about you? These people all wanted to occupy the cold storage, but they didn't have the strength to do so. After thinking about it carefully, they thought it would be a good idea to be a younger brother, so they immediately nodded. Yes. Very good, Fong Luo chuckled. You can be my little brother, but I hate betrayal the most. Several people were shocked. Could it be that Fong Luo has the ability to read minds? However, they did not show it on their faces and quickly said that they would not betray. But Fong Luo couldn't possibly believe what they said. He reached out and patted Li Shan on the head, leaving a space mark on his head. Do you know what this is? Fong Luo smiled. Li Shan was a little confused. What? Bomb. Fong Luo said it lightly. He had no intention of hiding it. Instead of engaging in intrigue with the other party in the future, it would be better to tell the other party directly and clearly, to shock the other party and make him give up the idea of betrayal in advance. Li Shan was shocked, and his face turned pale immediately. Is Fong Luo going to kill him? Rest assured. Fong Luo patted Li Shan's shoulder comfortingly. This bomb will not affect your health. At most, it will just blow your head apart. However, as long as you don't betray me, the bomb will not explode. Li Shan's face looked extremely ugly. He was not comforted at all. Instead, he felt that Fong Luo was extremely sinister. Putting a bomb on someone's head and then comforting them will not have any physical effects. Is there any way to comfort people in this way? Fong Luo looked at the other people again and patted them on the head. However, Fong Luo only cast the space mark on Li Shan, and the others were just pretending. Space imprints not only consume energy, but are also very labor-intensive. Fong Luo can only have more than 20 of them exist at the same time, and it is impossible to install one for everyone. He He just needs to control the most important ones, and then scare them. As for whether anyone will discover this in the future, Fong Luo didn't care too much. At that time, Fong Luo was not afraid of betrayal. Li Shan's companions were also a little frightened, but they soon relaxed. A bomb pops up when you pat your head? It's really ridiculous. They thought Fong Luo was lying to them and didn't take it seriously. I won't take in trash. If you want supplies or want to stay here, you need to work for me. Fong Luo looked at them seriously again. I was thinking to myself that I should also formulate a reward and punishment system so as to motivate my subordinates and fire those who are not enthusiastic. Yes. Li Shan and others nodded quickly. You just stay in the corner tonight and don't run around. Fong Luo pointed to a place. It was impossible for Fong Luo to let these people live in the cold storage forever. How could he be intimate with Lin Zijin if he did that? Fong Luo also didn't have the habit of letting outsiders eavesdrop on him. But now there is a large group of cockroach zombies outside, and we can't open the door, so we can only leave them in the corner for the time being. I don't know when these cockroach zombies will leave. Fong Luo guessed that they would not leave. Because powerful psychics are very attractive to zombies, and there are so many psychics in the cold storage, the cockroach zombies will not leave unless other psychics appear nearby. However, there are too many cockroach zombies, thousands of them, and it is quite difficult to kill them all. Fong Luo only has 2 attack skills, Space Mark and Space Blade. His single-point killing ability is very strong, but he is not good at AoE attacks. To kill so many cockroach zombies, his abilities may not be enough. Although Lin Zijin's flame has AoE, she cannot attack through the door. If she opens the door, she will be overwhelmed by cockroach zombies. Unless there is a skill that can attack through the door, or it has AoE damage. Forget it, let's eat first. Lin Zijin prepared dinner, which was hundreds of kilograms of food. Li Shan and his companions were stunned. There are 4 of you and 1 cat, and you eat so much food? The amount of food we have eaten since the end of the world till now is not as much as you have eaten in 1 meal. How many supplies does Fong Luo have? Before the end of the world, could it be possible that he was a second-generation rich man worth tens of billions? Watching Fong Luo and the others eating, several people drooled, but Li Shan, the psychic, did not move, and the others did not dare to move either. Fong Luo glanced at Li Shan and the others. It's kind of funny to see them drooling. After thinking about it, Fong Luo stood up, took 2 bones with meat on them, walked to Li Shan, and threw them to him. Immediately, several people started scrambling for it. This is barbecue. The meat they usually eat is carrion, and sometimes there is no carrion to eat. What kind of special power do you have? Fong Luo looked at Li Shan curiously. Li Shan looked at the bones and swallowed. I have the ability of sound. Sound power? Fong Luo was stunned, thinking, is there such a power? What's the point? You want to be a singing god? But I have speakers here, so I don't need you to sing for money. Li Shan was a little embarrassed. He couldn't sing well, so how could he be a singing god? His special ability is useless. It just makes him speak louder. If he roars with all his strength, he can only stun a dog, but it is far from killing a person. The Hedong lion roars? Fong Luo was amused and thought this ability was quite interesting. Suddenly, Fong Luo thought of something again, and he couldn't help but think about it, and soon his eyes lit up. He thought a way to deal with the cockroach zombies. Cockroaches are creatures with very acute hearing. They have several ears, and their hearing sensitivity can reach 5 Hz to 100,000 Hz, while humans only have 20 to 20,000 Hz. Li Shan's ability does not cause much harm to other people with special abilities, but it is definitely a deadly weapon for cockroach zombies with keen hearing. It can directly deafen cockroaches, even shocked to death. Thinking of this, Fong Luo smiled. Fortunately, he had just saved Li Shan's life. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with these cockroach zombies outside. However, Li Shan's current strength is average, and he may not be able to directly shock the cockroach zombie to death. A little external force is needed. Chapter 82 Point System. After dinner, Fong Luo took Lin Zijin and Lin Yu back to the bedroom to sleep. At night, Fong Luo organized a reward and punishment system in his mind to manage his subordinates. Task point system. For example, if they hand over a crystal to Fong Luo will give them a minimum of 1 point, and the number of points depends on the energy content of the crystal. You can also earn points by completing tasks. Besides, Fong Luo will also issue some ordinary tasks to non-superpower people. After they complete the tasks and make contributions, they can also earn points. After all, people with special abilities are a minority. Ordinary people cannot kill zombies. But that doesn't mean that ordinary people are useless. After the high temperature and the destruction of zombies, most of the facilities in the city have been destroyed. To repair them, the power of ordinary people will be needed. In addition, Fong Luo's life will also need some ordinary people to take care of him. It would be a pity to let those beautiful young girls starve to death or be eaten by zombies. Fong Luo was willing to provide them with a job as a maid. Every day, give 1 point. They earn points and can exchange them for supplies from Fong Luo or positions in the gang, etc. The supplies here in Fong Luo are clearly marked with prices. 1 point can be exchanged for a bottle of tap water or a piece of bread. Different items have different prices. Ordinary people who want to become superpowers can also use their points to purchase evolution crystals from Fong Luo, but the price is more expensive, and they need to be bundled with a space imprint for sale. As for whether they can awaken successfully, that is none of Fong Luo's business. If they cannot provide any value to Fong Luo, then Fong Luo will not care about their life or death, and it is none of his business if they starve to death. It's no wonder Fong Luo is so cruel. He is not a philanthropist. His main purpose in recruiting subordinates was to help him quickly improve his strength, and secondly, to give the survivors a chance to survive and not starve to death. If anyone feels cheated, they can just leave. However, looking at the entire Los Angeles city, even the welfare benefits of the 3 major gangs are not as good as those here in Fong Luo. Moreover, the people from the 3 major gangs are not as easy to talk to as Fong Luo. To them, ordinary people are like animals. Beating and scolding are the lightest punishments. They also have to worry about being killed all the time. Early in the morning, Fong Luo announced this reward and punishment system to Li Shan and his 5 companions, wondering how they would react. Will you just leave? However, Fong Luo obviously guessed wrong. After hearing this, several people showed joy on their faces. Crystals can be exchanged for food? Li Shan asked in surprise. Fong Luo nodded. Of course. I have 3 crystals here. Li Shan took out 3 sparkling crystals from his pocket. Fong Luo took it and looked at it. His face was immediately shocked. Wow, this is not an ordinary zombie crystal, but a pure evolution crystal that can help ordinary people awaken their superpowers. This guy Li Shan is so lucky. Can I redeem 3 points? Li Shan asked tentatively. The evolution crystal is of no use to him, because after absorbing the crystal, the body will consume a lot of energy, and Li Shan has no food to replenish his energy. He had used one before. As a result, I didn't find any food for a day and almost starved to death. For him, it would be better to exchange it for a few loaves of bread. Well, Fong Luo coughed. This is an evolution crystal. In his point store, this thing is worth at least 300 points. 3 pieces are about 900 points. Judging from Li Shan's expression, he would be happy for a long time even if I only gave him 3 points. But Fong Luo didn't want to be too dark. He was not an evil capitalist. Well, Fong Luo patted Li Shan on the shoulder. I'll give you a task. If you complete it, I'll give you 500 points. I'm not too dark. The price of my own evolution crystal is 300 points each, so the purchase price must be cheaper. What's the point of doing business if it doesn't make money? 500. Li Shan was overjoyed. 500 points are equivalent to 500 bottles of mineral water, which can basically guarantee his life for several months. Fong Luo is so nice to me. I actually misunderstood him yesterday. He must be a sinister person. I am a piece of shit. Li Shan's companions all had envious expressions on their faces. Why didn't they pick up any crystals? I also have to pick up the crystals quickly. Boss, what mission do I have to do? Li Shan looked at Fong Luo excitedly. Fong Luo grinned. Sing. Sing? Li Shan was confused. He could get 500 points just by singing a song? Of course it's not just singing. Fong Luo smiled, moved his speakers worth 3 million over, and then took out a microphone. After one night, the cockroach zombies outside had not left and continued to surround the cold storage. Although cockroaches cannot enter the cold storage after he dodged Yang's reinforcement, Fong Luo cannot stay in the cold storage forever. Yesterday, Fong Luo thought of a way to drive away the cockroach zombies, which was to use Li Shan's voice to shock the cockroach zombies outside to death. However, Li Shan's strength is still very low, and he cannot do it alone. But when paired with Fong Luo's audio system, worth 3 million, that's another story. With the cockroach zombies' keen hearing, combined with Li Shan's sound ability and the sound amplification effect of the speakers, these cockroaches can definitely be killed. Come, sing a song about the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Fong Luo placed the speaker at the door of the cold storage and then handed the microphone to Li Shan. Sing with all your might. This. The corner of Li Shan's mouth twitched. He was tone deaf. Are you sure you wanted to sing? But for 500 points, just sing. Li Shan took the microphone, took a deep breath, concentrated his chi in his dantian, used his special powers to brew his loudest voice, and then blurted out a line of lyrics. Who brought the call from the ancient times? Fuck. Just one sentence made Fong Luo stunned, and he immediately covered his ears. Damn, is this music? Li Shan's voice cannot be said to be unpleasant. It is simply too unpleasant, extremely, extremely unpleasant. The sound is extremely loud, and the timbre is a bit like a monkey with a stuck throat. And it went out of tune and reached the sky. After hearing this, the corpse would come alive, curse loudly, shut up, and lie down again. The Dian Mu was originally sleeping, but now she was furious and wanted to release a bolt of lightning to electrocute Li Shan to death. Fortunately, Lin Zijin stopped him in time. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Yuyu was completely confused. She immediately returned to her room, closed the door, and hid under the quilt. Not to mention Li Shan's companions. They are all ordinary people. Their endurance was much worse than Fong Luo's. With just one sentence from Li Shan, the 5 people foamed at the mouth and fainted. Seeing this, Fong Luo immediately threw a few people aside, fearing that they would be shocked to death by the noise. Chapter 83. Killing Cockroach Zombies. That is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Cockroaches have very sharp hearing. After they become cockroach zombies, various physical data have been improved, and their hearing acuity has increased by an unknown amount. Li Shan's voice ability, with the support of a speaker worth 3 million, exerted unprecedented strength, causing the cockroach zombies that were originally crawling on the wall of the cold storage to foam at the mouth and die with their eyes open. The song is over. The squeaking sounds of cockroaches outside the cold storage had all stopped at this moment. Fong Luo was also deeply shocked. If I hadn't activated the space barrier, I would have been unable to sleep for at least 3 days and 3 nights. This Li Shan is a ruthless person. Although his fighting ability is not very good, and an ordinary combat-type mutant can knock him down, his unique, choking monkey voice can give people an incoherent mental attack. If I ever have a fight with someone else, I will just ask him to bring his $3 million speakers and sing a song in front of the enemy. How will the enemy respond? Inflict debuff on everyone. Boss, how is my singing? Li Shan looked at Fong Luo expectantly, fearing that Fong Luo would be dissatisfied and his 500 points would be gone. 6. Fong Luo gave him a thumbs up. You have earned the points. After observing the outside again and making sure there was no movement, Fong Luo opened the door of the cold storage. Suddenly, thousands of cockroach zombies appeared before their eyes. Their bodies were covered with unknown white liquid and looked extremely disgusting. They were probably vomited after listening to Li Shan's songs. Fong Luo almost vomited his lunch yesterday. However, these cockroach zombies are not completely dead. Their vitality is still too strong. They just fainted and will probably wake up again soon. Zijin. Fong Luo immediately called Lin Zijin over and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Use the flames to burn these cockroaches to death." Lin Zijin's fire ability has a wide range of AoE damage, and he can deal with these cockroaches much faster than Fong Luo. Yes, husband. Lin Zijin didn't want to be a burden in the first place. She hoped to keep Fong Luo by her side with her own strength, so she seemed very happy that Fong Luo needed her help. Although Lin Zijin also hates cockroaches, but she still held back her nausea and threw a few fireballs into the middle of the cockroach zombies. Suddenly, a burnt smell filled the nose. On the side, Li Shan was watching in amazement. He had thought that Lin Zijin was just an ordinary woman, but he didn't expect that her superpowers were so powerful. And such a powerful woman still listens to Fong Luo so much. How powerful is Fong Luo? He is very grateful now. Fortunately, the opponent Luo had not attacked before, otherwise he would have died without knowing how he died. About 10 minutes later, all the cockroach zombies turned into ashes, leaving only some tiny crystals on the ground. Fong Luo picked up one. There are just a large number of cockroach zombies, but each one is not particularly powerful, so ordinary people can kill them, so their crystal energy is not much. It would probably take dozens of crystals like this to be comparable to one zombie crystal. But the advantage is that there are a lot of these crystals, at least several thousand of them outside, and they have a lot of energy accumulated. Go wake them up and collect all the crystals outside. There were too many of them, and Fong Luo was too lazy to pick them up himself. Now that he had younger brothers, he asked them to do some of the unnecessary work. Li Shan, along with 5 companions who had just woken up, cleaned the outside of the cold storage and finally collected 5,670 small crystals, which added up to several hundred ordinary energy crystals. Well done. Fong Luo praised a few people. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Li Shan looked at Fong Luo expectantly. He was still thinking about his 500 points. Fong Luo naturally would not go back on his word. He took out a computer, made a table on it, wrote Li Shan's name on it, and marked it with 500 points. The other people also get 1 point each. If you want supplies, you can come to me to exchange them at any time. Fong Luo said. Thank you, boss. Li Shan and his companions immediately expressed their gratitude, feeling very excited. Also, go pry open the warehouse next door, clean it up, and use it as your dormitory from now on. Fong Luo would not let them live in his cold storage. There were many warehouses nearby that could be used as dormitories for his subordinates. Yes, boss. Li Shan immediately turned around, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Boss, what is the name of our gang? Ionia. Li Shan and a few others went to clean the warehouse next door. Those were ordinary warehouses. Some places had been damaged by zombies, and there were corpses piled up inside. If they wanted to live there, they would need to clean and repair them. Brother Fong Luo. Dajang also walked up to Fong Luo, looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. What's wrong? Fong Luo looked at him puzzledly. Please keep a score sheet for me, too. Fong Luo was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed, patted Dajang on the shoulder, and said, We are brothers. There is nothing to remember. Just come to me directly if you want anything. No. Dajang shook his head and said, Brother Fong Luo, it is precisely because we are brothers that I cannot do nothing and waste so many of your supplies in vain. I would feel bad. Moreover, we have established a gang now. If others knew that I could obtain supplies without points, they would have objections, which would be detrimental to the development of the gang. Fong Luo looked at Dajang deeply. In fact, no matter whether Dajang does anything or not, no matter how strong he is, Fong Luo will ensure that he will not starve to death. Because Dajang saved him in his previous life. Fong Luo is a grateful person. But seeing Dajang's determined eyes, Fong Luo finally nodded. Good. Fong Luo smiled knowingly, then registered his name on the computer. In fact, this is what true brothers are. He will only hope for the best for you, will not take advantage of you just because you are rich, and will not harbor resentment towards you for not helping him. Don't worry, boss. I will use my strength to become your most powerful helper. Dajang smiled and rolled up his arms to show off his biceps. I'll wait. I'm going to work too. After saying that, Dajang walked out of the cold storage. Husband. Fong Luo walked to the sofa and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu ran over. Fong Luo was startled, then asked in surprise, You guys don't want to join this point system, do you? Lin Yuyu nodded seriously. Brother-in-law, I want to join too. Fong Luo didn't know what to say. One is my girlfriend, and the other is my sister-in-law. Aren't they all family? Is it necessary to be so serious? In fact, this is because Fong Luo does not really understand the personalities of the two women. Chapter 84. Something Special. Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu's parents died when they were very young, and they have been raised by their grandmother, who has little working ability. This also led to the two girls developing independent personalities from an early age, especially Lin Zijin. While going to school, she also had to work part-time to earn tuition for her sister. It was only after she met Fong Luo that she had a few days of happiness. After realizing the gap between herself and Fong Luo some time ago, she secretly vowed to improve her strength and not always rely on Fong Luo. She wanted to use her own strength to help Fong Luo and make Fong Luo dependent on her. But recently, all her food and drink have been provided by Fong Luo, and she has always been dependent on Fong Luo. This has caused her to feel increasingly indebted to Fong Luo, and also felt that the status of the two people was becoming increasingly unequal. If this continues, she might become dispensable to Fong Luo in the future. She doesn't want this. It would be awkward for her to say, without any reason, that she didn't want to rely on Fong Luo, as this might cause Fong Luo to misunderstand. But now is a good opportunity. Fong Luo listed this point system, and she could take this opportunity to speak it out. From then on, she would no longer rely on Fong Luo, and she could also help Fong Luo and improve her status in Fong Luo's place. The reason why Lin Yuyu is so active is because she wants to enhance her importance through this matter, rather than staying here as a sister-in-law. You really want to join? Fong Luo looked at the two women with serious expressions and asked, You have to think clearly. When the time comes, you will have to use points to buy food, clothes, and other things. Your life will not be so easy. It doesn't matter. No matter how hard it is, it can't be harder than when I was in school. We have thought it through, brother-in-law. Let us join in. They both nodded at the same time. Okay, then you guys join us. Fong Luo sighed, registered the two names on the computer, and then looked at the two women with a sly smile. By the way, if you want to use supplies, you need to use points to buy them. But the skirts, black stockings, white stockings, underwear you're wearing, are all given to you by me. You don't have any points, so shouldn't you return these things to me? When Lin Zijin heard this, her face suddenly turned red. If I return the clothes to Fong Luo, wouldn't I be left naked? How could I do that? Lin Yuyu had a strange expression on her face. Brother-in-law, doesn't that mean that I don't need to wear clothes in the cold storage in the future? Yeah, that's great. Fong Luo was stunned. What does that mean? Is there such a good thing? However, when he saw Lin Yuyu's expression, Fong Luo knew that she was teasing him on purpose. At such a young age, you actually flirt with your brother-in-law? However, Fong Luo was not a shy person. He smiled and continued, Of course, no problem. Since you were so enthusiastic, then you can take off your clothes first and give them back to me. You can buy them back when you earn enough points. Shall I take it off first? Lin Yuyu blushed. She obviously didn't expect Fong Luo to be so thick-skinned. Was he really planning to see his sister-in-law? Although she has a cheerful personality, she is not to the extent of doing such a thing in front of her sister. My brother-in-law is such a scoundrel. Lin Yuyu snorted softly, then hugged Lin Zijin's arm. Sister, earn points for me to buy clothes. Lin Zijin was stunned. Earn points by himself? How to make money? I can't possibly take off my clothes and go outside to fight zombies. Fong Luo was also a little curious. It's not that simple. Lin Yuyu smiled and winked, saying, Brother-in-law, give my sister a task and ask her to... After being with Fong Luo for so long, Lin Zijin is no longer the innocent girl she used to be. After being confused for a moment, she immediately realized what Lin Yuyu meant and grabbed Lin Yuyu's ear in a coquettish manner. What nonsense are you talking about, you little girl? How dare you tease your sister? Fong Luo's expression was very interesting. This sister-in-law even called him a hooligan. Obviously, she was even more of a hooligan than him. She eavesdropped at night and was caught by him, but she pretended not to be discovered. Ahem. Fong Luo coughed. Don't be silly. Given the relationship between your sister and I, do I need to order her? She took the initiative. Hey, don't pinch me. Seeing Fong Luo and her sister singing the same tune and teasing her together, Lin Zijin stomped her feet in anger. She was already very sensitive about her reputation and could not stand such teasing. She grabbed Fong Luo's arm and said coquettishly, Stop talking, or I'll ignore you. However, Lin Yuyu hasn't stopped yet. Then he winked and said, Is that so? Then you can do something special. Special? Hearing this, Fong Luo couldn't help but swallow his saliva, grinned, and said to Lin Zijin, How about we do something special? You guys, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. Lin Zijin couldn't stand it anymore and hid in the bedroom with a red face. Look at you. You made your sister angry and left. Fong Luo glared at Lin Yuyu unhappily. Lin Yuyu was very unconvinced. Brother-in-law, you were obviously very happy just now, but when you heard the word special, your saliva almost flowed out. Fong Luo's old face turned red. However, as a man, you have to save your face. He glared at the lazy Dian Mu beside him and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and said, Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is eat and sleep. From now on, you will also join the point system. If you don't work, you won't get food. You have 0 points now, and you won't get any dried fish for dinner. Meow. When Jianmu heard this, she was completely confused. No, you guys want to set up a point system yourself. Why do you want to involve me? I have no worries about food and drink, and I even have a maid to clean up my poop. How carefree I am. I've become the biggest victim in this matter. It's really a fire in the backyard, and it's affecting me, the cat. Woo woo woo. Ugh. Just when Jianmu looked resentful, a huge roar came from outside the cold storage, and it sounded like it came from Lishan. Fong Luo frowned. What happened? He walked out of the cold storage with confusion. Su Xiao is the boss of Suda Logistics Company. When the end of the world came, his company happened to have several trucks of supplies that had not been delivered. With these supplies, he managed to survive by hiding in the company. Some time ago, he was lucky enough to awaken his special powers, so he formed a speed gang together with the truck drivers under his command. After more than 10 days of hard work, they finally succeeded in eliminating the zombies surrounding the company and were planning to go out to look for some supplies or something. But as soon as they went out, they heard an extremely unpleasant singing. Can zombies sing? This was everyone's first reaction. However, when they listened carefully, they found that the sound seemed to be coming from a speaker. Out of curiosity, they followed the sound and came here. As a result, he happened to run into Li Shan and others who were cleaning the warehouse. Neither side could figure out the other's true colors, so they confronted each other. However, one of the drivers from the Suda gang looked at Fong Luo's cold storage not far away and suddenly remembered something. Boss, there are supplies in that cold storage. Chapter 85, your dad is here. Are you sure? When Su Xiao heard his subordinates say there were supplies, his eyes immediately lit up. Real? The subordinate nodded. I have delivered supplies to this cold storage with Wang Dizhuang before. Mineral water. Worth 10 million. 10 million? Su Xiao thought of this order, which was the most expensive order his company had received so far this year, and was delivered by an experienced driver in the company. In the first few days after the end of the world, Wang Dazhuang said he was going out to find food, but he kept it a secret from me where he was going. As a result, he never came back. I thought he was dead. Could it be that he came here to occupy the cold storage? That must be it. You're such a good guy, Wang Dazhuang. You have been doing tricks without telling me, and now you have so many subordinates with you. I will catch you back. And there are 10 million bottles of mineral water. If we take over this place, we won't have to worry about water for the rest of our lives. Where is your boss? Call him over to me. Su Xiao snorted coldly and pointed at Li Shan. Seeing the other party's tone, Li Shan's face turned unfriendly. Can you see our boss whenever you want? Heh, I'm his boss. He has to bow and scrape when he sees me. How dare you talk to me like that? Boss is boss. Li Shan felt confused when he heard what the other party said. Fong Luo didn't look like a driver, did he? Do you know our boss? Li Shan asked. Of course I know him, Su Xiao said disdainfully. Your boss has worked under me for more than 10 years and never dared to speak loudly in front of me. More than 10 years? Hearing this, Li Shan laughed. Fong Luo looked to be in his early 20s, so how could he work for him for more than 10 years? He could see that these guys were just looking for trouble. Li Shan had just joined Ionia and received a reward from Fong Luo. Now was the time when his loyalty was at its highest. When he encountered someone looking for trouble, he immediately wanted to show off himself. Old man, no one has ever dared to speak loudly to you, right? I will make up for your regret. Li Shan sneered. Then he gathered all his strength and shouted out, Get lost. In a word, neat and clean. Su Xiao and others felt pain in their eardrums and their heads started to ache, so they quickly covered their ears. It took a while for Su Xiao to come back to his senses. Damn, this is the first time someone has spoken to him so loudly in his life. And the sound was so unpleasant, like a monkey with phlegm stuck in its throat. Grass. Su Xiao is a person with special abilities and can withstand more stress than ordinary people. Li Shan's special abilities can still cause harm to ordinary people, but they can only cause mental attacks on him at most. Snort. Su Xiao's face turned cold, and he stared at Li Shan with a grin. You kid, you have a loud voice, right? Why don't you go be a cheerleader? You are embarrassing yourself in front of me. Today I will show you what superpowers are. Su Xiao waved his hand and condensed a fireball with a diameter of 5 centimeters. This is what Su Xiao is most proud of. Fire-related abilities. His own special abilities are the most powerful among those of anyone he has ever met. This is also the reason why he dares to be so arrogant. The fireball was moving very fast, and Li Shan had no time to dodge it. He could only subconsciously stretch out his hand to block it, and immediately a large area of his arm was burned. After a scream, he fell to the ground. Ha! Su Xiao laughed proudly, feeling extremely accomplished. So, what if he is a psychic? He is nothing in front of me. Brother Shanzi. When Li Shan's companions saw this, their faces were filled with horror. The man opposite them could actually set fire. 99% of creatures have an instinctive fear of fire. Several people did not even bother to check on Li Shan and immediately ran away, crawling away. Fong Luo, who had just walked out, happened to see this scene. His face suddenly turned gloomy. After all, Li Shan was a newly recruited younger brother. Yet he was beaten up by someone all of a sudden. Where can I put my face as the boss? You dare to hit my people? Fong Luo stared at Su Xiao with cold eyes. Su Xiao took a look at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was tall and handsome, and his clothes were obviously different from those of the previous few people. They all seemed to be famous brands. Who are you? Where is your boss, Wang Dazhuang? Let him out quickly, Su Xiao said. Wang Dazhuang? Hearing this name, Fong Luo had a familiar feeling. It took him a moment to realize that this seemed to be the name of a driver who had sent him a car before. After the apocalypse, he brought people to pry open the door of his cold storage and later tried to rob him, but was shot dead by him. Do you know him? Fong Luo asked curiously. Of course, I'm his boss. Su Xiao grinned and proudly hugged a 20-year-old girl. See, this is your boss's daughter. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. This Su Xiao has a big belly and looks to be almost 50 years old. He also has a bald spot on his head. How can a woman eat him? Your circle is so chaotic. Where's my dad? The woman also raised her eyebrows proudly and spoke to Fong Luo in a domineering manner, obviously treating Fong Luo as Wang Dazhuang's younger brother. Your father? Fong Luo then remembered that after he killed Wang Dazhuang, in order to avoid the police looking for him, he put the body into the space. Later, he was busy and forgot to throw the body out. Now is the perfect time. When the family members of the deceased come to claim the body, just return it to them. Wait, I'll bring him over. Fong Luo grinned, then walked into a warehouse casually, threw out the bodies of Wang Dazhuang and several other people, put them on a cart, and pushed them all the way to Su Xiao and others. Time stands still in the space power. Although the corpse has been left for a month, it looks exactly like it has just died and is still warm. Your father is here. Take him back by yourself. If anyone else's father is here too, take him back too. Fong Luo took out a bottle of mineral water and washed his hands with some disgust in front of everyone. Su Xiao and others were stunned. What's going on? Did you bring this here? You obviously pushed it. Moreover, this young man killed so many people, but there was no strange expression on his face, as if this was a common occurrence. Su Xiao's face was gloomy. He initially thought that the warehouse was occupied by Wang Dazhuang, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. The young man in front of me is the boss these days. Moreover, this young man looks very mysterious and must have special powers. Su Xiao's arrogance began to decline. The woman next to Su Xiao was stunned when she saw her father's body, and then she burst into tears immediately. Wang Dazhuang, who was buried at the bottom, was dug out. Dad, you actually killed my father. You murderer! Wang Yinyin stared at Fong Luo with resentment with red eyes. Fong Luo snorted. He tried to rob me. He deserves to die. Just because I rob you, you can kill someone? Wang Yinyin stared at you with eyes as big as copper bells. My father robbed you just to save his life. What did he do wrong? You could just give him some food to get rid of him. Why did you kill him? Isn't a life worth a bite of food? Are you so cruel? Do you have any mercy at all? Hearing what Wang Yinyin said, Fong Luo felt both angry and amused. So I deserve to be robbed and then killed by him. Fong Luo disliked this woman in the first place, and now what she said made him even more disgusted. He said directly and coldly, "It's not worth it. Your father's life is not as important as a dog in my hands." Chapter 86, Killing the Cat and Eating the Meat. Fong Luo is not really without mercy. Under normal circumstances, he is still willing to help the weak. He is not a complete perverted murderer. However, Fong Luo cannot be kind to everyone because not everyone deserves kindness. Wang Dazhuang, Wu Yu Wuda. Each of them wants to kill Fong Luo. Does Fong Luo still need to be merciful and influence them? The same is true for Wang Yinyin in front of me. Your father is his employee, right? Fong Luo pointed at Su Xiao and found it very funny. He treats your dad like a dog, and you actually lie in his arms like a spoiled child. Haha, if your dad knew about your behavior, he would probably sit up from the ground. Now, take your father and get out of here as far away as possible. Fong Luo glared at Wang Yinyin with disgust. You! Wang Yinyin was furious, but facing Fong Luo's gaze, she didn't dare to say anything. She was afraid of death, otherwise she wouldn't have followed Su Xiao, who was older than her father, just for her stuttering. But she couldn't swallow this. Not only did he kill his own father, but he also embarrassed himself. Damn it! She looked at Su Xiao pitifully again. Godfather, my father, and you have been friends for so many years. You must help him get revenge. As long as you help me get revenge, the request you made before will be granted immediately. Su Xiao is a person with special abilities. He knocked a man down with just one move. Wang Yinyin felt that as long as Su Xiaocan helped her, she would definitely be able to kill the bastard Fang Luo. That request. Su Xiao's heart moved, and when he thought of the request that was rejected by Wang Yinyin before, a surge of rage surged in his body. That kind of scene could not be broadcast even if it was censored. But he looked at Fang Luo. The young man in front of him gave him a mysterious feeling. Moreover, the other party had just seen his fire, but he was not afraid at all. There must be some hidden card. What's even more terrifying is, Fang Luo killed people like crazy, and with so many corpses placed in front of him, his expression didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. I definitely wouldn't be able to remain so calm if it were me. After careful consideration, Su Xiao decided not to provoke Fang Luo for the time being. Even if he wanted to provoke him, he would have to wait until he was fully prepared. As for that request, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Can't Wang Yinyin still escape? Let's go. Su Xiao waved his hand and turned away. Godfather, don't go. Wang Yinyin became anxious when she saw this and chased after him immediately. How could she take revenge if Su Xiao left? Did I let you go? But before they could take 2 steps, Fang Luo flashed and appeared in front of them again. Su Xiao and others were shocked. They didn't realize how Fang Luo ran ahead of them, and his speed was so fast. Speed ability? Su Xiao's first reaction was that Fang Luo might have the ability of speed, but it was the first time he had seen such a fast speed ability. This kid is indeed not simple. What do you want? Su Xiao stared at Fang Luo with a bad look. Just because he didn't provoke Fang Luo now didn't mean he was afraid of Fang Luo. Fang Luo sneered. You beat up my people? Don't you have to pay compensation? Compensate you? Su Xiao was so angry that he was stunned. You killed so many of my employees, and I only burned one of your subordinates. I didn't ask you for compensation, but you bite me back? Boy, don't go too far. That's right. You killed my father. You should compensate us. Wang Yinyin also stared and glared at Fang Luo. Then she put her arm around Su Xiao's and said in a coquettish way, Godfather, this guy is too arrogant. Not only did he occupy the materials that belong to you, but now he won't let you leave. We must not let him go. Let him see how powerful we are. Otherwise, they will think we are all cowards. After hearing what Wang Yinyin said, Su Xiao, who was already angry, became even more furious. He stared at Fang Luo coldly and said, Boy, you are just a speedster. No matter how fast you are, you can only run away. As long as you use up your power, I can kill you easily. That's right, it's not easy to kill you. You dare to kill my dad and occupy my godfather's supplies. Just wait for death. Seeing that she had succeeded in adding fuel to the fire, Wang Yinyin also started to show her anger. And me. At this time, a big man ran over and together with Fang Luo, surrounded Su Xiao and his dozen men from the front and back. Dajiang had just gone to the toilet. When he heard the noise, he quickly ran over. Seeing a group of people preparing to bully his brother and saying that they could easily kill Fang Luo, he immediately became angry. He immediately released his supernatural power. He was covered in a suit of metal armor and looked like a giant robot. You want to kill my brother? Come and try to kill me first. Dajiang snorted coldly, staring at Su Xiao like a vicious tiger. What kind of supernatural power is this? Seeing Dajiang's appearance and creepy eyes, Su Xiao felt inexplicably frightened. What kind of monsters are there in this cold storage? It used to be a loud voice. Behind him was an invisible young man who was moving very fast. Now there is another tall tin man. Except for the funny one in front, the other 2 are pretty good in combat. Especially this big guy. He looks even more powerful than Fang Luo. Is he the boss here? But at this point, all the younger brothers are watching on the side. As the boss, Su Xiao can no longer admit defeat in front of his subordinates. Otherwise, how can he lead his younger brothers in the future? He snorted coldly. So what about the Tin Man? I have fire-related abilities, and the maximum temperature of my flame can reach 1500 degrees Celsius, which can melt him directly. What if I kill you? You're wrapped in a lump of iron. Do you think I can't kill you? Su Xiao snorted disdainfully. Meow. Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, he heard a meowing sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a tabby cat walking out of the cold storage aggressively. His expression seemed somewhat reluctant. You still have a cat? Su Xiao sneered at Fong Luo and said, It seems that you have a lot of supplies. You can raise the cat so fat. If you kill it, you can eat a lot of meat. Fong Luo's expression was gloomy just now, but when he heard Su Xiao's words, his expression suddenly became strange. My goodness, Su Xiao actually dared to talk to the mother of Dian like that. Is he really courting death? Except for the fact that Dianmu is not as good as Fong Luo in defense. Her other attack power and speed are not inferior to Fong Luo, and her attack power is even stronger than Fong Luo. Since the end of the world, no one attacked by Dianmu has ever survived. It's just that Dianmu is a bit lazy. Generally speaking, Dianmu would not take the initiative to help unless Fong Luo encountered real danger or Fong Luo took the initiative to ask for it. Fong Luo was a little surprised that Dianmu came out today on her own initiative. Fong Luo suddenly remembered. I just added Dianmu to the point system and told her that she can only get food if she works. Did she run out to earn points? What a foodie. For the sake of dinner, even a small character like this now comes out on his own initiative. Fong Luo's expression was very interesting. Chapter 87 No Need for Beasts. Dajiang, don't move. Let the mother of lightning deal with them. Fong Luo hurriedly called out to Dajiang. It was rare for the mother of lightning to take the initiative, so let her earn this dinner. Yes, brother Fong Luo. Dajiang nodded. Although he had never seen the power of Dianmu, Fong Luo was so confident that he thought there would be no danger. Mu Jian, please be gentle and spare his life. Fong Luo said. Su Xiao injured Li Shan and has not yet paid for his medical expenses. It would be too much of a loss if he just died like that. Let's wait until we get his supplies. Meow. Dianmu meowed reluctantly, as if to say, You ask so much for a job I'm doing. Su Xiao listened to the conversation between Fong Luo and Dajiang. They were going to let a cat attack him, and they also told the fat cat to be gentle. The expression on his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Boy, you are humiliating me. Su Xiao looked at Fong Luo gloomily. In his nearly 50 years of life, he had never been humiliated like this. This guy not only doesn't take me seriously, he simply doesn't consider himself a human being. He actually thinks a cat can kill him. Is it a mutant zombie cat? On the side, Wang Yin was gloating. She was originally worried that the two would not fight, but she didn't realize that Fong Luo was so arrogant. It's just a cat, but he described it as a god of war. Humph, go ahead and fight them. It would be best if you kill both of them. No. Fong Luo quickly waved his hands and said sincerely, Don't get me wrong. I'm not humiliating you. I just simply think you're trash. Rubbish. Su Xiao laughed in anger. What a piece of trash. Didn't you say this cat can kill me? Humph. I will roast it today. Su Xiao grinned grimly and looked at Dianmu with sinister eyes. In his hand, a fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 centimeters condensed and smashed towards Dianmu. In an instant, flames enveloped the place where Dianmu was. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. This Su Xiao is still quite powerful. The power of this flame is 30% of Lin Zi genes. It's a pity that although this guy has awakened the fire ability, his talent and upper limit are not high, and he can't go far with the T1 ability. It's a bit of a waste. Everyone has different talents, and high-level abilities do not necessarily win over low-level abilities. For example, a person with a talent score of 60 awakens a T1 ability, while a person with a talent score of 90 awakens a T2 ability. Under normal development, the second 90-point mutant must be very powerful, and much more powerful. Because for someone with a talent score of 60, the upper limit of their ability level may be only level 6, but for someone with a talent score of 90, it can be upgraded to level 10 or even higher. The reason why Lin Zijin is so powerful is that she not only awakened the T1 level superpower, but her talent is also over 90 points. As long as she doesn't die, she is destined to become a level 10 superpower user. But if we talk about the person with the greatest talent and the most powerful superpowers in the cold storage, besides Fong Luo, it would be Dianmu. Previous life. Even without Fong Luo providing food, Dianmu could still turn Luo City upside down. In this life, Fong Luo provided her with plenty of food, and her strength seemed to have no limit and continued to increase rapidly. Dianmu's current ability level has reached level 4, one level higher than Fong Luo. It is estimated that even Fong Luo himself cannot withstand the electric current released by Dianmu now. Fong Luo couldn't help but look at Su Xiao with pity. Ha! Su Xiao didn't know all this and was still laughing smugly. As he threw out the flame, he had already imagined what Dian Mu would look like when she was burned to ashes. However, after just 2 laughs, his smile froze instantly. It was unknown when Dian Mu escaped from the circle of fire and appeared behind him like lightning. A stream of electric current struck directly from the top of his head, and Su Xiao was shocked into being as straight and hard as a sugarcane. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground, twitching all over, stretched out his legs, and died. Su Xiao's men and Wang Yinyan were all stunned. This cat could actually discharge electricity, and it killed the invincible Su Xiao with just 1 shock. What kind of monster is this? He Dajiang was also very surprised. Before, in the cold storage, he found that this cat did basically nothing except eating and sleeping, but Feng Luo still provided food every day. At first he didn't know why Feng Luo was so nice to her, but now he finally understood. Even I am no match for this cat. Feng Luo was not surprised, as he already knew the strength of Dianmu. Just speechless, he grabbed Dianmu's fate by the scruff of her neck and glared at her unhappily. Didn't he tell me not to electrocute myself? How can I ask him for medical expenses now? Where will the food come from without medical expenses? Your dinner will be have. Meow, meow, meow. Hearing this, Dianmu protested. I had already controlled my strength to make sure I wouldn't electrocute him to death, but the guy was bald and the current directly came into contact with the top of his head. If he wasn't bald, he definitely wouldn't die. Blame it all on him, not me. You can't deduct my dinner. At the side, more than a dozen of Su Xiao's subordinates were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw Feng Luo grabbing Dianmu like that. Brother, this cat can discharge electricity. It just electrocuted our boss to death. You're carrying her like a chick? Who the hell are you? They were all shocked. Why could such a ferocious tabby cat become so docile in Feng Luo's hands? Could it be that Feng Luo is more powerful than this cat? Suddenly, everyone looked at Feng Luo with fear in their eyes, afraid that Feng Luo would kill them. Leaving Jianmu behind, Feng Luo glanced at the others, thinking about how to deal with these people. Killed? After thinking about it, he shook his head. Now was a time when he was short of manpower. These people didn't cause any harm to him. They were just following Su Xiao. He also didn't want to kill innocent people. Feng Luo walked in front of a dozen people. They were suddenly startled and subconsciously kept their distance from Feng Luo. Feng Luo found it somewhat amusing. I won't kill them. So why are you so scared? However, Feng Luo still had a cold expression on his face. Do you want to die or live? Who wants to die? Want to live? Want to live? More than a dozen people said immediately. Very good. Feng Luo smiled and said, if you want to live, go and bring me back all the supplies your boss has stockpiled. Yes, yes, yes. A group of people nodded quickly, but some people had their own plans in mind, deciding not to come back once they left. However, how could Feng Luo ignore this? De Jiang, take Dianmu with you. If anyone tries to play tricks, just kill them. After completing the mission, each person will get 5 points. Yes, brother Feng Luo. He Dajiang nodded immediately, and then called to Jianmu, Sister Cat, please come this way. Cat lady? Hearing this name, Feng Luo couldn't help laughing. He Dajiang left. Feng Luo glanced at Wang Yinyan, who was motionless again. Why don't you go? Do you want to die? Feng, brother Feng Luo, I was wrong. Wang Yinyan immediately showed a delicate expression and came forward to hold Feng Luo's arm. Feng Luo avoided it directly. This woman's character is not even as good as Li Nanis. Does she think she's a rag collector? Wang Yinyan was a little embarrassed, but she didn't feel ashamed and continued. Brother Feng Luo, I misunderstood you before. My father committed robbery and should be shot according to the law. You are getting rid of a harm to the people by killing him. I'm here to apologize to you for my father. You can punish me however you want. After hearing this, even though Feng Luo was well informed in the end times, he still felt his 3 views exploded. In order to live a better life, Wang Yinyan actually said such things. She killed her father. She was clamoring for revenge for her father before, as if she was a filial daughter. That's it? Sorry, I already have a cat and a dog in my cold storage. I don't need the beast, go away. Chapter 88 Strength. Feng Luo found a woman like Wang Yinyan disgusting to look at. Killing her would be too dirty to even bother with, so he just told her to get out. After driving Wang Yinyan away, Feng Luo came to Li Shan and took a look. He was just knocked unconscious by Su Xiao. Fortunately, Li Shan was only burned and did not suffer any serious impact. Fong Luo took out the burn ointment and applied it to him. Although Li Shan was a little weak, Fong Luo was still quite satisfied with his performance. You really can't judge a person by his academic qualifications alone. Even though Li Shan is uneducated, smokes, drinks, and hangs out in bars, at least his character isn't a big problem. Compared to someone like Wang Yin, he's much better. Fong Luo sighed in his heart. Therefore, Fong Luo rewarded Li Shan with another 100 points. Thank you, boss. Li Shan was surprised and grateful. It turned out that joining Fong Luo's gang was the right decision. He needed to work harder. Do a good job. Fong Luo patted him on the shoulder and thought, as long as they worked hard, the harder they worked, the closer he would be to becoming invincible. More than another hour passed. Dajiang and others drove back 2 nearly scrapped trucks. The weather was too hot before, and the car tires had been in contact with the ground for a long time, so they had basically melted and the wheel hubs were clattering on the ground. There are still sparks. Brother Fong Luo, I've checked. There are quite a lot of supplies. Dajiang jumped out of the car, his face full of joy. Fong Luo also checked and found that there were indeed quite a few things, such as mineral water and rice, which were enough for an ordinary person to live for several years. Unload the stuff into the cold storage. Food is the most important thing for controlling subordinates, so it must not be placed randomly, and Fong Luo must keep it himself. Put the things in the cold storage. A total of more than 800 bags of rice, more than 3,000 bottles of mineral water, and some miscellaneous items. After tidying up, Fong Luo counted the current number of people in the gang again. Excluding himself, Lin Zijin, and Lin Yuyu, there are now a total of 21 people in the gang. Li Shan and his 6 men had just subdued Su Xiao's 14 men, plus Dajiang, a total of 21. Among them, including Dajiang and Li Shan, there are a total of 6 people with special abilities. If we add the sisters Fong Luo and Lin Zijin, as well as Dian Mu, there will be 10 people with special powers in total. It doesn't look like much. However, their combat effectiveness is stronger than a large gang of dozens of psychics. Take Fong Luo, for example. With his hand, he could create a flash of space. Without hundreds of people, it would be impossible for someone to kill Fong Luo. Take the enemy general's head among thousands of generals. Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu both have T1 level abilities, and they have been eating dozens of kilograms of food every day to replenish their energy, so their strength has been raised to that of level 3 abilities. When dealing with these low-level psychics, it is no problem for one to beat 10. And there is Dajiang. Although he is only at level 2 now, he has a metal-related ability, which is the strongest defensive ability in the early stage. When the energy is fully activated, the defense is not weaker than Fong Luo's space barrier. If he and Fong Luo were at the same level, Fong Luo's defense would not be as good as his. If several people cooperated with each other, Dajiang would be in the front, Lin Zijin, Lin Yuyu, and Fong Luo would be in the back to deal damage, and Li Shan would take out his speakers worth 3 million and sing folk songs to the enemy. Then, he would be both tough and capable of dealing damage, as well as magic damage. He can fight dozens of psychics head-on, without any problem. Fong Luo counted the newly joined survivors, made a list of all of them, and added them to the point system. It was still early, just afternoon, and Fong Luo was ready to let these people do some tasks. Dajiang. Fong Luo looked at Dajiang and said, as the team leader, you will lead all the superpowers to go outside to collect some household items, beds, and other things, and then transform the warehouse into a dormitory. In fact, there are quite a few beds in Fong Luo's space. However, those are very expensive, with any bed costing tens of thousands, and some even hundreds of thousands. It would be such a waste to give it to them for free. Fong Luo plans to use it as a points-earning commodity. Let them bring the crystals to exchange with me when the time comes. Fong Luo laughed at himself secretly. I really have the potential to be a profiteer. Yes, brother Fong Luo. Hearing that Fong Luo asked him to be the team leader, Dajiang was very happy. It meant that Fong Luo still valued him the most, and he was immediately full of fighting spirit. Meow. Diemu meowed and joined Dajiang's team. Fong Luo found it a little funny. This lazy cat became so active now that he knew he couldn't eat for free. The Mother of Lightning gave Fong Luo a resentful look. It's all your fault. Humph, when I earn enough points to last me a lifetime, I will never help you again. Dajiang left. Fong Luo looked at the other ordinary survivors again. Go and clean up the warehouse. Each of you can get 1 point. Sweeping the floor earns you points. This is too good to be true. The ordinary survivors were all excited. At first, they thought it would be very difficult for them to gain points since supplies were very precious and they had no special powers. But I didn't expect it to be that simple. Before at Su Xiao's place, I only had a bite to eat every 2 days, but now it seems that there is food to eat every day. Feng Luo is such a good person. Thank you, boss. The boss is so nice, so handsome, so powerful, and so kind. I really want to be the boss's girlfriend. Don't even mention being a girlfriend. I'd even be willing to be your lover. I really regret not following the boss sooner. Everyone was grateful to Feng Luo and wanted to clean the warehouse actively. Feng Luo smiled. It feels good to be appreciated. Most importantly, the materials he spent were not his own, but were looted from Su Xiao. With subordinates, Feng Luo's life became easier. Before, zombies often appeared in the cold storage, and he had to deal with them. But now it can be completely handed over to Dajiang and others. All the crystals you obtain belong to you. Moreover, you can also let them go out and fight zombies for you. Although the hot weather has passed, we have now entered summer with temperatures still reaching 40 degrees Celsius. And it's dangerous out there. Feng Luo is not afraid of people with special powers, but there might be powerful zombies. Tiger zombies, lion zombies, elephant zombies, these are much more powerful than human zombies. Feng Luo doesn't want to go out unless it is necessary. The only way is to focus on improving your strength. Now, Feng Luo has a total of more than 600 crystals, but the energy content is not uniform. Feng Luo thought about it and decided to classify these crystals into different levels, which would make it easier to distribute points. According to the amount of energy, Feng Luo divided the crystals into levels 1 to 10. The higher the level, the better. Currently, Feng Luoli has 5 level 3 crystals. One such crystal is equivalent to 30 level 1 crystals. 25 level 2 crystals. One is equivalent to 20 level 1 crystals. 620 level 1 crystals. Feng Luo first took out all the level 3 crystals. His goal today was to absorb them all. Now, Feng Luo's ability level is level 3. The space flashing distance is about 25 meters. The space barrier has a defense force of 5,000 kilograms. The space mark can mark 15 objects, and the explosion range is 20 meters. Space blade. Unit reaches 60 meters. If it is upgraded to level 4, its strength will probably be greatly improved. Chapter 89. Brother-in-law, I'll help you. However, the more powerful the superpower, the more energy is consumed to upgrade it. To upgrade an ordinary T3 ability from level 1 to level 4, it is estimated that 300 level 1 crystals are enough. But Feng Luo has T0 level abilities. The upgraded energy is more than 10 times that of the T3 power. Feng Luo now needs to spend at least 1,000 crystals just to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. However, although a lot of energy is consumed, the combat effectiveness between the two is also very different. Don't think that Feng Luo is only level 3 now. But even a level 5 T2 psychic may not be able to defeat Feng Luo. What's more, it is impossible for anyone to reach level 5 in such a short time. It took several hours. Feng Luo finally used up all the 5 crystals. The level has not yet reached level 4. However, Feng Luo now has more blue bars than before and can cast supernatural powers more times than before. Dajiang and others are back. They brought back 5 beds and placed them in the warehouse next door, which is now their dormitory, and everyone lives there starting today. Dajiang is also preparing to move there. Although he is honest, he is not stupid. Staying in the cold storage will affect the lives of Feng Luo, his girlfriend, and his sister-in-law. Feng Luo also understood Dajiang's thoughts. After thinking about it, he took out a soft bed from the space and prepared to give it to Dajiang. Dajiang is his brother. He can be stingy with others, but Feng Luo will never be stingy with his brothers. Dajiang. Feng Luo smiled and said to Dajiang, "You are the captain now. This bed is the captain's exclusive reward. Take it." Feng Luo knew Dajiang and knew he was a very principled person. He had just joined the point system, and if Feng Luo gave it to him directly, he would definitely not accept it. So, Feng Luo found a reason and said it was an exclusive reward for the captain. Wow, this bed is so beautiful. I used to be a salesperson in a shopping mall. I've seen this bed before. It seems to be worth 150,000. 150,000 for a bed? Oh my god, is this bed inlaid with gold? The boss actually gave a bed worth 150,000 yuan to his subordinate. This is too arrogant. No, I have to work hard and strive to become the captain. Maybe the boss will give me a bed in the future. Although I can't be the girlfriend of the boss, nor the captain, but if I can be the girlfriend of the captain, then I can sleep in this bed. On the side, several survivors saw this scene and showed envy on their faces. They used to sleep standing or squatting. Because of the high temperature, the ground was too hot. Although we had just found a few beds, they were all in tatters, and some of them had several planks missing. They couldn't even imagine a soft bed like this. Some people have already made up their minds to work hard and try to buy a bed like this. When Dajiang saw the gorgeous big bed, he was surprised and happy, and at the same time, he was deeply moved. Fong Luo really treated him as a brother. Brother Fong Luo, these are the harvested crystals. Dajiang took out 9 pieces of crystal. Fong Luo took a look and found that there was 1 level 2 crystal, and the other 8 were all level 1. They were all killed by the Mother of Lightning. Dajiang added, the psychic side. Every time she encountered zombies, before they could even make a move, Dianmu would kill them with a bolt of lightning. Don't give them any chance to attack. After working hard all day, I didn't earn a single point. The key is that they dare not complain. Otherwise, what will happen if they are struck by the Mother of Lightning? Next time you must not follow Dianmu. Lightning Mother? Fong Luo glanced at the Dianmu, standing beside him with her tail raised high, and couldn't help laughing. Meow. The electric mother meowed, as if saying, what are you looking at? Why don't you add points to me? I'm waiting to eat. I'll give you 28 points, okay? Fong Luo smiled and added 28 points to Dianmu. Dianmu counted on her fingers and found that the amount was 28, which was barely enough for her to have a meal. We have to work harder tomorrow. Fong Luo looked at the other psychics again and found that they all had miserable expressions on their faces. I couldn't help but find it a little funny. However, they have contributed a lot, and we cannot let them work in vain. Give each of you 1 point. We have points too. The psychics were overjoyed, as they thought they would go hungry today. Fong Luo is such a great boss. Long live the boss. Finally, I have something to eat. Before, when I followed Su Xiao, I only had 1 piece of bread every 2 days. I almost starved to death. Yeah, boss is much better than that profiteer Su Xiao. Unfortunately, the boss has a girlfriend. What does it matter, boss? Do you want a mistress? I can be one. After earning points, the survivors used them all to buy food and then happily returned to their dormitories. Before leaving, he did not forget to praise Fong Luo. Cuckoo. After a busy day and having just absorbed 5 more crystals, Fong Luo was already feeling a little hungry. I'm going to ask Lin Zijin to make something to eat, but when he turned around, he found that Lin Zijin had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him at the dining table. Fong Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Lin Zijin was truly a good wife and mother, and he liked her even more. Why don't you eat? Fong Luo sat down and started to eat heartily, but he was puzzled when he found that Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu beside him did not move their chopsticks. Us, brother-in-law, we don't have any points. Lin Yuyu pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Today was their first day joining the point system, and Fong Luo hadn't assigned them any tasks, so how could they exchange points for food? So serious? Fong Luo found them somewhat amusing. He had thought they were just joking, so he had not assigned them any tasks. Who knew they were so serious and so principled? It's okay. No one else knows. Just eat. Fong Luo smiled and patted Lin Zijin's long legs. The black stockings felt pretty good, worthy of being from Balenciaga. I'm not hungry. Lin Zijin shook his head. She has decided to be independent and can no longer rely too much on Fong Luo. However, her belly betrayed her. Cuckoo, you still say you're not hungry. Fong Luo joked with a smile. Lin Zijin felt embarrassed, but still didn't eat. Fong Luo felt distressed. I didn't expect that Lin Zijin, who looks so gentle, actually has a stubborn side. No wonder he awakened fire abilities. Brother-in-law, Lin Yuyu suddenly said, I have a way to get my sister to eat. What is the solution? Fong Luo was a little curious. Just give your sister a task and reward her with points. Lin Yuyu said. Fong Luo suddenly realized. But what kind of task should be assigned? It's dark outside now and very dangerous. It's impossible to let Lin Zijin go out to kill zombies. It's not that simple. Lin Yuyu chuckled and said, just that. You're going to do it tonight anyway. Girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Zijin knew that this sister was not serious, so she pinched her in annoyance. Then she blushed again and said to Fong Luo, I have relatives to visit, so I can't do it today. Are there any relatives coming? Fong Luo was a little disappointed. Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu ran over again with a smile and whispered into Fong Luo's ear. It doesn't have to be. After hearing Lin Zijin's words, Fong Luo's expression was extremely wonderful. This sister-in-law was really amazing. No, your sister won't agree. Fong Luo shook his head. It's okay, brother-in-law, I'll help you. Lin Yu blinked playfully. Then he began to hold his stomach and groan. I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death. I was small to begin with, and now I'm even hungrier. Sister, I'm so hungry. Please ask brother-in-law to give me something to eat. Woo woo woo. Chapter 90 Park. Lin Yu covered her stomach and started rolling on the ground, with a few tears coming out of her eyes. She looked as pitiful as she could be. If Fong Luo hadn't known this in advance, he might have been soft-hearted. Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, she can be a drama queen or a movie queen. Fong Luo secretly complained. Lin Zijin's parents are both dead, and now her sister is her only relative. Seeing her sister's appearance, she felt soft-hearted and hurried to her side and helped her up. Wow, sister, I'm hungry. Seeing that her evil plan succeeded, Lin Yuyu said pitifully, Sister, please ask your brother-in-law to assign you a task. This? Lin Zijin hesitated. But it's dark now, it's very dangerous outside. Just bear with it. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Yu shrugged her nose and leaned close to Lin Zijin's ear and said, Sister, we don't have to go out and fight zombies. Brother-in-law is working so hard. Why don't you help him? Then we can eat. When Lin Zijin heard what her sister said, her face turned red. No. How could she not know now that her sister was obviously pretending and was definitely colluding with Fong Luo to trick her? How can you trick me like that? Lin Zijin sat on the sofa angrily to watch TV, ignoring her sister's nonsense. Sister, I'm hungry. Lin Yu lay on the ground and acted coquettishly again. Come on, stop pretending. Lin Zijin snorted. Lin Yu pouted angrily. Sister doesn't love me at all. She must be jealous of my rapid growth and deliberately doesn't let me eat so that I can't surpass you. Yes, I am jealous. Lin Zijin had already seen through his sister's intention, but he refused to fall for it and let her say whatever she said. Fong Luo shrugged. I told you it's impossible. Your sister won't agree to it. Who said that? Lin Yuyu was very unconvinced. Wait for me to use my ultimate move. Any tricks? Fong Luo was a little curious. If rolling on the ground didn't work, what other tricks could he use? Since my sister doesn't love me, I have to go out and fight the zombies by myself. Lin Yuyu stood up and said loudly on purpose, then walked towards the cold storage resolutely. Lin Zijin also turned his head, but Lin Yuyu was gone. This? Lin Zijin was somewhat moved, and she felt that Lin Yuyu might be trying to trick her. But she didn't dare to take the risk. She only had this one sister. If something happened to her, she would really regret it. Waited for a few minutes. Lin Yuyu hasn't come back yet. Lin Zijin finally couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly stood up and ran outside to look for her, but there was no sign of Lin Yuyu. Long! Lin Zijin shouted anxiously. Don't hide, I promise you. But there was no response. Honey, Yuyu is really gone? Lin Zijin was a little panicked. There were no streetlights, it was pitch black outside, and there were zombies everywhere. It was very easy for accidents to happen. She was worried that Lin Yuyu might have encountered something unexpected. Fong Luo also came over. I felt a little strange. According to Lin Yuyu's personality, she shouldn't really leave. It's all my fault. If I had promised her, I wouldn't have left. Lin Zijin felt a little guilty. If something happened to her sister, she would really blame herself for the rest of her life. It's okay. Let's go out and look for her. She shouldn't have gone far. Fong Luo quickly hugged Lin Zijin to comfort her. Lightning Mother, come out and look for her quickly. Fong Luo called the Mother of Lightning to come up. It was pitch black outside, and only with Jianmu's night vision could she see the surroundings clearly. 2 people and a cat went out to look for it. Half an hour later, Lin Yuyu was finally found in a park 8 kilometers west of the cold storage. Long! Lin Zijin ran over anxiously and grabbed the other person's ear angrily. You dead girl, it's so dangerous outside, and you actually ran so far. Do you know how worried I am about you? If you die, what should I do? Oh, sister, I was wrong. Lin Yuyu begged for mercy quickly, her tone somewhat resentful. It's because you didn't agree to me that I was hungry and had to come out to find food by myself. Lin Zijin glared at her sister in a reproachful manner and muttered in a somewhat unclear voice. If you are really hungry, I will agree. Who told you to trick me? Lin Zijin sighed inwardly, thinking that his sister was really his weakness. She was also ungrateful and specifically helped Fong Luo bully him. However, I have already become Fong Luo's person, so there is nothing to be shy about. Real? Lin Yuyu was delighted and glanced at Fong Luo proudly. See, I said I would guarantee success. Fong Luo secretly gave a thumbs up. My sister-in-law is really a caring little cotton-padded jacket for my brother-in-law. I am so lucky tonight. Why are you here? Fong Luo asked again in confusion. He looked around. This was originally a park. It used to have a small zoo and entertainment facilities such as roller coasters. Every night, there were hundreds of middle-aged women dancing in the square. It was very lively, but now it is in a dilapidated state. I didn't intend to go far. Lin Yuyu said, it's just that when I was hiding outside the cold storage, I vaguely saw a little girl. I wanted to say hello to her, but she ran away as soon as I approached her. I hurriedly chased her and chased her all the way here, and then she disappeared. Little girl? Are you sure? Fong Luo was a little confused. How could there be a little girl in the middle of the night? Lin Yuyu gestured and said, sure, it's about 7 to 8 years old, and this tall. When you were 7 or 8 years old, didn't you use your supernatural powers to chase him? I tried, but I still couldn't catch up. She ran too fast. Lin Yuyu shook her head, feeling a little depressed. Fong Luo was a little surprised. Lin Yuyu has wind-related abilities and is best at speed. Her ability has now reached level 3 with a maximum speed of 50 meters per second, which is not much slower than her own space flash. She couldn't even catch up. Could it be that the girl is also a psychic and has wind or electricity abilities, and her level is higher than Lin Yuyu's? How is this possible? Fong Luo felt that Lin Yuyu must have seen it wrong. That might not be a little girl, but some other creature, or she might be lying. It's so dark, you might have seen it wrong. Fong Luo said. Impossible. I must be seeing things. It really is a little girl. She has been staring at our cold storage. Lin Yuyu was very sure. I think you're wrong, too. Lin Zijin said the same thing. She also felt that what Lin Yuyu said was a bit far-fetched. You all don't believe me. I'm angry, huh? Lin Yuyu felt very aggrieved. Let's go back. Lin Yuyu is just a drama queen, and Fong Luo is too lazy to pay attention to her. However, just as Fong Luo was about to leave, Diemu suddenly got angry and let out a whining roar towards a corner of the park. Fong Luo's brows suddenly frowned. From the end of the world to now, Fong Luo has encountered many dangers, but this is the first time that Diemu has made such a cry. Call out! Fong Luo just looked in that direction when he heard a sharp sound of breaking air, and countless small stones came towards Fong Luo and others at a speed faster than bullets. Fong Luo's heart suddenly sank. Chapter 91. Monkey Group. There's danger. Fong Luo's pupils shrank. The power of these pebbles was almost as powerful as bullets. Sisters Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu have no defense power. If they were hit, they would definitely become a hornet's nest. How could Fong Luo watch his women die? He immediately activated the space barrier and pounced on the two women, pinning them both under him and protecting their safety. Boom, boom, boom. Fong Luo's space barrier has a defense power of up to 4,000 kilograms. Small stones cannot penetrate it at all. After hitting Fong Luo, they are all bounced away. However, Dianmu was extremely fast and had already hidden aside, so nothing happened. Are you okay? The stone stopped, and Fong Luo looked at the two women who were blushing, especially Lin Yuyu. Fong Luo was too fast just now and knocked her down directly. She and Fong Luo were almost in close contact, and their mouths touched each other several times. Brother-in-law, I'm fine. Lin Yuyu replied in a low voice. Honey, I'm fine. That's good. Fong Luo didn't care about the contact just now. He stood up and stared sharply in the direction where the stone came from. There is Lao Lu. Who is there? Launching a sneak attack. Fong Luo said coldly. No one responded. Fong Luo had a solemn expression. The entire city was experiencing a power outage and the street lights had long been broken. The park was completely dark and it was impossible to see anything clearly. It would be easy to be ambushed if one went in rashly. Dianmu, go and take a look. Fong Luo greeted Dianmu and said, Here, Jimu has the best night vision and is also very fast, so it would be most appropriate for her to go over and check it out. Meow, meow, meow. The lightning mother meowed in protest, You know the other party is Lao Lu, but you still let me go to explore the way. What if I get choked? Why don't you go yourself? Fong Luo had been in contact with Dianmu for such a long time that he knew a little about her intentions. I'm here to protect the girls. What if they get into danger when I go? Dianmu, then I can also protect the girl. So, Fong Luo raised 5 fingers and said, as long as you go, I will give you 50 points. 50 points? Dianmu's eyes lit up, and she rushed out without waiting for Fong Luo to finish his words. Fong Luo was stunned. Wow, he will do anything for food. Fong Luo stared at the direction where Dianmu left. After a while, a strange cry came from the opposite side, accompanied by flashes of lightning. It seems that Dianmu and the other party started fighting. More than one enemy? Fong Luo listened to the shouting, and it seemed like there were at least a dozen of them, and the voices sounded familiar. It sounds like a monkey. How could there be monkeys? Suddenly, Fong Luo remembered something. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his face became extremely ugly. Oh no, Dianmu, come back quickly! Fong Luo shouted immediately. Now he finally knows what is on the other side. In the previous life, there was a notorious force in Los Angeles. This force was not composed of humans, but a group of monkeys. There are a lot of these monkeys, almost dozens of them, and each one has the ability of speed. Among them is a monkey king who has awakened the ability to become invisible. He is extremely powerful and can kill people without being seen. A top 6. These monkeys often rob the survivors of their food, and even large gangs of several hundred people are not immune. And no one can do anything about them. This is because they only act at night and carry out surprise attacks, and their whereabouts cannot be seen at all. Moreover, monkeys themselves have high IQs, a strong sense of teamwork, and they cooperate seamlessly with each other. In the previous life, there were several people who thought they were powerful and wanted to deal with these monkeys, but they all died tragically at the hands of these monkeys. Just didn't expect it. The monkey stronghold that no one had discovered in the previous life was discovered by myself in this life. Fong Luo combined it with what Lin Yuyu had just said. My guess is that these monkeys discovered my cold storage and were trying to find out about its conditions, preparing to rob me. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuyu discovered it, mistook the monkey for a little girl, and chased after it. Fong Luo was glad. Fortunately, Lin Yuyu discovered all this by accident. If she had not been on guard at that time, her home might have been robbed by these monkeys. However, Fong Luo was a little worried about Dianmu. Monkeys have a strong sense of territory, and they are all proficient in the ability of speed. Especially in their familiar territory, Dianmu is likely to be in danger. Meow. After a while, Fong Luo heard Dianmu's screams, and his face became even uglier. No, I must go and save Dianmu. You guys get out of here quickly. Fong Luo immediately ordered the 2 women. Fong Luo was worried that after she left, the invisible Monkey King would come and attack them. Although they were very strong, their defense was not high. Okay, husband, be careful. Lin Zijin and the other man also knew that they might hinder Fong Luo's performance, so they walked away obediently and waited for Fong Luo 100 meters away. After the 2 women were safe, Fong Luo immediately used Space Flash and ran towards the depths of the park. Soon, Fong Luo found the Mother of Lightning on a rockery. It turned out to be the monkeys of this park. The park originally had a small zoo that housed some small animals, the most famous of which was the Monkey Mountain. Unexpectedly, all these monkeys have awakened their special powers. Fong Luo took a look and saw a big hole in the middle of the Monkey Mountain. It seemed that a lot of evolution crystals must have landed in this place before. It was just picked up by the monkeys. Gegegei. The monkeys were very agile and kept taking turns to attack Dianmu. Although Dianmu was very fast, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. A lot of hair on her body had been pulled out, and her escape route was blocked. He looked a little embarrassed. However, Dianmu also electrocuted 3 monkeys to death. Dianmu, are you okay? Fong Luo came to Dianmu and picked her up. Meow. Dianmu screamed. Her expression was very resentful. It was all your fault. You have to pay more. 50 points are not enough. You need 100 points. Let's go. Fong Luo didn't want to continue fighting. It was nighttime and the visibility was poor. The monkeys were fast and there were many of them, so it was difficult for him to attack them. Moreover, the space barrier defense must be kept activated at all times, and it is easy for them to drain all your energy. Not suitable for him to perform. Fong Luo held the Mother of Lightning in his arms, ready to use the space flash to leave and come back during the day. However, when Fong Luo was about to leave, he spotted a stone cave out of the corner of his eye, which contained a lot of food. There are also several faintly glowing objects among them. Evolution crystal? Fong Luo's eyes lit up, and he immediately flashed over, putting all the supplies and crystals into the space. Suddenly, the monkeys started yelling angrily, saying that someone was stealing their supplies. Zom! Fong Luo had just finished collecting the supplies when a stick appeared out of nowhere in front of him and smashed directly towards his head. Fortunately, Fong Luo activated the space barrier. Otherwise, this blow would have caused Fong Luo at least a mild concussion. Monkey King! Fong Luo immediately realized that this must be the old Six who could become invisible, and his heart sank. Chapter 92. Eye-catching. The Monkey King is extremely powerful. In his previous life, he killed no less than 100 people with special abilities, including many T1 level people. The ability of invisibility is simply impossible to defend against. Now that it was dark, it was even harder for Fong Luo to determine the opponent's position, so he could only defend and not attack. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Fong Luo didn't want to stay any longer. Now that we have found the Mother of Lightning and obtained some supplies and evolution crystals, there is no need to fight with her here anymore. Lin Zijin has just agreed to help me with that. Wouldn't it be nice to just go back and hug her and sleep with her? Fong Luo immediately used Space Flash. However, with Fong Luo's current strength, when he carries living creatures around, the Space Flash cannot penetrate walls, and the flash distance will also be weakened. He can flash more than 20 meters by himself. But after bringing Jianmu, the flashing distance was directly reduced by half, and the pause time after each flash increased from 0.5 seconds to 1 second. Fong Luo appeared 10 meters away in a flash. But the monkeys are fast. During the pause, the invisible Monkey King caught up to Fong Luo again and smashed down at him with the iron rod. This skinny monkey is quite strong. Fong Luo was not injured, but his steps still staggered. The other little monkeys were also chasing Fong Luo and constantly throwing stones at him. Although the damage was not high, the frequency of attacks was very frequent. Moreover, it was dark and they had awakened their speed ability, so it was difficult for Fong Luo to attack them and he could only defend himself. Fong Luo flashed again. However, the monkeys had the ability of speed and continued to chase him. Fong Luo was unable to escape their attack range. The invisible Monkey King once again attacked Fong Luo with an iron stick. Damn it, if the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. Dianmu. Fong Luo was extremely annoyed by these attacks and felt a little angry. He knew very well that if he kept chasing each other like this, he would never be able to get rid of these monkeys. Moreover, as time goes by, one's special abilities will slowly be exhausted, and then one will just become a lamb to be slaughtered. Fong Luo must find a way to make the monkey stop chasing him, especially the invisible Monkey King. Fong Luo opened the space and searched for something useful inside. Most of the space is filled with food, furniture, and the like. There are some weapons, but ordinary weapons cannot hit these monkeys. I was feeling a little distressed. He suddenly found something good: chili noodles. Fong Luo's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out 100 kilograms of chili powder. Aren't you able to turn invisible? I can't hit you with normal attacks. I'll squint your eyes and see how you can chase me if you're blind. After making a spatial mark on the bag, Fong Luo threw 100 kilograms of chili powder into the sky. When the monkeys around saw Fong Luo take out a sack, they all looked at him curiously, wondering what Fong Luo was going to do. Could it be that this guy has given in and is ready to return the things to me? What good stuff is in the sack? Looking at the big sack thrown into the sky, the monkeys all opened their big round eyes. A few curious monkeys even wanted to wait at the landing point. However, a few seconds later, the sack suddenly exploded and the red chili powder inside splashed everywhere. No one was spared within 50 meters. GGG. The monkeys screamed one after another. They had just opened their eyes wide, and the chili powder exploded, almost filling their eyes. It became a spicy eyeball. The monkeys were scratching their heads in pain, jumping up and down, and had no energy to attack Fong Luo anymore. The Monkey King, who had been invisible, now screamed miserably and rubbed his eyes frantically with his hands. But that was 100 kilograms of chili powder, which exploded and splashed everywhere, and the Monkey King's hands were also covered in red. When he rubbed his eyes, the sourness was second only to constipation. Fong Luo looked at the tragic scene and could not help but be shocked and could not bear to watch it anymore. I forgot. The raw material of this chili powder seems to be the finest Indian devil pepper. 1 pound costs almost 100 yuan. Oh, what a waste. Fong Luo felt a little distressed. How many barbecues would he have to make? Fortunately, Fong Luo was protected by a space barrier, and the chili powder could not touch his body at all. Fong Luo was unharmed. Meow, meow, meow. However, the Diemu in Fong Luo's arms suffered a bit. A few grains of powder splashed in her mouth, and she kept sticking out her tongue and meowing because of the spicy taste. You, the shit shoveler, not only did you make me a cannon fodder, but now you've made me so hot. At least 50 points must be compensated. No, 100 points. You want points? Fong Luo smiled. No problem. You worked so hard today, I must reward you. Meow. Diemu stuck out her tongue, indicating that this was pretty good. Are you spicy? Meow. Diemu rolled her eyes. Nonsense. 1 bottle of water, 100 points. Fong Luo took out a bottle of water and handed it to Diemu with a smile. You are really robbing me. Diemu opened her eyes wide and looked at Fong Luo with great indignation. Fong Luo still smiled. This is the only one. If you don't want it, I won't sell it to you. Meow. Diemu was furious and cursed Fong Luo as a profiteer. However, the spicy taste in her mouth forced her to buy the bottle of water. Meow deal. Diemu bought the mineral water worth 100 points with tears in her eyes, and today's compensation money returned to Fong Luo's pocket. Let's go. Fong Luo chuckled. Stimulated by the chili powder, the monkeys all jumped up and down and fled in all directions, with no intention of chasing Fong Luo anymore. Fong Luo did not intend to distract himself to chase them, and he took Diemu away very easily. Reunited with sister Lin Zijin. Lin Zijin immediately came forward and looked at Fong Luo with some concern. Honey, are you okay? Brother-in-law. Lin Yu also asked. I'm fine, it's just that Diemu was injured and has a few bald spots. Fong Luo shook his head. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Lin Yu said apologetically. It would be fine if I didn't run around. I don't blame you. Fong Luo waved his hand. Even if you didn't run around, we would have run into them sooner or later. Thanks to you, we found them. Otherwise, if they attacked us in the future, we would be in trouble. Really? Hearing this, Lin Yu became happy again. She didn't expect that she had helped Fong Luo by accident. Brother-in-law, what is in the park? It's a group of monkeys. The little girl you saw before should be a monkey investigating our cold storage. They may want to rob our supplies. Fong Luo told the story of the monkey group again. Lin Zijin and her sister opened their eyes wide in shock. Dozens of monkeys with awakened special powers, and one of them could even become invisible. This was too shocking. Monkey. Lin Yu looked a little confused. She felt that what she saw before was not a monkey, but she was not sure now. Shaking her head, she dismissed the idea and said, Brother-in-law, what if the monkey comes in and sees my sister naked? Fong Luo rolled his eyes. However, I was a little worried. A monkey that can become invisible and wants to attack his cold storage is indeed a serious concern. Early warning must be given in advance. Chapter 93. 0 times and countless times. Several people returned to the cold storage. Fong Luo took stock of the supplies he had just obtained from the monkey. There were probably several hundred kilograms of food. There were actually a few huazi left, 2 of which had already been unpacked. Fong Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These monkeys can smoke? Speaking of which, there are tens of thousands of them in Fong Luo's space, but Fong Luo seldom smokes them, usually just one after the fact. Fong Luo lit up a cigarette and took a puff. Smoking is harmful to health, so you should smoke less. However, these things can be used to reward subordinates. The price is 10 points per piece. Don't make it too expensive either. In addition, Fong Luo also obtained a lot of evolution crystals from the monkey. There are probably more than 30 of them. It can turn 30 ordinary people into superpowers. Although this thing does not have much energy, it is very precious. Fong Luo has more than 100 evolution crystals in his hand. He had to keep these things for his trusted confidants. Select those with good qualifications and build an elite team. I am Stadavan. Eat. Fong Luo had just used Space Flash and Barrier. consuming a lot of his supernatural powers. He was now starving, so he returned to the dining table and started to feast. The dishes that Lin Zijin cooked today are some common home-cooked dishes. Steamed lobster, garlic oysters, braised pork, grilled fish. Meow. Dianmu meowed, indicating that she wanted to eat too. Integral. Fong Luo chuckled. Meow. Dianmu meowed in dissatisfaction. You unscrupulous businessman. You have seen people exploited, but you have never seen cats exploited. Do you have any humanity left? However, in order to eat, Dianmu still took out all her points. She swore that she would earn enough points to live on for the rest of her life, and never let Fong Luo exploit her again. Hey, brother-in-law. Lin Yu also ran over, winking at Fong Luo, also wanted to ask for food. She had just chased a monkey and used too many supernatural powers. She was already hungry, and now she was even hungrier. Integral. Fong Luo is impartial and just. Brother-in-law, Lin Yu said, sister has just agreed to my conditions. She will help you right, sister. Lin Zijin was both ashamed and angry. This sister, you are trying to turn your elbow to your brother-in-law. I'm your sister. However, she did agree just now. Only once. Lin Zijin snorted arrogantly. Fong Luo smiled. This thing only has 0 times, and countless times. The saying that it is only accurate once is completely deceiving yourself. Hee hee. Then I won't be polite. Lin Yu grinned, and then began to eat heartily. It smells so good. I have to eat more of the food I exchanged for with my sister, and I will definitely not let my sister's hard work go to waste. You want to die? Finish the dinner beautifully. Fong Luo hurriedly took a shower, and then entered the room impatiently. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Fong Luo chuckled. Bad bastard. Lin Zijin said coquettishly with some vagueness. Hiss. When Lin Zijin spoke, Fong Luo couldn't help but take a breath. Outside the room, Lin Yu listened to the voice inside with a wonderful expression. This way, my sister will be more open-minded in the future. Maybe she will accept it then. The next day, Fong Luo walked out of the room refreshed. Last night was truly the most wonderful night ever. Lin Zijin's hair felt so soft to the touch. Hey, brother-in-law, are you going to thank me? Lin Yu smiled and moved closer to Fong Luo. The two of them looked like bad guys in cahoots. Ahem. Fong Luo was in a good mood and said, I'll give you a free lunch as a reward. Hee hee, next time brother-in-law needs you, I can help you. Lin Yu winked. Fong Luo looked at it and sighed. This sister-in-law is really a little witch, and she doesn't feel any psychological pressure at all when she cheats on her sister. However, since he was the one who benefited, Fong Luo had nothing to say. He even thought that Lin Yu could be more evil and trick her sister more. Hey. Chapter 94, A Wonderful Day. After breakfast, Fong Luo found Dajiang and the others again and began to assign tasks to them. Fong Luo told them about the monkey and asked them to strengthen patrols. Don't get ambushed by the monkeys. Dajiang. Fong Luo said, when you go out, if you meet any suitable people, you can invite them to join our gang. The number of gang members is still a little small, and the efficiency of collecting crystals needs to be improved. Fong Luo's spatial ability consumes too much energy, and in order to upgrade it, he needs at least 10 times the crystals of other people with special abilities. Yes, brother Fong Luo, I will definitely complete the task. Dajiang nodded and took the superpowers out to search for supplies and kill zombies. This time, Lin Zijin and Lin Yu are also going out. They both want to earn points on their own and don't want to eat and drink for free at Fong Luo's place. Fong Luo did not refuse. It's a good thing that they want independence. Moreover, Lin Zijin is now a level 3 psychic and is about to be upgraded to level 4. She has also awakened a powerful fire ability and is very powerful in combat. At this stage, there are basically not many psychics who can beat her. Lin Yu also reached level 3 not long ago. Her wind-based ability excels at speed, making her an excellent skill for escaping. Unless they encounter powerful mutated zombies, ordinary psychics cannot defeat them at all. However, for their safety, Fong Luo still let Dianmu go with them. Lightning Mother is now a level 4 power. She is 1 level higher than Fong Luo and is extremely powerful. If there hadn't been so many monkeys yesterday, she would not have been injured. The two groups went out separately. Fong Luo himself was a hands-off boss. He sat leisurely on the sofa in the cold storage, turned on the TV, and watched the TV series he had downloaded in advance. Happy apartment. By the way, He opened a bottle of red wine worth 100,000 yuan and poured himself a glass. Good appetizer after meal. Only when you are well-fed and well-drinking can you have the energy to improve your strength. After watching 2 episodes, Fong Luo began to use energy crystals to improve his strength. Fong Luo estimated that if he absorbed about 500 more level 1 crystals, he could upgrade to level 4. Under normal circumstances, Fong Luo can now absorb about 50 level 1 crystals a day, and it will take about 10 days to upgrade to level 4. It's a pity that Lu Su is not here. Lu Su's source of life can increase the speed of absorbing energy. Before Lu Su left, Fong Luo drank a few sips, which was able to increase the absorption speed by 2 times. Yesterday, Fong Luo absorbed too much energy crystal, causing the effect to fail prematurely. I don't know if Lu Su is still alive. Fong Luo even misses the taste of the source of life. If there's a chance, I'll have to find a few hundred more wood-type mutants to keep at home. They're top-level assistants. Fong Luo thought to himself, it's not like I don't have the conditions. I can afford to keep as many as I want, as long as they provide me with the source of life. After absorbing 50 crystals, it was already evening. Fong Luo was already starving. Now, every time Fong Luo absorbs energy, he needs 80 kilograms of food to replenish his energy. If Fong Luo didn't have a lot of supplies, he really wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption. I don't know how many people are still unable to get food. Many bosses of big gangs only have normal rice every day, and the vegetables they eat are either rotten or meal packs that cannot be destroyed even by high temperatures. I don't know what kind of technological advancements are inside. Even if Fong Luo was given this thing for free, he wouldn't eat it. Chapter 95, Loss of Subordinates. After a while, Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu brought Dianmu back. Both of them were sweating profusely, but they had happy smiles on their faces. Brother-in-law, I'm going to have a good meal today. Lin Yuyu grinned and took out a pile of crystals from her pocket. Wow, we got so much. Fong Luo was a little surprised. He roughly counted and found that there were at least 20 crystals here. I couldn't help but ask. This was found by your sister, right? Lin Yuyu blushed. I also killed zombies, 5 of them. Well, you can only eat 5 mouthfuls of rice today. Fong Luo said jokingly. No, 5 bites won't be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. But if you don't have enough points, I won't give you credit. Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, just give me another mission. You! Lin Zijin was anxious. Why did she get involved again? She thought of yesterday's scene, and her teeth ached. It was so embarrassing. You can go hungry. I won't agree to it, humph. Lin Zijin was very determined. This time, no matter how coquettishly Lin Yuyu acted, she didn't even look at her. Fong Luo shrugged. He didn't care. He wasn't some pervert who thought about that kind of thing every day. There's a long way to go. There are so many days to come, it's not like we won't live them. Fong Luo took the crystal from Lin Yuyu's hand and took a look at it. There were a total of 15 level 1 crystals and 7 level 2 crystals. If converted into points, they could be exchanged for 155 points. I gain a lot. According to the redemption value of points, you can redeem 155 bottles of mineral water or 155 pieces of bread. If you exchange it for pork, you can exchange it for 1.5 kilograms. You can exchange it for 2.5 kilograms of chicken. Husband, Lin Zijin also took out a handful of crystals. This was killed by the lightning mother. She couldn't get it, so I brought it for her. Meow! Dianmu shouted proudly. Add my points quickly. Dianmu obtained a total of 25 crystals, including 20 level 2 crystals and 5 level 3 crystals. Fong Luo was surprised. Dianmu killed at least 5 zombies with special powers. This lazy cat is so cruel when he does something. 25 crystals can be exchanged for 550 points. They can all be exchanged for an abalone. If she continues like this, it won't take long for Dianmu to earn enough points to last her a lifetime. Fong Luo felt that the exchange rate of his points was still a bit too cheap. As Dianmu's strength increased in the future, he would have to raise the price for her, otherwise his supplies would not be enough. After registering the points, Lin Zijin went to the kitchen to cook. Lin Yuyu pulled Fong Luo aside and told him what happened outside. A while later, Fong Luo heard the voices of Jiang and others, so he walked out of the cold storage to check on their situation. What's wrong with you? Fong Luo looked at Jiang and the others. 6 people went out, and now only 4 are back, one of whom is injured. Brother Luo, we encountered a very powerful zombie. Xiaobo and Xiaoan were eaten, and Xiaoxu was also injured. Dajiang looked grim. When he went out, he vowed to bring people back to Feng Luo, but in the end he didn't bring anyone back and 2 of them died. He felt a little guilty towards Feng Luo. Feng Luo also had a solemn expression. He didn't have many psychics under his command originally, and now there are even fewer. Suddenly, Xiao Su, who was injured, screamed with a distorted face. Xiao Su, what's wrong with him? Oh no, he's going to turn into a zombie. Get away from him. Feng Luo's face darkened, and when Xiao Su was about to attack others, he immediately used the space blade to cut off Xiao Su's head. The rest of the people's hearts were beating faster. Looking at the companions who were supporting each other just now with their heads and bodies in 2 different places, their faces looked extremely ugly. After getting injured, you're likely to be infected with the zombie virus. You must avoid getting injured in the future. Feng Luo's face was solemn. If I get hurt. Feng Luo didn't want to say it too cruelly, but they all understood what Feng Luo meant. If they were injured, they should try not to come back to avoid hurting others. I understand, brother Feng Luo. Dajiang nodded. He took out a few crystals and said, "These are the crystals we harvested today." Feng Luo took a look and found that one was a level 2 crystal, and the others were all level 1. Shaking his head, Feng Luo returned the crystal to Dajiang. Brother Feng Luo, this is... Dajiang didn't quite understand what Feng Luo meant. Take the crystal and use it for yourselves first. Feng Luo had a complicated expression. He had taken it for granted before. He feels that as long as he has subordinates, he can just be a hands-off boss. But he ignored the strength of these subordinates. Now, many powerful zombies have appeared outside, some of which are even stronger than level 3 psychics. As for his subordinates, except Dajiang, who is a level 2 psychic, the others are all level 1. And they have awakened some T3 level superpowers, so their strength is not much different from that of ordinary people. In the past, they were able to kill zombies because the zombies were still very weak. But now, zombies are evolving every day. Asking them to deal with those powerful level 3 zombies is simply sending themselves to death. If they are to continue killing zombies, their strength must also increase. Feng Luo was so busy taking all their crystals that he completely ignored this point. After this incident, Feng Luo decided to leave at least a small portion of the crystals for them, so that they could improve their strength and develop in the future. The same goes for Lin Zijin and the others. Feng Luo currently has enough crystals for his own use, so there is no need to rush. Go to the cold storage to get some food, have a good rest in the next 2 days, and improve your strength. You don't have to hand in all the crystals in the future. Feng Luo ordered. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The remaining Li Shan and another psychic were all very grateful to Feng Luo. Unexpectedly, Feng Luo actually allowed them to receive supplies for free today. He can be said to be the best boss in the world. When my strength improves, I will definitely repay the boss. Well, let's go back. Feng Luo smiled and returned to the cold storage. In the next 2 days, Feng Luo did not let Dajiang and his men go out to kill zombies, but instead let them improve their strength. The 2 sisters Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu still go out to kill zombies every day. However, this time Feng Luo did not take away all of their crystals, but left some for them. Lin Zijin was not bothered at night. Give Lin Zijin time to absorb the crystal. During these 2 days, some ordinary survivors also sorted out and repaired all other warehouses near the cold storage. The area around the cold storage now looks brand new. 2 days passed. Dajiang's strength has been raised to level 3, and his strength has been greatly improved. Dajiang has metal-related abilities. He can control the molecular structure of metals and is best at defense. Now, with Dajiang's defense fully activated, he is already comparable to Feng Luo's space barrier, and his strength has greatly increased. Li Shan and another psychic have also increased their strength to level 2. There is no problem dealing with level 1 zombies. On this day, Dajiang and others went out and brought back several people with special abilities. Chapter 96 Master Gene. Brother Feng Luo. Dajiang brought 3 people with him, 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were a man and a woman in their 20s. This is Master Gene, a native of Peninsula, an 8th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. The largest Taekwondo gym in Los Angeles is owned by Master Gene, and he used to give fighting lessons to our team. Now he has awakened enhanced abilities, and his strength is extremely strong. He just helped us kill a level 3 zombie. Dajiang introduced. This is Kim Taejin, Master Kim's son, 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Lu Xinyun, Jin Taichen's girlfriend. This is my boss, Fong Luo. Hearing that the other party had an 8th degree in Taekwondo and had killed a level 3 zombie, Fong Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling that he was quite impressive. I couldn't help but look at Master Jin carefully. He is in his 50s, with a crew cut, wearing a white training suit and a black belt around his waist. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes half closed, and truly has the aura of a master. He is indeed an expert. Fong Luo secretly admired and was amazed. It's over 40 degrees, and he's wearing such thick clothes. Most old men would have fainted from the heat a long time ago. He looked at Jin Taichen and Lu Xinyun again. The man is very handsome and is a very popular young hunk on the internet. The woman was pretty, with a score of 80. She had a slightly arrogant look in her eyes and nestled in Kim Taichen's arms. Welcome aboard. Now is the time when we are short of manpower. The other party is quite strong, and they are friends of Dajiang. So Fong Luo didn't hesitate and directly let them join. Dajiang, please arrange a place for Master Jin to stay and get some food. Yeah, Dajiang nodded. However, before Dajiang led the way, Lu Xinyun showed an expression of disgust on her face. You guys live in a warehouse? Lu Xinyun frowned as she looked at the cold storage in front of her. How could people live in a place like this? And, with so many people there is no privacy at all. Yeah, didn't they say that your living conditions are good? Jin Taichen also questioned Dajiang. Hearing this, Fong Luo was stunned. What's the matter? You just joined and you're already disliking it? Besides, who said you live here? This is where I live. The place is a bit bad. Master Luo also glanced at Dajiang and said in a not-so-fluent Yin dialect, Xiao Jiang, it's okay for me to protect you, but the accommodation environment cannot be too bad. Otherwise, it will affect my ability to exert my strength. Hearing this, Fong Luo frowned. What does the other party mean by this? To protect yourself? Aren't you here to seek refuge? Fong Luo looked at Dajiang in confusion, asking what was going on with these guys. Dajiang was also a little dazed. He also met Master Jin when he was fighting zombies before. At that time, Master Jin killed the zombies. Dajiang knew him, and the two began to chat. Later, Dajiang mentioned that the gang was short of people and invited the other party to join. Master Jin said he could help him, so Dajiang brought the other party back. Did he misunderstand? Do you think you asked him to come and keep the peace? Master Jin actually, Dajiang wanted to explain clearly. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Fong. Master Luo interrupted him and said in a reasonable manner, I know you won't be able to find a decent place to live in the short term. I will make it difficult for you. Just help me prepare a better room tomorrow. Xiaochen, Xiaoyan, please just make do with this for tonight. Having said that, Master Luo walked towards the cold storage like a master without waiting for Fong Luo's consent. Honey, how can we make do with this? This is a converted warehouse. There might be cockroach zombies, rat zombies, or something like that. If we get bitten, we'll be dead. Lu Xinyun still complained reluctantly. Forget it. Jin Taichen comforted his girlfriend, stay here for one night, and asked them to prepare a better room tomorrow. What if we can't clean it up tomorrow? Are we going to live here forever? Can't clean it up? Jin Taichen sneered. If they can't clean it up, my father won't be able to protect them, and they will be eaten by zombies. Oh well. Lu Xinyun nodded reluctantly and added, the new house must have air conditioning. Our dad is most afraid of heat. That's for sure. Who then? Lu Xinyun glanced at Fong Luo again and said as if she was greeting a younger brother, don't make the dinner too bad. I can't get used to it. It's best to have 3 dishes and 1 soup. Give me a pickle. Jin Taichen smiled, then put his arm around Lu Xinyun's shoulder and followed her into the cold storage. However, as soon as he reached the door, Jin Taichen found that his father was standing in a daze in front of him, and he couldn't help feeling confused. Dad, what are you doing? Is it too bad in there? Jin Taichen frowned, thinking that the cold storage was so bad that even his father didn't want to go in. However, when he walked over, he was also stunned. The first thing that hits you is a gust of extremely cool air. Looking again, on the left side of the most conspicuous entrance, there was a pile of supplies 7 or 8 meters high. Rice, noodles, mineral water, at least several thousand kilograms. The value starts at hundreds of thousands. Oh my God, how can there be so many supplies? The 3 of them swallowed their saliva at the same time. Since the end of the world, they had never had a full meal, and the bread had to be shared among the 3 of them. I have never seen so many supplies before. Suddenly, the sound of the TV on the right attracted their attention. Looking up, what comes into view is a large living room of over 100 square meters with a sofa, coffee table, chandelier, TV, PS5 in the middle, and a whole wall of wine cabinet. Lu Xinyun's eyes widened. She recognized the sofa in the living room as the same set of leather sofas worth more than $800,000 that she had seen in the largest shopping mall in Los Angeles. She had dreamed of sitting on it and giving it a try. In order to sit on the sofa, she even tried hard to lick the peninsular man next to her. It's a pity that this guy is very stingy. Not only did he only buy kimchi for me when I treated him to a meal, he was also reluctant to buy me such an expensive sofa. I didn't expect that such an inconspicuous cold storage would have such expensive sofas. Moreover, all other furniture are world-famous brands, and each one starts at tens of thousands of yuan. The entire cold storage looks like it could be compared to the presidential suite in a five-star hotel. What a magical place this is. Thinking about how she was very reluctant to live here just now, Lu Xinyun secretly cursed herself for being an idiot. Almost missed it. Master Jean also opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe it for a long time. After a long while, Master Jean came to his senses and looked radiant. He smiled at Feng Luo and he Dajiang at the door of the cold storage. Xiao Feng, Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so talented and actually prepare such a good place for me. I misunderstood you before. You are really thoughtful. Master Jean laughed and patted his chest. Don't worry, I will be responsible for the safety here from now on and make sure no zombies can hurt you. You can prepare dinner now.